A blood-soaked hand clenched as he recalled his past life. A rescue team member who perished in an accident, then was reborn with dark powers. Along with his teammates, the awakened ones plunged into a life-and-death battle against a horde of hideous monsters. The system displayed information about the Covenant Stone, a formidable item that could completely control any target who willingly swallowed it. Zhang Ping silently gazed at the emerald-green Covenant Stone in his hand, as a girl spoke up, asking what he was doing. He grinned, offering the stone to Su Jingyao and asking teasingly, "Want some candy?" Su Jingyao blushed and glared at him, flatly refusing. "Get lost. Who would want to be controlled by you?" Zhang Ping calmly explained the ability's fatal flaw. The target must be fully informed and willingly sign a contract. Otherwise, swallowing it would be useless. He wearily recalled how the previous owner of this body had been furious to the point of near death over this useless ability. Luckily, he had transmigrated, thus saving his life. Su Jingyao grabbed his collar, shouting encouragement not to give up, but Zhang Ping only replied bitterly, "Besides, myself, who else would be willing to do this?" Zhang Ping's eyes flashed with a spark as he realized the crux of the problem. Wait a minute, myself? Why didn't I think of this sooner? Without a second of hesitation, he put the Covenant Stone straight into his mouth, to Su Jingyao's horror. Emerald green energy violently erupted around Zhang Ping's body as he absorbed the stone. A new surge of power was rising. After the energy outburst, Zhang Ping leaned his face close to the still startled Su Jingyao, asking if she was all right. Su Jingyao sighed in relief, as if half her soul had flown away, and warned him never to do such a terrifying thing again. As evening approached, both of them began descending the stairs to return to the dormitory. Zhang Ping told Su Jingyao that he had to report for duty at the patrol squad tomorrow, so she didn't need to wait, which made her ask in surprise if he had really graduated. He confirmed that he had mastered the theoretical knowledge and now needed practical combat experience to improve, while Su Jingyao secretly thought about her own dream of joining the patrol squad. She smiled back hopefully, encouraging him. "Don't be discouraged. When you become stronger, perhaps we'll be teammates." Zhang Ping gave a bitter laugh, pointing to himself and revealing the harsh truth. "Because of this useless ability, the school assigned me the farmer profession. I might as well go back to the countryside and farm." Nevertheless, he secretly thought that even though she was just the childhood friend of the previous owner, he couldn't bear to part with her this way. Zhang Ping watched Su Jingyao's retreating figure. The thought of hugging her suddenly flashed in his mind, and his emerald green energy spirit began to act. Suddenly, Zhang Ping's body rushed forward and embraced Su Jingyao from behind, leaving her frozen in place. Su Jingyao blushed crimson, while Zhang Ping panicked and wondered, "Why is my body moving on its own like this?" Both were extremely embarrassed. Su Jingyao stammered a goodbye, then turned and fled immediately, while Zhang Ping could only stand there dumbfounded. He hastily called out after her, "Be careful on your way," as he watched the girl running headlong. Su Jingyao replied while running and looking back, while Zhang Ping could only give a forced smile and wave goodbye. Standing alone, Zhang Ping looked at his hand, realizing that an unconscious command had made his body automatically hug her. He began to ponder, needing to test the limits of this ability's control. The experiment began. Zhang Ping commanded, "Take off." But instead of flying like a superhero, his body did a somersault and face planted. Next, he commanded his body to perform an Iron Mountain lean technique from martial arts, and his body immediately mimicked the movement perfectly. His energy spirit, wearing sunglasses and looking cool, commanded his body to perform an extremely fast leg sweep. After struggling with himself for a while, Zhang Ping lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. "I can't take it anymore." He drew a conclusion. This ability could mimic any action within the limits of a normal person, meaning that as long as his physical strength was sufficient, he could master all kinds of martial arts. Zhang Ping sat on the fence, his gaze sharp, with one final hypothesis that needed to be verified. The next morning, Zhang Ping woke up and groggily realized he was in the dining hall, not his dormitory. He felt his legs were terribly sore and realized he had commanded his body to go for a morning run while he slept. Zhang Ping grinned triumphantly. The hypothesis was correct. His body could automatically train even when his brain was offline. Sitting in the classroom, he tried to remain inconspicuous when the crowd suddenly stirred as a character named Luo Shiyu appeared. Zhang Ping wondered about the commotion, turning his head to look with a cold expression. But what met his eyes was not any hot girl, but a blood-red, gory monster, exuding a terrifying aura of death. Zhang Ping froze. In his eyes, the blood-red monster was growling, while the clueless students were still cheering. "Are these idiots blind? That's not Luo Shiyu." The female Luo Shiyu, revealed her true form as a ghostly entity with a pitch-black face, standing before the giant demon and calling his name. "You don't look so good, fellow student Zhang Ping." Back in reality, Luo Xiu was just a normal girl anxiously asking about Zhang Ping, who was sweating profusely. But in Zhang Ping's eyes, a bone-masked monster was grabbing his shoulder and growling. "Are you sick?" He had to calm himself down. Zhang Ping forced a strained smile, lying that he had nightmares and couldn't sleep. He hastily found an excuse to leave, citing that he still had class. Luo Xiu watched him leave, her demonic true form appearing with the thought, the smell of fear. Could I be mistaken? Zhang Ping walked alone down the hallway, his mind racing. Why are there mutated monsters in school? Is there something wrong with my eyes? He decided he had to report to a teacher, stealthily peeking into a room. What met his eyes was a sight that horrified him to the extreme. A skull-headed monster was tearing a female student apart right in the classroom. Blood splattered everywhere. Without another thought, Zhang Ping turned and fled for his life. Reaching the schoolyard, he sat on a stone bench and let out a cry of helplessness. He tore at his hair, shouting in despair, "Something is terribly wrong. Is this hell on earth, damn it?" Then the emerald green covenant stone fell out. He picked up the stone, a thought flashing in his mind. Wait a minute. I only saw these monsters after eating this thing. In a panic, Zhang Ping shoved the stone back into his mouth, begging to return to normal. A surge of emerald green energy erupted from his body. He felt something different as a notification panel appeared before him. Appraising. His eyes also emitted a blue light. The notification panel updated. Appraisal successful. Replaying footage. And the image of the monster attacking the female student was played back clearly. The energy dissipated, and Zhang Ping collapsed to the ground, exhausted, gasping for breath, and realized, did I just awaken a type of appraisal magic? Zhang Ping used appraisal on himself, and a status panel appeared, confirming he was both a summoned beast and a master, displaying basic stats and a description of his covenant ability. He broke into a sweat, wondering where this new ability came from, and guessing it was related to re-ingesting the covenant stone. Zhang Ping sat down to analyze the situation. He had become his own summoned beast, immune to external control, and that was why he could see through the monsters. He realized these monsters were all high level, and eventually successfully appraised one. A level 26 Natur fox, with the perception distortion ability, which prevented ordinary people from seeing their true forms. Realizing this was a psychic ability, Zhang Ping suddenly had an idea. Perhaps Su Jingyao, who also possessed psychic abilities, would know how to deal with them. After school, Zhang Ping strode along the road home under the sunset glow. Zhang Ping's expression turned cold as he realized the monsters weren't just hiding in the school. He spotted a couple walking hand in hand on the street, looking very happy. But through his eyes, the girl revealed her true form as a hideous rabbit-masked monster, making him wonder, just how many of these creatures are there? Zhang Ping arrived in front of the patrol team headquarters building. As soon as he stepped inside, a female receptionist greeted him and asked how she could help. Zhang Ping stated his purpose clearly. I'm here to find Su Jingyao. She might have reported for duty today. The female employee smiled in agreement, but in Zhang Ping's eyes, she had transformed into a giant monster with glowing red eyes lunging towards him. Sitting in the waiting chair, Zhang Ping ruffled his hair in frustration, unable to believe that even the patrol team harbored Natur foxes, and that even high-level awakened individuals couldn't discern them. Su Jingyao suddenly appeared and asked, Zhang Ping, what are you doing here? Zhang Ping scratched his head, making an excuse that he was just a little worried she wouldn't adapt, so he came to check on her. Su Jingyao reassured him that she was fine and introduced her new teammates, saying everyone took good care of her. With vacant eyes, Zhang Ping replied meaningfully, Is that so? That's great then. Su Jingyao clenched her fists, declaring that from now on, she would strive to become stronger, to fight mutated monsters, and avenge her parents. Zhang Ping slung an arm around Su Jingyao, teasingly asking if she wanted to be introduced to the team, then declined himself, saying his abilities were only suitable for grinding and wouldn't be much help. Zhang Ping turned and walked away, waving goodbye to Su Jingyao. It's good to see you're adapting well. I won't bother you anymore. He smirked, a smile full of deadly implications. As Zhang Ping walked away, the illusion shattered, and Su Jingyao's teammates revealed their true forms as a hideous pack of Natur foxes. He silently uttered, Farewell, Su Jingyao. Standing alone in the grand hall of the patrol team headquarters, Zhang Ping bitterly wondered, what kind of sick joke is this? Isn't this the city's strongest force? Why has it been wiped out like this? He bowed his head, clenching his fists in helplessness as he realized Su Jingyao, who had just arrived, shared the same fate. Zhang Ping suddenly stopped, determined not to leave like this. A horrifying vision appeared in his mind. Not just the school, but the entire city had been turned into a farm, and humans were merely livestock waiting to be slaughtered. He began to use his appraisal skill to analyze the entire situation, searching for the enemy's weaknesses. The analysis results appeared. Most of the Notcher foxes were mid to high level. A rookie patrol member stood no chance against them. Zhang Ping continued to mutter his analysis. These Notcher foxes are completely different from ordinary mutated monsters. They possess high intelligence and blend perfectly into human society. But that was just the surface. They always prioritized hunting prey with superior strength or high social status. He looked down the street and saw a Notcher fox leading a group of people on leashes like cattle. The rest were merely reserved food. Zhang Ping's eyes gleamed with determination. He knew confronting them directly was suicide, but he couldn't stand by and watch innocent civilians die. A week later, Zhang Ping woke up at 3:54 a.m., realizing that the stronger his body became, the less rest it required. He told himself that he had been diligently training for the past few days, successfully gaining a level, and also trying to create and ingest covenant stones every day. But ever since he gained appraisal, the stones he created were all colorless, useless duds. Suddenly, a mystical purple stone formed in his palm. Today, it finally has color. Zhang Ping grimaced at the hideous color, but still hoped this time it would have some effect. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the stone. A powerful surge of energy erupted from his body, shaking the entire room. The status panel appeared, showing he had awakened a brand new talent, Nightwalker, allowing complete concealment in darkness, a skill too perfect to begin a night hunt. The status panel appeared, showing not only that the Covenant Stone had leveled up to 2 but also that the new talent Nightwalker had been activated. Zhang Ping smirked confidently. A new talent awakened every time I level up? This is too overpowered. Who can even compete? Without hesitation, he immediately activated Nightwalker to go train, and darkness enveloped his body. He dashed through the night, feeling his speed and night vision sharper than even daylight. While running smoothly, he suddenly stopped, a glittering object catching his eye. He knelt down to pick it up and examine it. It was a silver ring set with a blue stone. Appraisal. After several failures, it finally succeeded. Assassination ring. Equipping it grants automatic stealth against weaklings. Only formidable foes are immune. Zhang Ping was heavily shocked. The system immediately activated the ring's memory playback mode. The memory replayed a scene of a Notcher fox monster analyzing a battle between a masked swordsman and a giant armored demon. The masked swordsman, the ring's former owner, stared sharply at his opponent. The swordsman charged into a fierce battle with the demon. Zhang Ping muttered, "Luo Shiyu knows this guy is human. He must be its enemy." The armored demon dismissed it, its voice full of conviction. "Impossible. Luo Shiyu is an orphan. Someone with that personality wouldn't have enemies." The hideous fox skull Natter fox monster realized there was only one possibility left. Zhang Ping also concluded thoughtfully, "Besides me, there are other hunters fighting in this city." Returning to reality, he was startled to sense someone rushing towards him, quickly becoming alert. "Who's there?" A small fox-like monster landed exactly where the ring had been, panicking when it saw the item was gone. A two-headed demon appeared, sniffing around but finding no traces. It concluded the thief must be a mid-level awakened or higher. Hidden in the darkness thanks to Nightwalker, Zhang Ping overheard the small monster intending to report to its prince. He suspected this was a trap. Zhang Ping gripped the ring tightly, deciding not to return it as it was too risky. "Well, I'll just keep it for now." Finders keepers. At 5:36 a.m., Zhang Ping realized the sky was brightening unusually fast. He triumphantly concluded, the combination of his Nightwalker talent and the assassination ring had truly turned him into a phantom. Now his power came not only from himself, but also from his equipment. Thump thump. The sound of demons charging at terrifying speed. A clear, familiar voice echoed in his head, urgently calling Zhang Ping's name. Zhang Ping sprang up, alert, and growled, asking who was speaking. The voice only managed to warn, "Run, they're coming." A high-level fox demon burst through the door, roaring, "We're here." The clock struck 5:40, and the curtain fluttered beside the shattered window. A horde of demon minions flooded into the room like a torrent, searching everywhere. The commander of the demon soldiers, wearing a skull mask, looked at the empty room, doubtfully asking, "Is it him?" Suddenly, a higher-level demon boss appeared right behind the sleeping Zhang Ping, gathering a deadly energy orb and roaring, "Die!" Its razor-sharp claws struck directly at Zhang Ping's face. The boss stood towering by the bed, observing the boy sleeping like the dead. He couldn't sense any fluctuations and didn't see the ring. beginning to suspect that the one who fled was the real target. A werefox minion wondered why they didn't just kill the human, but the boss immediately dismissed it. This guy runs every day, but today he's just lying around. It smells like a trick. It's not him. The minion scornfully glanced at Zhang Ping, considering him worthless food. The boss ordered a retreat, declaring that food shouldn't be wasted, and the entire demon horde obediently followed orders. As soon as the demons disappeared, Zhang Ping immediately opened his eyes, sweat pouring out like a shower. He sighed in relief for his narrow escape, then coughed, spitting out the golden ring from his mouth. He almost messed up because of his running habit. Holding the spoils of war firmly, Zhang Ping secretly praised himself for ordering his body to sleep soundly. A perfect act to deceive all the demons. He suddenly remembered the warning voice from earlier, suspecting it was Su Jingyao, and a purple illusion of her appeared in his mind. Sitting on the bed, Zhang Ping held the ring, telling himself he had to become stronger for revenge, and deciding to temporarily live as a normal person to avoid being noticed by the Nature Foxes. In the cafeteria, 2 female students were gossiping. "Hey, have you heard? This morning the city guards found a body cut in half near our school." Zhang Ping walked past carrying his meal tray, pricking up his ears to listen as the female students revealed the victim was the top assassin Black Star, who once injured the former city lord. He immediately realized that the one who could easily deal with such an assassin could only be Luo Shiyu. The power of that monster was even more terrifying than he imagined. Zhang Ping decided he had to equip himself to protect himself, planning to visit several blacksmith shops after school because the demons would surely heighten their vigilance. After school, students poured out of the school gate. Zhang Ping stood in front of a blacksmith shop, but his eyes saw through the true form of the shop owner, a Nature Fox holding a loudspeaker inviting customers. His appraisal skill continuously reported errors. Unexpectedly, the system announced that his appraisal, beginner skill, had leveled up to appraisal intermediate after 100 successful analyses. With the improved skill, Zhang Ping scanned the monster's information. Level 15, Nature Fox, capable of distorting the target's perception. The monster still feigned friendliness, inviting, "Come in and take a look, young man." "No thanks," Zhang Ping coldly refused, then turned and walked straight away. Determined to find a shop not under the control of the fox demons, he found another seemingly reputable blacksmith shop named Iron Soul, telling himself this was definitely the real deal, judging by the shine and craftsmanship. Inside, a blonde shop owner was eagerly introducing swords, promising to sell at the lowest price to an old blacksmith puffing on a pipe. The old blacksmith absently asked again, "Huh? Did you just say my daughter is waiting for me to come home for dinner?" Making the blonde man furious. "This old man," the shop owner yelled into the face of the deaf old man, not bothering to pay attention to his surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ping quietly reached out and grabbed the sword lying on the table. He held the sword firmly, activating his appraisal skill, while the shop owner still didn't understand what was happening. The blonde shop owner flew into a rage, eyes bulging, growling, "You brat! How dare you steal my stuff?" At the same time, the appraisal panel appeared, shoddy sword, broken and carelessly repaired. Zhang Ping was stunned when he read the results, muttering, "Wait, this sword?" He realized the sword was about to break, while the shop owner and the old blacksmith were still staring blankly at each other. The blonde shop owner was furious, sparks of electricity crackling around him, roaring, "You little brat, you've ruined everything!" He screamed, lightning exploding throughout the room. "Do you know who I am?" The blonde man tore his shirt, muscles bulging, proclaimed himself a direct descendant of some god, then charged at Zhang Ping with a series of flashy light slashes. Zhang Ping's expression was unchanged, as he calmly raised his hand to block the loudmouth's punch. The blonde man lay sprawled out, questioned by Zhang Ping. "Is that all?" The appraisal panel appeared. Name: Liu Baoguo, trash potential. All his skills are cheap tricks with only flashy effects. Liu Baoguo fearfully recoiled, stammering, telling him to leave. "Get out while you still can." Zhang Ping just thought to himself that this guy was truly an idiot. Seizing the moment, Zhang Ping turned his back. Liu Baoguo stealthily charged, intending to ambush him. As a result, the blonde man was knocked out again, lying motionless on the floor. The old blacksmith Liu Tifeng sat calmly in a corner, smoking his pipe, sarcastically remarking, "Now, who's the one playing dirty?" Another person stepped forward, standing right over the battered Liu Baoguo. "I was only gone for 5 minutes, and this place is already so lively." A red-haired girl with impressive six-pack abs appeared, looking down with sharp eyes, ordering, "Get out yourself. Or should I escort you?" Liu Baoguo turned pale with fear, hurriedly crawled out of the shop, continuously apologizing while Zhang Ping intended to leave. Wham! The red-haired girl unexpectedly stopped Zhang Ping, a mischievous smile on her face. You. Stay. She cornered Zhang Ping, bluntly declaring, We need to talk. Zhang Ping was pushed against the wall, completely overwhelmed by the girl's aura. The girl pressed Zhang Ping down, beginning to explain her situation. I'm just a weak girl trying to survive, and also having to take care of my uncle who's been devastated since his daughter went missing. She made an offer he couldn't refuse. Stay here as a blacksmith, take care of the old man Liu Tifeng, and look after the shop. Room and board included, with a salary. Zhang Ping blushed, realizing this was a golden opportunity, both learning blacksmithing to save money and not being controlled by the Nacher foxes. Full of vigor, he put on a straw hat, hoisted a hammer, and declared, All right, I will become the blacksmith king. The red-haired girl chuckled with delight, thinking to herself, Haha, this kid is pretty good, has exactly the one I've been watching. Zhang Ping broke out in a cold sweat, imagining the scenario of being worked to death by the muscular big sister before he could even think about becoming the blacksmith king. A few days later, at the Iron Soul blacksmith shop, a voice echoed from within, urging Zhang Ping to use more strength. Zhang Ping, shirtless and drenched in sweat, hesitantly asked Cho Chiang if doing this was all right, but she reassured him that no one would come in here. Cho Chiang looked satisfied, remarking that the feeling wasn't bad at all. She began teaching the exclusive kneading forging technique, requiring Zhang Ping to merge the materials together as if kneading dough. Cho Chiang wiped her sweat, telling Zhang Ping to wait a moment while she went into the storage room to get a mold. Before leaving, she instructed Zhang Ping to watch over the furnace, absolutely not letting it go out. Zhang Ping was alarmed to discover that only a few red serpent scales and some coal remained as fuel, while the flame was weakening. Having no other choice, he decided to go all in, gathering all the remaining fuel and throwing it into the furnace. Finally, Zhang Ping threw the molten material block into the furnace to continue heating it. Boom! The entire forge exploded with a blinding flash of light. Zhang Ping was engulfed by the explosion, feeling his body torn apart and incinerated in a sea of fire, certain that he was gone for good. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, pupils glowing like embers, completely bewildered by what was happening. Amidst the ruins, Zhang Ping gasped for breath, wondering why the fire had completely died out. His heart pounded, radiating intense heat like a mini reactor. He clutched his chest, feeling the tremendous heat, and immediately activated his appraisal skill. The status panel appeared. Zhang Ping had reached level 3 and awakened the new ability, Fire Devourer's Heart, capable of absorbing elemental fire energy, currently full at 100/100. Zhang Ping mumbled, realizing he had reached level 3 that morning after swallowing the gem, but the new ability only activated at night, surely due to special conditions. Cho Chiang, upon her return, froze at the sight of the devastation, questioning Zhang Ping about what on earth he had done to her shop. Cho Chiang grabbed Zhang Ping by the collar, snapping at him for throwing red serpent scales into the furnace, explaining that it was the cause of the explosion and her fault for forgetting to warn him. Cho Chiang sighed in relief that Zhang Ping was fine, but wondered how he had extinguished the flames from the red serpent scales, something not easily dealt with. Zhang Ping merely mumbled to brush it off. Cho Chiang was astonished to see the metal ingot perfectly melted and fused, a result that required extremely high temperatures. She acknowledged Zhang Ping's talent, remarking that with his skill level, the school must be blind, and he was more than capable of joining the 3 major organizations. Zhang Ping wondered about the 3 major organizations, as he only knew of the patrol squad and the investigation team. A glowing dagger symbol appeared, representing the 3rd organization. Cho Chiang explained that Pearl City itself was part of that 3rd organization, but its name and purpose were unknown to anyone. She casually tossed Zhang Ping a sharp dagger, telling him to take it and use it since he needed equipment anyway. Zhang Ping held the beauty's tear dagger in his hand, an item of superb quality capable of easily dealing with mid-level mutated monsters. Zhang Ping was stunned when he heard its price was 100,000, equivalent to 3 years of his salary. He cried out in despair, asking how he could keep such an item with a salary of 3,000 a month, while Cho Chiang chuckled delightedly, considering it a reward for his progress. Cho Chiang bid farewell to go on a mission, telling Zhang Ping to watch over the old man and not to open for business yet. Zhang Ping realized the explosion might have attracted the attention of the Nacher foxes, deciding to activate his Nightwalker skill to scout the situation. Amidst a ruined area, a pink-haired little girl was happily playing on a swing. Zhang Ping used his appraisal skill and saw through the girl's true nature. A level 3 Nacher fox, a type of mutated monster with perception distortion abilities. He was confident that with his current level and equipment, he could completely solo and defeat this monster. Zhang Ping came up with the idea of defeating this Natter fox and submitting its corpse to the investigation team to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Suddenly, a strange man appeared, his body encased in sharp ice armor, questioning Zhang Ping if he was about to attack a child. The strange man pointed his weapon at Zhang Ping, radiating killing intent. "Don't move, or I'll kill you." Zhang Ping broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this ice element individual was completely beyond his league. His stealth skill was seen through like a child's trick. She whispered into Zhang Ping's ear, giving an order. "Meet me at the orphanage training ground if you don't want to disappear." With a whoosh, she vanished in a wisp of icy smoke, leaving Zhang Ping stunned, wondering where his opponent had gone. He breathed a sigh of relief, deducing that she wasn't one of the Natter foxes. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. Zhang Ping arrived at the orphanage training ground, which was actually just the old park where he practiced martial arts as a child, and began to feel a chill down his spine, realizing she knew this secret. He was certain she had been following him for a long time, and had deliberately lured him here for some purpose. Just as he stepped into the forest, a mutated monster lumbered into view with hideous claws. Zhang Ping didn't panic, immediately activating his appraisal skill to check it out. The information panel appeared. Armored Venomtail Rat. Level 5 mutated monster. A weakling, but venomous. Outleveled by 2 levels, Zhang Ping hesitated for a moment, considering a safe retreat, but then he tightened his grip on the fancy dagger, unable to abandon this danger. He thought of the children at the orphanage, who might be in danger, rechecked the hot item that Big Sister Cho Chiang had given him, and determined it was strong enough to pierce the armor of low-level monsters. With the excellent weapon in hand, Zhang Ping confidently declared, "I can win." He charged forward, telling himself he wasn't the main character in a web novel, with 0 combat experience, but he could command his own body, now a summoned beast, to fight. The rat suddenly curled into a spiked wheel, charging straight at him at dizzying speed. An unexpected move. Zhang Ping tensed his body, raising his dagger to block, shouting, "Maximum defense." With a clang, the dagger failed to pierce the thick armor. He realized he had to use his brain instead of brute force. He retreated, throwing something to distract the monster, while it revealed its venom-coated, sickly green claws. Zhang Ping began commanding his body to move like a shuttle, continuously dodging attacks with commands like up, down, left, right, searching for the monster's openings. Zhang Ping retreated into a defensive stance, his mind racing. The eyes are its weakness, but when it curls up, it's truly difficult to deal with. I need to find a way to break its stance. He suddenly remembered his trump card, the newly acquired Fire Devourer skill, and smirked. "I've got a plan." Zhang Ping took a stance, giving his first command. Pearl-quaking fist, rat-shattering form. He never expected those boring history lessons about ancient martial arts to be useful like this. His body moved like a phantom, creating multiple after-images to toy with the monster. He launched a feint, swinging his dagger through the air to lure the armored Venomtail rat into a trap. When the monster curled up, Zhang Ping exerted all his strength, unleashing a fire-clad punch directly onto its hard armor. He sneered, the flames in his hand flaring up more fiercely. "Time to turn up the heat. Don't blame me for being cruel." Boom! The fiery punch collided, sparks flying, and the monster shrieked in pain. Its armor shattered. The monster flipped onto its back, exposing its belly. Zhang Ping enveloped his dagger in flames, seizing the golden opportunity. "Perfect. Now you have nowhere to defend." He plunged straight down from above, aiming directly for the monster's fatal weak point. Slash! The blazing blade plunged into the monster, creating a small energy explosion. Zhang Ping gasped for breath, sitting on the monster's corpse. His status panel appeared, showing he had reached level 4, and his stats had skyrocketed. He stood up, starting to feel something was amiss. Strange. There should only be Natur foxes within the city walls. How did this rat get in here? Suddenly, dark shadows emerged from the ground, coiling around Zhang Ping's legs, startling him. He panicked as the strange liquid swallowed him, pulling him straight down. Zhang Ping fell freely through an unfamiliar space, screaming loudly. A familiar voice echoed as streams of water seized him. "I'll give you 5 minutes." The ice element woman appeared, hovering in midair with a giant ice sword, coldly commanding, "Prove you are human." Zhang Ping realized, understanding she also knew about the monsters, and this was a test. He grinned widely. "Can I get a hint? That rat earlier was also your test, wasn't it?" Zhang Ping spammed his appraisal skill frantically, but it was useless, while the white-haired woman coldly counted down. 4 minutes left. After 999 failed spam attempts, Zhang Ping's appraisal skill finally leveled up to advanced, revealing his opponent's information. Liu Xishan. Level 28. A true awakener. Zhang Ping frowned. The name Cleanup Squad sounded unfamiliar, seemingly a secret organization beyond the patrol team and investigation team. Liu Xishan pressed close, her voice threatening as only 1 minute remained, making Zhang Ping break out in a cold sweat. Wait. Zhang Ping started to turn the tables, deducing from their past at the orphanage and asking directly, realizing she must have changed her name. You're Liu too, aren't you? He continued to guess a series of names. Liu Yisho? Student Liu? Trying to jog her memory. She began to lose patience, an ice sword forming in her hand, while Zhang Ping still mumbled Liu Xingyu? Liu Sisi? Zhang Ping tensed, using his energy to block the sharp tip of Liu Xishan's ice sword. Liu Xishan growled, saying that such meager strength wasn't enough to prove he was human. Zhang Ping realized he had guessed correctly from her reaction, recalling that Liu Sisi was his senior at the academy. Memories flooded back, a scene of young Liu Sisi teaching Zhang Ping an extremely childish, self-made martial arts form. Back in reality, Zhang Ping began to perform the heaven and earth splitting, Sisi's invincible fist, leaving Liu Xishan completely stunned. Liu Xishan looked visibly flustered, while Zhang Ping grinned, knowing he had passed the first test, and proceeded to ask the second question. Liu Xishan regained her composure, questioning Zhang Ping about his seemingly useless Covenant Stone ability and asking what he had been doing all this time. Zhang Ping casually revealed a shocking secret. He had swallowed the stone himself, becoming his own summoned beast to gain immunity to the monster's illusions. He continued to drop bombshells of information, stating that an entire pack of Nacher foxes was hiding in the city, which even shocked Liu Xishan. Liu Xishan grabbed Zhang Ping's collar, pressing him for the veracity of the information, as the Nacher fox's perception distortion ability was extremely difficult to counter. Numerous ordinary citizens appeared, but their shadows were terrifying red-eyed monsters, infiltrating everywhere. Zhang Ping concluded by reminding her that she had previously stopped him from attacking the low-level Nacher fox disguised as a little girl. That was a low-level Nacher fox. Go verify it yourself. Liu Xishan instructed Zhang Ping's projection. Stay here, I'll be right back, then immediately set off to handle matters. The silver-haired woman immediately contacted her subordinate, getting straight to the point. Jinbo, is this information reliable? Team leader Jinbo reported, confirming that these mutated monsters had never been seen in Mingzhou City, but their perception distortion ability perfectly matched Zhang Ping's information, and he had already sent people to verify it. Boom! A large explosion suddenly occurred right in front of Jinbo, interrupting the report. 2 team members rushed back, loudly reporting the urgent situation to their leader. A soldier reported in a panic. Captain, it's the breakfast shop owner. As soon as we took her out of the city, she went berserk and attacked us. The monster disguised as the breakfast shop owner charged like a whirlwind, unleashing a deadly pounce towards Jinbo. Jinbo growled, "You want to die!" Gathering a radiant golden energy punch, ready for a brutal fight. Whoosh! Jinbo's heaven-shattering punch slammed directly into the monster's face, the shockwave blowing away everything around them. The monster was obliterated, lying flattened on the ground. Jinbo dusted off his hands, his voice full of disdain. Don't overestimate yourself. Lying on the ground, the monster's body began to grotesquely transform. Thick purple smoke rising as it admitted. It seems the information is true. It revealed its true form as a hideous monster, confirming, finally, we know who the enemy is. Jinbo wasted no time, ordering his entire team. Report to the other squads, eliminate the targets immediately. The scene shifted to Mingzhou Academy, where Luo Shiyu was relaxing on a balcony when a pink-haired girl came to report. Luo Shiyu's eyes suddenly widened, her demeanor completely changing as she sensed something unusual. The pink-haired girl frantically called out, "Your Highness?" Seeing Luo Shiyu spring up with an extremely serious expression, without a word of explanation, Luo Shiyu launched herself straight off the balcony, soaring into the night sky. Gliding through the night, she received urgent reports. Yue Jiu is dead. Someone killed him outside the city. Another person on Julian Street has also been eliminated. Luo Shiyu hovered in midair, surrounded by dark energy, muttering in analysis. He can kill people quickly, erase traces, and even avoid me? Luo Shiyu's power erupted, her demonic true form appearing behind her back as she roared in her mind. Who is this bastard? In the special space, Liu Xishan questioned Zhang Ping about his ability to see through Nacher foxes, suspecting it might be an enemy trap. She declared she would become his eyes and ears and secretly protect Zhang Ping, asking him to contact her immediately if he detected anything unusual. Zhang Ping smirked, thinking to himself, bodyguard and supervisor? That's fine. As long as these foxes are dealt with, Anything is okay. Liu Xishan tossed him a jade pendant, explaining it was cold jade, one half of a pair of sensing pendants. She instructed that, if he encountered danger, he only needed to envelop the cold jade in fire, and the warm jade she held would heat up, and she would arrive immediately. Ironically, due to his Fire Devourer's heart ability, the jade in Zhang Ping's hand automatically heated up the moment she finished speaking. Zhang Ping scratched his head, lamenting that the Martial Arts Academy's tuition was too expensive, beyond his means. Hearing this, Liu Xishan promised to apply for a subsidy from the organization, causing Zhang Ping to immediately change his attitude, bowing his head to thank Sister Cece before she disappeared. Back in the real world, Zhang Ping walked and pondered, realizing that if not for his upgraded appraisal ability, he wouldn't have recognized Liu Xishan belonged to the Judgment Squad. He still wondered why the Notcher Foxes could infiltrate the city, but then dismissed it, thinking it was enough to just help eliminate them. Just as he thought of the 10,000 coins Liu Xishan had given him, Zhang Ping saw a pink-haired girl distributing flyers advertising the Beast King Fist martial arts school. He approached and asked to see the flyer, which the girl happily agreed to. Zhang Ping glanced at the price list and frowned, admitting it was truly expensive, and he wasn't sure if it suited him. The pink-haired girl enthusiastically promoted it, assuring him that their Beast King Fist was famous throughout the city and worth every penny. Seeing Zhang Ping was still skeptical, the girl offered to perform a demonstration to prove it. The girl began to perform the fist art, demonstrating the first 3 forms of Beast King Fist: Ape King form, Phoenix Claw form, and Monkey King form. While Zhang Ping stood with his arms crossed, observing, Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes, already forming his own assessment. He immediately realized this girl was just an amateur, still green and inexperienced, not even scratching the surface of true Beast King Fist, as she made mistakes during her performance and fell flat on her face. As Zhang Ping helped the pink-haired girl up, 2 burly men suddenly appeared, growling, asking who allowed the Beast King Fist clowns to distribute flyers here. The pink-haired girl quickly bowed in apology, stammering that she didn't know this was a restricted area for flyer distribution. A blonde-haired man stepped out, arrogantly disparaging Beast King Fist as trash martial arts and inviting everyone to join his Xingyi martial arts school. The blonde-haired man flexed, showing off with his 5-fold lightning kneels technique, leaving Zhang Ping and the pink-haired girl dumbfounded, not understanding what trick he was performing. He roared, calling his subordinates to deal with Zhang Ping, bitter about the incident at the blacksmith shop, and declared that Zhang Ping wouldn't get away with it today. The pink-haired girl bravely stepped forward to shield Zhang Ping, declaring she wouldn't let them bully him. The 2 subordinates flexed, their muscles bulging with red lightning, while Zhang Ping coldly activated his appraisal skill to analyze them. Zhang Ping was deeply shocked when he read the information panel of the 2 men. Trading intelligence for strength? He couldn't believe such a useless ability existed. While the 2 muscular men continued to growl, preparing to charge, Zhang Ping turned to appraise the girl, discovering her name was Wang Jiamen, and that she possessed 7-star potential, a hidden genius of the Beast King faction. He smirked, realizing this girl was indeed the real deal, but with her current skill level, she would only invite trouble upon herself. Wang Jiamen clutched a stack of flyers, her face full of determination, but clearly burdened by pressure. Zhang Ping placed a hand on her shoulder, reassuring her, "This is my business, let me handle it myself," which left Wang Jiamen stunned. With eyes gleaming, Zhang Ping smirked confidently. "Don't worry, these guys just happened to show up at the right time for me to get some practice in." A burly man roared, "Arrogant brat," then charged, unleashing a lightning kick towards Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping easily dodged the attack, then copied and used the opponent's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd forms to return the favor to both men. Zhang Ping kicked the leader's face straight into the ground, sneering, "How does it feel when your 5-fold lightning kneels technique is now just triple kneels?" After swiftly dealing with the group, Zhang Ping told Wang Jiamin to lead him to the Beast King Fist martial arts school to register, which made her disbelieve her eyes. Wang Jiamin joyfully gave a thumbs up, while Zhang Ping secretly thought that with 7-star potential, this girl would sooner or later become a high-level awakener. Zhang Ping looked at Wang Jiamin, smirking meaningfully. "Who knows, maybe I'll need your help someday. As a high-level awakener, for instance." Outside the Beast King martial arts school, a few students were chatting when they were startled by the news. "What? The instructor is back?" Inside the martial arts school, the entire group, lazily training, suddenly panicked, lamenting that they hadn't mastered the 8 monkey fist form before the storm was about to hit. Zhang Ping wondered why everyone was terrified of this instructor. Wang Jiamen explained that he was famously super strict, and anyone who didn't complete their tasks would face severe punishment. Wang Jiamen proudly boasted that she was punished every other day, and despite being there for over a month, She still hadn't finished the basic exercises, leaving Zhang Ping speechless at her cluelessness. Clang! The martial arts school door opened, and a burly figure stood tall. All the students immediately stood at attention and saluted. Instructor. Zhang Ping activated appraisal, scanning the muscular old man's information. By day, high-level awakener, level 25, possessing the mimic's hunger ability. Zhang Ping secretly compared them, realizing Bai Day's strength was on par with Sister Sissis. He was truly formidable. Bai De spun around, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhang Ping. You're the brat who dealt with those Xingyi fist clowns yesterday, aren't you? Without waiting for an answer, Bai De flexed, radiating killing intent. Good kid, let's see what you've got. Zhang Ping raised his hand, hastily interjecting. Hold on a minute. No sooner had he spoken than Bai De charged, unleashing a flurry of attacks that Zhang Ping barely managed to dodge. He yelled, You're going too far. Who attacks a newcomer like this? Bai De froze, his face changing as he realized Zhang Ping had perfectly copied the ape monkey fist form after just one look. Why did I hear that you mastered it after only one demonstration? A fire-clad punch from Bai De shot straight towards Zhang Ping's face. He realized he had no way to dodge. Thwack! The heaven-shattering punch turned into a gentle tap on the head. Bai De grinned at his bewildered student. Bai De burst out laughing, patting Zhang Ping's shoulder. Haha, I finally believe it now, kid. You really are talented. The old man explained that the ape monkey fist, Zhang Ping, copied still had flaws because the original from those Xingyi fist thugs was fake, with completely wrong footwork. Bai De declared that he would personally train Zhang Ping in the correct techniques, making Zhang Ping joyfully thank him profusely. Turning to the students who were trembling like leaves, Bai De's eyes flashed with a terrifying red glint. Now it's time to see who's been lazy during training. Instructor Bai De roared, ordering all the students to line up for a solo spar with him. Anyone who didn't meet the standard would do 500 push-ups and then run 10 miles. While watching, Zhang Ping suddenly felt someone gently poke him. He turned around and saw Wang Jiamen standing there, her face flushed and looking quite embarrassed. She stammered, asking Zhang Ping for private lessons because instructor Bai De only demonstrated but didn't teach in detail. Zhang Ping readily agreed, arranging to meet at the Soul Iron blacksmith shop after class, which made the pink-haired girl ecstatic. He used appraisal and discovered her troublesome ability. The more diligent she was, the more her learning ability decreased by 90%, which explained why instructor Bai De was also at his wit's end. A few days later, at the Soul Iron blacksmith shop, the back and forth was filled only with wrong, still wrong, and sorry. Wang Jiamen was struggling to train under Zhang Ping's guidance, her movements completely off. Zhang Ping had to break down the fist routine into individual movements for her to practice, but she still kept falling flat on her face. Despite having to tutor a dead weight, Zhang Ping realized Beast King Fist had its merits and felt he was about to level up. Suddenly, Cho Chiang's booming voice echoed from outside the door. Zhang Ping, my little brother, I'm back. Zhang Ping told Wang Jiamen to continue practicing, while he went out to see what the shop owner's sister wanted. Cho Chiang had just returned from hunting, complaining that monsters around here were almost extinct, forcing her to venture deep into the forest. She recounted having to venture deep into the northern forest and unluckily encountering an entire pack of storm wolves. Zhang Ping asked worriedly, but Cho Chiang casually replied that she had used her earth-burrowing shovel to escape, and the wolves, finding no prey, turned to attack the wild people nearby. Cho Chiang boasted that she had seized the opportunity to pick up a rare wind elemental stone from the wolves and showed it to Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping took the gem, immediately recognizing it as a genuine, extraordinary item. Upon touching it, a blue wind energy burst from the stone, enveloping Zhang Ping, and countless strange voices, from poetry to curses, echoed in his mind. The system panel appeared, announcing that Zhang Ping had activated the Covenant Stone, gaining the new skill Whispers of the Wind, which allowed him to eavesdrop on thoughts within an extremely wide range. The new skill allowed Zhang Ping to overhear the thoughts of a natter fox. There are 2 kids in the shop, the little girl Wang Jimin and that guy. They look delicious. Lunch is served today. Zhang Ping immediately realized, we're being hunted. 2 high-level monsters, one with a wolf's head and one with a rabbit's face, had targeted him and Wang Jimin. He thought to himself, it's been so long, and Sister Cece still hasn't arrived. These natter foxes are about to lose patience and charge in. Cho Chiang asked worriedly, but Zhang Ping was sweating profusely, calculating that this situation was dire. Even with Sister Chiang's help, 2 mid-level natter foxes would wipe us out. He quickly diverted her. Oh right, Sister Chiang just got back. Haven't you met Uncle Lu yet? You should go upstairs and chat. I'll go buy some ingredients to cook for you two. Cho Chiang slung her arm over his shoulder, readily agreeing but urging him to hurry, while Zhang Ping returned the wind elemental stone. Zhang Ping turned away, determined to get Wang Jiamin out first so that Cho Qiang and Uncle Liu wouldn't be implicated. In the backyard of the blacksmith shop, Wang Jiamin was enthusiastically practicing, asking Zhang Ping if her martial arts stance was all right. Zhang Ping didn't say much, grabbing the girl's hand. "Don't make a sound, follow me." Just as they were about to slip away, two Nodder fox monsters blocked their path, one speaking up. "Where are you two going?" Zhang Ping could only curse inwardly. Wang Jiamin innocently called out, "Dad? Mom? Why are you two here?" But Zhang Ping immediately growled a warning. "Don't go near them." The girl still didn't understand what was happening, turning to reassure him. "Zhang Ping, calm down. Those are my parents. It's fine." The appraisal panel appeared, revealing the true faces of the two self-proclaimed parents. Mutated Notcher Fox, mid-level, level 16, possessing the perception distortion ability. Wang Jiamin was still dazedly introducing him as her classmate, while Zhang Ping had already embraced her, preparing to activate his escape skill. A dark space? Excellent. Zhang Ping smirked as shadows from beneath their feet swallowed them both, causing Wang Jiamin to panic. The monsters roared, "Damn it, they're escaping," and lunged forward, trying to intervene, while Zhang Ping only had time to shout at her not to worry about them. He held Wang Jiamin tightly, shouting, "Hold on tight," as they both sank deep into the darkness. But the wolf-headed monster was a step faster. It thrust its upper body into the dark space, swinging its razor-sharp claws towards the two. Crash! Zhang Ping took the full force of the blow to his back to shield Wang Jiamin, blood spurting from his mouth amidst her horrified scream. Both had landed safely in the dark space, but the danger was not yet over. Zhang Ping struggled to his feet after the devastating blow, reassuring Wang Jiamin that he was fine, despite spitting blood. The two fox-headed monsters had also entered, causing Wang Jiamin to still innocently call them dad, while Zhang Ping shouted a warning that they were mutated monsters. The monsters sneered, acknowledging that Zhang Ping had keen eyes to see through their disguise. "That's precisely why you must die." The male monster roared and lunged to attack Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping swung his knife to parry the blow, but the monster's speed was too great. He realized this was a disparity in levels. The female monster ignored Zhang Ping, aiming directly for Wang Jiamin and calling her name in a chilling manner, making him realize their true target. Zhang Ping desperately realized he couldn't hold on much longer. Just then, a cold voice echoed from behind. "Zhang Ping, get out of the way!" Liu Xishan appeared like a deity, a colossal icy storm erupting from her, freezing and tearing apart everything. Liu Xishan's power was overwhelming. The two Notcher fox monsters had no chance to resist, being pierced and shattered by countless ice spears. After clearing the battlefield in the blink of an eye, Liu Xishan turned back to ask if they were both all right, while Wang Jiamin wailed in despair. Wang Jiamin questioned why Liu Xishan had killed her parents. Zhang Ping quickly explained that they were just Notcher foxes disguised as them. "You're lying! No way!" Wang Jiamin clutched her head, crying out in denial as she couldn't accept the truth. Zhang Ping embraced the distraught Wang Jiamin and explained to Liu Xishan that there was a fox king in the city amplifying the illusions, deceiving even high-level awakeners. He realized a terrifying truth. Perhaps only he had the ability to see through their illusions, then tore a piece of flesh from the monster's corpse. Zhang Ping looked directly at Wang Jiamin, stating the cruel truth. "Wang Jiamin, those monsters, they murdered your parents," he continued, his voice full of certainty, "and stole their forms." A happy past image of the girl with her parents was engulfed by the monster's shadow. The corpse of a Notcher fox lay sprawled on the ground, revealing its hideous true face. Wang Jiamin completely collapsed, kneeling on the ground and sobbing as glowing orbs of memories floated up from the ground. In the monster's lair, a female leader sat cross-legged on her throne, bitterly announcing, "9 of my kin have perished in just 1 week. It seems humans have found a way to counter our illusions." A belligerent female fox demon proposed, "Your Highness, why don't we just slaughter them all and seize the city quickly?" The foxkin subordinates below stirred, but the female leader growled, "Silence," making the entire group fall quiet. The female leader, Luo Shiyu, scolded her subordinates as fools. "Wiping out humanity is both inefficient and a waste of food. Our top priority is to lure out those rats hiding in the shadows and devour them one by one." A human advisor named Huang Ziming offered a plan. "Your Highness, perhaps we should lure other races into the city to muddy the waters and conveniently eliminate the strong ones." Huang Ziming analyzed the situation, stating that the city lord had been severely wounded by their king and was hiding within a secret organization, just waiting for their slip-up to turn the tables. Two high-level monsters showed their agreement with the plan. One even licked its lips and said, "Indeed. I also want a change of taste." Luo Shiyu stood up, a part of her true form with a fox skull mask and white hair appearing, agreeing to the plan but warning, "Remember well, the king is still in a deep slumber." The large monster pointed at Huang Ziming, growling a threat. "You may have earned our recognition, human, but if you take even one wrong step, I will not hesitate to send you on your way." Luo Shiyu also glared at him. "Don't forget your place, Huang Ziming." The advisor turned pale with fear, quickly prostrating himself on the ground, slyly claiming he only wished to contribute to the city. Scene change. Wang Jimin collapsed in a pool of blood, her limbs trembling, utterly devastated by the cruel truth. With tears welling up, the pink-haired girl sobbed, calling out her parents' names in vain. Wang Jimin buried her face, repeating apologies in agony. "If only I had known sooner." Liu Xishan stood with her arms crossed, coldly uttering a cutting remark. "Even if you had known, what could you have done?" Zhang Ping immediately interrupted her. Wang Jimin cried out through her tears, blaming herself for being too weak, for being unable to do anything, and wishing that it was she who had died, not her parents. Zhang Ping said nothing, simply kneeling down silently and embracing the shattered girl. He gently told Wang Jimin, who was sobbing in his arms, "Listen to me, this isn't your fault." Zhang Ping began to tell his story to comfort her. "I also lost someone important. She was murdered by the Natter foxes themselves, disguised within the city guard," he continued, his voice filled with anguish. "If I had stopped her from joining the city guard then, could the tragedy have been avoided? But I knew that was her dream. No one could stop her." Zhang Ping looked directly at Wang Jimin, his voice resolute. "We cannot change the past, but we can fight for a better future to become strong enough to protect those we care about." Comforted by Zhang Ping that her parents would surely be proud of her, Wang Jimin burst into tears and whispered her thanks. Just as he vowed to wipe out the monsters, Zhang Ping suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, startling Wang Jimin. Zhang Ping's vision blurred. He only managed to see the worried faces of the two girls before completely losing consciousness. Wang Jimin was overjoyed to see Zhang Ping regain consciousness, while Liu Xishan merely smiled silently behind her glasses. Zhang Ping awoke with a start, frantically asking how long he had been unconscious, with Liu Xishan reminding him not to move too much lest his wounds reopen. Wang Jimin worriedly called Zhang Ping's name. He simply looked at her and declared resolutely, "I've made up my mind. I will become stronger." Wang Jimin fully regained her spirits, confidently making a V sign, promising that once she became stronger, she would hunt Natter foxes alongside Zhang Ping. Liu Xishan announced that Wang Jimin's home was no longer safe, requesting her to stay here for the convenience of protecting both of them. In a daze, Zhang Ping heard Luo Shiyu's voice ordering the traitor Huang Ziming, "Remember your place, your highness." Zhang Ping shot up, hastily informing Liu Xishan that he had a lead on the Natter foxes. Liu Xishan analyzed the situation. "Huang Ziming, the vice mayor, has betrayed us and is now a minion of the Natter Fox King, who possesses the ability to create illusions so powerful they can deceive even the highest level awakened." Hearing that their king was undergoing maintenance, Zhang Ping realized this was a golden opportunity for a counterattack, and immediately accepted Liu Xishan's request for help. Meanwhile, at the blacksmith shop, the red-haired girl was complaining of hunger, reassured by her uncle Liu Tifeng that Zhang Ping would be back soon. At the Purge Squad's base, a brown-haired girl named Xu Jie was muttering about Liu Xishan constantly asking her to activate one thing after another. A blonde girl named Manny was stretching, complaining that Xishan really knew how to make others run errands, while her friend Chen Luowei simply drank water in silence. The door of a high-tech room slowly opened, revealing a space filled with blue light inside. Chen Luowei offered Manny coffee, saying this would take a while, but the blonde girl refused. Xu Jie declared the start, stomping her foot on the floor and activating a massive energy formation. Xu Jie flew into the air, channeling her power with both hands and shouting, "Solar charge complete." All three completed the ritual simultaneously, a colossal pillar of dark energy rising from the center of the light formation, ready for the upcoming plan. The city sky was torn open by a massive energy screen, as the illusory light screen operation was officially activated. Zhang Ping thought to himself, the Purge Squad had finally revealed their secret, an underground organization specializing in cleaning up the refuse of Pearl City. Leading them was the muscular Jin Bo, the city's secret weapon, supported by the Barrier Squad, which handled covert missions. Zhang Ping recalled Xishan's words. The leader of the Barrier Squad is Manny. Her black curtain ability is what created the dark dimension you once entered. Next was Xu Jie, with her solar charge ability, functioning as a mobile power bank for the entire team. And finally, Chen Luowei, master of light and shadow distortion, capable of cloaking herself and everything around her. This trio combined to create the illusory light screen, a dimensional space that pulls all enemies within range into a world of their own, making the ultimate weapon to counter the Notcher foxes. Amidst the bustling crowd, a white-haired Notcher fox enticed his companion. "Hey, Yue, how about we grab a few humans to play with?" The entire city suddenly distorted, and the white-haired one scoffed. "What's wrong, scared? The city's tense lately. Better be careful." The purple-haired girl named Yue suddenly stopped, sensing something was amiss. Yue asked her companion if he noticed anything strange, but he brushed it off, thinking she was just being needlessly suspicious. But immediately after, the white-haired one himself froze as he realized the abnormality. Both stood in the deserted street, not a soul in sight. The white-haired one bewildered. Where have all the humans gone? Thwack! A punch enveloped in dazzling golden energy shot forth from the void. The punch tore through the air, aimed directly at the two Notcher foxes. Boom! A colossal pillar of light slammed straight down onto the ground, creating a terrifying explosion. Jinbo landed, clicking his tongue in regret for failing to finish off the two small fries with one punch, while the white-haired one growled. "So you're the one who massacred my kin?" The two monsters revealed their true forms. Yue and her companions snarling a challenge. "Attacking us so openly, aren't you afraid we'll call for reinforcements?" "Call all you want. I'll wait," Jinbo confidently declared, his entire body erupting with a golden aura. His level 32 was more than enough to handle two level 25 opponents, according to Zhang Ping's information. The white-haired Notcher fox roared, "Arrogant fool," then charged forward, throwing a punch straight at his face. But Jinbo was ready to meet the challenge. Jinbo raised his hand to block the attack, but still felt the impact, halting in surprise. The purple-haired demon Yue roared, "Just food," then charged into a direct attack. I clearly blocked that attack," Jinbo muttered, realizing something was wrong with their abilities. The two Notcher foxes coordinated their assault, unleashing continuous invisible claw attacks on Jinbo. The white-haired one sneered arrogantly. "Is that all? I don't understand why those fools were defeated so easily." Bop! Jinbo immediately delivered a heaven-shattering golden punch to the foul-mouthed one. "Now you know," Jinbo said coldly, unleashing a powerful spinning kick that sent the white-haired one flying. Yue shrieked furiously, the phantom of her demonic true form appearing behind her. "You bastard! You'll pay for this!" She intended to strike, but Jinbo had already figured out her trick. He calmly looked straight at her. "So that's how it is." An invisible wolf demon was attacking, but Jinbo blocked it, having grasped its pattern. "I can't see your true form, but I've got your size figured out. This sneak attack trick might work, but in a head-on fight, you're useless," Jinbo said, gripping the demon's snout, completely overpowering it. Caught off guard, the white-haired one cried out in panic. "Yue, save me!" Jinbo's eyes flashed with a deadly light, waiting for the precise moment both demons charged in. Perfect timing. "Take this." Jinbo swung his arm, creating a colossal golden energy slash that swept away both demons in a single blow. He gave them no time to breathe, following up with another heaven-shattering kick to the white-haired demon. Jinbo leaped into the air, gathered a massive energy sphere, and growled, "Get ready." Beaten back into their true forms as two wolf demons, they lay flattened on the ground, realizing in panic, Why? Why can't we sense our kin? We've fallen into a trap. Here's another one." Jinbo plunged down from above, his golden fist ready to deliver the finishing blow. A blinding explosion engulfed everything. The two demons only had time to scream in despair before being completely obliterated. From a distance, Zhang Ping and Wang Jiamen were overwhelmed by the earth-shattering golden explosion, admitting that the attack's power was truly monstrous. Liu Xishan confirmed it was Jinbo, the leader of the combat team, while Zhang Ping could only exclaim that his outfit and aura looked exactly like a Super Saiyan. Back in the real world, people still walked normally on the bridge, completely unaware of the life-or-death battle that had just taken place in another dimension. Liu Xishan received an urgent report. Mutated monsters are gathering in large numbers outside the city, seemingly agitated. She received orders to scout the situation and decided to bring Zhang Ping along to give him a taste of real combat. Zhang Ping wondered about the Notcher foxes he had marked, but Liu Xishan assured him that the combat team had handled them, and he only needed to focus on the task at hand. Liu Xishan invited Zhang Ping to set off, promising to arrange someone to watch over the blacksmith shop, and revealing that he would meet her boss after the mission. The two officially stepped out of the city walls, entering the wilderness beyond. Zhang Ping marveled. This was his first time outside the city, and he immediately noticed several strange types of plants. He curiously extended his foot, intending to step on a red plant, when Liu Xishan immediately yelled, "Don't!" Instantly, the plant shot a yellow energy orb towards Zhang Ping. The orb exploded, spraying highly corrosive green liquid, forcing both of them to quickly dodge. Liu Xishan explained that it was hydrochloric acid grass, an extremely poisonous plant, and it was currently fruiting season. When the fruits ripen, they explode like fireworks to disperse their seeds, turning the entire area into an acid minefield. She warned that there was a type of mutated monster that specialized in eating this grass, and it would be Zhang Ping's first opponent. A red-eyed white rabbit appeared, and Liu Xishan made a pact. "I'll go investigate the riot. Don't wander off." Zhang Ping didn't say much, immediately activating his appraisal skill, and an information panel appeared. Caustic Aqua Bunny. Low-level monster. Level 9. Noticing that this rabbit's level was even higher than the armored venomtail rat, Zhang Ping decided to launch a preemptive strike while it was distracted, and the blade in his hand burst into flames. He charged forward with a downward cleave, shouting, "First strike," aiming directly at the grazing rabbit. Zhang Ping lunged with his pearl fire fist, but the rabbit deftly dodged in a flash. Quick as lightning, the caustic aqua bunny counterattacked, its two ears spewing out two streams of sickly green acid. Zhang Ping couldn't fully dodge, taking both acid streams head-on, and was surprised by its incredibly long range. The rabbit's attack triggered the entire patch of hydrochloric acid grass, turning the area into a poisonous rain. Amidst the acid rain, Zhang Ping activated his body's automatic dodging mode while his brain analyzed the situation. He realized this rabbit had extremely keen senses and reflexes. His sneak attack was completely useless, and it was cunningly spraying acid to prevent him from reaching the ripe fruits. Standing amidst the acid fumes, Zhang Ping noticed something strange. Wait, why am I not getting burned? He looked at his bare hand, recalling how he had used it to block the rabbit's attack. Flames erupted on his hand, and Zhang Ping smiled triumphantly. Oh, so it's thanks to these flames. The enraged rabbit unleashed a torrential downpour of acid, determined to turn him into a puddle. But Zhang Ping simply raised his hand, creating a wall of fire that vaporized all the deadly liquid. The fierce flames completely devoured the acid streams, preventing a single drop from touching him. Zhang Ping finally understood why Liu Xishan was confident in letting him face this over-leveled monster alone. Seeing its long-range attacks nullified, the rabbit let out a piercing shriek, its entire body glowing red with fury. "He's wasting my acid." It darted away like a blazing red flash, surprising Zhang Ping. This familiar feeling, even a low-level monster, has a phase 2? The rabbit lunged into close combat, its claws now coated in a layer of deadly acid, and Zhang Ping hastily raised his blade to block. A deep gash tore through his shoulder, and blood gushed out. Zhang Ping gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "You little brat," while the rabbit, wounded in the back, glared at him resentfully. He decided to go all out, enveloping his entire body in flames to resist corrosion and prepare for a bloody battle. His flame reserve energy bar appeared, with a reading of 43/100. Zhang Ping realized this stalling tactic, which consumed energy, was not viable. He decided he had to finish it quickly. He unleashed flames to surround himself, shouting loudly, "Do you think you're the only one who knows how to set traps, you little brat?" Both charged at each other, dodging attacks amidst a sea of flames, a high-speed chase. Zhang Ping cornered the rabbit, raising his pair of blazing daggers, and declared, "Nowhere left to run." He unleashed his finishing blow, shouting, "Die!" His fire energy bar plummeted to just 2/100. The rabbit narrowly dodged the deadly attack, leaving Zhang Ping stunned as his energy ran out. But it was all an act. Zhang Ping smirked, a calculated smile on his face. "Just as I planned." He activated his Fire Devourer's heart, drawing back all the flames he had unleashed, and his energy bar rapidly recovered, ready for the second round of combat. This time, there was no missing. A precise burst of firepower struck the rabbit directly, making it shriek in pain. Standing amidst the scorched battlefield, Zhang Ping gasped for breath, realizing his stats hadn't increased, meaning this creature was still clinging to life. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his dagger, finishing off the dying monster. The system panel appeared. All stats +2. Zhang Ping was satisfied with defeating a level 9 monster. Even without leveling up, the stat increase was good enough. Even better, his Fire Devourer's heart skill had accumulated enough points, officially upgrading to intermediate level, and its maximum fire capacity soared to 300. While enjoying his spoils, Zhang Ping suddenly froze, sensing that something was amiss. He stared in panic at his hand, where only a few flickering embers remained, his energy almost completely depleted. From the shadows, hundreds of crimson eyes lit up. A swarm of caustic aqua bunnies, as numerous as ants, had surrounded him without him realizing. A large, muscular alpha rabbit growled as it stepped forward, clearly a formidable opponent. Zhang Ping broke into a sweat but quickly calmed himself. Realizing the remaining energy was just enough to activate his pendant, he threw out a glowing object, then ran while dramatically yelling, "Sister Cece, save me!" Retreat was the best strategy. Zhang Ping ran for his life as the entire swarm of caustic aqua bunnies frantically chased after him. He realized these small fry weren't mindless. They knew how to coordinate pincer attacks to corner their prey. Disaster. Zhang Ping was surrounded on all sides, with no escape route left. The rabbits simultaneously opened fire, unleashing a barrage of acid projectiles. Zhang Ping could only cover his head and brace himself, having run out of means to defend. Boom! Right in front of him, a colossal ice wall suddenly rose, blocking the entire assault just in the nick of time. Zhang Ping broke into a cold sweat, immediately recognizing whose formidable water element ability this was. Reinforcements had arrived. Liu Xishan appeared amidst a cold mist, and Zhang Ping was overjoyed. "Sister Cece, you're here," she coolly ordered. "Stand back," then looked at the frenzied rabbits and muttered, "So, even the projectile rabbits have gone mad." A massive surge of water energy gathered in Liu Xishan's hand, preparing for a map-clearing attack. The entire rabbit horde looked up at the colossal wall of water forming above them, a deadly tsunami about to crash down. Splash! The enormous wave of water swept away all the monsters, giving them no chance to resist. The rabbits were submerged and carried away by the rushing current, completely helpless against the absolute power. With a snap of her fingers, the water instantly froze, transforming into a field of sharp ice spikes that impaled all the rabbits. Zhang Ping's jaw dropped. Incredible. She cleared everything with just one attack. Liu Xishan turned and asked, "I was only gone for a moment. Where did all these things come from?" Zhang Ping could only stammer, "I don't know either." Through her visor, Liu Xishan realized the situation wasn't over. Another horde was still approaching. She summoned a razor-sharp ice sword, declaring bluntly, "No matter how many there are, the outcome will be the same." Zhang Ping was surprised to see that the remaining rabbits didn't attack. They just frantically rushed towards the corpses of their fallen comrades. Liu Xishan noticed the anomaly. They're completely oblivious to their surroundings, as if possessed by something. If that's the case, then I won't hold back any longer. With those words, Liu Xishan charged into the monster horde, swinging her ice sword and beginning the slaughter. Liu Xishan analyzed, concluding that the clue lay within the frozen alpha rabbit. With a decisive release, she placed her hand on the ice block, preparing to shatter it. Crack! The ice block shattered into pieces, and she plunged her hand directly into the messy pile of corpses. Amidst the ice shards and blood, Liu Xishan knelt and declared, "Found it." Zhang Ping recognized the object in her hand as a soul control pill, a genuine article. He wondered about the strangely fragrant pill, and Liu Xishan explained that it belonged to an organization specializing in monster control. It turned out to be the beast-taming Zhu clan, finally revealing themselves after the charade. The soul control pill emitted an eerie energy, luring the rabbits to tear at each other like moths to a flame. Liu Xishan explained that once swallowed, the monster would lose its mind and become an absolute puppet. But the Zhu clan's control mechanism remained a mystery. She squeezed the pill tightly, asserting that it couldn't be digested, and if left here, more monsters would be turned into slaves. She decided to report to headquarters. There was definitely a connection between the frenzied monsters and these pills. While Liu Xishan was assigning training tasks to Zhang Ping, a cloaked shadow with glowing red eyes watched from a distance. Whoosh! A high-pressure jet of water shot straight towards them. Liu Xishan reacted incredibly fast, pushing Zhang Ping to dodge the attack just in time. The attack missed its target, striking a tree trunk and instantly turning it into a block of ice crystal. Liu Xishan cautiously looked around but saw nothing, wondering if she had hallucinated, while Zhang Ping was still bewildered. A week later, in a magnificent grand hall, Luo Shiyu sat on her throne, receiving a report that the entire Notcher Fox clan had gathered. She pondered deeply, noticing that the monster attacks were becoming increasingly frequent, and suspected that Huang Ziming was behind it. Luo Shiyu stood up, declaring that she would no longer rely on him and that it was time to act herself, with a horde of Notcher Foxes waiting for her command behind her. In another base, a demon leader was giving orders to his subordinates, revealing that humans had found a way to break their control and warning that their comrades in the blacksmith street would be the next target. The fox-headed demons prostrated themselves, receiving orders from Luo Shiyu. We will make them think you are fleeing, forcing them to act rashly. Luo Shiyu, in her demon form, radiated intense killing intent, declaring, I need to know exactly who I'm dealing with. In a night forest, a swarm of caustic aqua bunnies was busily grazing, completely unaware that death was approaching. Whoosh! Zhangping descended from above like a deity, fiery daggers in hand, aiming straight for a bewildered rabbit. His Nightwalker skill was temporarily nullified when Zhangping lit a campfire, but that was no problem as the rabbits rushed in like moths to a flame. After a week of grinding, Zhangping finally reached level 6, having thoroughly understood every move and tactic of these trash rabbits. He analyzed the strategy. The bunnies shoot acid from afar, just block it with fire, then close in, and they'll be useless. Zhangping fully exploited the enemy's weakness, using fire to burn their acid, turning the enemy's attacks into kindling for himself. He named this powerful combined technique Fire Devourer, Threefold True Flame, then found the name unbearably cheesy. A colossal pillar of fire erupted, incinerating all the bunnies within its range, leaving only scattered charred remains. Zhangping looked at the result, secretly thinking that the pile of snake scales he had accumulated for so long had been used up worthily. He was confident that with the number of monsters wiped out in one go, it would surely be enough to level up, and immediately activated the appraisal skill. The notification panel appeared. Level increased to 7, all stats +2, and more importantly, the Covenant Stone had also leveled up to 5. Zhangping was surprised. He had thought the Covenant Stone would level up with him, but it turned out it had its own experience bar, and was much harder to upgrade. He looked at the Covenant Stone, which was emitting an ethereal blue light, wondering what combat ability it would unlock this time. Suddenly, one of the charred bunny corpses began to convulse, and a surge of dark energy poured out. A shadow bunny monster with stark white eyes materialized, startling Zhangping. He cautiously retreated, unable to believe that one had survived his ultimate move. Zhangping quickly regained his composure. Fire flared around him as he activated Fire Devourer. Flame burst, growling. Come on, I'm not the rookie I used to be. Whoosh! Zhangping enveloped his blade in fire, charging straight at the approaching shadow bunny demon. He smirked defiantly. Oh, you dare charge straight at me? Crash! The demon swung its shadow claws, and Zhangping raised his flaming blade to block the direct blow. Pushed back, Zhangping grumbled. What the hell is this? Did I kill too many bunnies? So it turned into a vengeful spirit? He took a stance, his eyes sharp. Demon. Vengeful spirit. Whatever you are, die. Zhangping unleashed a purple energy slash that tore through the air towards the demon. The slash hit its mark, but the shadow demon didn't die. It disintegrated, reverting into a normal caustic aqua bunny. The bunny lay dead at his feet. Zhangping froze, wondering, since when did these bunnies have that trick? He came up with a hypothesis. Could it be controlled by a spirit control pill? Then sat down to search the corpse. Zhangping pulled out a strange purple orb from inside the bunny's corpse, realizing it wasn't a spirit control pill. He immediately used appraisal, but the system repeatedly reported analysis failed. After many failed attempts, Zhangping muttered, It's been a long time since I encountered something this tough. And finally, an analysis successful. Notification appeared. The scene showed Zhangping sitting by the fire, patiently waiting for the orb's analysis to complete. Appraisal finally yielded results. Nether essence. An item extracted from the testicles of a nether black goat. Consuming it would have unexpected effects. Zhangping smirked. An illusion emerged from the orb, showing a majestic nether black goat leading an army of beasts. The army, consisting of wild boars, predatory birds, and other monsters, was charging, while the goat's spirit soared into the sky. In the illusion, a colossal wild boar monster charged to attack the nether black goat. Both monsters vanished after the collision. In his consciousness, Zhangping wondered how to use this orb. Do I really have to swallow this thing? Back in reality, Zhangping held the purple orb, his face scrunched up like a monkey eating chili. The problem is, this thing was extracted from the testicles of a black goat. In the illusion, Su Jingyao was being torn apart by fox demons, exhausted from resisting, while a ghostly voice echoed, Farewell, Su Jingyao. You trashy bugs think you have a choice? Zhangping's face turned ashen, covering his mouth tightly to suppress a terrifying scream that threatened to erupt. A mind-shattering pain surged. Zhangping screamed miserably as a surge of purplish-blue dark energy erupted from his body, throwing him to the ground. A painful memory resurfaced. Su Jingyao was being crushed by a colossal werefox demon. She faintly called out Zhangping's name. With a tearful smile, Su Jingyao whispered her last words. You must survive. But Zhangping, in pain, could only grit out, "Don't worry, Su Jingyao." He collapsed to the ground, gritting his teeth and declaring, "I won't die until I wipe out those damn foxes." And at that very moment, the system reported, "Analysis successful." The status panel displayed a new skill. Nethermist Body, Basic. Absorbs the fear of others to transform into nethermist, a form of energy that can be used for comprehensive offense and defense. Zhang Ping was stunned to see his growth potential jump 3 stars, muttering about the overwhelming power of the nethermist body. He burst into a mad laugh, tears streaming down his face as the dark energy gradually dissipated from his hands. Under the moonlight, Zhang Ping looked up at the sky, completely unable to understand why he was crying like a child. He knelt by the fire, realizing these were the emotions of the original body, and swore that he would soon have enough power to avenge Su Jingyao. A group of passers-by approached. One man spoke up to inquire, but another stopped him. "Leave him be. It's none of our business. Hurry into the city before the monsters appear." Zhang Ping suddenly stood up, a surge of dark nethermist swirling around him, causing all the passers-by to freeze. His entire body enveloped in shadow. Zhang Ping turned to look at them, his voice as cold as ice. "Me." The entire group fell into extreme panic. One person pointed and screamed, "It's a ghost! A ghost!" Then they all fled headlong, and Zhang Ping's nethermist energy bar began to increase. Zhang Ping realized he could absorb the fear of others to transform it into nethermist, a strange energy unlike anything he had ever known. He smiled confidently, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple as he transformed the nethermist into a hand with sharp claws. The nethermist continued to shift and change, condensing into a sharp dagger in his hand. Zhang Ping decided to test it out, swinging his hand to unleash a nethermist slash towards a nearby tree. "Let's try the lowest damage output." With a whoosh, the nethermist slash split the ancient treetop in half, making Zhang Ping freeze. "It's this powerful with only 1 point of nethermist?" He followed up with a few more slashes, the dark energy tearing through the colossal tree trunk. The massive tree exploded into thousands of fragments. Zhang Ping merely muttered, "Interesting." Dozens of wood fragments flew towards him. He immediately transformed the nethermist into a pitch-black shield, blocking them all. Realizing this item was comprehensive in offense and defense, cutting through things like butter, Zhang Ping smirked sinisterly, realizing the nethermist body was his trump card to contend with high-level monsters, deciding he would secretly level up with the Purge Squad. Suddenly, Liu Xishan rushed over like a gust of wind, calling Zhang Ping's name. She grabbed him, her hands emitting cold energy as she hastily checked his entire body, anxiously asking, "Did you encounter a mutated monster? Where is it?" Being examined by the older sister, Zhang Ping found this feeling familiar again, secretly thinking it was similar to another older sister of his, and began to recount the events. Liu Xishan froze after hearing it, screaming, "What? You ate nether essence?" She yelled, scolding him fiercely for his recklessness. "Zhang Ping, do you have a death wish? Swallowing something of unknown origin. Do you know you almost died?" Zhang Ping scratched his head with an awkward smile, reassuring her that he had used appraisal to check it and could vomit it out if anything went wrong. Liu Xishan still didn't believe him, pressing him. "Ha! What if you can't vomit it out?" She warned of another, even worse possibility. "What if it's a parasite?" Zhang Ping's face turned pale upon hearing this, and he asked again with a trembling voice, "Sister Cece, do you mean what I just swallowed could be very dangerous?" Liu Xishan explained sternly. "Nethermist monsters are creatures of unknown origin." She explained that they have no specific form, often parasitizing other creatures, and when the host dies, they will burrow into an internal organ, waiting for the next host. She concluded with a critical point that left Zhang Ping stunned. The crucial point is that nethermist monsters can control their hosts. Zhang Ping suddenly realized that the excruciating pain he felt when swallowing the nether essence was precisely when the parasite was trying to take over his body, but it had failed. Liu Xishan was also unsure, offering 2 hypotheses. Either there's another monster inside you that destroyed it, or you possess absolute self-control, so you weren't affected. Liu Xishan grabbed Zhang Ping by the collar, her face grim with menace. "But if you mutate, I'll have to deal with you immediately." Suddenly, a spider descended from the tree, startling Zhang Ping, who stammered an apology. The spider, with big, round eyes and a friendly smile, unexpectedly appeared right in front of Liu Xishan. The cool big sister from earlier now shrieked, hastily summoning an ice sword. "Spider!" Both panicked when the enormous spider appeared. The ice-wielding sister now wildly swung her sword in self-defense. Amidst the chaos, Liu Xishan leaped into Zhang Ping's arms, yelling, "Take it away!" Zhang Ping hugged her, a knowing smirk on his face. "Still afraid of insects, just like when you were little, huh?" Memories flooded back. The young Zhang Ping from back then excitedly ran to show the little Lu Sishan, who was reading under a tree. "Sister Cece, look what I caught." The boy held out a beetle in front of her, making the white-haired girl shriek in fear. "Get that thing away from me." The beetle flew away. Zhang Ping dejectedly said, "Oh, my new friend was scared away by you." Liu Xishan then told the silly boy that he already had so many friends at the orphanage. Zhang Ping sadly replied that everyone would eventually leave the orphanage. And what would he do then? Liu Xishan then hugged the boy tightly and promised, "Zhang Ping, I promise no matter what happens, I will always be your friend." The two children hugged under the tree, the girl firmly reaffirming her promise. Back in the present, Zhang Ping was still holding the ice-wielding girl, who was blushing and flustered in his arms. Liu Xishan snapped back to reality, pushing Zhang Ping away forcefully, snapping, "Why are you holding me so tight?" She regained her serious demeanor, lecturing Zhang Ping, "Remember, in this wilderness, never underestimate what you don't know. There's no such thing as a free lunch." She emphasized, "You were lucky this time, but next time always be wary of similar items. Remember that." Zhang Ping thought to himself. He had thought Shed changed after joining the Purge Squad, but it turned out she was still Sister Cece, always worrying about him even if she didn't show it. Suddenly, a device on Liu Xishan's person beeped and flashed a red warning light. Liu Xishan's device showed a red alert. She responded to the signal while Zhang Ping wondered, "What's wrong?" Liu Xishan delivered shocking news. "The investigation and training mission is over. We must return to Mingzhu City immediately. Captain Jin Bo has been severely wounded by the Natur Fox demons." Zhang Ping was deeply shocked to hear that even a powerful figure like Jin Bo had been defeated. He suggested calling for reinforcements, but Liu Xishan dismissed it, stating that they couldn't reveal their position and that the situation outside was far more complicated. On the way back, Zhang Ping was told about the world outside the city. A chaotic mess teeming with mutated monsters, where humans had to huddle within city walls to survive. An old map showed that Mingzhu City was surrounded by ruins and monster territories, while far out at sea was the domain of boss-level monsters, where no one dared to venture. Upon reaching the city gate, an investigation team member reported the situation. The Natur Fox demons remained silent until last night. The teammate continued, explaining that they had been lured into a trap when confronting low and mid-level fox demons, and Captain Jin Bo had to take the full brunt of the damage for the entire team to retreat safely. Liu Xishan ordered Zhang Ping, "Do you need anything?" while the protagonist was chewing something to recover his strength. She told Zhang Ping to go back to the blacksmith shop first, and she would find him later when she had time. Then she and her teammates hastily departed. Zhang Ping watched their retreating figures, muttering a wish for their safety. Finally, alone, Zhang Ping stretched refreshingly, feeling relieved after several days of high tension outside the city. He strode along the night street, wondering to himself how Wang Jiamen's training was progressing. Suddenly, Zhang Ping noticed something strange. He stopped abruptly, looking at the surrounding citizens who were motionless like statues, and wondered, why aren't they moving? A figure slowly approached. Zhang Ping growled, "Who's there?" and immediately activated his appraisal skill. The notification panel showed a series of failures before a success, but the result was just a string of question marks, proving that the opponent was a formidable foe capable of concealing their identity. The silver-haired old man smiled meaningfully, revealing that he was well aware of Zhang Ping's limitless analytical abilities, which made Zhang Ping break out in a cold sweat. Zhang Ping cautiously took a defensive stance, while the old man exuded an overwhelming aura, challenging him. "How about we play a little?" The old man provocatively smirked. "What's wrong? Not going to make a move?" But Zhang Ping retorted, "I have no reason to fight you." The silver-haired old man continued to prod. "Or is your vow of revenge for Su Jingyao just empty words?" Struck a nerve, Zhang Ping roared in fury, "Say that again," then charged straight at him with terrifying speed. Whoosh! Zhang Ping's attack sliced through the air. He was stunned to notice a spatial rift. Zhang Ping immediately realized his mistake. "No. This is a teleportation ability. He's behind me." Just as he spun around to kick, Zhang Ping had his ankle caught by the old man, who casually remarked, "Your speed still needs more training." Zhang Ping smirked. "Oh, really?" Showing no sign of wavering despite being restrained. Flames from the fire devourer's heart erupted in Zhang Ping's palm, shattering the old man's grip. Zhang Ping activated the soul-devouring fire seal, engulfing both of them in a blazing sea of fire. But the old man stood still, without a single scratch. The old man smiled condescendingly. "Enough playing. It's my turn." A water elemental afterimage of the old man suddenly appeared, astonishing Zhang Ping. An afterimage? And water elemental? Countless sharp ice spears shot out from the afterimage like rain. Zhang Ping dodged while cursing under his breath. Damn it, how many abilities does this guy have? He's truly a monster. The status panel appeared, showing his nethermist reserves were only 18 over 100. Zhang Ping decided to go all in with his new trump card. Having no other choice, he had to attempt that technique. Zhang Ping gathered his strength, transforming 6 points of nethermist into a dark shield hovering before him. He calculated his strategy. First, use a feint to create an opening, then fire a nethermist arrow towards the old man. Then, seizing the opportunity, he used Nightwalker to launch a surprise attack. Zhang Ping vanished, circling behind the old man from the other side of the massive nethermist shield. The old man merely smirked, his voice condescending. Clever, but unfortunately, still not strong enough. Zhang Ping froze as he sensed a terrifying surge of energy accumulating right before him. Boom! A blinding explosion of light engulfed the entire alley, blowing everything away. Zhang Ping was flung backward like a broken puppet, his body paralyzed by the overwhelming attack. Zhang Ping lay flat on the ground, unable to move. Frustrated that his opponent was both powerful and possessed superpowers, while the old man offered a perfunctory compliment. For a low-level awakener like you, having this much power is quite impressive. As soon as he was released, Zhang Ping sprang up, vigilant, while the old man leisurely invited him to talk. The old man once again showcased his invisibility skill, making Zhang Ping break out in a cold sweat, guessing that someone of this caliber in the city could only be the leader of the Purge Squad. The scene changed. Both were now seated at a tea table. Zhang Ping politely asked for his identity. The old man taunted, "Playing innocent, kid? Or have you forgotten my name?" Making Zhang Ping even more certain that the Purge Squad had thoroughly investigated him. Zhang Ping recognized the name Situ Shibai, but still didn't understand the old man's purpose, so he asked directly, "Sir Situ, what business do you have with me?" Situ Shibai calmly drank his tea, warning, "Zhang Ping, stop thinking so wildly before you learn how to block others from reading your mind," making Zhang Ping jump in surprise. He explained the reason. For 2 centuries, Pearl City has never seen an infinite rank awakener until now. His gaze full of hidden meaning as he looked at Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping was completely shocked, asking again about the infinite rank, as he had thought the peak rank was already the ceiling of power. Situ Shibai explained the difference. Awakeners are usually bound by a single ability, but infinite rank awakeners can break that limit and awaken new abilities. The old man's eyes gleamed, and he got straight to the point. "Tell me, Zhang Ping, can my infinite rank ability, Path of Others, copy your infinite rank Covenant Stone?" He offered a tempting deal, a gift and answers to all his questions, in exchange for allowing him to experiment, but Zhang Ping stubbornly asked in return, "What if I refuse?" Situ Shibai said no more, simply opening the gift box gently, revealing a shimmering golden bracelet. He introduced it as the Golden Bracelet, an old piece of equipment of his that contained the storage space ability, and looked at Zhang Ping with deep meaning. Zhang Ping's eyes lit up. Storage space was exactly what he needed most. He immediately flattered. "Sir Situ is too generous." Situ Shibai ordered Zhang Ping to extend his hand, and a stream of blue energy began to gather in his palm. Zhang Ping extended his hand, and his hand was also enveloped by a similar blue aura, his expression slightly bewildered. Situ Shibai's face showed a pensive expression, as if he was concentrating on sensing something. Situ Shibai maintained his posture, waiting for the results of the ability test. Zhang Ping asked bewildered, "It's done? That fast?" Situ Shibai admitted defeat. "It's done. I cannot copy your abilities." The old man acknowledged Zhang Ping's abilities were unique, unable to even steal his secondary skills. Keeping his promise, Situ Shibai pushed the box containing the bracelet towards Zhang Ping. "Then, it's yours." The protagonist hastily thanked him profusely. As Zhang Ping touched the bracelet, his appraisal ability immediately activated, rewinding the item's memories. A girl brutally tortured, covered in blood, who was the sacrifice used to forge this equipment. A horrifying scene unfolded. Countless souls burned and screamed in the alchemical flames to create the bracelet, making Zhang Ping shiver. Using human lives to forge equipment is too cruel. The protagonist looked up, his eyes sharpening, and questioned the old man directly. "Sir Situ, are all special pieces of equipment created through such cruel methods?" Situ Shibai calmly replied that this had been happening for 2 centuries, and despite being forbidden, criminals still secretly engaged in it. He had intended to destroy it, but now wished to entrust it to Zhang Ping to act on behalf of heaven. Zhang Ping looked towards the city, his heart heavy, wondering about the past 200 years ago. What was Pearl City like back then? Were human lives so cheap that they were discarded so easily? Situ Shibai held his teacup, confirming coldly. Indeed. The old man began to recount the dark history of the city 200 years ago, under the tyrannical rule of the beast-taming Zhu clan, where humans were mere slaves with no future, living in despair. Women of any beauty were captured to be playthings for the young masters, while children were brainwashed from birth, forced to be loyal to a clan that regarded them as nothing more than tools. The elderly and infirm, no longer able to work, were thrown directly into the mouths of the Zhu clan's mutated beasts, becoming their food. And if anyone awakened an ability, they were either enslaved or sacrificed, becoming materials for crafting equipment. Situ Shibai continued, explaining that because of the Zhu clan's heinous crimes, those with power secretly gathered, eventually overthrowing their tyrannical rule. Zhang Ping now understood, and Situ Shibai asked if he had any more questions. Zhang Ping poured tea and went straight to the point. Sir Situ, since you are so overwhelmingly powerful, why don't you deal with that, Your Highness, yourself? Why not liberate this city once more? Situ Shibai activated encrypted information, and then explained that it wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. He asserted that Zhang Ping was greatly mistaken in thinking the city's defenses were weak. He recounted how the city's most elite investigation team, including Liu Xishan and Jin Bo, had struggled to eliminate a high-level mutated beast, and that the real problem was the presence of an internal spy within the city. He revealed a shocking secret. The entire city is enveloped by the Sun and Moon Twin Pearl Formation, which can suppress all creatures, limiting their power to level 40. Even king-level monsters will be severely weakened. Situ Shibai confidently declared that he was undeniably the strongest peak rank awakener. He narrowed his eyes, his voice deepening with hidden meaning. But as for the current situation, Zhang Ping slammed the table, realizing the problem. You mean we have an internal spy? Situ Shibai simply replied with one concise word. Clever. He revealed that, apart from himself, only the remnants of the Zhu clan could control the formation, especially with the city lord still missing. Zhang Ping angrily gritted his teeth, connecting all the dots. So the Zhu clan turned off the defense system, paving the way for the Natter Fox horde to invade? Why don't we eradicate those bastards completely? Situ Shibai sighed, explaining that after overthrowing the Zhu clan, their side had tried to wipe out the remnants, but they had been entrenched in this city for hundreds of years, making them not easy to uproot. A series of difficult questions arose in Zhang Ping's mind. What is the true purpose of the Zhu clan? Is the city lord still alive or dead? How terrifying is the power of the Natter Fox King? The old man explained that precisely because there were too many unknowns, he couldn't act recklessly. Otherwise, if he fell into a trap and perished, the entire city would be doomed. Situ Shibai affirmed that in any war, even if that Your Highness could rampage everywhere, only masterminds like him would decide the game. The old man turned and walked away, throwing back a sentence. Kid, even if I couldn't copy your abilities, we still need you. Situ Shibai stopped, extended his hand, and formally invited. Zhang Ping, do you want to join the Purge Squad? Without a moment's hesitation, the two men shook hands, and an agreement was established. Zhang Ping's eyes flashed with a blue light, and he boldly accepted the invitation. Of course. The scene shifted to the Steel Soul blacksmith shop. Wang Jiamin wondered why Cho Chiang had been so diligently repairing equipment lately. Cho Chiang was still diligently working at the anvil, while Wang Jimin sat with her chin in her hand, muttering to herself, wondering when Zhang Ping would return. Cho Chiang sneered, teasing, "What's wrong? Missing him already?" Wang Jiamin quickly defended herself, saying it was only because there was no one to guide her training that she felt a void. Though she denied it, her face was flushed, and she secretly worried if Zhang Ping was in any danger out there. Cho Chiang playfully pinched her cheek, continuing to tease. "Look at you, acting like someone's mistress and still denying it." Wang Jiamin stammered, vehemently denying it. Seeing her face turn crimson with embarrassment, Cho Chiang stopped teasing. But Wang Jiamin was still mortified. Cho Chiang dipped a knife into the enhancement solution, while warning that the areas outside the city had been marked, and as long as Zhang Ping didn't venture there, he would be safe. Wang Jiamin asked blankly, "Are there still villages outside Mingzhu City?" Cho Chiang ran a hand through her hair, sneeringly confirming that there were, but they were isolated, backward, and xenophobic villages. She further explained that those villagers even worshipped mutated monsters as deities, ready to capture strangers as slaves or sacrificial offerings in their barbaric rituals. Wang Jiamin still innocently wondered, "Aren't they all human? Can't we communicate with them?" Cho Chiang immediately threatened, emphasizing that those people could hardly be considered human, and the greatest danger in the wilderness wasn't monsters, but these savages themselves. Suddenly, a sinister shadow crept out from the corner of the room while Cho Chiang recounted that some of them liked to wear creepy masks and silently stalk their prey. Wang Jiamen, terrified, stammered, pointing at the looming shadow. Just like him? The shadow revealed blood-red, cross-shaped eyes and jagged teeth, and Cho Chiang had to admit, yes, exactly like that. Cho Chiang froze, realizing the shadow wasn't her imagination, but real. From within the nethermist, Zhang Ping revealed his true form with a white bone mask, scaring the two girls, making them scream. True to her martial arts background, Cho Chiang immediately composed herself and delivered a devastating kick to the stranger. Zhang Ping casually blocked the attack, muttering with a wronged expression, "Oh, Sister Chiang, that's harsh." Then he told himself to act as if nothing had happened. Cho Chiang and Wang Jiamen trembled, huddling together, staring at the tall figure and growling, "Who are you?" The mask dissolved. Zhang Ping revealed his face and calmly replied, "It's me." The two girls froze, their faces darkening as they realized they had just been pranked. Cho Chiang immediately flared up, grabbing Zhang Ping by the neck and scolding, "You damned brat! How dare you sneak home and then play ghostly tricks to scare us?" Held firmly, Zhang Ping gave a wry smile and explained, "I just got back and heard everyone talking about the barbaric villagers, so I thought it'd add a little spice to make it dramatic. Who knew you'd actually kick me?" After the violent greeting, Cho Chiang asked if he had finished his training, and Zhang Ping replied that he would stay in the city to hone his skills. Cho Chiang hastily donned her cloak, announcing that she had just found a clue about someone named Shanshan. She announced that she had to leave the city immediately, and asked Zhang Ping to look after Uncle Liu Tifeng. Cho Chiang dashed out the door, not forgetting to tease that someone was waiting for Zhang Ping's return, making Wang Jiamen blush furiously. Embarrassed, Wang Jiamen made an excuse that it was late, intending to slip back to her room to rest. She spun around, walking away decisively. But just as she reached the door, Wang Jiamen stopped and called Zhang Ping's name. She turned back with a gentle smile, confessing, "I'm glad you returned safely." Zhang Ping smiled back, secretly thinking this was the first time he felt at home since arriving in this world. Suddenly, Uncle Liu Tifeng appeared, playfully slapped Zhang Ping, and scolded him for being dazed while the girl had long since left. The old man immediately assigned a crucial task. "Listen, first thing tomorrow, find that girl Cho Chiang and tell her I'm gravely ill, on the verge of death. Don't let her leave the city." Seeing Zhang Ping's doubt, the uncle immediately grabbed a hammer and tapped him on the head to prove he was perfectly lucid and that this was just an act. Zhang Ping clutched his head, finally understanding the situation, realizing that Shanshan had been missing for a long time and might have encountered misfortune. Uncle Liu explained that he knew his daughter's strength well, but was still worried Cho Chiang would recklessly go investigate, so he had to feign ignorance to keep her here. Zhang Ping looked at the uncle, who was puffing on his pipe with a pensive expression, fully understanding the old man's feelings. He smiled, admitting he appreciated the uncle's calculations, because Cho Chiang was the type of person who, once she made up her mind, would be very reckless and more cautious than usual. Liu Tifeng declared that Zhang Ping had a talent for forging, but Cho Chiang's teaching was too poor, with numerous knowledge gaps, so he would personally impart the true forging technique. The old man emphasized that although it wasn't a grand skill, it was the exclusive secret technique of the Liu family, requiring Zhang Ping to concentrate intensely. Zhang Ping's eyes shone brightly, and he seriously promised not to disappoint the uncle. That night, while standing in front of the blacksmith shop, Zhang Ping suddenly felt a surge of psychic energy, and the image of Su Jingyao appeared, whispering that she was waiting for him. While Cho Chiang remained in the city, Liu Tifeng secretly began teaching Zhang Ping his craft, even as the old man constantly quipped about getting lung cancer from smoking. Zhang Ping showcased his new capabilities, now able to use his nethermist body to control his forging techniques, achieving greater precision and clearly feeling his power grow. Meanwhile, Wang Jiamen was no pushover. She had mastered the first 3 forms of her martial art style, including the Ape King stance, and leveled up smoothly. Zhang Ping recalled that fateful night. Su Jingyao's voice echoed like a familiar psychic message, making him certain he had to contact the Purge Squad immediately. He immediately used his communication device, reporting to the captain, "Captain, are you sure there are no Notcher foxes infiltrating the blacksmith district?" "I swear I just heard something." Situ Shibai, with his bright eyes, responded firmly, asserting that the entire area had been swept clean, and there was no way any Notcher foxes could have gotten in. Zhang Ping remained uneasy, wondering what it could be if not the whispers of the wind, and a glimmer of hope sparked. What if Su Jingyao is still alive? 3 days later, a shadowy figure stealthily broke into an ancient building in the quiet dead of night. Crack! He professionally pried open the window latch with a crowbar. The man's shadow stretched long across the floor, heading straight for the bed where a girl was sound asleep. The pervert revealed himself in the darkness, muttering to himself, "Sleeping like the dead, aren't you? Looks like my drug was quite effective." He reached out towards the sleeping girl, lustfully saying, "They say the Su family's daughter is a beauty, with skin as white as jade. Tonight, I'll verify if the rumors are true." Just as he was about to make his move, a surge of dark energy appeared from nowhere, and a cold voice called out his name. "Zheng Xiaofan." The pervert jumped, spinning around and shouting, "Who's there?" Swirling dark mist enveloped him, and the voice continued, reciting his profile precisely. Zheng Xiaofan, a short, ugly man, shunned by women, and growing increasingly perverse. A shadowy entity with glowing red eyes emerged from the mist, questioning him. "You have repeatedly harmed countless women in the past. Am I wrong?" The shadowy entity declared coldly. "I am here with an order to take your life." Zheng Xiaofan turned pale with fear, stammering in disbelief, as he was certain he had drugged the entire Su family. He turned and fled for his life, frantically wondering if what was chasing him was human or ghost. Whoosh! A razor-sharp nethermist spear pierced straight through his calf, ending his desperate escape. Pinned by the nethermist spear, Zheng Xiaofan fell face first as other dark tendrils lunged as if to tear him apart. Zhang Ping, in his nethermist form, hovered above, mocking, still struggling, while the pervert's fear charged his nethermist energy bar. Zheng Xiaofan trembled, sweating profusely, utterly terrified by the dark entity. Zhang Ping landed, wondering, "Huh? I thought serial killers would be tougher. Why did this guy collapse so easily?" He dispelled his nethermist form, grabbed the criminal's mask, and activated appraisal, telling himself this was his first official mission. The information panel appeared. Zheng Xiaofan, level 13. Awakened, trashy 2-star potential, pharmaceutical mastery ability. Zhang Ping scorned. Such a good ability, yet used for evil deeds. Truly a good-for-nothing. The appraisal skill triggered a flashback, replaying his crimes. A mother crawling, desperately begging him to spare her daughter. The past, Zheng Xiaofan stood there, sneering at the victim's deceased city guard husband, ridiculing his sacrifice as meaningless. The young daughter screamed, "Mom!" as she saw her mother collapse helplessly. The pervert grabbed the girl's hair, disgustingly licked her face, and promised to reunite her with her mother after he was satisfied. The memory showed Zheng Xiaofan laughing maniacally, above him countless souls of female victims screaming in agony. Back in the present, Zhang Ping silently stared at the blood-stained mask, his eyes as cold as ice after witnessing the entire ordeal. Zheng Xiaofan scrambled to his feet, his face bruised but still bitter. He laughed maniacally, then threw a handful of white powder towards Zhang Ping, creating a thick cloud of smoke. The pervert screamed from within the smoke, "Where did this brat come from to ruin my fun? This powder is enough to take down even mutated monsters. I'll beat you to a pulp." Zhang Ping stood amidst the smoke, his entire body emitting a surge of purple energy, coldly declaring, "It's over for you." Zheng Xiaofan froze, his eyes wide in disbelief as he saw his drug was completely ineffective. A hand emerged from the mist, grabbing the pervert's head. Half of Zhang Ping's face had transformed into nether mist, full of killing intent. A razor-sharp purple energy blade formed and pierced straight through Zheng Xiaofan's chest, making him let out a miserable scream. Zhang Ping held the blade firmly in his body, declaring, "This blade strike is for the mother who sacrificed herself to protect her daughter." Zhang Ping summoned more nethermist blades, coldly declaring, "This blade is for the girl who would rather die than submit to you." Zheng Xiaofan was stabbed again, screaming miserably. "This strike is to commemorate the sacrifice of the city guard squad." The pervert continued to be tortured, his face contorted in pain. Whoosh! Another nethermist blade embedded itself in him. "And this is for that righteous detective." Zhang Ping concluded his judgment. "Let this blade engrave the memory of the nameless awakened who fought for justice deep into your very soul." Zheng Xiaofan collapsed to the ground, covered in blood, stammering curses at Zhang Ping, calling him a true madman. Zhang Ping stood within the curtain of purple energy, his voice full of authority. "With current technology, you can still be saved if treated in time. I'll give you a chance." He pointed towards the door. "Just crawl out that door, and I'll spare your life. Zheng Xiaofan, I will make you experience the despair of the innocent 100-fold." Under the stormy sky, Zhang Ping repeated his empty promise. "Remember, this is your last chance." The pervert froze, a glimmer of hope flickering in his panicked eyes. He scrambled to his feet, gnashing his teeth. "Just wait until I recover. I'll make you pay, brat." I'll slowly flay you. The criminal's motivation stemmed from his perverse desires. I can't die here. There's still so much delicious prey out there I haven't touched. He gathered all his remaining strength, crawling towards the door, just a little further. With a savage smile, he believed that opening this door meant escape. He dragged himself across the floor, the door to freedom right before his eyes. Zhang Xiaofan's trembling hand reached out, mere centimeters from the doorknob. But the heavy door didn't budge. He frantically punched it in vain. A pair of feet slowly approached. Zhang Ping loomed right behind him. Zhang Ping coldly judged from above, a nether mist orb forming in his hand. You have failed, Zhang Xiaofan. You squandered your chance. Scum. Zhang Ping delivered the finishing blow, purple energy devouring the criminal amidst his final scream. After dealing with the higher-level criminal, Zhang Ping received a notification of increased overall stats, and his aura became even more overwhelming. He once deluded himself into thinking that simply wiping out the Notcher Foxes would be enough to bring peace, enough to save everyone. But then he brushed it off, secretly cursing himself for being too sentimental. Save what? Scum like them deserve to die. There's no need to act like a saint. Suddenly, Su Jingyao's psychic message echoed in his mind, confirming a conspiracy unfolding at Haihan Academy on a specific day. The girl's warning continued. Find a suitable opportunity and take the girl, making Zhang Ping realize that yet another pervert was at work. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the blue communication stone in his hand, preparing to report the urgent situation. He reported to the captain, "The rapist has been dealt with, but my wind whisper ability just picked up an unusual signal at Haihan Academy. It seems to be a kidnapping." At the Purge Squad headquarters, Situ Shibai frowned upon hearing the report, with a brand new blonde female member beside him. The blonde female member exerted her detection power but was helpless. No, I can't sense anything. There's a barrier blocking the signal. The one who set it up is no ordinary foe. Situ Shibai gave a decisive order over the comms. Zhang Ping, get there immediately and report the situation directly. I will contact Lu Sishan at once. Receiving orders not to engage until reinforcements arrived, Zhang Ping replied, understood. Then immediately took a ready stance, poised to depart like an arrow. Haihan Academy was now enveloped by a red energy barrier, with a cloaked shadow standing guard outside. Inside, 3 hooded figures, holding green lanterns, were silently patrolling the dark hallway. The silver-haired leader growled, showing impatience. Damn it, we've been searching for 15 minutes. Where did that bitch Chen Xueling hide the girls? A subordinate rushed over to report. Boss, something's wrong. Someone just breached our barrier. They all panicked, but the leader quickly reassured them, his voice full of confidence. Fools, we have dual protection from the dragon, suppressing stone, and the lanterns. There's no way anyone could detect us. Though he spoke confidently, he still worried, secretly thinking that if the intruder alerted Chen Xueling, things would be difficult, and getting the people out would also fail. He urged his subordinates, hurry up, time is running out. We must find that girl at all costs. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping had arrived at Haihan Academy, looking up at the towering building under the thunderous rain. His gaze fell upon a strange black dragon statue. He tried using his appraisal skill, but the system returned a cold result. Analysis failed. The appraisal skill initially failed, but Zhang Ping tried again and succeeded, revealing it to be a dragon-suppressing stone, a genuine epic-tier item. Zhang Ping realized the barrier's mechanism. It drained the life force of living beings to power the dragon-suppressing stone. Standing in the rain, Zhang Ping muttered, guessing that these people were not from the 3 major organizations, but remnants of the Zhu clan. He wondered about the Zhu clan's purpose in letting the Notcher Foxes into the city, and believed that this operation at Haihan Academy was the key. Hearing a sound, Zhang Ping immediately became vigilant, deciding to hide and observe the situation. Activating Nightwalker, Zhang Ping turned invisible just as the group of black-cloaked figures emerged from a door. The silver-haired leader looked around, found no trace of the intruder, and muttered that he had vanished. The whole group appeared, one of them carrying an unconscious girl. The leader ordered them to turn off the lanterns to conserve energy. The leader declared he would retrieve the dragon-suppressing stone to erase all traces before retreating. From the shadows, Zhang Ping used appraisal, sweeping for enemy information. A level 20 individual, a level 17 psychic type, and a level 15 hypnosis type. He analyzed the lantern, discovering it was a night oriole lantern, which had the effect of concealing presence, but its energy was almost depleted. Zhang Ping scanned the captured girl's information. Her name was Chen Junting, and he was heavily shocked to see her immeasurable potential along with her formidable Saint's Blood ability. Zhang Ping's eyes turned cold. He was determined that this girl was innocent, and he could not let the Zhu clan arbitrarily decide her fate. Seeing the cloaked figures preparing to escape with the hostage, Zhang Ping affirmed that he would not let them take the girl. Immediately, a field of spiky shadows erupted from the ground right beneath the kidnappers' feet. They vanished in an instant. Zhang Ping rushed forward, but it was too late. He quickly contacted Manny to track their location. At the Purge Squad headquarters, the blonde girl was exerting her detection power and reported to Situ Shibai that they were heading towards the outskirts. Situ Shibai decided to intervene and stall the enemy, but did not forget to remind Zhang Ping to prioritize his own safety. Zhang Ping asserted that he could not let the Zhu clan escape, even if he couldn't win. His nethermist body was strong enough to buy time for Liu Sushan. Meanwhile, the cloaked figures were frantically running through a forest under the pouring rain. The cloaked leader suddenly stopped, seemingly sensing something amiss. Roar! A gigantic nethermist beast, as black as an abyss, materialized from the shadows. The kidnappers were stunned, unable to believe that a nethermist beast had suddenly appeared in the middle of the city. It turned out this was Zhang Ping's doing. He was secretly calculating not to be detected by the level 20 appraiser. The leader growled. His eyes flashed with light, intending to use his analysis skill. But the nethermist beast was even faster. It shot out sharp shadow spikes, interrupting his skill. Whoosh! The nethermist claw tore through the air, lunging straight forward. The leader broke out in a cold sweat, unable to react in time to the sudden attack. He hastily yelled an order to his subordinate, Huang San, hypnotize it now. The subordinate Huang San immediately rushed forward, gathering power with both hands, concentrating a stream of pink psychic energy. He let out a shout, then aimed the hypnotic energy directly at the nethermist beast. The beast's eyes showed swirling patterns, appearing to have been affected. Huang San's face lit up with joy, proudly boasting, "It worked." Zhang Ping merely sneered in his mind. With the Covenant Stone, his mental energy was infinite, making these petty tricks nothing. He decided to feign being controlled to lure his prey closer, a high IQ combat maneuver. The naive Huang San completely fell for it, muttering, "Stay still now," then slowly approaching the beast. He reached out his hand, preparing to touch his supposedly tamed prey. Suddenly, the nethermist beast moved, shattering the illusion and freezing Huang San. Huh? It moved? Chomp! The gigantic nethermist jaws opened wide, swallowing the poor hypnosis mage whole. Huang San screamed desperately for his boss's help in vain, while the leader could only watch his subordinate vanish. The psychic subordinate tightly embraced the purple-haired girl, channeling energy as he roared, "Get away from him!" He fired an energy palm strike directly at the nethermist beast, while the hypnotist mage had vanished without a trace beneath its feet. A notification appeared. Zhang Ping leveled up to 9. All stats increased. The Covenant Stone reached level 6. He secretly thought he had to hold out against the remaining 2. The other subordinate got to work, unleashing a psychic technique, crushing gravity. Inside the beast, Zhang Ping, in his nethermist form, also felt the terrifying pressure descending upon him. A colossal gravitational vortex descended from the sky, crushing the nethermist beast to the ground. Zhang Ping was also pinned down, bitterly realizing he couldn't move. The cloaked leader finished his analysis, muttering, "Zhang Ping, a low-level awakener at level 9, linked to the blacksmith shop and the Purge Squad." He sneered contemptuously. "Just a measly level 9 human. Do you think you can be a hero in front of us?" The leader recognized the gravity technique, growling, "Situ Shibai used this trick on me last time. If you're his subordinate, don't expect to survive today." Thunder and lightning rumbled across the stormy night sky, signaling a merciless battle. The psychic subordinate summoned a colossal energy bow, making the leader acknowledge, "This analyst's special weapon is quite troublesome, another epic-grade item." Zhang Ping gritted his teeth, enduring the gravitational pressure, while the archer drew his bow, brilliant golden electrical currents gathering. Whoosh! A colossal energy arrow, imbued with lightning, tore through the rain and shot straight towards its target. Boom! The arrow struck Zhang Ping directly, creating a dazzling energy explosion. The leader gave a faint smile, confidently judging, "Let's see how long you can last. Your ability must be consuming a tremendous amount of energy, right?" Suddenly the leader noticed something unusual. "Wait a minute. Has not unwilling to block the attack. Has unable to." The leader's golden eyes widened, and he yelled at his subordinate, "What are you waiting for?" Amidst the explosion, Zhang Ping remained unusually calm, muttering, "It's time to try a new technique." From within the nethermist smoke, a series of razor-sharp dark throwing knives formed, ready to counterattack. The archer scoffed. "Enjoy your last breaths?" While Zhang Ping's nethermist throwing knives easily deflected his energy bow, both the archer and the psychic user were dumbfounded, not understanding why their combined attack had missed. Zhang Ping darted away like a ghost, calmly explaining, "You think you can block me? Because that guy is using his psychic power to keep your bow stable," which made the leader exclaim in surprise at his speed. Zhang Ping activated Nethermist skill -10, and dense dark energy solidified around his fist. As soon as he closed in, Zhang Ping unleashed a strike that stiffened the psychic user, who realized in horror that he couldn't move. The psychic user was stunned to learn that Zhang Ping was using his own psychic power to lock him down, a true taste of his own medicine. The psychic user tried to exert himself, boasting that he had freed his right arm, but Zhang Ping merely sneered dismissively. The psychic user and the archer stood side by side, taunting, believing Zhang Ping had run out of tricks and intended to cripple his arm, a classic case of premature boasting. Zhang Ping growled, unleashing the fire swallower's technique. Flame shackles, and a fiery vortex erupted, engulfing the psychic user amidst his desperate screams. Blasted away by the flames, the psychic user only managed to curse bastard before perishing, while Zhang Ping was also pushed back by the force. As soon as Zhang Ping landed, he sensed danger. The archer's lightning arrow was already hurtling towards him before he could even stabilize himself. Clang! The energy arrow struck Zhang Ping directly in the chest, a frontal assault that couldn't be dodged. The leader crossed his arms and remarked, "Has got a few tricks," then criticized Zhang Ping's outfit for only being fire-resistant. Both remaining enemies took their stances, the leader declared, but everything ends here, while the archer drew his bow once more. Zhang Ping remained on one knee, calmly stating, "It's time," which made the archer sneer. "Time to die, you mean?" With sharp eyes, Zhang Ping replied curtly, "No." A colossal stream of water suddenly appeared from thin air, coiling around Zhang Ping as he revealed, "What I mean is, my stalling time is over." The two enemies were stunned by this new trump card, unable to believe that someone on the verge of death like Zhang Ping still dared to speak so boldly. The lightning arrow was mere centimeters from Zhang Ping's face, reflected in his eerily calm eyes. Completely ignoring the death arrow, Zhang Ping shouted a decisive command, "To the right, move right." Just as the lightning arrow was about to strike Zhang Ping's face, a white blur darted forward, swinging a colossal water sword and sending the archer flying. The leader's jaw dropped, utterly shocked to see his level 17 comrade dispatched by an unknown girl with a single strike. Giving the enemy no time to recover, Liu Xishan charged forward at terrifying speed, the water sword in her hand carving out deadly arcs. The archer was kicked into the air, screaming in panic. "What kind of monster are you?" Liu Xishan replied with icy silence, her eyes behind the high-tech visor devoid of emotion. She unleashed a continuous combo of slashes, the water blades completely overwhelming, cornering the archer to his death. Cornered, the leader roared bitterly, "Damn it, that kid stalled for too long." He decided to go all in, pulling out a golden ring and growling, "There's no other way, I have to use it." The ring on the leader's hand flashed with brilliant golden light, accumulating a colossal amount of energy. He soared into the air, lightning energy enveloping his body, and Liu Xishan had to look up at this sight. The leader yelled, "Stop!" as a colossal golden lightning bolt struck directly from the sky, intending to annihilate everything. The lightning explosion created a dazzling pillar of light, and the surrounding earth and rocks were blown everywhere. Lightning energy and steam collided, creating a chaotic energy storm that engulfed the entire area. In the eye of the storm, Liu Xishan managed to embrace the unconscious Zhang Ping in time, sighing in relief. "Good, Zhang Ping is still safe." She landed on the shattered ground, looking at the devastated battlefield and regretting, "What a pity. We couldn't capture any of the Zhu clan members alive." Zhang Ping was completely exhausted, lying motionless in Liu Xishan's arms. Over the comms, Manny frantically shouted, "Cici, bring Zhang Ping back here quickly," which made Liu Xishan startle and ask what had happened. Liu Xishan's eyes gleamed with extreme surprise as she realized, "The illusionary barrier has been broken." The scene shifted to a rooftop in the city, where Luo Xiyu stood thoughtfully under the pouring rain. Huang Zeming suddenly appeared behind her, bowing respectfully as he reported, "Your Highness, did you call for me?" On the rooftop, Luo Xiyu asked Huang Zeming, "How are the preparations for gathering the mutated monsters outside the city coming along?" The subordinate respectfully replied, "Everything is ready, Your Highness." Suddenly, an earth-shattering thunderclap echoed, tearing through the stormy night sky and startling both of them into attention. Luo Xiyu narrowed her eyes, a premonition telling her something was amiss. "What was that sound?" Huang Zeming tried to reassure her. "It must just be thunder, Your Highness." But Luo Xiyu recognized it. "That's the Zhu clan's myriad lightning summon. Those foxes are in trouble." Luo Xiyu spun around, her sharp gaze questioning her subordinate. while the shadow of her colossal demon form appeared behind her. "Did you notice anything unusual?" Huang Ziming broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he vehemently denied, "No, Your Highness." Luo Shiyu's colossal demon form became clearer, and pressure weighed heavily on the space as she growled. "Then why are you so tense?" The subordinate quickly bowed his head, offering a cowardly excuse. "I've been afraid of thunder since childhood, so—" Luo Shiyu scoffed disdainfully. "Useless coward." Luo Shiyu gazed thoughtfully into the distance, muttering that the sound had come from within the city, but now there was nothing, just like last time. In Luo Shiyu's recollection, a masked swordsman was being fiercely pursued, his situation hanging by a thread. But in just an instant, the swordsman vanished without a trace right before Luo Shiyu's demon form. Luo Shiyu concluded that it must be a high-level illusion, something humans couldn't use to deceive her clan. She realized a more insidious plan, but they could use it on their own kind to blind us. Perhaps this entire city is just a charade. Luo Shiyu's eyes flashed with a crimson light. She had seen through the conspiracy. Quite a cunning plan. Luo Shiyu decided she wouldn't probe any further. She activated her true power. Deploy domain. A colossal surge of black and red energy erupted from her. Back on the battlefield, Liu Xishan sensed the change. She smiled confidently. "I don't know where that girl from Han High School went, but the barrier is definitely weakening." Zhang Ping used his last bit of strength to cling to Liu Xishan, calling her name weakly. He pointed towards the corpse of the cloaked leader, gasping. "Use that. The Night Oriole Lantern? Quickly, get it." The black and red energy from Luo Shiyu's domain began to spread, engulfing the city's buildings like a dark tsunami. The entire sky was dyed a deadly red as the domain continued to expand at an alarming rate, signaling that a purge was about to begin. In the dead of night, Luo Shiyu's crimson eyes opened wide, dark energy surging, ready to sweep away everything. From above, colossal energy tentacles sprouted countless eyes, illuminating every corner of the city. Luo Shiyu stood there, exuding an aura of dominance. The entire city now lay entirely within her grasp. Her sharp eyes locked onto her target. Found the rat. The rat turned out to be Huang Ziming, carrying an unconscious Chen Junting on his shoulder, muttering, "I almost forgot about the Saintess in this chaos." The advisor broke out in a cold sweat as he felt the gaze of death, screaming in his mind, "Damn it! She found me! How can I leave the city now?" Luo Shiyu plunged down like a meteor, unleashing a crimson energy blast, while Huang Ziming could only desperately shout, "Your Highness, wait!" Huang Ziming helplessly watched the attack approach, bitterly admitting, "Damn it, I can't stop her." Elsewhere, a group of cloaked figures received an urgent report from a communication device. A subordinate reported, "The Purge Squad has an undercover agent in the city. His name is Zhang Ping." The white-haired subordinate continued to report, "He ruined our operation tonight. Huang San and Huang Er are both dead." The bearded leader pressed, "You mean Zhang Ping is still alive?" and received an affirmative answer. The white-haired man added the information they had investigated about Zhang Ping, but the leader waved it off. "I understand. Now, focus on getting the Saintess out of the city." Suddenly, the white-haired man was startled in terror, stammering, "Luo Shiyu? Why are you here?" A blood-curdling scream echoed everywhere, signaling that someone had perished. The white-haired man panicked. "What's happening?" While the leader ordered, "Report! Zhu Zejun, report!" The bearded leader coldly delivered the bad news. "Fool, stop yelling. The plan has failed. Zhu Zejun was killed by that fox." The white-haired subordinate angrily smashed the communication device, roaring, "Damn it! Are all our years of effort for nothing?" In a flashback, Zhu Zejun explained the plan to the leader. "No, the Saintess is still alive, and she is the Natur Fox clan's worst nightmare." The bearded leader grabbed Zhu Zejun by the collar, growling, "So what do you mean? Without the Saintess, how can we control those foxes?" In the flashback, Huang Ziming revealed his trump card. "There's a secret passage from the city lord's mansion leading straight outside, and only I know about it." He outlined the plan. Release mutated monsters to cause trouble for the Fox clan, then slip away quietly with the Saintess amidst the chaos. The scarred subordinate expressed doubt. "Easier said than done. Princess Yue is guarding the mansion. What can our few petty monsters do?" Huang Ziming smirked. "That's why we need to use Zhang Ping, the Purge Squad's agent, as bait." The detailed plan was revealed. Deploy elite troops to attack Zhang Ping, drawing both the Purge Squad and Princess Yue into the fight. While the two factions were busy fighting to the death, they would release monsters to attack the mansion, launching a devastating surprise attack. A subordinate worried that doing so would completely turn against the Natterfox clan. But Huang Ziming affirmed, "We must succeed. There's no turning back." He ordered his subordinates to keep his identity as Vice City Lord a secret, and received their praise. Back in the present, Zhang Ping vaguely woke up and saw Liu Xishan looking at him. "You're awake? How do you feel?" Zhang Ping dazedly asked where he was, and Liu Xishan informed him that this was the Purge Squad's hospital. Due to the urgent situation, they had to bring him here first. Zhang Ping's gaze darted to the bed next to him, seeing Captain Jin Bo also lying motionless, covered in injuries. Jin Bo, bandaged like a mummy, spoke with difficulty. "I heard it was Luo Shiyu. That woman is acting on her own. It seems we've been discovered." A charming brown-haired girl walked in, praising Zhang Ping for recovering well and even solo-killing a superior opponent. Liu Xishan introduced her as Su Jie, who had treated Zhang Ping with her solar charge ability. Zhang Ping humbly replied that he was just lucky, but Xu Jie scoffed. "Without me, you would have perished countless times already." Xu Jie became serious again, telling Zhang Ping to meet everyone as they needed more information about what happened last night. The scene shifted to an office, where the blonde Manny slumped her face onto the desk, complaining about the mountain of paperwork. Manny stretched, yelling for the captain to grant her leave, and Chen Luowei, the dark moss-green-haired girl, lazily echoed her. Manny discovered Chen Luowei was only pretending to sleep, so she pounced on her, shaking her awake to help out. But Chen Luowei yawned, and then truly fell asleep, ignoring her friend who was helplessly yelling beside her. Manny was speechless, her face darkening as she looked at the pile of reports. She went ballistic, unleashing a flurry of slaps on Chen Luowei, who was pretending to sleep. "Wake up, wake up!" Situ Shibai walked in on the two women causing a ruckus, apologizing nonchalantly that the headquarters was a bit messy due to being understaffed. As soon as they saw their captain, both immediately became serious again. Xu Jie suddenly appeared, hugging Manny tightly and whining that she had come to share the workload. Situ Shibai got straight to the point, declaring that the Zhu clan and the Natur Fox were not true allies as they had thought. The old captain pointed out the evidence. The Zhu clan had erected a barrier to blind the surveillance system, proving they knew about the heavenly net illusionary light barrier, but kept it hidden. The cowardly Zhu clan members didn't dare to face off against the Natur Fox, so they targeted the girl captured at the academy last night to find the key to victory. Xu Jie reported. Academy Principal Chen Shueli was recorded as having died 14 years ago, with no children, but in the same year, a granddaughter named Chen Junting appeared. Investigations showed that Chen Junting had no blood relatives in this city, and was likely from an outside village. Her records were completely clean, with not a single line of information about whether she was an awakener or what her abilities were. Zhang Ping unexpectedly interjected, "I know her abilities," causing everyone in the room to turn and look. The protagonist revealed he had used appraisal on the girl, and her ability was Saint's Blood. Situ Shibai's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, and he muttered about the outside village, the Saintess, and the Holy Ancestor village. The old captain growled, stating that this couldn't be a mere coincidence. The scene shifted to the city lord's mansion, where a blonde girl was happily enjoying tea and pastries. The blonde girl innocently asked Luo Shiyu, who was sitting opposite her, if she had always lived in such a luxurious place. Luo Shiyu seemed troubled, merely mumbling to dismiss the topic. "It's nothing." The blonde girl tried to coax her, inviting Luo Shiyu to drink tea and eat sweets as her grandfather had instructed. Suddenly, Luo Shiyu unleashed an overwhelming killing intent, her eyes bloodshot, and dark energy surged towards the blonde girl, but the girl nonchalantly offered a pastry as if nothing had happened. The blonde girl held out the pastry with a wide grin, innocently inviting. "Won't you have a bite?" Forced to eat, Luo Shiyu reluctantly took a bite of the pastry, while her inner self screamed, "Why can't I make a move?" After the pastry, Luo Shiyu seemed to calm down, reluctantly licking her fingers and admitting, while the blonde girl clapped her hands in delight. The blonde girl took a sip of tea, then suddenly pondered, feeling guilty for intending to attack Luo Shiyu, then questioned herself. "Wait, guilty? Why do I feel guilty towards a human?" Immediately, she frowned, stuck out her tongue in disdain, and exclaimed, "Ugh, this tea is terrible." The blonde girl turned to complain about the water quality and the tea maker's skill, while Luo Shiyu merely replied coldly, "That fool is me." Realizing the problem, the blonde girl immediately ran off with the teapot in hand, promising to brew a better pot for Luo Shiyu. Luo Shiyu sat alone, her pristine white foxtails appearing behind her, her heart filled with doubt. Something is wrong. What's happening to me? Why do I feel guilty? Her gaze sharpened, reaffirming her status as the Natur Fox princess, and realizing the problem lay with that human. In Luo Shiyu's mind, the image of a skull-headed fox monster appeared as she growled to herself, Who exactly is it? The scene shifted to Liu Xishan, hovering in the air and lecturing Zhang Ping. Your nethermist ability and my water element are very similar, but there's a crucial difference. Liu Xishan split into 3 clones, explaining that her water element was renewable energy, reusable, while Zhang Ping's nethermist was single-use. Zhang Ping used nethermist to form defensive tentacles, telling himself that the problem was he hadn't found a way to revert it to an intangible form. He thought to himself, at least nethermist had the advantage of not needing to carry cumbersome gourds to store energy. Liu Xishan suddenly yelled, "Focus!" and charged to attack. Whoosh! A palm strike from Liu Xishan mercilessly sent Zhang Ping flying. Zhang Ping was slammed straight into the wall, purple-black nethermist energy surging out to cushion the blow. He braced his hands on the ground, realizing he had lost 5 points of nethermist, but fortunately, he could still use it to reduce the damage. From above, Liu Xishan commented that converting fear into nethermist somewhat compensated for its poor durability, then unleashed the blizzard technique. A barrage of sharp ice shards rained down, and Zhang Ping dodged while confidently thinking he could still handle attacks at this level. While busy dodging the ice above his head, Zhang Ping was caught by Liu Xishan's water tentacles, cursing under his breath for letting his guard down. Liu Xishan lectured him, stating bluntly that Zhang Ping's nethermist would be useless if the opponent felt no fear. Zhang Ping sneered, his eyes gleaming with a purple light, declaring that a single powerful enough strike was sufficient to finish off an opponent, regardless of whether they felt fear or not. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled a nethermist sword straight at Liu Xishan at incredibly high speed. Liu Xishan calmly countered by erecting a water prison, confidently declaring, "Let's see how strong your attack is." The nethermist sword plunged into the water prison, purple-black energy exploding, swirling and piercing through the defense. Liu Xishan was utterly shocked, unable to believe her water prison was broken so easily. Zhang Ping triumphantly declared his victory, while Liu Xishan, still trapped in her own water sphere, admitted that his nethermist was more formidable despite the level difference. She speculated that the nethermist beast might be the descendant of some king-level monster, which was why it possessed the characteristic of dealing damage beyond its level. Nevertheless, Liu Xishan still criticized Zhang Ping for lacking real combat experience, asserting that if this were a deathmatch, he would have been eliminated long ago. Unexpectedly, Liu Xishan pulled a new trick, turning the water into boiling water, making Zhang Ping yelp in pain from the burns. While blowing on his hands, Zhang Ping was lectured by Liu Xishan about the importance of understanding the true nature of one's abilities. She explained that water could transform into ice, hot water, or steam, each form capable of turning the tide of a battle. Inspired, Zhang Ping looked at the mass of nethermist in his hand and began experimenting with different forms. In retaliation, Zhang Ping molded the nethermist into the shape of a spider and thrust it forward, making Liu Xishan turn pale with fear and shriek. While she was panicking from her fear of spiders, Zhang Ping seized the opportunity to devour her water energy to recharge his nethermist. Liu Xishan recovered her composure, her face turning ashen upon seeing Zhang Ping's reckless action. She frantically screamed, warning that her water element was highly toxic, pure water, and ordered him to spit it out immediately. After being shaken wildly by Liu Xishan, Zhang Ping mumbled that he felt his body becoming loose and uncontrollable. Both froze as Zhang Ping's lower body transformed into a loose water tail, a consequence of absorbing the toxic energy. Zhang Ping screamed as he watched his arm liquefy into water, while Liu Xishan, standing beside him, was also bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Zhang Ping immediately activated appraisal, and a status screen appeared, announcing a successful analysis. He had just awakened 2 brand new abilities, the Glutton and Pure Water Body, Basic. His entire body transformed into a mass of liquid water. Zhang Ping pondered, wondering what kind of monstrous ability the Glutton truly was. Liu Xishan anxiously asked Zhang Ping if he was melting, but he merely smirked, reassuring her that he was fine, just needing some time to get used to the new state. Zhang Ping closed his eyes, concentrating, deducing that if the nethermist body and pure water body shared similarities, he could control it like a transformation skill. He began experimenting, turning into a puddle of water, then a stick figure, then a grotesque mess, all while repeatedly shouting, "All right," which left Liu Xishan speechless. Finally, Zhang Ping successfully transformed back into his human form, standing tall before Liu Xishan and boasting, "Xishan, look, I'm back to normal." But the problem was, his clothes had vanished. Zhang Ping was stark naked, making Liu Xishan blush, quickly cover her eyes, and stammer for him to put some clothes on. After turning away to avoid the awkward scene, Liu Xishan seriously asked what exactly had happened to Zhang Ping. As he put his clothes back on, Zhang Ping casually explained. Ah, it seems I accidentally drank your water, which caused me to awaken the pure water body. Liu Sishan was utterly shocked, her voice disbelieving as she repeated, Pure water body? She was astonished by Zhang Ping's rapid development, secretly thinking that this was a power water element users dreamed of their entire lives, yet he awakened it as easily as pie, truly the caliber of an infinite-level awakener. Seeing Liu Sishan turn and walk away, Zhang Ping anxiously asked if she was all right, but she only replied awkwardly, I'm fine. Suddenly, a pink, gem-shaped communication device flashed. Liu Sishan's expression immediately turned serious as she heard the urgent report. Report, Captain Iron Soul is under attack. Requesting immediate reinforcements. She ordered Zhang Ping, deploy all available units in the area. I'll be there shortly. And he immediately complied. Zhang Ping realized Wang Jiemin and the others were in danger, so he insisted on going with her. But Liu Sishan stopped him, warning that it could be a trap. He smiled confidently, his hand radiating water energy, and declared, Don't worry. I've just awakened the pure water body. If things go south, I can turn into water and slip away unnoticed. Liu Sishan reluctantly conceded to his reasoning. All right then, just stick close to me. She immediately rushed off, pulling Zhang Ping, who obediently followed. They both arrived at the Iron Soul Forge and witnessed a horrifying scene. The floor was littered with the bodies of black-clad assassins, and a voice echoed in confusion. Where did these assassins come from? Upon arrival, Liu Sishan immediately gave orders like a true commander. You, lead a team to find survivors. You, set up defenses in case more assassins appear. Zhang Ping frantically rushed into the courtyard, shouting the names of his friends. Uncle Liu, Wang Jiemin, Sister Qiang. From the corner of the wall, Cho Qiang stumbled out, covered in blood, weakly calling Zhang Ping's name. Seeing his senior badly wounded, Zhang Ping didn't hesitate for a second, rushing straight to support her. Cho Qiang pointed forward, her voice urgent. Hurry, Uncle Liu, Wang Jiemin. Liu Sishan had also just landed. Seeing Zhang Ping supporting Cho Qiang and realizing both had been hit, she ordered decisively, I'll go check on them. You stay and take care of her. A team member was carefully bandaging a bleeding wound on someone's leg. Zhang Ping helped Cho Qiang sit down, anxiously looking at her injured arm. Sister Qiang, your arm. Cho Qiang brushed him off, her eyes sharp. I'm fine. Losing an arm won't kill me. Liu Sishan's support team had arrived, quickly moving into the scene. The Purge Squad members began evacuating the wounded from the combat zone. Liu Sishan checked on Wang Jiemin, who lay unconscious on a stretcher, then reassured Zhang Ping. Don't worry, it's just a superficial wound. She'll be fine. The medical team quickly carried Wang Jiemin away from the forge for treatment. Liu Sishan turned to question Zhang Ping as he supported Cho Qiang. These assassins targeted you. Have you made enemies with anyone influential? Zhang Ping smirked confidently, replying to Cho Qiang. Don't worry about me, just focus on recovering from your injuries. He declared that the city was no longer safe, and the Purge Squad would take everyone to a secure location outside for treatment, causing a team member to blame themselves. Damn it, it's all my fault. Zhang Ping clenched his fist, his eyes icy. The beast-taming Zhu clan. In this Pearl City, only they would want me dead. Liu Sishan immediately replied, I'll have someone investigate right away. Suddenly, Zhang Ping sensed a familiar energy surge and heard the whispers of the wind. He immediately realized, that voice is Luo Shiyu. She's nearby. Boom. A colossal, blood-red attack descended from the sky, aimed directly at Zhang Ping and Liu Sishan, accompanied by Luo Shiyu's cold voice. In these times, it's better to waste food than to let a threat roam free. Just as the attack struck, Zhang Ping yelled, Watch out, then lunged to embrace Liu Sishan, and both tumbled to the ground to dodge the move. From above, Luo Shiyu landed at the edge of the crater, smirking disdainfully. Impressive. You managed to block my attack again? Zhang Ping and Liu Sishan stood up. She wondered. I'm fine, but this operation was top secret. How did she get here so fast? Luo Shiyu narrowed her crimson eyes, radiating intense killing intent, clearly having no intention of letting the two survive. Luo Shiyu called out Zhang Ping's name, while he calmly replied, Hello, classmate Luo Shiyu, long time no see. Simultaneously activating his opponent analysis skill, Liu Sishan pushed Zhang Ping behind her, growling, Go, let me stop her, then charged forward, enveloped in icy energy. She unleashed a colossal blizzard, roaring blizzard, aiming directly at Luo Shiyu, who was hovering in the air. Facing the ice storm, Luo Shiyu merely muttered, It seems my identity has been exposed, completely unfazed by the attack. Luo Shiyu raised her hand, effortlessly controlling swirling red energy to block all the incoming ice spears, her eyes sharp and cold. So, you are the ones behind everything. Liu Sishan was stunned to see her attack nullified so easily. Crash! A surge of red energy tore through the air, striking Liu Sishan's ice shield directly, causing it to shatter instantly. Her shield shattered. Liu Sishan was sent flying backward, utterly helpless against the opponent's overwhelming power. Luo Shiyu sneered, smugly thinking that even if they knew her identity, her opponents were only reacting to the cold air around her and couldn't see through her illusion. Liu Sishan began to feel deadly cold currents from all directions. She constantly moved to dodge the invisible attacks. Zhang Ping shouted, "Sister Cece," then began pinpointing attack locations, making Liu Sishan secretly grateful. It's a good thing Zhang Ping is here, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to resist. Following Zhang Ping's directions, Liu Sishan dodged a series of tricky attacks from 3 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. She continued to pivot, evading a barrage of attacks from all directions, guided by Zhang Ping's shouts. Luo Shiyu was stunned, her eyes filled with doubt. How does he know? Could it be that he? A blazing red energy sphere was compressed by Luo Shiyu, preparing for a finishing blow. Zhang Ping's eyes flashed with green light. He roared a warning to Liu Sishan. Dodge at all costs. Luo Shiyu, furious, realized Zhang Ping was the one who saw through her scheme. She snarled, "I should have dealt with you from the very beginning." Luo Shiyu continued her relentless assault, making Zhang Ping sweat profusely as he had to both dodge attacks and act as a guide for Liu Sishan. Zhang Ping flailed wildly, continuously directing Liu Sishan to dodge attacks. 3 turns left, 3 turns right. Just in time, Zhang Ping activated his nethermist limit to erect a shield, not forgetting to taunt Luo Shiyu. "Hey, you look annoyed, huh? Did your lover just dump you?" Luo Shiyu curled her lips, revealing sharp fangs, her voice full of interest. How amusing. The fox demon hovered in the air, red energy erupting around her. "Zhang Ping, you hide yourself remarkably well. We've tested you so many times, yet you always manage to fool us." Luo Shiyu condensed energy into a small orb, declaring firmly, "But this time, you have nowhere left to run." The fox demon unleashed a massive energy storm, and Liu Sishan could only brace her ice shield, defending desperately. Her damage is too high. Zhang Ping's nethermist mana bar plummeted uncontrollably. 50%, 30%, 10%, in less than a second, while Luo Shiyu merely smirked mockingly. Just as the attack was about to hit its target, a blinding golden pillar of light descended from the sky, blocking the destructive assault. Luo Shiyu stared, stunned, at the mysterious pillar of light, not understanding what was happening. "What the hell is this?" Liu Sishan shouted, "Zhang Ping, now!" And he immediately replied, "Understood, boss." Zhang Ping unleashed nethermist energy, creating a dense black smoke screen to blind his opponent. He grabbed Liu Sishan's hand with lightning speed. Both ran at full speed, using the nethermist as a smokescreen to escape while Luo Shiyu was still bewildered. The enraged fox demon roared, "You won't escape." One side of her face began to distort into a monstrous form. Luo Shiyu fully transformed into a giant fox monster, letting out a roar that shattered the illusionary space. She commanded the minions lurking on the rooftops, "Heed my command, all of you, go find Zhang Ping. Don't let him escape." A while later, at a purge squad safe house located outside the city. Inside, Liu Sishan angrily questioned Zhang Ping about his reckless actions, but our protagonist merely replied nonchalantly. At the hospital, Zhang Ping confirmed the situation with Cho Qiang. "So, you've joined the purge squad, and Zhoucheng City has fallen into the hands of those fox demons?" Zhang Ping felt guilty for implicating her, but the formidable Cho Qiang brushed it off. "It's just an arm, it'll live. Besides, I owe you for saving Mr. Liu and the others." Liu Sishan entered, announcing that Zhang Ping would have to temporarily take refuge outside the city, and promised to find a way to reclaim the blacksmith shop for Cho Qiang. For a moment, Liu Sishan realized that the boy from back then had matured remarkably without her knowing. Cho Qiang perceptively noticed Liu Sishan waiting outside the door and subtly urged Zhang Ping away. "That girl is waiting for you. Don't let me hinder important matters." Zhang Ping stepped into the hallway and asked Liu Sishan intimately, "Sishan, are you looking for me?" Having slipped his tongue and called her too intimately, Zhang Ping broke into a cold sweat when Liu Sishan gave him a glare, quickly covering up by saying he caught it from Cho Qiang. Zhang Ping felt awkward. After all, he had lived 2 lives and was much older than her, so calling her Sishan felt wrong. Liu Sishan ignored it, coldly saying, "Forget it. It's just an appellation." Follow me for a moment. As they walked down the hallway, Liu Xishan announced, "Your identity has been exposed. You temporarily cannot return to Zhoucheng City. Just wait for the captain's orders." Stopping, Liu Xishan held out a test tube containing a yellow liquid, a reward from the Purge Squad for Zhang Ping's contributions in the Saintess incident. Zhang Ping took the test tube, immediately recognizing its contents. "This is golden blood?" He couldn't believe his eyes. This was an extremely rare item. Liu Xishan confirmed it was Jinbo's golden blood, explaining that it possessed potent healing properties, often used to save lives or prolong the lifespan of veterans. She added that golden blood was a bloodline-based ability, inheritable by descendants, and warned Zhang Ping to be careful not to be targeted by gold diggers. Zhang Ping merely shrugged, thinking that marriage and children were a distant prospect, so there was no point in overthinking it. He decided to try it immediately, tilting his head back and gulping down the test tube's contents, secretly calling upon his glutton and pure water body abilities for support. After drinking, Zhang Ping felt no reaction in his body, prompting Liu Xishan to ask, "How is it? Did you gain any abilities?" Suddenly, Zhang Ping coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, but it was his own. He immediately realized, "It's a success." The system panel appeared, confirming that the glutton ability had successfully activated the pure blood body. Another SS rank unlimited ability. Zhang Ping's hand was covered in fresh blood. He explained that the pure blood body ability allowed him to sense a target's condition simply by being near them, which alarmed Liu Xishan. With his new vision, Zhang Ping could see through Liu Xishan's visor and clearly discern a scar on her face. Liu Xishan quickly dismissed it, saying it was nothing significant, but Zhang Ping knew full well that the scar was not simple at all. Zhang Ping further explained that in this state, he could sense life force and merge with wounds to heal them, including scars. Hearing this, Liu Xishan's eyes lit up, immediately realizing the opportunity to heal Cho Qiang's lost arm. Zhang Ping confidently declared that, theoretically, with enough blood, he could regenerate an entire body from a piece of skin, concluding with a new combo: pure water body for defense, and pure blood body for healing others. Liu Xishan lost all patience, pushing Zhang Ping straight away. "What are you waiting for? Go help Cho Qiang quickly." Zhang Ping unexpectedly stopped her, proposing a serious talk afterward, not as teammates, but as old friends. Liu Xishan paused for a beat, then nodded slightly in agreement. The scene shifted to the wilderness outside the city, a quiet forest by a lake, where a few deer were leisurely drinking water under the moonlight. Suddenly, the deer snapped their heads up, and birds scattered in panic, signaling an immense danger approaching. Booming! The ground shook violently, as a sea of monsters with glowing red eyes marched forward, their aura as if to devour everything. The monster army appeared in all sorts of grotesque forms, from humanoid minions to flying beasts and a giant reptilian monster, a tide of death rapidly approaching. At another base, a female Purge Squad member with braided blonde hair curiously peeked at her captain. Situ Shibai, the silver-haired man, was examining a folder of documents. The blonde girl asked if they were records about the Holy Ancestor Village. Situ Shibai slowly explained that the Zhu clan of beast tamers, despite having committed many atrocities, were originally considered heroes. A heroic flashback appeared. Zhu Qiang, the Zhu clan patriarch, merged with the solar divine bird, transforming into a fire phoenix to warm the world, fighting until exhaustion and death. The blonde girl recounted the history, saying that the survivors established the Holy Ancestor Village to guard his tomb, then wondered how this was relevant to the present. Situ Shibai revealed a shocking secret. Every 100 years, the village gives birth to a saintess, a person with a special bloodline that helps protect the village from monster attacks. The blonde girl was deeply shocked, stammering, "Could Chen Junting be the saintess?" Situ Shibai affirmed that the Zhu clan was plotting to use her to control the Natur Fox clan. The blonde braided girl continued to wonder. But why did the saintess appear at the academy? And why is the Holy Ancestor Village so silent? Situ Shibai coldly replied, as the shadowy figures of the Holy Ancestor Village leaders appeared, emanating malevolence. What if they did it on purpose, using the saintess's capture as a pretext to openly and legitimately attack the city? The blonde girl still didn't understand, so Situ Shibai began to explain a dark past. 150 years ago, this city once had a tyrannical ruler. It turned out that ruler, after being expelled with the help of the current city lord, somehow became the leader of the Holy Ancestor Village itself. Situ Shibai concluded. Perhaps she had never given up on reclaiming the city, merely waiting for the perfect opportunity to turn the tables. The scene shifted to a secret base of the Purge Squad, Safe House No. 003, perfectly camouflaged within a colossal rock formation. Inside, A white-haired female member wearing a visor heard a sound and grew wary, wondering if the Zhu clan remnants were approaching again. She looked into the infirmary, where her injured teammates lay scattered, and worried that if the base were discovered, they would all be wiped out. She hesitated, looking towards Zhang Ping, who was in another room, unsure if she should let him shoulder the burden of defending everyone alone. Suddenly, Zhang Ping rushed out with a storm lantern in his hand, exclaiming excitedly, "It's a success," the white-haired female member asked in confusion, because she clearly remembered that lantern had run out of energy long ago. Zhang Ping explained that it would be a waste to throw it away, so he tried to recharge it, then began a display of power. Fire Swallower, Flame Shackles. He continued to switch abilities, his entire body transforming into water as he shouted, "Pure Water Body." Not stopping there, a stream of blazing red blood energy surged from his body. Pure Blood Body. Finally, Zhang Ping activated his Nether Mist ability, and a dark purple aura enveloped the lantern. The storm lantern now emitted an eerie purple light. Its information panel showed it was charged 21/100 energy and had been upgraded into a demonic lantern. Zhang Ping smugly explained to an injured teammate that he had recharged the lantern using Nether Mist, and its effects were now even more formidable than before. He threw the lantern to the ground, calling it a lucky throw. Then, with the white-haired female member, prepared to leave for their mission. Outside, the two stood on a tree branch, overwhelmed by a roaring sea of mutated monsters below. Zhang Ping muttered, "Why are there so many? Since when did the Zhu clan control these monsters?" Liu Xishan reported to headquarters. "This is Liu Xishan. Situation near Safe House No. 005. Approximately 10,000 mutated monsters are advancing towards Jiangzhou City." Zhang Ping noticed something unusual as he observed the horde of monsters fleeing headlong. Strange, they don't seem to be attacking. It's more like they're fleeing from something. Zhang Ping's expression changed. He had realized the true threat. He frantically pointed into the distance, shouting, "Xishan, look over there!" Liu Xishan was also stunned as she looked in the direction he pointed. The reflection on her visor showed a horrifying sight. Zhang Ping hastily corrected the report. "Correction, there's also a colossal zombie army advancing into the city. A sea of zombies, as numerous as ants, howling savagely, estimated to number up to 50,000. At headquarters, Situ Shibai slammed the table upon receiving the grim news. 10,000 monsters, 50,000 zombies. While the Notcher Fox clan and Zhu clan remnants are still hiding within the city. Situ Shibai gritted his teeth. The manpower shortage was at a red alert level, making it impossible to fight so many enemies simultaneously. The Purge Squad's leader considered taking action himself, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. But then he decided there was still one option, and called out the names of his core members. Manny, Chen Luowei, Xu Jie, prepare to reactivate the Sky Veil. The whole team was bewildered, but Situ Shibai explained that yesterday, he had temporarily suppressed Princess Yue Yi to cover Zhang Ping, so her power couldn't have fully recovered yet. Situ Shibai declared the plan. "We cannot rely on the guard squad or the investigation team, but Jiangzhou City is not lacking in experts. The plan is to engrave a warning message about the zombies onto the Sky Veil, gather all the awakened ones, and blend in with them." He ordered his female squad to depart, and they immediately obeyed with determination. Situ Shibai opened a private communication channel, ordering Liu Xishan and Zhang Ping, "You two, hold back the monsters and zombies outside. Buy time for the city to gather its forces." At another branch, a man wearing glasses received orders from headquarters via a communication orb. The order was relayed. "Proceed immediately to Safe House No. 003 area. Provide immediate support to Liu Xishan." The glasses-wearing swordsman summoned his flying swords and, with two teammates, rushed off to execute the mission, confidently declaring, "Let's go. It's our time to shine." At the city lord's mansion, an aide in a suit was smugly confident that the blacksmith shop raid plan had gone smoothly. He received a report via radio. Confirmed, Princess Yue is not in the mansion. He ordered, "Good, proceed to the next step." Suddenly, the other end reported trouble. "We've got trouble." A horde of unknown zombies appeared, scaring the mutated monsters into a chaotic, uncontrolled frenzy. The aide roared furiously, "Stop babbling. Clean up that mess immediately. If this plan fails, we're all dead." "Useless fools," he muttered, deciding he would have to find and capture the Saintess himself when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, a squad of city guards appeared, led by Captain Lin K. Dai, a man whose face was entirely wrapped in bandages, looking as if he had just returned from the dead. The aide tried to act friendly to probe. "Oh, Captain Lin, is there something urgent?" Captain Lin only gave a glacial glance, without uttering a single word in response. The entire squad simply glided past the stunned aide, leaving him bewildered. Did he just ignore me? Could he have caught wind of something? Without a word, Captain Lin pushed open the large door in front of him. The aide froze, his voice stammering as he saw the scene inside. What the hell is this? Behind the door was not a meeting room, but a lavish ball, where everyone was dancing to melodious music. Chen Junting appeared with a radiant smile, extending her hand in invitation. New friends have arrived. Come play with us. Captain Lin suddenly found himself holding a glass of wine, completely bewildered by what was happening. Confused, the captain wondered, why am I here? Then tried to recall his assigned orders. Ah, that's right. Capture Zhang Ping. The sudden rush of memories shocked him so much that he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Chen Junting was already standing beside him, with a mischievous smile. You really don't know anything. Did she summon your kind here? Captain Lin sensed an overwhelming aura from the girl. This feeling is like being near the king of our clan. Chen Junting used her sleeve to wipe the blood from his chest, her voice innocent. You said we shouldn't waste anything, right? The Saintess's power was too immense. Captain Lin immediately knelt in submission. Yes, Saintess. The girl only smiled in response. I just consider everyone my friend. Chen Junting happily pulled Captain Lin onto the dance floor, ignoring his confusion. Come on, let's dance. Captain Lin realized a horrifying truth. The Saintess can only influence mutated monsters. Could it be that all my subordinates have been replaced by nature foxes? The captain bitterly admitted that in this illusory ball, there was probably not a single human left. In the shadows, the city lord's aide smirked sinisterly, muttering his plan. They are all being controlled by that girl Chen Junting, without her even knowing it. If I can lure her, the plan will enter a new phase. The aide approached Chen Junting with a fake smile. Having fun, little Chen Junting? The girl innocently replied, Yes, I am. I'm looking for new friends to play with. I didn't expect Sister Luo to throw such a big party for me. The aide continued his charade, changing the subject. Speaking of Sister Luo, why hasn't she returned yet? She must be busy with something. He held out a pendant, his voice full of temptation. I know a place that's much more fun than this. Want to go play there? Chen Junting swatted his hand away, firmly refusing. No. She turned her back, her demeanor cold. I haven't finished playing here yet. Besides, I don't even know who you are. Suddenly, Chen Junting's eyes glowed in the darkness, and an invisible surge of power emanated from her. The aide was stunned when he heard the girl call his name directly, while all the guests in the hall simultaneously froze. All of her friends turned around, their eyes glowing blood red, and the entire space plunged into a deadly silence. Scene change. Lucy Shan was present near Safe House 003, ready for action. She launched a colossal pillar of water, demonstrating her incredibly formidable elemental control. Zhang Ping used nethermist energy to herd a horde of monsters into one spot, then shouted, Sishan, I've gathered them. Freeze them. Immediately, Lu Sishan transformed the water pillar into a colossal block of ice, freezing all the monsters in an instant. But before they could celebrate their coordinated attack, a heavily armored monster shattered the ice, roaring defiantly. Liu Sishan was overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies, so Zhang Ping immediately charged forward to cover her. I'll hold them off. The monster's fear became fuel for Zhang Ping. He channeled nethermist power, summoning a colossal, multi-headed shadow beast. Zhang Ping exerted his maximum power, pushing his nethermist energy to its peak. Unleash full potential, maximum output, don't stop. A colossal nethermist dragon formed from the shadows, charged directly towards the waiting horde of mutated monsters, determined to buy time for reinforcements. The shadow dragon hovered above the monsters. Zhang Ping saw them as an endless mine of experience and nethermist energy to farm. Whoosh! A single swing of the nethermist dragon's tail swept away numerous monsters, and experience points continuously surged. The monsters were utterly terrified. Their leader roared, ordering the entire horde. Scatter, avoid that dragon. Immediately, the monster horde split into countless small groups, swarming in all directions like a disturbed beehive to save their lives. Zhang Ping smirked, realizing these mutated monsters were only focused on fleeing and had no courage to fight. Suddenly, ice spears shot out from nowhere, piercing straight through a monster attempting to escape. Liu Sishan appeared, coldly declared she would deal with the stragglers, while the ground below was already covered in ice, trapping countless others. Zhang Ping smiled, turning to praise his friend's seamless coordination. Sishan. Well done. But their joy was short-lived, as a new wave of monsters, as numerous as ants, surged from the distance, forcing him to refocus. The Nethermist dragon roared, swinging its claws to tear apart a few minions that ventured too close, but the enemies kept coming relentlessly. Suddenly, a fireball and a lightning bolt shot out from the crowd, hurtling towards the dragon with terrifying speed. The Nethermist dragon was hit, astonished by the surprise attack from a hidden enemy. With a whoosh, the fireball pierced through its energy body, causing it to begin disintegrating into black smoke. Zhang Ping broke into a cold sweat, sensing something ominous as his trump card was defeated too easily. From the shadows, a group of heavily muscled zombies emerged, one wielding fire, the other crackling with lightning, completely unlike ordinary zombies. Zhang Ping quickly activated appraisal. The information panel appeared. Zombie, Holy Ancestor Village Faction, Level 6. While the undead had already begun climbing onto the Nethermist dragon. Holy Ancestor Village? Zhang Ping realized this was extremely important information, and he had to find a way to report it to headquarters immediately. The zombies knew no fear. They furiously attacked the dragon. Zhang Ping shouted, "Fall back!" and realized his Nethermist energy was depleting because he couldn't absorb fear from them. Liu Xishan shouted from afar, "Zhang Ping, keep your distance from them." Zhang Ping replied curtly, his eyes sharp. "Understood," he growled. "Let's try this move." The Nethermist dragon immediately pounced on the two most stubborn zombies. Whoosh! The dragon took flight, creating a shockwave that sent the swarm of small fry zombies below flying. Zhang Ping activated his Fire Devourer talent. "Sorry, but someone's about to be burned to ashes." Flame Bind. From above, the Nethermist dragon unleashed a rain of fireballs upon the zombies. Experience points surged continuously, and all of Zhang Ping's stats increased. Meanwhile, Liu Xishan wasn't idle. She charged into another group like a whirlwind. She coldly unleashed her move, Sword Skill, Blade's Waltz. She danced with her sword, creating sharp ice slashes that tore the zombies to pieces. But the zombies were too numerous. One swung a club right behind her, making her exclaim, "Damn it!" Thud. The Nethermist dragon descended from the sky, crushing the zombie and saving Liu Xishan from an obvious defeat. She stammered, "Oh, it's nothing." Zhang Ping analyzed the situation. The first wave has about 1,000 creatures. The second wave will arrive in half an hour. These things even know how to use supernatural abilities. Liu Xishan suspected the Zhu clan, but Zhang Ping denied it. "No, I've analyzed them. They belong to the Holy Ancestor Village." At headquarters, Situ Shibai agreed. Though the Zhu clan is ruthless, they consider taming beasts their creed. They would never stoop to controlling zombies. Situ Shibai affirmed, "Our intelligence indicates that the Holy Ancestor Village is likely involved in this incident, and Zhang Ping's analysis has confirmed it." Hearing that name, Liu Xishan was deeply shocked, sweat pouring down. The Holy Ancestor Village? She gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot. In other words, that old hag is behind this. In her memory, a woman identical to herself knelt in despair before a cruel ruler. That person was the queen of the Holy Ancestor Village, an individual exuding dark malevolence with blazing golden eyes. Back in reality, a wave of green, poisonous gas began to spread. Liu Xishan hastily warned, "Zhang Ping, hold your breath. This gas is toxic." Zhang Ping recognized the familiar scent of the poisonous gas. "Hold your breath. This smells like rotten eggs. Hydrogen sulfide." He recalled his previous life in the rescue team. A major fire had also been caused by this gas, and he realized it was extremely flammable. Zhang Ping warned Liu Xishan, "Xishan, be careful. It could explode." She wondered what he was planning. There was no time for explanations. Zhang Ping simply said, "Trust me." Liu Xishan didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Zhang Ping activated his Fire Devourer talent, and a flame ignited at his fingertip. Boom! The entire area was engulfed in a sea of flames, the explosion sweeping away the poisonous gas. The fire from the explosion was completely absorbed by Zhang Ping. His Fire Devourer energy bar surged, while Liu Xishan had managed to create a protective energy sphere around herself. Suddenly, Zhang Ping noticed a change. The second wave of zombies is here. Liu Xishan was surprised. "Didn't we have half an hour left?" A thick black smoke billowed up from the distance. Zhang Ping wondered, "Wait, what the hell is that?" and immediately ordered, "Appraise." An old man with silver hair and green eyes, looking like a final boss, sat atop a colossal monster, disdainfully looking down. "So, they've neutralized my zombie poison. These two youngsters have some skill." Zhang Ping frowned, his appraisal ability failing for the first time. "Strange, I could even analyze Luo Xiu, so why can't I scan this old man?" Without overthinking, Zhang Ping changed his target, ordering an appraisal of the entire battlefield, and successfully scanning the information of the sea of zombies behind the old man. The old leader ordered a giant green-skinned zombie wielding an axe. Go, bring them back here, dead or alive. Zhang Ping read the appraisal results and was deeply shocked. The analysis shows this guy is a level 39 fallen one. He turned to ask Liu Xishan about this unfamiliar term. Liu Xishan explained that fallen ones are awakened individuals whose wills are too weak, consumed by their own power, turning them into slaves to their abilities and making them extremely powerful. A fallen zombie with vacant white eyes and jagged teeth roared, charging forward. Zhang Ping swung his hand, creating a sharp scythe of nethermist energy, preparing for battle. The giant, axe-wielding zombie was closing in. Liu Xishan immediately drew her ice sword to block its path. The giant roared, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" then brought its battle axe down with terrifying force. Liu Xishan didn't flinch. She swung her ice sword, forming a cross-shaped slash that blocked the attack, and reported back to headquarters. Liu Xishan urgently reported to headquarters. A fallen one has appeared, riding a giant zombie. I'm not strong enough to stop him. The zombies, numerous as ants, led by the fallen one and his colossal pet, were swarming towards the north of the city. Liu Xishan reconfirmed. He's level 39. This is an extremely grave threat. Zhang Ping activated appraisal to check. Zombie, Holy Ancestor Village faction, trash potential, but level 29. Zhang Ping smirked, vibrant purple nethermist energy flaring around his hand. Let's see if I can control it first. Swish. Chains of nethermist shot out from thin air, tightly coiling around the giant zombie. Roar! The monster tensed, its muscles bulging, and easily broke the energy chains in an instant. Zhang Ping gritted his teeth, realizing this creature was on a completely different level compared to the previous creeps. Boom! A loud sound echoed from afar, drawing the attention of both. Zhang Ping and Liu Xishan spun around, realizing the sound came from Mingzhu City. Could the enemy have already reached the city gates? At the north gate of Mingzhu City, a horde of mutated monsters was furiously attacking, roaring to enter the city. In the thick of the chaos, a muscular man with fiery fists appeared, blocking the monster's advance. Wham! He threw a punch directly at a monster's face, sending it flying like a toy. Feng Laixian, the martial arts master of the Beast King Martial Arts Hall, took a drag from his cigarette and declared, "The Beast King Martial Arts Hall is ready." He stood guard before the city gate with his students, proclaiming loudly, "Today, no one shall pass." The entire Beast King Martial Arts Hall roared, charging into the sea of monsters. Charge! Don't let them advance another step. The entire martial arts hall fought fiercely, punching and kicking, sweeping away the low-level monsters in a chaotic battle. Among the zombies, a distinct one appeared, its bloodshot eyes gleaming with cunning, its hands radiating green energy. A red-haired fighter charged out to block the special zombie, growling, "Stop right there. I've been watching you. You're different from the rest." The fighter's fist was caught by the zombie's hand, the corrosive green energy causing blood to seep from his hand wraps. The zombie's blazing red eyes flashed. It was no mindless creep. The special zombie unleashed a series of emerald claw attacks, completely overwhelming the red-haired martial artist. Feng Laixian observed from a distance, immediately recognizing the familiar martial arts stance. Is this the Beast King fist, Ape King style? The zombie roared a clearly human phrase, its blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. Who the hell are you? Feng Laixian wasted no words, charging straight in to close the distance, dodging attacks, and preparing to counter. The martial artist tensed his body, blocking the zombie's attack, their colliding powers sparking intensely. Feng Laixian roared, channeling his strength to unleash the Beast King fist, Tao Ti style, seizing the zombie and lifting it into the air. He hurled the zombie high into the sky, preparing for an aerial finishing blow. A blazing punch descended, creating a terrifying explosion at the point of impact. Amidst the smoke and flames, Feng Laixian activated the Tao Ti Emperor body, undying regeneration ability. His body continuously recovering HP. The zombie lay motionless in a deep crater, a wooden token falling from its body. Feng Laixian picked up the token, wondering why it looked so familiar. He froze upon reading the name on it. Lin Benshi, this is my senior brother's keepsake. The martial artist stared at the corpse, muttering, "He knows the Beast King fist and carries my senior brother's keepsake." The zombie suddenly sat up, howling, "Foolish junior brother, submit to your fate." Feng Laixian realized the bitter truth, questioning his former senior brother. "Don't tell me you are senior brother Lin Benshi, who disappeared 30 years ago." He clenched his fist, his voice filled with pain. "I can't believe you've turned into a zombie, enduring such a tragic fate." The two clashed again, their punches meeting with fiery impact, but this time, the The zombie seemed to plead. Only you can stop me. Feng Laixian hesitated, his heart torn. Has the senior brother I once knew truly vanished? Memories flooded back, a young Lin Benxi urging Feng Laixian to train. Faster, even faster. In the past, Lin Benxi explained the martial art. The Ape King style must be flexible, unbound by any rigid form. Memories flooded back, the young Lin Benxi grinning, extending a hand. Come on, train a little more. Once I've taught you, well, go humble that old man's arrogance. Back in reality, Feng Laixian unleashed a powerful punch, halting the zombie senior brother's attack. The martial artist's eyes welled up, bitterly realizing. Senior brother, why have your fists become so slow and weak? Rage erupted, Feng Laixian roared, and delivered a sky-shattering kick, knocking Lin Benxi down. Don't disgrace the Beast King fist. Don't disgrace my senior brother. Feng Laixian placed his hand on his chest, and a surge of orange energy began to converge. Flames erupted from his back, and he swore fiercely, I swear I will find those who turned you into this. Feng Laixian's entire body ignited, his hair turning to fire, his status panel showing his body temperature had reached 500 degrees Celsius, and his stats skyrocketing. With fiery eyes, he loudly warned his teammates. Everyone, fall back, you might get caught in the crossfire. He charged forward, grabbing Lin Benxi's head, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Crash! Feng Laixian slammed his zombie senior brother into the ground, the earth cracking open. He held his opponent tightly, pouring all his strength into his blazing fist. A destructive punch was unleashed, creating a massive energy explosion. The pillar of fire swept away everything in its path, its destructive power utterly terrifying. Lin Benxi was completely engulfed by the energy, his body beginning to disintegrate in the flames. The zombie's corpse lay motionless on the desolate ground. Feng Laixian stood there, his voice lowered. Rest in peace, senior brother. From the shadows, the fallen leader muttered to himself, his voice full of regret. I didn't expect my masterpiece to be defeated like this. The old man looked at Feng Laixian with interest. But it's fine. You will be a perfect replacement for him. Feng Laixian spun around, his sharp gaze locking onto the one who had just spoken. The flames on his body flared up fiercely again, and he growled. Is it you? The one who turned my senior brother into a zombie? The fallen leader stood atop a colossal corpse, emanating dark aura, calmly admitting, That's right. Do you have a problem with that? The fallen leader's blood-red eyes gleamed in the darkness, his voice full of contempt. You insects truly believe that? You can stand against my army? The old boss stood atop a mountain of corpses, below him a sea of glowing-eyed fallen zombies, as numerous as ants. The situation was tense. The Hanhai Academy's plot to kidnap the Saintess had failed, and the Purge Squad began investigating the Zhu clan. The commotion at the Iron Soul blacksmith shop had lured Princess Yue, who was now scouring the city for Zhang Ping amidst a pile of assassin corpses. The plan to unleash the mutant beasts into the city lord's mansion also failed. The monsters were outmaneuvered by the zombies and were now fleeing in panic. The attempt to kidnap the Saintess right at the mansion also fizzled out. Now a large number of nature fox demons had gathered inside to protect her. The entire Zhu clan conspiracy was exposed, luring the nature fox demons out, using the Saintess to control them, and ultimately seizing Mingzhu City. Investigations revealed that the recent zombie outbreak was directly linked to the elders of Holy Ancestor Village, who exuded a terrifying evil aura. An urgent warning, zombies are coming, appeared across the city's sky, and the defense system was reactivated to rally warriors. The zombies had approached the north gate and were spilling into the east and west, while the south gate was protected by treacherous mountains. The entire Beast King Martial Arts Hall and other awakened ones had gathered at the north gate to defend to the death. At Holy Ancestor Village, a powerful cult leader appeared with her subordinates, preparing for the next phase of their plan. A subordinate knelt and reported, Your Holiness, everyone is present, showing extreme reverence. The cult leader ordered her disciples, Your mission is to assist the low-level zombies in sowing chaos throughout the city, while also plundering some goods and propagating our doctrine. But once the Zhaoxi brothers capture the Saintess, everyone must retreat immediately, she commanded decisively. And the entire group unanimously obeyed. The subordinate cautiously asked, Your Holiness, will that king-level monster in the city interfere with our plans? He continued to wonder. And why must we retreat after capturing the Saintess? Haven't we already declared war? The cult leader sneered. You mean that old fox? He awakened long ago. He's just waiting for the right moment for the 18th to appear. The subordinate broke into a sweat, realizing the dangerous stakes of this game if their army attacked right now. The cult leader reassured him with absolute confidence. Rest assured. Even though the Saintess hasn't fully awakened, her influence is not to be underestimated. Even a king-level mutant beast cannot easily defy her will, and the nature fox demons wouldn't dare to act rashly while she is still there. Cloaked Zhu clan, remnants discussed plans to seize the city, identifying Situ Shibai and his purge squad as their primary obstacle. A white-haired old man from the enemy faction revealed their first move: have infiltrators open the city gates and release the zombies to cause chaos. He continued to outline the plan. Once Shibai uses the Sun and Moon Twin Pearls defense system to clear out the small fry, he and his team will expose their weaknesses. At that point, our side only needs to use the Saintess to hold back the foxes, then watch both sides tear each other apart. The Jade Necklace subordinate reported anxiously to the cult leader. My lady, spies report that the Zhu clan is also targeting the Saintess's power. What if they ruin our plans? The cult leader waved her hand confidently. I have already sensed it. The Saintess girl is still in a daze, her mind in chaos. The Zhu clan has no chance of manipulating her. She explained. The reason I sent the Zhaoxi brothers to retrieve the Saintess is because they share her bloodline and can communicate directly through telepathy. The cult leader affirmed firmly. Those few Zhu clan members sneaking around the city are no match for the Zhaoxi brothers, making the subordinate only able to show admiration. After the discussion, the cult leader and her subordinate set off to execute the plan. Zhang Ping drew his dagger, dark purple nethermist energy surging around the blade, preparing for a massacre. In the chaotic battlefield, Zhang Ping pierced a zombie, while Liu Xishan wielded her ice sword, sweeping away another group in an instant. Zhang Ping grumbled as he fought, the zombies as numerous as ants, seemingly endless. Suddenly, Zhang Ping sensed danger. His gaze darted towards his teammate. A muscular zombie swung its giant mace, aiming directly at Liu Xishan's nape. Zhang Ping shouted a warning. Xishan, be careful. Liu Xishan was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat as she realized a fatal attack was imminent. She reacted incredibly fast, twisting her body to dodge the blow and unleashing a wide-area ice spell, freezing all the surrounding zombies. Liu Xishan landed gracefully, while another zombie lunged to attack Zhang Ping from behind. A notification appeared. Zhang Ping's nethermist energy was almost depleted, only 10 over 100 remaining. He was clung to by several zombies, yet his expression remained calm. Another muscular zombie raised its weapon high again, preparing to unleash a devastating blow upon Liu Xishan. Zhang Ping cried out in despair, seeing his teammate about to be hit. Be careful, Xishan. Crash! A giant ice shield appeared just in time, blocking the zombie's attack and saving Liu Xishan's life by a hair's breadth. A giant clad in full armor smugly declared. Hey, my shield isn't just for show. Liu Xishan looked up at the tank who had just saved her life, recognizing an acquaintance. You are Zhang Shouzhong? Swish. Swish. A rain of blue energy swords tore through the air, plunging straight into the battlefield. The illusionary swords impaled the zombies, swarming Zhang Ping, astonishing him. Illusionary swords? Reinforcements? The small fry zombies were mercilessly cleared out by the sword rain, disappearing in droves. A black-haired female warrior unleashed a lightning kick, sending a zombie flying like a soccer ball. She introduced herself as Chen Xuejie, with a bright smile. Sorry, we're late. A green-skinned zombie wielding a battle axe appeared, tough enough to block the energy swords. Zhang Shouzhong roared, slammed his shield onto the ground, creating an energy explosion that blocked the green-skinned zombie's attack. The bespectacled swordsman Chen Ming appeared, taunting Liu Xishan, who was creating ice swords. Has your swordsmanship dulled? And received a terse reply. Shut up. The green-skinned zombie was still wildly swinging its axe, when a voice warned, Don't let your guard down. The reinforcements' attack seemed useless. The green-skinned zombie's body was unharmed. Someone remarked, Physical attacks don't seem to work on it. The entire reinforcement team had gathered. Zhang Ping stepped forward with the confident expression of a protagonist. I think I know how to take it down. Zhang Ping turned to the swordsman. Senior, buy me some time. And Chen Ming immediately agreed. Chen Ming shot into the air, brandishing his sword wildly to attract the green-skinned zombie's attention. Clang! The swordsman blocked the monster's sky-splitting axe strike, proving his skill was extraordinary. Zhang Ping rushed along the zombie's flank, explaining his plan. The fallen one I analyzed earlier controls these zombies with toxins, and those toxins can be burned away. Zhang Ping threw a red serpent scale fragment, embedding it directly into the zombie's chest, simultaneously summoning his last nethermist energy. A notification showing 0 over 100. He used all his might, swinging a giant nethermist hammer to strike the zombie directly, declaring, I can completely break its control. Zhang Ping gripped his flaming dagger, his eyes resolute. The scale is embedded. Now for the fun part. Zhang Ping activated his Fire Devourer talent, unleashing the flame-binding skill, embedding it directly into the dragon scale fragment on the green-skinned zombie's chest. A terrifying fire explosion erupted from within, blasting Zhang Ping into the air and flinging the giant zombie to the ground, its body smoking profusely. The black-haired female operative stretched and sighed in relief. Finally done, these guys were really tough. Zhang Ping replied, his eyes sharp. No, the real threats have already entered Pearl City. Zhang Ping reported to the team. Senior, there are still a few injured people at safe house number 003. I'm using an item to conceal them, but I don't know how long it will last. Chen Ming crossed his arms, adopting a senior demeanor. Captain Situ has already informed us of the situation. Leave the injured to us. We've also seen your capabilities. The swordsman waved his hand. Go on, the city needs you. We can handle this. Zhang Ping nodded. Then I'll leave it all to Senior Chen Ming. With that said, he vanished. Zhang Ping dashed straight towards the city, leaving Chen Ming and Lu Sishan watching him go. Chen Ming turned to Lu Sishan and said, You should also return to the city, Lu Sishan. There are enough people here. Lu Sishan simply replied tersely and coldly. Understood. But saying one thing and doing another, Liu Sishan immediately chased after Zhang Ping, shouting, Zhang Ping, wait. At Pearl City's north gate, a sea of zombies, as numerous as ants, were frantically attacking. A truly shocking sight. Surrounded, Martial Master Feng Lixian erupted with aura, his hair turning into flames, roaring, humph, a bunch of small fry, while his HP bar continuously recovered thanks to a passive skill. Instructor Baide transformed into a wolf, using his Mimic's hunger ability to sweep through the zombies, shouting, Master is recovering. Give your full support to him. Baide in his werewolf form suddenly ordered the students, retreat. Martial Master Feng unleashed a giant fireball into the midst of the zombie horde. The fireball exploded with earth-shattering force, wiping out a large section of the zombies, turning them into ash. The fallen leader stood opposite, sneering provocatively. Is that all? Show me what else you've got. The old fallen leader stroked his beard, muttering to himself. Originally, this toxin had the highest efficiency for creating zombies, but why have I been encountering so many fire attribute awakened ones lately? Feng Lixian roared, his furious rage blazing fiercely. You all have underestimated me too much. You will pay for what you did to my senior brother. Without further ado, the martial master grabbed the old fallen leader and executed a heaven-shattering suplex, slamming his head directly into the ground. Feng Lixian, the martial arts master, blazed with fury, roaring, It's not over yet. While the fallen leader coughed up blood from the painful blow. Without further ado, the master unleashed a self-detonating punch, creating a terrifying explosion that blew the old man away. Blood, flesh, and dark energy splattered everywhere after the finishing blow. The fallen leader lay flattened with a gaping hole in his chest. Master Feng confidently declared, Take down the leader, and the zombies will crumble. But ironically, the surrounding zombies were completely unharmed. They still slowly crawled back to their feet. Feng Lixian, the martial arts master, froze, unable to comprehend what was happening. Why are they still moving? Suddenly, a zombie lunged and seized the master. It was the very leader who had just been defeated. He sneered. Did you think you could kill this old man so easily? Zombie toxin. Corpse seizure activated. It turned out this was his trump card, sacrificing a subordinate zombie to revive himself. Master Feng was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Master Feng's heart pounded abnormally. Something was wrong. The fallen leader chuckled sinisterly. Heh, you've noticed, haven't you? While Master Feng clutched his chest, his face changing color, the old man revealed he had injected zombie toxin directly into the master's circulatory system, declaring, You'll soon become one of my puppets. Feng Lixian, the martial arts master, growled, his eyes burning with hatred. You dare? Refusing to yield, the master roared, activating a new state, Immortal Crimson Emperor Body, Stage 2, Blazing Aura. His body temperature surged to 1000 degrees Celsius, and his stats skyrocketed. Seeing this, the fallen leader sneered. Planning to burn your own energy to incinerate the toxin? Don't waste your strength in vain. He continued to taunt, boasting that the type of toxin the master could burn was merely trivial, while the toxins he used to control these zombies were of many different kinds. Instructor Baide, in his werewolf form, roared from afar. Master Feng, these zombies are blessed by various toxins. As long as the toxins remain, they won't die, while the master shouted back, Don't worry about me. Meanwhile, Near Safe House 003, Chen Ming's team encountered a giant green-skinned zombie wielding an axe, radiating intense killing intent. Back on the main battlefield, the leader called for reinforcements, including Lin Benshi, Feng Laixian's long-lost senior brother, who was pleading with his junior brother to stop. The fallen ones swarmed him, digging their claws into Master Feng. He roared in pain, "I'll make you pay, no matter the cost." The fallen leader stood with his arms crossed, watching, dark energy swirling around him, his voice full of sarcasm. "It seems you still don't understand the situation, do you? Since you miss your senior brother so much," the fallen leader sneered at Master Feng. "You want to reunite with your senior brother so badly? Then go down and meet him." Master Feng roared, deciding to end it swiftly, and charged straight into the midst of the fallen ones. A blazing punch from Master Feng blew away the trivial zombies, clearing a space. He gritted his teeth and let out a furious roar, his killing intent exploding. Master Feng unleashed a spinning kick, sweeping away another fallen one charging towards him. But immediately after, he faltered, his body beginning to show signs of trouble. Master Feng's arm had turned a deep purple. The toxin was spreading rapidly like a death sentence. The fallen ones surged forward again, and the master realized he didn't have enough energy to activate his final state. He muttered in despair, knowing that if he continued like this, he too would turn into a zombie. Looking at the swarming minions and the fallen warriors, Master Feng gritted his teeth. "If I lose here, the North Gate will fall." Suddenly, a streak of icy blue light swept across the battlefield, leaving the fallen ones bewildered. Reinforcements had arrived. Liu Xishan and Zhang Ping charged into the horde of zombies, having received news of the master's critical condition. Zhang Ping commanded, "Save the senior first," and both shot forward like arrows. Amidst the encirclement, Master Feng sensed a new surge of energy and asked in surprise, "Who is it?" Liu Xishan glided like an icy whirlwind, clearing a path for Zhang Ping and shouting, "Senior, hang in there." Her icy blade sliced through the fallen ones, carving a straight path to the master. Master Feng roared, seizing the golden opportunity the reinforcements had just created. He unleashed his ultimate move, Beast King Fist, Body Annihilation, creating a colossal firestorm that swept away all surrounding enemies. Amidst the smoke and flames, Zhang Ping stood directly before him. The master quickly warned, "Go back, young man. This place is too dangerous." But Zhang Ping calmly replied, "Don't worry, senior. I am prepared." Zhang Ping looked directly at the exhausted master and confidently declared, "Let me heal you." While the master remained skeptical about his fatal wounds, Zhang Ping placed his hand on Master Feng's back, and pink pure blood body energy surged out, astonishing the old man. "Young man?" Master Feng felt the new surge of power. Zhang Ping said, "Don't worry, senior. This is my healing method." The master mused, "What a strange technique." The old master felt his external wounds heal, and his stamina recover, praising, "You've got some skills, young man." But Zhang Ping admitted, "Unfortunately, I cannot completely detoxify you. I can only temporarily suppress it." Master Feng clenched his blazing fist, declaring resolutely, "Stopping the poison is enough." The old master mustered his strength, fire erupting fiercely, and shouted, "Analyze him. Buy me some time." At the same moment, Zhang Ping's analysis panel displayed Feng Laixian's stats. Level 48. Zhang Ping not only analyzed his comrade but also glanced at the fallen leader. Might as well check the fallen leader's strength while at it, just to be sure. The fallen leader stood amidst the zombie horde, extending a bewitching invitation. "Surrender. Become one of my puppets." But Master Feng roared, "Never." Master Feng let out an earth-shattering roar, activating heat overload, and fiery energy erupted violently from his body. The old master's entire body transformed into a living torch. His body temperature soared to 8,000 degrees Celsius, while his other stats plummeted to 1. A colossal pillar of fire shot straight forward, carving a direct path through the zombie horde, blowing them away like dry leaves. Master Feng had closed in on the fallen leader, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Old man." Without another word, the old master unleashed a blazing punch directly at the leader's face, creating a small explosion. Zhang Ping quickly reported the analysis results. "Senior, I've analyzed him. His life force is linked to the nearby zombies. To truly kill him, we must wipe out the zombie horde." The fallen leader grabbed Master Feng's hand, laughing maniacally with a distorted face. "You cannot kill me." An entire sea of zombies slowly crawled back to their feet, surrounding the two, proving the leader's endless revival ability. Master Feng once again mustered his strength, shouting heat overload, and his body temperature surged to 8,000 degrees Celsius again. Fire erupted from the old master's body, transforming into a firestorm that incinerated all surrounding zombies into ash. Amidst the sea of flames, the old master stood tall, but still felt it wasn't enough. It's still not enough. Young man, is there any way to quickly increase my body temperature? Zhang Ping appeared helpless. My flames cannot reach temperatures as high as yours, senior. I'm afraid I can't help much. But then Zhang Ping suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Wait, this might help. A scorching red, dragon scale-shaped item appeared in the master's hand. Martial Master Feng Laixian grumbled, Why didn't you bring out these red serpent scales sooner? Zhang Ping calmly replied, You didn't ask. Without another word, Feng Laixian shoved the scale straight into his mouth, making Zhang Ping exclaim mentally, He truly is a genuine fire devourer. The blonde-haired fallen leader stood before a zombie army as numerous as ants, ready for an all-out battle. Suddenly, a massive surge of icy energy swept across the battlefield, freezing everything in its path. Liu Xishan appeared, freezing a horde of zombies, astonishing a martial arts student who exclaimed, I never expected to see the Grandmaster act in that form. Zhang Ping observed from a distance, muttering, It seems the battle is about to end. Feng Laixian's power erupted, his hair transforming into blue-white flames, his body temperature soaring to 5,000 degrees Celsius, purifying all toxins, and reaching a new, dominant state. The old martial master turned to Zhang Ping and said, Kid, this ultimate state is very draining. I need you to continuously heal me. And Zhang Ping nodded firmly. Leave it to me, Feng Laixian growled, ordering the students, Everyone, fall back. You might get caught in the crossfire. Immediately, all the martial arts students and Liu Xishan hastily ran inside the city gate to avoid the storm. The fallen leader panicked as he saw his body cracking apart, the toxins he had infused into Feng Laixian completely vanishing. The leader roared, commanding his zombie subordinates, All units, heed my orders. Feng Laixian, in his blue-white flame state, charged straight into the sea of zombies, shouting, Deal with him for me. The old martial master channeled his power, unleashing his ultimate technique, Beast King, Secret Art, Primordial Chaos Unification. A colossal wave of blue-white energy, like a tsunami, erupted from Feng Laixian, sweeping across the entire battlefield. The fallen leader was engulfed by the energy storm, only managing to let out a desperate scream. The entire zombie army was completely annihilated by this destructive technique, leaving no trace behind. Feng Laixian stood alone amidst the desolate wasteland, declaring, All 20,000 zombies have turned to dust. Liu Xishan witnessed this from afar, unable to hide her astonishment. Such terrifying power. Among everyone I know, his strength is definitely in the top 3. A student rushed over, frantically delivering bad news to Feng Laixian. It's bad. Those 2 martial arts schools have betrayed us. The West Gate and East Gate have fallen. Feng Laixian was stunned, roaring upon hearing that the 2 other martial arts schools had defected. What? Ao Donghai and Wu Ruoyu betrayed us? Amidst the devastated battlefield, a new enemy appeared atop a war beast, sneering as he saw Mingzhu City had fallen. The mysterious leader declared a temporary reprieve for the old martial master, issuing a challenge. You won this time, and I will save a place for you. I hope you are still as strong as today when we meet again. Feng Laixian gnashed his teeth, his fury erupting, swearing, Next time, I will definitely kill you. The old martial master ordered his students, I can handle this place alone. All of you, return to the city and assist the others. Alone on the battlefield, Feng Laixian assured Zhang Ping that the zombie toxins had been purified and that he should return. A chaotic scene unfolded in the city, with citizens screaming and fleeing in disarray as a horde of mutated monsters poured in, rampaging. On a rooftop, the city lord's aide stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gleefully watching the city engulfed in flames and screams. He flashed a sinister smile, smugly declaring, This is precisely the scene Mingzhu City deserves, when our Zhu clan is no longer here. The aide turned to ask his cloaked subordinates about the progress of the invasion plan. A white-haired subordinate reported clearly, Approximately 1,000 mutated monsters have entered Mingzhu City and are now under our control. The leader ordered a direct assault on the city lord's mansion, despite his subordinates' concerns that Chen Junting was still there. The aide explained the sinister plot. The monsters will be influenced by the girl's saint's blood, while his subordinates remained bewildered, as even the Nature Fox clan had become her servants. He growled, revealing the fatal weakness. Chen Junting has not fully awakened. Her mind is currently like that of an infant. Chen Junting was seen in an unconscious state, emitting a purple aura, her power passively controlling all the surrounding monsters. The plan was laid out. Overwhelm the girl with a large number of monsters to overload her power. The city lord's mansion would descend into chaos, and that would be their chance to capture her. Meanwhile, Chen Junting was still innocently playing with a colossal beast, giggling as it tickled her with its licks. The sleepy girl rubbed her eyes, muttering dreamily. Suddenly, her eyes widened, as if she had sensed something unusual happening. In the grand hall, an army of nature foxes stood at attention, wondering where everyone else had gone. All of a sudden, the entire horde of monsters was enveloped by a beam of light, turning completely white, leaving them bewildered. Why is there suddenly so much white stuff? Chen Junting innocently sat on the lap of a colossal armored monster, curiously asking, "You look so strange. What are you really?" The little girl pointed towards the bleached nature foxes, innocently complimenting, "You all are cute too." The city lord's aide and a Zhu clan subordinate observed from a distance, the aide muttering, "Just as expected." He explained to his nervous subordinate, "The overwhelming number of mutated monsters is disrupting her power." Chen Junting stumbled through the grand hall, still unaware of the danger, only feeling a sense of strangeness. The little girl looked out the window, seeing a sea of white things pouring in and wondering, why are there so many white things outside? Seeing thousands of monsters approaching, the little girl began to feel overwhelmed. Too many. A headache struck. Chen Junting grimaced, putting a hand to her forehead, muttering, "No more white things." Her power overloaded. The little girl clutched her head, screaming in pain, "Don't come any closer," and a piercing shriek echoed throughout the building. Amidst the chaotic streets, a little girl separated from her mother cried out in fear and despair. A colossal red wolf-like monster lunged forward, baring its sharp jaws, intending to devour the screaming little girl. Whoosh! Two hands suddenly appeared, ready to block the fatal attack. Just then, Liu Xishan rushed over and scooped up the little girl, while Zhang Ping used his bare hands to block the monster's bite. Zhang Ping growled, his hands erupting with blazing flames. "You beasts!" He gripped the monster's jaws tightly, incinerating its head, then turned to grumble at Liu Xishan. "You couldn't even hold it for 2 seconds?" Liu Xishan set the little girl down, who immediately ran towards her rushing mother, calling out loudly, "Mommy!" The mother embraced her child, profusely thanking them, while Liu Xishan coldly urged, "Hurry and leave this place." Zhang Ping and Liu Xishan stood blocking the path, declaring they would not let the monsters advance another step into the residential area. Liu Xishan swallowed an energy pellet, coldly ordering the purge squad to establish a defensive perimeter and evacuate civilians immediately. The mutated monsters swarmed in like ants, both from the air and the ground, making defense difficult due to fear of destroying buildings. Zhang Ping suggested stalling for as long as possible for the citizens to evacuate, and Liu Xishan immediately agreed. Suddenly, all the furiously attacking beasts froze, standing still like statues amidst a shimmering pink mist. Zhang Ping and Liu Xishan were dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening as all the monsters simultaneously froze. Elsewhere, Chen Junting floated in midair, emitting a pink aura that made the two beasts beside her docile, while the city lord's aide gaped in astonishment. The aide couldn't believe his eyes, muttering in panic, "Impossible." Chen Junting's eyes slowly opened, emitting a sacred light, signaling an astonishing power about to erupt. Energy from Chen Junting's body violently erupted, spreading outwards like an explosion of light. A wave of pink energy swept through the entire city, enveloping everything. The cloaked Zhu clan members screamed in panic, reporting that they had completely lost control of the monsters in the city. The aide cursed furiously, bitter that the saint's blood within the girl had fully awakened, hitting the jackpot of a 1% chance. Chen Junting soared into the sky, innocently talking about some white friends in the distance, making the aide turn pale and yell, "Damn it!" The aide frantically ordered his stunned subordinates, "Chase her!" Charging forward aggressively, the aide suddenly stopped as if blocked by an invisible wall, his face showing astonishment. He broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a terrifying pressure bearing down and realizing that only a king-tier monster could emit such an aura. In the sky, a giant, blood-red eye opened amidst a vortex of dark energy, making the aide and his companions freeze in place, unable to believe that it had truly awakened. The aide stood in contemplation, starting to piece things together, and questioning, could Chen Junting be the reason King Yue awakened early? The aide gestured with his chin, asking his two stunned cloaked subordinates, "If that's the case, why are you still standing there like dummies? Is something wrong?" The aide ordered his cloaked subordinates to go capture Chen Junting in Bright Pearl City, while he had other plans. The aide muttered to himself, concluding that King Yue's awakening meant the Nature Fox clan now had a king-tier combat force, and revealing himself now would be suicide. A gigantic, eerie shadow with glowing red eyes appeared behind the aide. He decided it was best to retreat and observe the situation. In another ruined area, Instructor Bai Day roared, ordering the Beast King Martial Arts Hall students to regroup and clear out the remaining zombies. Feng Laixian confirmed to his master that he was fine, as most of his injuries had been treated by Zhang Ping earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Laixian smashed a rock, roaring curses at the traitorous dogs, who were worse than beasts. Instructor Baida placed a hand on Feng Laixian's shoulder, reminding him that the priority now was to clear out the zombies at the south gate and then return to the city for support. The master and disciple looked towards the smoking city, admitting that, given the current situation, they could only try to save as many people as possible. Suddenly, a student shouted, reporting that a group of awakeners was approaching from the north. Both master and disciple turned to look, wondering if it was reinforcements. A group of unfamiliar martial artists from the Blazing Sun Martial Arts Hall unexpectedly appeared, blocking the path and preventing anyone from entering the city, clearly there to cause trouble. The bald, bearded martial arts master led the group of martial artists, pointing and ordering everyone into battle positions. Feng Laixian growled, recognizing the leader. Wu Ruoyu, do you still have the nerve to show your face here? Hearing that the Blazing Sun Martial Arts Hall had abandoned the West Gate without a second thought, causing Bright Pearl City to fall, the Beast King Martial Arts Hall students were furious, cursing the scoundrels. A student shouted, asking Wu Ruoyu why he betrayed Bright Pearl City, but he only scoffed contemptuously. Wu Ruoyu spoke, asking Feng Laixian meaningfully, Junior brother Feng, have you ever thought about living a different life? Feng Laixian frowned, looking puzzled, and asked back, what do you mean, a different life? The bald master pointed towards the city, beginning to preach about its fragility. Wu Ruoyu continued rambling about how humans died off from monsters every year, and questioned what would happen if humanity focused its efforts on creating a king. Wu Ruoyu continued to boast about the scenario of humans desperately fleeing from monsters, asking, what kind of world would that be? The bald man preached, if a king is born in Holy Ancestor Village, not only Bright Pearl City but this entire world will be free of mutated monsters. Feng Laixian growled, clenching his fist. So that student who preached the human king supremacy doctrine in my school was one of yours? Wu Ruoyu scoffed, spreading his arms in invitation. That's right, it's a pity you expelled him. You could have been one of us. Feng Laixian's face showed utter disdain. One of you? So you can sacrifice this entire city? Both sides glared at each other, sparks flying. And Feng Laixian declared bluntly, if we don't share the same ideals, there's no need for more talk. Let our fists decide. With that, the two martial arts halls charged at each other like two trains, preparing for a cataclysmic battle to the death. Scene change. At the North Park, Zhang Ping and Liu Sishan were astonished to see Chen Junting floating in midair, emitting a divine light that made the entire horde of beasts below prostrate themselves. Zhang Ping looked at the unbelievable sight, muttering, the monsters stopped because of her? Then immediately activated his appraisal skill. The status panel appeared. Chen Junting, level 20. High-level Awakener. Saint's blood ability can tame all living creatures, but most importantly, her race had been transformed into Fallen. Zhang Ping and Liu Sishan were completely shocked to learn that Chen Junting had become one of the Fallen. Immediately, Zhang Ping pulled Liu Sishan to hide in the bushes, signaling for silence. Shh. Someone's coming. Two cloaked Zhu clan members appeared, one grumbling, our mission is to bring that girl back to the Zhu family at all costs. The other man frantically protested. The city is full of zombies, and our monsters are all controlled by that girl. We've lost contact with everyone else too. The leader remained stubborn. Shut up. We've come this far. We can't give up, even if it means risking our lives. While the other man still trembled like a leaf. A strange voice echoed from behind, mocking, oh, look who it is. The Zhu family rats, always skulking in the shadows. I didn't expect one of you to be so tough. The two Zhu clan members startled and turned around, facing two strangers blocking their path. The status panel of the two newcomers appeared. Zhao Yalong and Zhao Yanhu, level 30 from Holy Ancestor Village, possessing Saint's blood. Zhao Yalong smirked. It'll turn you into zombies to serve me. Zhang Ping, still hidden, had finished analyzing the enemies, confirming they were from Holy Ancestor Village and possessed abilities similar to Chen Junting's, then told Liu Sishan, this is our lead, capture them alive for information. A Zhu clan member boasted loudly, questioning Zhao Yalong's group. Are the zombies outside the city you're doing? What monsters dare to disrupt our plans? One Zhu clan member wasted no words, roared attack, and charged straight at the opponent. He glided like a ghost, his sharp claws aimed directly at the enemy. But before he could strike, his expression changed drastically, his entire body locked down by an invisible energy current. The two Zhao brothers stood with their arms crossed, sneering mockingly. Weak. All talk. I thought you were stronger. The Zhu clan member broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his body was completely paralyzed and unable to move. Zhao Yanhu ordered his tiger and mechanical snake to charge. Warning. The more you struggle, the faster you'll die. The two beasts charged forward, and a Zhu clan member quickly shouted to warn his comrades. Be careful, that's poisonous gas. The mechanical snake and the tiger attacked in coordination, easily overwhelming the two weak Zhu clan members. One was constricted by the mechanical snake, while the other was defeated. Zhao Yalong calmly suggested, I advise you to stop resisting and obediently become a zombie. The captured Zhu clan member screamed, Dream on! While his comrade watched Zhao Yanhu and his tiger gather a giant energy orb, a blue energy explosion swept everything away, and the Zhu clan member could only helplessly watch his comrade get engulfed. After the dust settled, the two Zhu clan members lay flattened. Suddenly, Chen Junting appeared with a brilliant aura, astonishing the two Zhao brothers. They exclaimed in surprise, Saintess, why are you here? Chen Junting replied calmly, Do not fear, I will heal you. She floated in the air, radiating green energy that enveloped the two brothers, declaring, There is something impure within you. Let me purify it. The two Zhao brothers panicked as they realized their abilities were nullified, wondering why the Saintess had awakened so early. They screamed in pain as Chen Junting's power forcibly expelled the Saintess blood they had implanted in themselves. The tiger was also enveloped in purifying light, appearing to thoroughly enjoy it. After the purification was complete, Chen Junting declared, It's done. Much cleaner now. She gently hugged the tiger, whispering, You don't like it here? Then let's go. Let's find others of our kind. Lying flattened on the ground, the two Zhao brothers resentfully watched Chen Junting lead the beasts away. Realizing their plan was ruined because they could no longer use the bloodline to control her, the two decided to quickly escape. They had to report back to their leader to devise a new plan. Observing from afar, Zhang Ping noticed Liu Sishan was extremely agitated upon hearing about the Holy Ancestor village leader, and immediately inquired. Zhang Ping revealed the leader's identity. Li Aoxue, the former second city lord of Mingzhu City, and the Purge Squad's most wanted criminal. Hearing the enemy's name, Liu Sishan's blood boiled, and she growled, She killed my master, and the scar on my face was also caused by her. Li Aoxue is so strong she can solo our captain. Zhang Ping thought to himself, If Chen Junting couldn't be controlled, so be it, but these two small fries must be captured. Seeing Chen Junting had gone far, Zhang Ping signaled, The opportunity has come, capture them alive. While the two Zhao brothers were still bewildered, a giant ice flower suddenly sprouted from the ground. The blue-clad Zhao brother frantically shouted that there were hidden enemies, but it was too late. Countless ice spears pierced up from the ground. Liu Sishan rushed forward like a ghost, pinning Zhao Yalong to the ground with an ice sword, ordering, Don't move! Zhao Yanhu screamed in terror, calling for his brother. At the same time, Zhang Ping approached from behind, using nethermist energy to bind Zhao Yanhu tightly. Zhang Ping held a sharp energy knife to Zhao Yanhu's throat, coldly warning, Dare to use blinding poison again, and ill make sure your brother suffers. Both Holy Ancestor village members were captured, and Liu Sishan began to interrogate them. What is your purpose in Mingzhu City? Speak. Where is Li Aoxue? Zhao Yalong remained stubborn, sneering defiantly. No comment. Liu Sishan angrily swung her ice sword, slashing the prisoner's shoulder, making him scream in pain. Zhang Ping sneered, grabbing the other one. Keep silent if you wish, but leave your treatment to me. He began his care, which made the prisoner scream as if being flayed alive. At the Purge Squad headquarters, a voice rang out. Captain, I have important intelligence. Situ Shibai was working with Manny when he received a report from Liu Sishan. Zhang Ping and I have captured 2 members of the Holy Ancestor village. Their target is Chen Junting, who has awakened the Saintess bloodline. Liu Sishan concluded with shocking information. And furthermore, Li Aoxue is in Mingzhu City. Both Situ Shibai and Manny were heavily shocked. Situ Shibai ordered his eyes sharp. Understood. Keep an eye on those 2. The worst-case scenario has occurred. I will handle it personally. The old leader turned away, decisively ordering Manny to prepare the teleportation gate. Despite her frantically asking if he truly intended to activate the Sun and Moon twin orbs, Manny was extremely worried, believing that activating the artifact in the city square would reveal their position, and that revealing themselves now was too dangerous. Situ Shibai explained that the old plan was ruined due to Li Aoxue's appearance, and now everything was out of control. Standing in the middle of the city, he decided to go all in. We must activate the sun and moon twin orbs before they can react. That is the only way to save this city. A blue energy orb landed in Memorial Plaza, signaling an imminent teleportation. Situ Shibai and his team appeared with overwhelming aura, right in the middle of the plaza, ready for a life-or-death battle. He gazed thoughtfully at the scene, admitting he could stop the Zhu clan, could block the monsters, but could not fight against the wickedness of human hearts. Suddenly, another group of people appeared right in front of them, startling Situ Shibai's entire team into alertness. Situ Shibai was stunned because he hadn't sensed their presence at all, while Manny screamed in alarm about enemies. Li Aoxue appeared with the demeanor of an empress, sneering. Give up, failure. The moment you stepped in here, victory was already mine. Situ Shibai questioned her ideals, arguing that her path to kingship went against natural order and would only attract more king-tier monsters. Li Aoxue replied with a short but confident and contemptuous sentence, I will not fail. Situ Shibai raged, his eyes spitting fire. You have already failed. The moment you accepted using dirty tricks, you lost. You are walking the path of deceit, not that of a king. Li Aoxue stood on a pile of human bones, coldly declaring, to achieve great deeds, mountains of bones are common. History only remembers the victors. She turned her back and walked away, continuing to sneer that it was Situ Shibai's own ambition that was dragging humanity to its doom. Li Aoxue waved her hand, and an army of zombies slowly advanced from behind. She declared that no one would be allowed to activate the sun and moon twin orbs today. Situ Shibai recognized the one accompanying Li Aoxue and growled, Yu Chenghai, you are the current city lord of Mingzhu City. How could you? Yu Chenghai, the traitor, calmly replied, Brother Shibai, Sister Aoxue is right. Humanity needs a king. We should unite. We cannot remain divided like this forever. Situ Shibai looked directly into the enemy's face, asserting firmly, Li Aoxue is not a leader. She will not succeed. Yu Chenghai, the traitorous city lord, stood before the horde of zombies and spouted absurd reasoning. Perhaps Sister Aoxue is right. Some things must be done, regardless of the outcome, good or bad. As soon as the words fell, the two factions clashed like a storm. Situ Shibai roared, in that case we fight to the death right here. At the same time, in the city's southern park area, a colossal pillar of dark energy erupted, shaking the entire region. Chen Junting and her pack of beasts were immediately drawn to it. The young girl curiously asked the tiger, What's over there? Why are you all so scared? Zhang Ping and Liu Xishan also felt the terrifying tremor. Zhang Ping vigilantly asked, This energy surge? Chen Junting, without hesitation, led her entire army of monsters straight towards the energy source, while Zhang Ping's two captives immediately recognized, It's the captain. The captain is acting. Zhang Ping urged hastily, We must get to him immediately. Liu Xishan replied concisely, I've already notified the department to escort these two away. Back on the main battlefield, the Purge Squad members were fiercely battling the muscular zombies of the rebel faction. Situ Shibai single-handedly faced Li Aoxue's minions, growling, Failure. Is this all you can accomplish? Finishing his words, he unleashed golden energy surges that swept away the enemies, declaring firmly, Just holding you back is enough. Li Aoxue, trapped within an energy prism, immediately realized her opponent's intention. So you're trying to buy time to activate the sun and moon twin orbs. She immediately ordered the traitor, Yu Chenghai, go destroy the sun and moon twin orbs. Yu Chenghai was blocked by the Purge Squad members, who declared, As long as we still breathe, you shall not pass. He sneered, arrogantly raising his staff. Then die trying. A powerful sweeping attack was unleashed, sending the entire Purge Squad formation flying. Just as Manny was about to take the full force of the finishing blow, Zhang Ping rushed in like a whirlwind, shouting, Don't celebrate too soon. A colossal ice wall rose from the ground, narrowly blocking Yu Chenghai's attack. Liu Xishan caught the staggering Manny. The blonde woman quickly said, I'm fine. Help me stop them from hindering the captain. Liu Xishan looked up, her eyes burning with fury as she saw her sworn enemy trapped in the cage. Li Aoxue. Suddenly, another surge of holy aura arrived. A team member exclaimed in surprise, The Saintess has truly arrived. Trapped in the glass cage, Li Aoxue calmly wondered, Chen Junting, did the Zhao brothers fail? She looked at the holy energy radiating from the young girl, muttering, Her energy is extremely unstable. Could the saint's blood have fully awakened during this transformation phase? Chen Junting hovered in the air, a colossal golden energy orb forming before her. The young girl stared at the orb, sensing a threat yet finding something strangely familiar about it. Without hesitation, she reached out and touched the energy mass poised to explode. Boom! The orb exploded, unleashing a blinding flash of light and brilliant golden lightning bolts. The energy wave swept through everything. The leaders of Holy Ancestor Village screamed in agony before turning to dust. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Zhang Ping hastily shielded Liu Xishan as the cleansing wave swept through the monsters. Chen Junting suddenly regained consciousness, whispering, "I think I heard my mother calling." Li Aoxue cackled gleefully. "Excellent. The energy from the sun and moon twin orbs has activated the Saintess's transformation earlier than expected." She ordered her subordinates, "Let's go. The Saintess will find her way back to the village after her transformation. We don't need to interfere." In another scene, the tyrannical queen of Holy Ancestor Village ordered her henchmen, "I've hidden the Saintess in the city for a decade. Now it's time to escort her back here. Her power will help me become king." Returning to the present, Li Aosue looked at the chaotic horde of monsters, smirking. Without Junting to control them, those foxes must have gone mad by now. She confidently declared, "This chaos is enough to keep Shibai occupied. Everything is going according to plan. I need to escape before the Fox King appears." Li Aoxue mocked Situ Shibai. "Shibai, you wasted your effort charging the sun and moon twin orbs, only to end up helping me in vain." Seeing her enemy right before her, Liu Xishan flew into a rage, summoning a colossal ice greatsword and charging straight at her. "You're not going anywhere." The white-haired girl screamed with hatred in midair, determined to avenge her master. "I'll kill you." Li Aoxue merely glanced at her with disdain, uttering a dismissive remark. "You? Really?" She raised a hand, easily blocking all of Liu Xishan's flying ice swords. "Don't overestimate yourself, little girl." A gentle counterattack from Li Aoxue shattered the colossal ice greatsword, sending Liu Xishan flying backward. The skill gap was immense. Seeing Liu Xishan sent flying like a ragged doll, Zhang Ping roared and activated his nethermist energy, rushing to her aid. Zhang Ping swiftly caught the unconscious Liu Xishan, absorbing the full impact of the collision. He enveloped both of them in nethermist energy, minimizing the impact force as they were sent flying dozens of meters. Li Aoxue made a swift escape, not forgetting to taunt Situ Shibai with a promise of a future encounter, while the old man's subordinates were still bewildered. As soon as they landed safely, Manny anxiously shouted, asking about Zhang Ping and Liu Xishan's condition. Zhang Ping calmly replied that it was just a few scratches, while Liu Xishan bitterly admitted she was still too inexperienced compared to their enemy. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed, startling the entire team. Zhang Ping wondered why, as the monsters had already been cleared. Situ Shibai's face changed color. He realized this was the king of the Notter Foxes, and urged Manny to open the teleportation gate immediately. A group of city guards appeared, but Manny quickly realized they were Notter Foxes in disguise. The bandaged-faced captain ordered everyone to drop their weapons if they didn't want to die. Liu Xishan warned the team that all the enemies were Notter Foxes, and they needed to be careful of invisible attacks. Situ Shibai stepped forward, his eyes flashing with golden light, activating brainwave remnants and declaring he would face them all alone, causing the disguised city guards to clutch their heads and scream. Situ Shibai radiated a brilliant golden aura, ordering all members to evacuate the city immediately. When a member hesitated, he roared with authority, "This is an order." Zhang Ping wondered why Chen Junting hadn't brought the foxes with her. Liu Xishan guessed that the Fox King had erected a protective barrier, then urged him to leave quickly. Situ Shibai watched his teammates retreat, knowing that staying would only make him a shield for the Fox King, while the entire group rushed towards the teleportation gate. Manny's teleportation gate was complete. A swirling black energy vortex was ready to transport the entire team to safety. Facing the invisible enemy alone, Situ Shibai unleashed a burst of energy, growling a challenge. "Still unwilling to show yourself?" Situ Shibai's eyes blazed with determination, ready to fight to the death to see the extent of the Fox King's power. A colossal, malevolent eye emerged from the shadows. An ancient voice echoed, acknowledging Situ Shibai as the strongest human it had ever seen. King Yue boasted loudly about his power, but Situ Shibai calmly activated analysis mode, discovering that this entity possessed the formidable skill, Principal Inversion. The monster charged with terrifying speed, but the captain remained unfazed, declaring directly, "Why guess? A fight to the death will reveal who is superior." Without further ado, Situ Shibai unleashed a technique, firing 3 blazing energy orbs directly at the boss. He roared, "Melting vacuum." deciding to incinerate King Yue's internal organs from within with super high temperatures. But the attack passed through the monster's body like air. Situ Shibai realized this was no illusion or clone. It was real. Yet his attacks were ineffective. King Yue sneered, mocking the old man's tricks, deeming those moves utterly insignificant. Situ Shibai suddenly understood, realizing that the principal inversion skill wasn't magic but a distortion of physical laws, rendering temperature and gravity useless against it. King Yue roared, "Die!" then unleashed a fatal blow, its shadowy hand seizing and crushing Situ Shibai. Believing the battle was over, Situ Shibai was crushed within the giant monster's hand, but he smirked even as he was caught, pointing out a fatal flaw. "Too bad your ability can only manipulate principles that affect yourself." With that, he activated space expansion, erecting a time barrier made of golden energy, trapping the boss within an invisible cage. Trapped in the cage, King Yue still boasted loudly, believing that killing Situ Shibai would cause this space to collapse. It looked at Situ Shibai with disdain, confident that merely crushing him would end everything. Situ Shibai played his trump card, Time-Space Genesis, a skill that creates a time loop, rewinding death to the moment of activation. King Yue was shrunk and trapped within a crystal block. King Yue realized it was caught in an endless loop, where it would be trapped forever. But it also confidently declared that its principal inversion power was immune to time resets. King Yue grabbed Situ Shibai, explaining the new rules. "You won't remember anything after each reset, but it'll retain the memories of how I tore you apart." It threatened to torment him again and again, turning this into an eternal hell just for him. It delivered a punch that shattered Situ Shibai, but then realized this situation was too restrictive. Killing him repeatedly was boring. Yet not killing him allowed him to regenerate, draining its strength. King Yue looked up at a skeletal entity on a throne, muttering about humanity's terrifying potential, then ordered its minions. "Subdue all humans, limit casualties. We still need them for reproduction." In the southern part of the city, Master Feng Laixian, of the Beast King Martial Arts School, was preparing to unleash a fiery punch upon the traitors of the Blazing Sun Martial Arts School. Suddenly, City Guard Captain Lin Kedi appeared, blocking Feng Laixian's attack with one hand, shouting, "Stop." Feng Laixian roared, questioning what Lin Kedi was doing blocking his way. The bald martial artist Wu Ruoyu of the Blazing Sun faction cursed Lin Kedi directly as a traitor, while the bandaged captain merely thought with disdain. Foolish humans, fighting amidst such a critical situation. Lin Kedi ordered everyone to drop their weapons, but neither side bothered to listen. Wu Ruoyu decided to go all out, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, thinking, "So what if the city guard is here? This fight must be seen through to the end." The bald martial artist charged, unleashing a purple psychic punch directly at Lin Kedi's face, yelling, "Why don't you just die?" Before the blow could land, Wu Ruoyu froze, his face contorting as he felt an invisible force crushing his head. Pop! Wu Ruoyu's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. To Feng Laixian's astonishment, Lin Kedi dusted off his hands, coldly looking at the headless corpse, sighing. "I was only tasked with protecting the city lord for a few days, and now it's this mess." The bandaged captain turned, his sharp eyes commanding, "Everyone, drop your weapons. This is an order. Those who resist will face the consequences." Lin Kedi demanded Feng Laixian accompany him to explain the entire situation, and the martial artist had no choice but to accept. Meanwhile, at Safe House 008, the entire Purge Squad, including Zhangping, Liu Xishan, and other members, were sprawled out, looking utterly exhausted. Manny, the blonde woman, stared at her hands in confusion, realizing her power was mysteriously fading. The female member in red also clutched her chest, gasping for breath, feeling her stamina plummeting uncontrollably and her body growing heavier. Zhangping noticed Liu Xishan seemed unstable and immediately asked if she had discovered anything. Liu Xishan's face was ashen, frantically calling the captain via the communication orb, but there was no response. Zhangping pressed on with worried questions, but Liu Xishan was still consumed by panic, unable to answer. Manny spoke up, explaining the situation. "The captain used the blessing on every member of our team," she continued, stating that the blessing was a rare, national-level ability that could bestow power upon others. But if the giver died, that power would also vanish. Liu Xishan listed the buffs the entire team received from the captain: reduced physical exertion, reduced fatigue, half body weight reduction, and half mental energy consumption reduction. Manny's face was grim, concluding that the sudden disappearance of all buffs could only mean the captain was gone. Zhangping couldn't believe that someone as powerful as Situ Shibai could fall so easily. Suddenly, Zhangping's bracelet glowed, and he muttered in a completely unfamiliar tone. It's been a while since I existed in this form. The entire team gathered around Zhang Ping, extremely worried. Captain, are you all right? A brilliant golden projection of C2 Shibai appeared, calmly announcing, Not exactly. In about a year, my energy will be depleted, and I will be dealt with by the Natter foxes. Zhang Ping wondered, but C2 Shibai explained this was a contingency plan. When he fully died, a part of his consciousness would form a virtual persona and transfer into the bracelet. The old man concluded concisely. In other words, I am now merely a virtual entity, not the real thing. Liu Sishan frantically asked how to save him, but Zhang Ping had already grasped the problem. So this isn't the real C2 Shibai, but an AI carrying his memories? C2 Shibai's virtual self gave a faint, profound smile. Don't worry. Everything is according to plan. I foresaw my death, but within it, I also found hope. C2 Shibai revealed his trump card. King Yue is currently trapped in a time loop, forced to kill him repeatedly to drain its energy. He declared, This means that for the next year, it will be restrained. This is a golden opportunity for us to turn the tables on the Natter foxes. The virtual entity turned to Zhang Ping, its eyes full of hidden meaning, calling his name as if about to entrust him with the entire world. Chen Ming immediately objected, arguing that betting everything on Zhang Ping, a low-level awakener, was too risky. Liu Sishan brushed him off, showing absolute loyalty. I trust the captain's decision. Just tell us what we need to do. C2 Shibai recalled the desperate battle in the past against the Zhu clan, asserting that the current situation was still nothing in comparison. He continued to speak of the Zhu clan's wealth, stating that their treasures could rival national artifacts, while their side had nothing at the time. The virtual entity looked at Zhang Ping and pointed out the problem. Actually, your skill level and the enemies aren't too far apart. You just lack a weapon powerful enough to pierce a king-level monster. C2 Shibai revealed a divine weapon, something only for infinite-level awakeners, and each person could only use it once in their lifetime. Finally, he pointed directly at Zhang Ping and declared, and this time, it's Zhang Ping's turn. The chubby guy on the team was utterly shocked, stammering, Zhang Ping, he's an infinite-level awakener? Zhang Ping accepted his fate. It seems the captain has already planned everything. I have no choice but to obey. C2 Shibai patted his shoulder, laughing heartily. This will also benefit you. That place holds the secrets of all humanity. Liu Sishan and Chen Ming were already fired up, eager to set off immediately. Zhang Ping raised a hand to stop them. Hold on, there are still a few things we need to prepare. C2 Shibai called out to him. Zhang Ping, come with me. The two walked along the corridor of an underground prison. Zhang Ping asked, Captain, is there truly no way to free you? C2 Shibai explained that his imprisonment was a strategic move. If he weren't busy restraining the Natter Fox King, their side would have faced two terrible scenarios. The first scenario, falling to the Holy Ancestor Village, Mingzhu City would fall into the hands of that woman, Li Aoxue, and half of the Awakeners would be wiped out. The second scenario, he would be free, but that would expose a weakness, and the Natter Fox King would immediately launch a full-scale attack, a war where even high-level Awakeners would be mere fodder. They stopped before a prison cell, inside which Zhao Yalong was tightly bound. C2 Shibai affirmed that the current situation was the best possible outcome. C2 Shibai ordered Zhang Ping, go and get some of Zhao Yalong's blood. Zhang Ping frowned in confusion. What good is Zhao Yalong's blood? C2 Shibai looked directly at him. You've been stuck at level 9 for a while now, haven't you? Zhang Ping admitted it. Zhang Ping recalled the feeling of being blocked by an invisible force right at the threshold of breaking through to level 10, as if something was caught in his throat. C2 Shibai smiled meaningfully. Just drink Zhao Yalong's blood first, awaken a new ability, and then it'll show you how to break through. While the prisoner's blood was being drawn, C2 Shibai explained, originally, there's no bottleneck between low-level and mid-level. The reason you can't break through is because you possess too many abilities. Zhang Ping meditated, surrounded by crimson energy, while C2 Shibai continued to explain that multi-ability users like him needed to choose a single path, or they would be permanently stuck at their current level. A golden scale appeared in Zhang Ping's mind, and C2 Shibai's voice echoed, once you determine the path you truly wish to take, breaking through will be as easy as pie. Zhang Ping drained the vial of blood. The system announced, the glutton has activated. New ability awakened. Old King Bloodline. This ability has a simple principle. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. C2 Shibai instructed, this is your chance. Use this new ability to sense the changes in your other abilities. In his inner world, Zhang Ping analyzed a series of his innate talents, from nethermist body to pure blood body. Finally, his gaze sharpened, focusing on two things: Covenant Stone, the glutton. Situ Shibai stood behind Zhang Ping, his sharp eyes asking directly, "Well, have you chosen yet?" Zhang Ping was still hesitant, muttering, "Too many choices. Is there really no way to take them all?" The old man simply closed his eyes and uttered a philosophical remark. "That depends on your heart alone. I cannot offer advice." Zhang Ping meditated, admitting he was stuck between two choices. The Covenant Stone was the foundation of his power, while the glutton was simply too dominant. The green Covenant Stone flared in his mind, the root of most of his existing abilities. But the glutton was no slouch either. It had granted him 4 top-tier abilities: Nethermist Body, Pure Water Body, Pure Blood Body, and Old King Bloodline. He realized that the glutton also originated from the Covenant Stone. The potential of both was infinite. Finally, Zhang Ping had his answer. A surge of green energy erupted, and the system announced, "Level up successful." His status panel appeared. Zhang Ping had reached level 10, officially joining the ranks of mid-level awakeners, and the Covenant Stone had evolved into 3 new forms: Weapon Pact, Armor Pact, and Domain Pact. Zhang Ping was slightly disappointed. Only 1 level up. But he knew well that the gap between low-level and mid-level was immense. He felt his physical strength and mental power surge. Now, he could precisely control the flames of the Fire Devourer's heart. Situ Shibai appeared and asked, "Level up successful?" Zhang Ping confidently replied, "Yes." Zhang Ping clenched his fist, flames erupting under absolute control. He thought to himself, no wonder Sishan had to reach mid-level before being ready for combat. The level of control at this stage is truly remarkable. He summoned the Covenant Stone, which now transformed into a blazing red crystal, its weapon-packed form. The crystal elongated, transforming into a sharp dagger. Zhang Ping muttered, "With this new skill, that once useless stone finally has a purpose." He plunged the dagger into the floor. It pierced through the metal with ease, leaving a small trail of blood from his hand. Situ Shibai remarked, "The hardness of this mid-level stone can now rival the pearl blade." The old man nodded in satisfaction. "Just as I predicted, you chose the Covenant Stone as your core, not the glutton." Zhang Ping sneered, holding the blazing red dagger. "I really wanted to choose the glutton, but something told me it wasn't suitable." Situ Shibai explained, "While the glutton grants abilities easily, the risks are extremely high. Countless cases have resulted in backlash, chi deviation, or even death." Zhang Ping explained to Situ Shibai, "Although the Covenant Stone levels up a bit slowly, every new ability it unlocks is essential, like a lifesaver." Suddenly, Zhang Ping recalled the insidious plot, recruiting awakeners under the guise of city guards, then gradually eliminating them. Memories of the enemy's plan appeared vividly. Eliminate those with threatening potential within 1 year. Princess Yue. The whole team gathered. Chenming reported the tense situation. According to intelligence, Princess Yue is massively recruiting troops under the guise of city guards to purge all those with true strength. Situ Shibai, with a pensive expression, confirmed. Highly likely. Chenming declared, "I've decided to return to Mingzhu City, inform Master Feng, and find a way to get them out." But Zhang Ping immediately dismissed it. "Absolutely not. It's too dangerous." Zhang Ping warned, a horrifying vision of people being torn apart by fox demons flashing in his mind. "If we don't do something, they'll suffer the same fate as the old city guards, swallowed and replaced in silence." Liu Xishan stepped forward, placed a hand on Zhang Ping's chest, and firmly stated, "Going alone is too risky. I'll go with you." The whole team responded in unison. "Well, go too," Chen Ming suggested. "Let's split up and contact the awakeners we know. That way, it'll be faster." Situ Shibai immediately rejected that naive plan. "How do you know if those people haven't already been replaced by nature foxes? You'd be exposed instantly." Zhang Ping confidently crossed his arms, nethermist energy swirling behind him. "Now I'm a mid-level awakener. Sneaking in alone, even if discovered, I'm confident I can retreat safely." Chen Ming still vehemently objected, raising a hand to stop him. "I don't agree. Mingzhu City is a death trap now." "Do you know how important you are?" Zhang Ping growled, his eyes blazing. "Of course I know, but tell me to sit by and watch my comrades get devoured by those foxes? I can't do that. Besides, I still haven't avenged Su Jingyao." Zhang Ping turned to reassure Liu Xishan. "Don't worry. I have a contingency plan. Even if I run into Princess Yue, it'll still be fine." Chen Ming lost his patience, summoning a flurry of hovering flying swords. "If you're determined to go, then you'll have to defeat me first." Zhang Ping smirked. "All right, as you wish." Whoosh! Nethermist energy erupted. Zhang Ping vanished and reappeared right behind Chen Ming, a blade of shadow pressed against his neck, leaving him stunned. Too fast. He didn't even have time to move. Zhang Ping, his entire body enveloped in dominant nethermist aura, coldly declared, "It seems I win." Chen Ming broke into a sweat, a faint mark of shadow energy still on his neck, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this nethermist? You're much stronger than before your breakthrough." Situ Shibai explained Zhang Ping's overwhelming power to the entire team. An infinite-level individual like me had to reach mid-level to deal with mutated monsters, yet Zhang Ping already defeated a mid-level awakener when he was still a rookie. His potential is even greater than mine. Finally, Situ Shibai smiled in approval. "Very well, Zhang Ping. I will no longer stop you from returning to Mingzhu City. But before that, I have a treasure I wish to give you." Situ Shibai called Zhang Shouzong over, saying that Zhang Ping had a favor to ask, which left the burly man bewildered. System analysis showed that Zhang Shouzong possessed the adipose tech ability, which could convert excess fat into material energy to create objects. Zhang Ping put his arm around Zhang Shouzong's shoulder, pulling him into a private room to talk, saying that he would be of great help. The teammates outside eavesdropped. Manny teased Zhang Ping not to be stingy, while Chen Luowei was speechless, fully aware of the protagonist's intentions. Zhang Ping walked out of the room, cheerfully thanking Zhang Shouzong. Immediately after, Zhang Shouzong staggered out, visibly emaciated, causing Manny to shriek in horror, asking what had happened. In the Purge Squad's secret room, Situ Shibai introduced Zhang Ping to a new weapon, a colossal scythe radiating dark purple energy. Situ Shibai explained that this was the Dread Reaper, a formidable item that not only sowed fear but also evolved by consuming enemy blood. He recounted that, in his youth, he had used it to cleave tens of thousands of monsters, turning seas of blood into glorious achievements, and now its sharpness was unrivaled, truly a divine artifact. Zhang Ping grasped the scythe, and dark energy erupted fiercely from the weapon. He nodded, thanking the captain. Situ Shibai suddenly paused, as if sensing something. He smiled, saying that it seemed someone was still worried about Zhang Ping, then announced that his energy was depleted, and he needed to return to his embrace to recharge. Situ Shibai vanished, leaving Zhang Ping alone to face Liu Xishan, telling the two to converse freely. Liu Xishan initiated the conversation, reminding him of their agreement, and saying that the scar on her face had healed, so now they should talk as friends. Under the moonlight, Liu Xishan confided that she had overcome her trauma, realizing she was still weak and would no longer blindly seek revenge, but instead rely on the strength of her teammates. Zhang Ping saw through her heart. "Didn't you tell me not to return to Bright Pearl City alone because you were once obsessed with avenging your friend?" Zhang Ping admitted frankly. "To say I have no such intention would be a lie, especially after breaking through to the mid-level. I clearly feel myself growing stronger by the second." An image of past helplessness resurfaced when he could only pretend to sleep to avoid the scrutiny of Her Highness Luo Shiyu. Zhang Ping looked into the distance, reassuring Liu Xishan that he knew what was most important: saving people. That's why I'm returning to Bright Pearl City this time. Zhang Ping, with a cold expression, declared that he would not rashly seek revenge for Su Jingyao if the time was not yet ripe. Liu Xishan was still uneasy, looking up at him. "But you're going back alone." Zhang Ping waved his hand, confidently boasting that he had a secret weapon from Zhang Shouzong, asserting that he would be fine. Scene shift. Inside Bright Pearl City, the nature fox monsters patrolled openly as if the place were deserted. Zhang Ping, in a fully hooded outfit, quietly infiltrated the city, realizing that the nature fox patrol had tightened their encirclement. He observed from afar, seeing the monsters blocking Bright Pearl Plaza, prohibiting all ordinary citizens without business from entering. A veteran spirit appeared behind Zhang Ping, asking if he had a plan yet, but Zhang Ping brushed it off, confident that the old fox would need another year or two to do anything to him. Zhang Ping's eyes flashed with a blue light. He stated firmly, "Yes, I have a plan." The scene shifted to the study of the Beast King Martial Arts Academy, where Feng Laishan sat in contemplation. Zhang Ping appeared unexpectedly, deactivated his pure water body mode, and greeted Feng Laishan. Feng Laishan was startled to recognize Zhang Ping, then joyfully asked where the young man had been these past few days, as he wanted to thank him personally. Zhang Ping pulled down his mask, grinning widely, as he replied that it was a long story. After recounting the shocking truth, Zhang Ping sat opposite him and asked directly, "Grandmaster Feng, will you help me?" Feng Laishan pondered. unable to believe that the city lord had betrayed them and the nature foxes were in power. When a student ran in to report that city guard Captain Lin had come to visit, the Grandmaster ordered the student to lead the guest to the reception room. He would be right there. Zhang Ping concluded with a confident statement. Grandmaster Feng only needs a glance to know whether I'm telling the truth or not. In the luxurious reception room, a squad of city guards led by Captain Lin stood waiting. Feng Laixian entered, cordially apologizing for making Captain Lin wait. The bandaged-faced captain sneered, saying he was there to congratulate Grandmaster Feng. Feng Laixian narrowed his eyes and asked Captain Lin, "Oh, what have I done to deserve such an honor?" Captain Lin, the man with his face wrapped in bandages, announced that the city lord had appointed him as vice city lord, while behind him, a group of red-eyed nature foxes glared. Feng Laixian forced a polite smile, bowing to thank the city lord for his kindness. Truly like a professional actor. "The message has been delivered. I'm leaving now," Captain Lin said, then turned his back and, along with his subordinates, vanished in a puff of purple smoke. As soon as they were out of sight, Feng Laixian clenched his fists, veins bulging, and cursed, "Monsters! How dare they!" A glowing red energy phantom of Zhang Ping appeared behind him, activating his all-seeing eye. Pure blood body. Warning. Grandmaster Feng, don't worry. I don't intend to cause trouble. I know I'm not strong enough yet. Zhang Ping revealed his true form in his cool black outfit. Feng Laixian turned and asked directly, "I assume you're here with a plan." Zhang Ping calmly laid out his cards. "I hope you can use this opportunity of being promoted to Vice City Lord to host a banquet and invite all the Awakeners who have protected Bright Pearl City. The purpose of the banquet is to inform all those who haven't been replaced by the nature foxes about what is truly happening. The plan is clear. Whoever wishes to leave will have a teleportation gate to take them out of the city. Whoever chooses to stay will at least know about the fox's plan, so they won't be easily manipulated." Feng Laixian pondered, admitting that some people would not leave due to family ties, and Zhang Ping affirmed that this was the best they could do right now. From Zhang Ping's perspective, images of nature foxes swarming everywhere like ants appeared. He thought bitterly, "I never imagined my small school harbored so many creatures." Feng Laixian placed a hand on Zhang Ping's shoulder, his voice full of empathy. "You've done enough. In a situation where friend and foe are indistinguishable, no one can save everyone." The Grandmaster patted Zhang Ping's shoulder decisively, his gaze firm. "Proceed with your suggestion. I will follow you to the very end." Zhang Ping bowed in thanks, but Feng Laixian waved it off. "No, it is we who should thank you. At least you've given us hope to defeat those monsters." Zhang Ping looked out the window, observing the people passing by on the training ground, then suddenly froze, his eyes wide. "Huh?" His ability flared, revealing a colossal, malevolent werfox monster slowly appearing behind Su Jingyao, the very monster that had murdered her. Meanwhile, on a tall building, Luo Shiyu asked her pink-haired subordinate, "Is anything unusual happening in Bright Pearl City lately?" The girl reported that everything was quiet, except for Feng Laixian preparing to host a grand banquet. Luo Shiyu sneered contemptuously. "Humph, just became Vice City Lord and already putting on airs? Feng Laixian is nothing special." A female subordinate asked Luo Shiyu if Feng Laixian needed to be monitored, but she dismissed it, disdainfully remarking that the old man was just a greedy fool, not worth bothering with. She ordered her subordinates to focus on hunting down the Purge Squad's rats and uncovering their plans. A colossal, murderous fox demon phantom appeared behind Luo Shiyu as she emphasized that the ultimate target was Zhang Ping. Meanwhile, at the Beast King Martial Arts Hall, the party was in full swing, with guests fawning over and flattering the newly appointed Mayor Feng. A student approached Feng Laixian, who was still smiling and socializing with the crowd. "You all flatter me too much." The student quickly whispered into his master's ear, signaling that the plan was ready. Immediately, Feng Laixian turned to the crowd, citing an urgent matter and excusing himself to leave first. The guests harbored no suspicion, happily letting Mayor Feng attend to his important business. Just then, Captain Lin, the man with his face wrapped in bandages, entered with his subordinates, sarcastically remarking that Feng Laixian, as His Highness predicted, only knew how to exploit parties to line his own pockets. Captain Lin cast a lewd glance at a purple-haired female instructor wearing glasses, and made a teasing remark about her appearance. His blonde female subordinate warned, "Just stay put and enjoy yourself. But remember, walls have ears here." She smirked sinisterly, deciding it was best to act after the party ended. In a secret room, Feng Laixian had gathered 4 core instructors, who eagerly asked for the reason behind this urgent summons. Feng Laixian released energy, creating an image of Zhang Ping, and declared, "I've called you all here for an extremely important matter, and he will explain the details." Zhang Ping materialized from within the red energy stream, deactivated his pure blood body mode, and confidently greeted Instructor Bai Day. Instructor Bai Day and the assistant student gaped, shouting Zhang Ping's name in utter astonishment. The remaining instructors, including the purple-haired girl wearing glasses, were also deeply shocked by his sudden appearance. After hearing Zhang Ping's explanation, the group couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "Impossible! Has Mingzhou City fallen?" But he quickly pointed out the anomalies with the city guards and the city lord's disappearance. Feng Laixian cleared his throat, his expression hardening, finally accepting the harsh truth and resolving to go all in. Feng Laixian concluded with his core subordinates. "Listen up. Everything is exactly as that kid Zhang Ping said. I've personally confirmed the existence of those foxes." Zhang Ping explained the tense situation. "Those monsters are masters of disguise, almost impossible to distinguish. A whole bunch of them have already infiltrated the party out there." Feng Laixian flexed his muscles, appealing for loyalty. "You've known me for years. If you trust old Feng here, then I need your help." Instructor Bai Day and the purple-haired female instructor immediately sided with their boss, affirming their absolute trust in both Feng Laixian and Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping began outlining the counterplan. "To deal with these foxes, we must play it smart, lie low, bide our time, and preserve our strength." He presented a list, declaring these were the people who hadn't been replaced and needed to be immediately warned about the current situation. Zhang Ping revealed his trump card. "The Purge Squad will soon open a teleportation gate here." He simply illustrated the escape route. "Anyone who wants to flee with us, tell them to go out the main gate, then circle back here and discreetly enter the teleportation gate." A young instructor spoke up anxiously, asking about the fate of their families if they had to evacuate so suddenly. Feng Laixian placed a hand on his subordinate's shoulder, explaining the dire situation. "This is the only way. Only Zhang Ping can see through their disguises. We don't have time to verify everyone's families." The instructor continued to warn that if the foxes caught wind of the plan, they would accelerate their scheme to wipe out all awakened ones. Instructor Bai Day crossed his arms, admitting that keeping the secret from so many people was almost impossible. Zhang Ping confidently declared he would monitor from the shadows and use fire as a signal if any fox at the party acted suspiciously. With the plan finalized, Zhang Ping left the rest for the instructors to handle on site. The group left the secret meeting room, Feng Laixian and Instructor Bai Day leading the way, ready to continue their act in front of the enemy. Zhang Ping, fully cloaked, confirmed that they had informed almost everyone at the party without the foxes being aware. Suddenly, a psychic image of Su Jingyao appeared, her voice echoing in Zhang Ping's mind. "Zhang Ping, be careful." Zhang Ping was startled, realizing this was a distress signal from Su Jingyao. A horrifying vision appeared. A giant dark fox demon was poised to devour Su Jingyao's team, and its target was a girl named Chen Weihua. Zhang Ping hid in the shadows, his mind racing. He had to find a way to lure the monster away. If it noticed anything unusual, the entire plan would be ruined. Su Jingyao struck up a conversation with Chen Weihua, asking if she was on her way home. Chen Weihua turned around startled, recognizing an acquaintance. "Oh, Sister Su? Is there something you need me for?" Su Jingyao smiled kindly, offering to walk together since it was on her way, and Chen Weihua happily agreed immediately. From the shadows, Zhang Ping sneered, mistakenly thinking Su Jingyao was the cunning fox who had walked right into his trap. "You just gave me a perfect opportunity to act." But the real fox was Chen Weihua. She looked up with sinister eyes, secretly pondering this coincidence. With a whoosh, Zhang Ping revealed himself from the shadows, shed his stealth gear, and gave Su Jingyao a curt greeting. Without wasting a second, Zhang Ping immediately set his trap. "Go find Master Feng and tell him I'm in trouble. Tell him to meet me in the west of the city." Chen Weihua froze, recognizing Zhang Ping and wondering why he was here. The demon in Chen Weihua's guise chuckled inwardly, thinking she had caught a big fish. His Highness would reward her handsomely if she brought him back. Having said that, Zhang Ping suddenly shot away like an arrow, leaving Chen Weihua no time to react. Su Jingyao frantically called after him in vain. "Zhang Ping, where are you going?" The system panel appeared, the Nethermist Nightwalker skill activated, and Zhang Ping's speed and agility surged. He glided through the streets, leaving a faint trail of dark purple Nethermist energy. Chen Weihua immediately gave chase, her mind filled with astonishment. How strange. Why is this kid so fast? Zhang Ping turned into a narrow alley, deliberately leaving a luminous trail to lure his prey into a trap. As soon as Chen Weihua arrived, she lost his trail, bewilderedly wondering where her target had vanished. Instantly, Zhang Ping appeared from thin air right behind her, a scythe-shaped weapon forged from nethermist energy already clutched in his hand. Giving his prey no time to breathe, Zhang Ping swung a clean, swift slash, and Chen Weihua's fresh blood splattered. Zhang Ping shouldered his nethermist scythe, taunting his prey, who was still trying to maintain her act. "Don't worry." He activated his dark mask, and a deathly aura surged forth. "I won't let you vanish too quickly." Chen Weihua shed her disguise, revealing her true fox demon form, admitting that Zhang Ping had seen through her act. Before the fox demon could even collect herself, countless nethermist blades pierced her from behind, making her realize Zhang Ping's deadly power. She roared, believing Zhang Ping was merely possessed by nethermist, then lunged to attack. Clang! The demon's claws clashed, sparking, with Zhang Ping's scythe in a furious assault. Zhang Ping coldly activated a new skill, summoning nethermist chains marked with -10. Whoosh! The purple chains whistled through the air, binding the fox demon, while Zhang Ping began to speak about the person who gave him a reason to live. Beneath his mask, Zhang Ping asserted that she was the one who gave him peace, helping him to no longer live in fear. The fox demon was tightly bound, bewildered by Zhang Ping's rambling as countless nethermist spears pointed directly at it. Slash! All the spears simultaneously pierced the demon's body, making it scream in pain and terror. When did Zhang Ping get so strong? Zhang Ping stepped closer, his voice hardening. To me, she is my childhood friend, the most important person in the world. He grabbed the demon's throat, pressing a nethermist short sword against its neck, speaking of his friend's simple dream, while the demon trembled and pleaded. Then why did you do that to her? Zhang Ping roared, thrusting the sword straight through the demon's throat amidst its wild shriek. The demon's fresh blood gushed out, forming a large puddle on the ground. Believed to be dead, the demon suddenly let out a gruesome sneer, mocking that Zhang Ping would never know the truth. It provoked him wildly, recalling the victim's desperate face at the moment of death to infuriate Zhang Ping. Losing patience, Zhang Ping pointed, ordering the nethermist chains to tear the demon's body into pieces. The demon's head was crushed, and it could only utter its last words in extreme agony. Su Jingyao's illusion appeared, tears welling in her eyes as she desperately cried out, "No!" The illusion vanished, Zhang Ping crushing the mask of the Chen Weihua fox demon as his nethermist energy reached its maximum. Dark purple energy violently erupted around Zhang Ping as he growled, "The one I want to kill." Zhang Ping's eyes behind his mask flashed with bloodlust, his killing intent soaring. He shot forward, swinging a colossal nethermist blade and yelling, "It's you, you filthy fox." After the finishing blow, Zhang Ping's mask shattered, and he held the last remnants of the evaporated demon. Suddenly, Luo Shiyu descended from above, her tone sarcastic. "I didn't expect you to handle Yue Shiliu by yourself. You've grown much stronger." Zhang Ping turned, his eyes full of vigilance as he faced the new enemy. Luo Shiyu crossed her arms, exuding an overwhelming aura, and smirked. "I didn't expect you to be so eager to die." Zhang Ping didn't flinch, retorting, "How do you know I have no more trump cards?" while simultaneously activating his appraisal skill, but it failed miserably. Luo Shiyu sneered at the struggles of the dying man, while the system continuously reported analysis errors. Out of options, Zhang Ping went all in, summoning the nethermist beast and roaring, "All right then, let me give you a death with your eyes closed." Finally, the system displayed the opponent's information. Yue Weihua, level 39 mutated monster. Yue Weihua struck, her fiery red tail transforming into a sharp whip, tearing through Zhang Ping's nethermist body defense. Zhang Ping hastily raised his hand to block the attack, his nethermist shield shattering, consuming 20 energy points. He gritted his teeth, poured all his strength into his arm, and shouted, "Release." A surge of red and black energy erupted, transforming into a colossal scythe in Zhang Ping's hand. Reaper's Scythe. He spun, unleashing a heaven-splitting slash with the Reaper's Scythe, creating an arc of energy that directly collided with the opponent's attack. Zhang Ping landed, his face paling as he realized the opponent's terrifying power. "She tore through my nethermist as if it were nothing?" He recalled the analysis results, identifying her strength. Her main weapon is her tail. Just then, the insidious tail lunged to attack again. Zhang Ping activated his pure water body, transforming his body into liquid to dodge the attack, confident that her physical blows were mere child's play. Luo Shiyu smirked, showing disdain. "Oh? It seems you have more trump cards than I thought," she growled. "But do you really think that trick can save you?" Her fiery red tail began to condense energy, aiming directly at Zhang Ping in his liquid form. Zhang Ping realized he was in trouble, yelling, Damn it. She's using deep freeze ability to freeze my pure water body. Even under pressure, Zhang Ping was lucid enough to notice an absurdity. She can see through King Yu's illusions, something even Situ Shibai couldn't handle. How the hell did you do that? With no other option, Zhang Ping stomped his foot, deciding to make a big move. She briefly saw a red gem flash beneath her feet. Out of evasive options, Zhang Ping pulled out a red gem, deciding to go all out with his weapon pact, channeling energy into the stone to create an explosion large enough to escape. Boom! A colossal fireball engulfed everything, blowing away the entire neighborhood. Zhang Ping used the explosion as a smokescreen to vanish amidst the dust and smoke. Luo Xiyu merely clicked her tongue, child's play, completely unharmed by the explosion. She turned, her voice full of sarcasm as she saw Zhang Ping had stopped. What's wrong? Out of breath from running, Zhang Ping admitted her power was too immense. He couldn't escape alone. His eyes flashed, his voice full of defiance. That's why I decided to call for backup. While Luo Xiyu was still bewildered, a familiar voice rang out. Zhang Ping. Immediately, Feng Laixian and Bai Dai, two muscular powerhouses, charged in like tanks, asking Zhang Ping, Dr. Chen Weihua said you were in trouble. What happened? Luo Xiyu muttered, realizing Feng Laixian was Zhang Ping's accomplice. She growled, her killing intent surging. If I can't use you anymore, then all of you die. A tail sharp as a dagger shot forth. Feng Laixian yelled, Watch out, kid, and pushed Zhang Ping flying away. Zhang Ping tumbled, his face paling as he saw her true form. She's a fox demon. Feng Laixian looked at the enemy, growling. I see. Truly troublesome. He turned and shouted, Bai Dai. Take care of your students. Zhang Ping muttered, So, this is a nature fox. Then suddenly shot out a stream of blue liquid that enveloped Bai Dai. Bai Dai cried out in alarm. Kid, what the hell are you doing? But Zhang Ping calmly replied, Don't worry, master. I won't harm you. Zhang Ping activated Pure Blood Body, shared vision, ordering the two to look closely at Luo Xiyu, leaving them gaping in astonishment at her demonic form. Bai Dai shouted a warning. Master, your stomach! Luo Xiyu immediately swung her razor-sharp tail to attack Feng Laixian. Feng Laixian reacted incredibly fast, yelling, Understood, and leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the attack. The demonic tail ripped through the ground, leaving a long trail of destruction, making Feng Laixian exclaim in astonishment at her terrifying destructive power. Zhang Ping commanded, Master Bai, extend your left hand, palm up. And the old man complied hesitantly. A drop of crimson blood suddenly appeared in Bai Dai's palm. Zhang Ping instructed, Find a way to make Master Feng swallow this. Bai Dai smirked, confidently replying, Understood. I have a plan. He flicked a drop of blood towards Feng Laixian, shouting, When the good tidings arrive with the wind, receive them with gratitude. Hearing the signal, Feng Laixian opened his mouth and neatly caught the incoming drop of blood. Gulp! The old martial arts master swallowed Zhang Ping's blood. Immediately after swallowing the blood, Feng Laixian roared, Monster, now I see you, as Luo Xiyu lunged to attack. The old martial arts master easily dodged Luo Shiyu's razor-sharp tail, now fully seeing through her movements. Bai Dai didn't stay idle either, channeling crimson lightning energy as he declared, Well, lend a hand too. Feng Laixian growled, vowing revenge for his students, his entire body erupting in golden flames. You damned monster. You'll pay for what you did to my students. Zhang Ping explained, Master Feng, that's my blood. It will help you see her true form, but only for a short time. Simultaneously, Feng Laixian activated his immortal Crimson Emperor body, while Bai Dai transformed into a raging lion warrior. Feng Laixian, with his fiery hair and eyes, sneered, That's more than enough. With enhanced vision, Feng Laixian and Bai Dai charged into combat like two fierce beasts, easily dodging and counterattacking Luo Shiyu's minions. Luo Shiyu's face twisted in frustration, unable to understand how these nobodies could see through her illusions, then suddenly realized, Is it that brat Zhang Ping again? Dodging a kick from Feng Laixian, she roared in fury as her plan was disrupted. Luo Shiyu's crimson eyes flashed with a deadly glint as she muttered, Very well, I don't care what method he uses. Dark energy violently erupted from her body as Luo Xiyu shrieked, I will kill all of you! She summoned her trump card from the shadows. Moon Shadow. It's time to get to work. A dark hand with razor-sharp claws slowly emerged from Luo Shiyu's shadow, signaling the imminent appearance of a formidable foe. A humanoid demon with a fox. Wolfhead crawled out from the darkness, kneeling down in obedience. As you command, Your Highness. Bai Dai immediately warned Feng Laixian. Be careful. The fox demon that emerged from her shadow is extremely powerful. From behind, Zhang Ping realized this was not an illusion, but an entity hidden in the shadows, frustrated that he had never discovered this before. Zhang Ping was annoyed that he couldn't use his analysis skill while in his pure blood form, wondering what kind of power this new demon possessed. Zhang Ping threw an item towards Feng Laixian, shouting, "Master Feng, this is the last snake scale I have." Feng Laixian caught the item, hearing Zhang Ping's assurance. "Don't worry, Master. I promise we will escape Mingzhu City. Just buy me a little time." The old martial artist gripped the snake scale in his hand, his eyes filled with trust. "Since you're so confident," Feng Laixian activated his ultimate state. His hair turned white, his entire body erupted in destructive blue-white flames, his body temperature soaring to 4,000 degrees Celsius. The two masters stood side by side, their aura soaring to the heavens, ready to fight to the death. "We entrust our lives to you." Feng Laixian shot forward like a blue lightning bolt, roaring, "Kill one first." He aimed directly at one of the moon shadow demons currently fighting Bai. "Starting with you." Bai Day was no pushover either, single-handedly taking on two moon shadow demons, using his bare hands to block their razor-sharp attacks. He roared, delivering a devastating uppercut, sending one demon flying into the air. Instructor Bai Day, in his roaring lion form, his chest bore deep, bleeding claw marks, but his eyes were still full of fighting spirit. A moon shadow demon lunged forward, swinging its razor-sharp arm down like a scythe, intending to tear him apart. Wang Jiamin's voice rang out in warning. "Instructor, it'll take care of your wounds, don't worry. This fox can attack you through your own shadow." Feng Laixian, enveloped in blue flames, dodged like a deity against the continuous attacks from the crimson tail of another moon shadow. The old martial artist growled, the flames on his body flared more intensely. "We can't keep defending forever." Feng Laixian shouted, ordering his comrade, "Old Bai, execute the 3+1 strategy, a suicidal strategy to gather the monsters." Baida didn't hesitate for a moment, his sharp eyes responding, "Understood." The moon shadows taunted, seeing Baida only dodging attacks. "Not bad speed, but your attacks are like cat scratches. Do you think that's enough to kill me? It just feels like tickling." Another moon shadow demon, seemingly tougher, roared, "Shut your mouths." In a flash, the demon closed in and pierced Baida's flank, a fatal blow. Baida coughed up blood, but a savage smile crept onto his lips as the demon's arm was now within his reach. "Got you!" he roared, his hand clamping tightly onto the demon's head, giving it no chance to escape. Gathering all his strength, Baida tensed his body, preparing to execute the fateful throw. "Master!" he shouted, flinging the demon in his hand straight towards its comrades, completing the task of gathering the monsters. The moon shadow facing Feng Laixian realized the danger. It decided to go all out, piercing the old martial artist's chest with its tail. Seeing the three demons gathered in one spot, the one that had just been thrown still disoriented, the plan had succeeded. Despite his chest being pierced, Feng Laixian roared, releasing his full power. Beast King's secret technique, Primordial Chaos Unity. A destructive blue-white energy explosion engulfed the entire area. The moon shadows were annihilated, leaving not a single trace of ash. After the smoke and dust cleared, Zhang Ping appeared beside the two panting masters. "Our chance has come." Zhang Ping handed Feng Laixian a glowing red covenant stone, created using adipose tech. "Hold on tight, don't let go." Feng Laixian, still in his flaming hair state, signaled Baida, "It's done, you can have your fat back." Without a word of warning, Zhang Ping activated his ability, creating a powerful gust of wind that swept both masters soaring into the sky. Suddenly lifted into the air, both Bai Dai and Feng Laixian screamed in surprise, while Zhang Ping remained unfazed. Looking at the city shrinking below, Bai Da clicked his tongue. "Well, I guess this is one way to escape." Zhang Ping coughed up blood, his face pale, admitting he had used too much healing energy and was running out of strength. He threw the covenant stone to the two of them, telling them it would take them safely back to base. With that said, Zhang Ping let go, allowing his body to free fall downwards, causing the two masters to frantically shout his name. He plummeted straight down into a dense forest outside Mingzhu City, his fate unknown. Zhang Ping landed quite hard, lying motionless amidst the vegetation in the gloomy forest. A leaf gently fell onto his face, but Zhang Ping showed no signs of waking. Night fell, moonlight illuminating the silent forest. Zhang Ping slowly opened his eyes, muttering in disbelief. "Am I still alive?" A familiar voice rang out as he awoke, and from the ring on his hand, the spirit of Situ Shibai appeared. "You're finally awake." The Phantom Captain announced that Zhang Ping had been severely injured and unconscious since then, causing him to clutch his chest as pain surged through him. Situ Shibai explained that he had done his best to stop the bleeding, but had reached his limit and needed to rest. Zhang Ping reassured him, telling him to rest assured and not worry, while he needed to quickly contact headquarters. He pulled out a blue spherical communication device, calling headquarters. "Headquarters, this is Zhang Ping. Do you read me?" His only reply was an eerie silence. Not a single signal was returned. Zhang Ping knelt in the forest, realizing the difficult situation. "It seems I'll have to rely on myself for a while." After observing for a while, he discovered a cave entrance hidden behind nearby rocks. Sitting by the campfire, Zhang Ping bitterly realized the irony of his pure blood body ability. It was incredibly powerful for healing others, but completely ineffective for his own recovery. He checked his energy bars. Both fire and nether mist were nearly depleted. If any monster appeared now, he would simply have to lie still and accept death. Lost in the labyrinthine forest, he could only hope his teammates would find him soon. Suddenly, Zhang Ping discovered a familiar object on the ground. Su Jingyao's hair clip. Memories of his previous life flooded back. He recalled fighting madly just to avenge her, but once his goal was achieved, he felt an unsettling emptiness. Collapsing to the ground, Zhang Ping admitted that everything he had done wasn't for any noble ideal, but merely a personal obsession. Blood from his hand dripped onto the hair clip. He scoffed at himself, realizing that even a miracle worker couldn't change reality. He knelt, accepting the harsh truth of his own desires for fame and glory. But then a thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly realized, wait, can I revive Su Jingyao? He remembered using pure blood body to regrow Cho Chiang's severed arm, a flawless and perfect recovery. And then, there was the time he connected with Master Feng's body, regenerating internal organs and keeping him alive. If the theory was correct, he could revive Su Jingyao. Zhang Ping took out a human skin mask, Su Jingyao's only remaining relic. He activated his pure blood body ability, channeling energy into his hand, preparing for a life-or-death gamble. His fresh blood dripped onto the mask, initiating the unimaginable regeneration process. Zhang Ping gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and exhaustion, but he knew for sure, it's working. He poured all his remaining energy, pushing the regeneration process to its limit, as threads of blood began to extend from the mask. From within the forming mass of flesh and blood, Su Jingyao's body gradually emerged, enveloped by strands of life energy. But the regeneration process suddenly halted, leaving Zhang Ping bewildered and unsure of what was happening. An energy projection of himself appeared, showing his body was overloaded and severely injured, lacking the strength to complete the revival. Nevertheless, facing failure, Zhang Ping's energy projection merely smirked defiantly. "No, I won't give up." Despite his exhaustion, Zhang Ping's will roared, determined to revive Su Jingyao at all costs. "I refuse to lose you again, even if I have to drain every last drop of my energy." In the night sky, 3 streaks of light tore through the air, hurtling towards the forest like shooting stars. Feng Laixian, the martial artist with fiery hair, sensed something was wrong and warned his teammates. "Something's amiss here. Prepare for impact." The 2 muscular martial artists, Feng Laixian and Elder Bai, were thrown downwards by an invisible force. Both landed with extreme coolness in the dense forest, ready for any contingency. They landed steadily, without a single wasted movement. Feng Laixian grumbled, showing his distrust. "Honestly, that kid is as trustworthy as a screen door on a submarine." A new group appeared, led by a sword-wielding man in glasses, recognizing the 2 seniors. "You must be Senior Feng Laixian and Senior Bai De? We've been waiting for you." The chubby Zhang Shouzhang from the reinforcement team scratched his head, chuckling. Hey, I managed to pick up the big guy as soon as I got Zhang Ping's message, but I didn't account for the landing." Feng Laixian laughed, appearing unconcerned. "Haha, a minor incident like this isn't enough to scare us, but others might not be so lucky. You should be more careful." Lu Xishan cut in, getting straight to the point. "Where is Zhang Ping? Didn't he return with you?" The 2 martial artists' expressions turned serious. Elder Bai explained that they had let Zhang Ping fall into this forest. They explained this was the Lost Forest, with complex terrain. Once inside, it was hard to get out, and blindly searching would be suicidal. Chen Ming, the reinforcement team leader, exhaled a puff of smoke, confidently declaring, "The Purge Squad badge has a positioning function. I'll go." Feng Laixian also volunteered, feeling responsible for not noticing Zhang Ping's injuries, then told Elder Bai to stay and recover. Elder Bai intended to object, but Feng Laixian reassured him, asserting that his own injuries were healing themselves, and the monsters in the forest were mere small fry. Chen Ming finalized the plan. "So, it's decided. Liu Sishan, Senior Feng and I will go look for Zhang Ping. Fatty, you take Elder Bai back to base. Zhang Shouzong was thrilled to hear he was given a separate mission, but quickly held back. Wait, no, I mean, the fatty immediately became serious, giving a decisive military salute. You can count on me. In a dark cave, Zhang Ping's heavy, ragged breathing echoed. The protagonist was pushing his limits, blood gushing out to regenerate Su Jingyao's body, muttering, "Come a little closer." Unexpectedly, the system delivered good news. The pure blood body talent has been upgraded to intermediate level, its potential soaring. Thanks to the timely buff, Su Jingyao's body regeneration process accelerated, and she murmured, "This time, it must succeed." Zhang Ping gasped, tiredly covering his face, unable to believe his eyes. Did I really do it? A tear rolled down his cheek, and he could only utter a single sound. Su Jingyao was completely reborn, hastily putting on a hoodie, and smiled as she greeted him. "Long time no see, Zhang Ping." Zhang Ping froze, still unable to believe the girl in front of him was real. Su Jingyao? As soon as he finished speaking, he staggered and collapsed from exhaustion, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Su Jingyao rushed to catch him in a panic, calling his name worriedly. "Zhang Ping, are you all right?" He rested his head against her, his voice weak but still trying to sound fine. "I'm okay, just a little tired." She sighed, playfully chiding him. "Honestly, your reckless stunts haven't changed at all." Zhang Ping smirked. "If I hadn't taken risks, we wouldn't be here today. Luckily, I ate that gemstone back then." Su Jingyao smiled gently, admitting, "I know, you've always worked very hard actually." She recalled the times he was doubted by the entire school, or when he faced insurmountable enemies. He never backed down. She stroked his head, her voice full of pride. "Seeing you mature and gain so many wonderful friends, I'm truly happy. You must cherish them." He had fallen asleep at some point. She gently asked, "Are you tired? You've done more than enough. Please rest well." Zhang Ping sank into a deep sleep, and a tear from her fell onto his cheek. Su Jingyao cried and smiled at the same time, thinking to herself, "I also wish I could continue this path with you, but unfortunately, it's too late now. My soul energy is depleted." Her hand gradually became transparent, but she still placed her full trust in him. "But I believe if it's you, you will definitely find me again. Won't you, Zhang Ping?" Su Jingyao's soul dissolved into specks of light, leaving a final farewell for the collapsing Zhang Ping. Amidst the silent space, her figure completely vanished. Suddenly, an eye snapped open. Zhang Ping sprang up like a coiled spring, screaming in panic. "Su Jingyao!" He whirled around, seeing her lying motionless right beside him. He let out a long breath, trying to calm himself after the nightmare. He gently shook her, his voice still trembling. "Wake up, sleepyhead. You'll catch a cold lying like this." But his only reply was her lifeless, empty eyes. He froze, realizing her body was unusually cold. Placing a hand on her nose, Zhang Ping went numb, his face pale. "She's not breathing anymore." Fiery red dark energy erupted around him, his eyes bulging with fury. "Are you kidding me?" He cried out in despair, staring at her body. "We just talked, didn't we?" Her face remained peaceful, but life had completely vanished. He slumped down, trying to piece everything together, recalling her words about soul energy. A terrifying hypothesis flashed in his mind. Could the revival have failed because her soul had disappeared? He mumbled, reassuring himself that as long as he could find her soul, there was still a chance. Just then, a tiny, mutated monster crawled out from a crack in the rocks. The ant-like creature with swirling eyes looked bewildered, devoid of any killing intent. A rustling sound came from the cave entrance, where a faint light glimmered. Zhang Ping sat still, his gaze fixed on the source of the movement, ignoring the small monster curiously observing him. The small mutated ant spoke, asking Zhang Ping, "Are you awake?" Zhang Ping sat down, looking at the weak ant. "You look so weak, you must be hungry, right?" He tossed it a piece of dried meat, muttering, "You didn't attack me when I was unconscious, so I can't just leave you here." The ant startled, then buried its head in the delicious morsel. It suddenly ran around Su Jingyao's former spot, gesturing as if asking where she was. Zhang Ping replied, his gaze distant. "She's just sleeping, in a very peaceful place." He looked at the naive ant, thinking it probably didn't understand the concept of death yet. Unexpectedly, the ant pushed the meat towards Zhang Ping, indicating it wanted to share. Zhang Ping smirked. This was the first time he had encountered such a friendly, mutated monster. A phantom of Su Jingyao appeared to comfort him, reminding him to cherish the present as crying wouldn't change anything. Regaining his composure, Zhang Ping decided to inspect the ant. Analyze. The information panel appeared. Mobile Fortress Queen Ant, 5-star potential, low-rank monster, but possesses the king-tier skill Royal Majesty. Zhang Ping was speechless. He had just escaped one princess, only to stumble upon a potential queen. A loud noise caught his attention. Zhang Ping turned around and continued to use Analyze. Another information panel appeared. Black Mountain Archbacked Ant Swarm. Level 5. A true legion with spiked armor and corrosive acid. Zhang Ping turned to tease the small ant. Hey kid, looks like your friends are here to pick you up. Contrary to his expectation, the queen ant trembled, clearly terrified out of its wits. Realizing something was wrong, Zhang Ping quickly scooped up the small ant, sensing trouble. A raging river of black ants was surging towards the cave entrance. Without hesitation, Zhang Ping activated Pure Water Body, transforming into a puddle of liquid to escape. Zhang Ping ran, taunting the queen ant in his hand. Looks like those guys aren't happy to see you, huh? Did they cause those wounds on you? The queen ant looked frantically towards a skeletal ant that seemed to be a guard, trembling all over. Discovered. Zhang Ping ran for his life, as a sea of hideous skeletal ants swarmed towards him, muttering that this queen ant's Royal Majesty skill was utterly ineffective. Because the queen ant's level was too low, the other ants saw its presence as a challenge, furiously charging to eliminate the imposter. Zhang Ping looked at the queen ant cowering in his hand, sighing. It seems your royal ability needs a lot of grinding, kid. While trying to stall the monsters, Zhang Ping spotted a giant mutated bear sound asleep in a tree. A bold idea struck him, and he rushed forward, delivering a thunderous slap to the bear's face to wake it up. Its sleep disturbed, the mutated bear roared furiously, its eyes glowing red with killing intent, ready to tear apart the intruder. The enraged bear swung its claws, attacking the charging skeletal ant swarm, creating a chaotic battle exactly as Zhang Ping had planned. Zhang Ping quickly slipped away, thinking that this decoy was strong enough to buy him time for a safe escape. But when he looked back, he realized these ants were no ordinary kind. They were truly skeletal monsters. Under the moonlight, Zhang Ping used the treacherous mountain forest terrain to shake off the ant swarm. He was confident that since the ants couldn't fly, climbing to higher ground would give him an advantage. However, the skeletal ants were incredibly persistent. They didn't hesitate to ram down ancient trees to pursue their prey. Zhang Ping swiftly leaped from branch to branch, while below, the entire forest trembled from the monster's rampage. Suddenly, a violent seismic shock hit, causing Zhang Ping to lose his balance, and he wondered, what was that sound? An earthquake? He looked down in horror. The ground was cracking open, and something colossal was emerging. A giant treant with furious red eyes slowly rose, leaving Zhang Ping stunned. What in the world is this? The treant roared, its gaze sweeping over the skeletal ant swarm. Where do you vermin come from? It bellowed. How dare you disturb my sleep? Then swung a colossal fist down onto the ground, crushing the ants in a terrifying explosion. The giant treant swung its steel-hard wooden arm, preparing to unleash a battlefield-clearing strike. Green energy gathered around its arm, forming a destructive vortex. Whoosh! The swirling energy punch shot straight down to the ground, crushing everything in its path. Boom! An energy explosion erupted, blowing away the trashy skeletal ants. Zhang Ping immediately activated Nightwalker for stealth, planning his escape. At least this guy cleared out the ants. Time to bolt. Just as he was about to slip away, the treant suddenly roared, calling him back. Hold on, human! Zhang Ping froze, cold sweat pouring down. This boss could see right through his stealth. He immediately spammed his appraisal skill, but the system continuously reported errors. The treant's level was too high to check. After several attempts, the information panel finally appeared. Ye Changchun, human, Fallen 1, Alex Tier Awakener, level 35, Dendrification ability. Zhang Ping was stunned to see the words Fallen 1, muttering, It's been a long time since I've met a living person. I'm a bit excited. Yi Changchun mumbled that all the Fallen Ones he had met were either lunatics or a crazed female Fallen 1, unlike himself. Zhang Ping broke out in a sweat, realizing he couldn't escape, so he decided to stay and talk things out. Ye Changchun sat down, asking Zhang Ping where he came from, and received the answer, Mingzhu City. The old treant looked surprised. What a coincidence. I'm also from Mingzhu City. But then he fell silent in thought, saying that was all he remembered, perhaps due to old age and senility. Zhang Ping boldly cut to the chase. Senior Ye, may I be so bold as to ask if you know you are a Fallen One? Ye Changchun looked bewildered, completely clueless about what a Fallen One was. The old treant suddenly realized Zhang Ping knew his name, immediately questioned him, and was told it was due to the appraisal skill. Suddenly, a tiny spirit emerged from Zhang Ping's bracelet, exclaiming, Captain, you're awake? making him startle and shout at the treant. Ye Changchun? Is that you, Uncle Ye? Another voice, full of authority, echoed from Zhang Ping as his eyes turned red. I've been awake since you two started talking. The captain's spirit inside Zhang Ping explained about the spirit in the bracelet, while Ye Changchun, the treant, curiously asked about his past. The bracelet on Zhang Ping's wrist flashed with a brilliant golden light, containing a mysterious power. In a flashback, the captain's spirit recounted. Back then, you were a core member of the resistance army, a master of disguise who infiltrated deep into the Zhu clan's lair. Tragic memories surfaced of Ye Changchun being discovered and falling in a mission, and the captain's spirit mused, I never thought I'd see you again. Ye Changchun just scratched his head after hearing this. Sounds impressive, but my brain's empty now. I don't remember a thing. Suddenly, an old white-haired spirit appeared behind Zhang Ping, placing a hand on his shoulder. Zhang Ping, I have something I need you to do. The old spirit explained that the Fallen One state was a form of amnesia, and Ye Changchun's prolonged existence had made his mind accept this new reality, completely forgetting his past. The old man continued his analysis, pointing out that Fallen Ones possessed extremely strong mental power, immune to ordinary mind control spells, and had no precedent of being cured. The old spirit looked directly at Zhang Ping, his gaze full of hidden meaning. But you might be an exception. Zhang Ping immediately understood the implication, turning to the treant. You mean you want me to use the Covenant Stone? Ye Changchun's eyes widened, his voice full of skepticism. Kid, do you really think you can cure this Fallen One disease? Zhang Ping summoned the level 7 Covenant Stone, green energy surging forth, explaining, Theoretically, yes, but you must completely relinquish control of your body to me. Expecting something serious, Zhang Ping muttered. Then tossed the gem straight at the treant, as if throwing a piece of candy. Ye Changchun opened his mouth and neatly caught the stone, casually asking back, What's the big deal? The Covenant Stone embedded itself directly into the treant's chest. Zhang Ping froze, utterly shocked. He actually ate it? Green energy erupted, and a notification panel appeared. Covenant successful. Contracted beast. Ye Changchun. Zhang Ping was still reeling in shock, muttering, Damn, he actually ate it, and the Covenant actually succeeded too. Regaining his composure, Zhang Ping decided to test it immediately, raising his hand to command. Green energy surging around him. Ye Changchun, I command you. The command was given, and green light from Zhang Ping flowed directly into the giant treant's body. Stop being a fallen one. Ye Changchun let out an earth-shattering roar as the purifying energy swept through his body, while Zhang Ping was astonished. It was just a test, but it actually worked? Ye Changchun screamed in agony as the purifying energy swept through his body, while Zhang Ping froze. Damn, is purifying a fallen one this easy? After the pain subsided, Ye Changchun was completely lucid, his memories flooding back. Mingju City. Beast-taming Zhu clan. I remember everything. The system panel displayed a new contracted beast summoning notification, and Zhang Ping realized a problem. Wait, forced covenants also consume effect slots? That's new. Zhang Ping's jaw dropped, his brain processing rapidly. Does that mean I can't use the level 7 Covenant Stone to awaken new abilities anymore? Recovering from the shock, Zhang Ping could only console himself, considering it a good deed to level up the stone, while Ye Changchun grinned widely, resurrected. Ye Changchun turned to his benefactor and asked, Hey kid, I still don't know your name. Zhang Ping replied straightforwardly. Zhang Ping. The old treant mumbled the name, then burst out laughing. Ha. I never expected the one who could break the curse of the fallen ones to have such an ordinary name. As repayment, Ye Changchun extended his hand, and a blazing purple orb of dark energy appeared. This old man lives in the middle of nowhere, with not much to offer in return. But if you don't mind, please accept this. Zhang Ping immediately recognized the item. Is this Nethermist essence? He didn't hesitate, activating his appraisal skill immediately. The system successfully analyzed it, and the information appeared. Nethermist essence. Quality? The bile of a Nethermist black bear. Zhang Ping clicked his tongue. Bear bile, huh? It's fine. At least it's not something more disgusting. Ye Changchun felt apologetic that the gift seemed mediocre, but Zhang Ping immediately reassured him. Don't worry, Senior Ye. This will be extremely useful. Zhang Ping held the orb, recalling Xishan's warning that Nethermist creatures were like parasites, but he was confident. As long as I don't let it take over my mind, it'll be fine. He recalled the battle fighting side by side with Xishan against Luo Shiyu's giant Nethermist monster, determined to become even stronger. Without much thought, Zhang Ping shoved the energy orb straight into his mouth. Bottoms up, everyone. As soon as he swallowed, dark energy erupted, enveloping Zhang Ping's body. He gritted his teeth, enduring, sweat pouring down like rain, determined to control this wild power. A dazzling purple light shot out from Zhang Ping's body, marking the completion of the absorption process. A notification panel appeared. Nethermist essence absorbed successfully. Nethermist body, beginner tier, has evolved into Nethermist body, intermediate tier. But that wasn't all. Another, even more astonishing notification appeared. Current potential: 5 stars. Level increased to 13. Covenant Stone upgraded to level 8. Zhang Ping was dazed by the overwhelming buffs. Yi Changchun's eyes widened in admiration, while Zhang Ping mused to himself that perhaps only he would dare to recklessly consume that thing and live to tell the tale. Yi Changchun called out to someone hiding, "Old Su, you've watched enough, come out now," while a giant stone face grumbled beneath Zhang Ping's feet. "You're too trusting." A stone head emerged from the ground, startling Zhang Ping. Ye Changchun sneered. "Just a tired old man, what's there to be flustered about? Old Su, are you going to remain a rotting, fallen one forever?" Su Qingba's stone face growled, showing indifference. "What does it matter if I'm a fallen one or not? Isn't my current life quite free and unburdened?" Yi Changchun sighed, his gaze sharpening. "It seems even you have forgotten some important things." Yi Changchun struck at his weakness. "Do you truly not wish to see your family again?" This made the stone face freeze. Family? No sooner had he spoken than the ground violently shook as a giant stone figure rose. Zhang Ping immediately activated his skill. Analyze. The information panel appeared. Su Qingbo, Fallen 1, Apex Awakener, Level 36, Ability Mimicry, Mutation, capable of merging with inorganic matter, a formidable opponent. Ye Changchun pointed directly at the stone figure. "Look at yourself. Do you even resemble a human anymore?" While Su Qingbo vaguely mumbled a familiar name. Zhang Ping recalled information about Su Qingbo, a legend of the Mingzhou City investigation team, one of its long-lost founders. Zhang Ping thought to himself, "Both seniors are fallen ones, both adrift in this wilderness. It can't just be a coincidence." Yi Changchun recounted the past. "I was gravely wounded by the Zhu clan, forced to flee outside the city, and reluctantly merged with the trees to heal, becoming like this." Yi Changchun gently patted the giant stone figure's hand, reminiscing. "Back then, old Su was still a young man. I never expected him to have a family, always boasting about his adorable granddaughter." Upon hearing the words granddaughter, Zhang Ping's eyes lit up, and a flicker of suspicion sparked in his mind. Zhang Ping pondered for a moment, then said, "So that's how it is." This puzzled Ye Changchun. "Kid, what's wrong?" Zhang Ping raised his hand, light energy converging, deciding to take a big gamble. "Senior, do you recognize?" An image of Su Jingyao appeared from the stream of light, hovering before the giant stone figure. Zhang Ping pressed. This person? Faint memories surfaced in Su Qingbo's mind. An image of his son with a mysterious smile saying, "Everything is within." Another memory flooded back, his daughter-in-law holding a newborn baby, smiling and saying, "The little one just woke up." His daughter-in-law pointed at the baby with azure eyes. "Jingyao, Grandpa is here to see you." "Who am I?" Shattered memories overwhelmed him, causing Su Qingbo to let out a terrifying scream of pain as dark energy violently erupted. Yi Changchun stared in shock at Su Jingyao's illusion, stammering, "Could this girl be?" The giant stone figure, Su Qingbo, roared in a frenzy, his mind in chaos. Who is that girl?" Fragments of memories about the Zhu clan, Mingzhou City, and a traitor flooded back. He screamed in agony. "Who am I?" Ye Changchun frantically warned Zhang Ping, "It's over. At this rate, he'll completely lose his mind. Kid, think of something fast." Zhang Ping's face was grim as he calculated the life or death move. "The Covenant Stone just leveled up, but once I form a covenant, I won't be able to awaken any new abilities." To hell with hesitation, Zhang Ping told himself. Saving him is paramount. A brilliant green Covenant Stone glowed in his hand. Zhang Ping hurled the stone directly at the giant stone figure, shouting, "Senior Su, swallow it. I will help you break free from this curse." "Nonsense." Su Qingbo, in his frenzy, directly punched Zhang Ping away, roaring, "You're all lying to me." His eyes burning with hatred, Su Qingbo screamed someone's name. "Ma Bin, you won't get away with this. Get out of Mingzhou City." Yi Changchun tried to shout over the old man's madness. "Wake up. There's no Ma Bin here. That's your granddaughter, your family." The giant stone figure's crazed gaze suddenly halted as he looked at the illusion. a flicker of recognition appearing. My granddaughter. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Changchun offered the stone again. Eat it, and you'll remember everything. The giant stone hand slowly grasped the gem, his voice trembling. My family. The system announced. Covenant successful. Zhang Ping commanded decisively. I order you to stop being a fallen one. The stone shell shattered, revealing Su Qingbo in his human form, an old general with silver hair and a weathered military uniform. Still bewildered, he looked at his hands, then hesitantly called his granddaughter's name. Jing Yao? Jing Yao? Su Qingbo reached out towards the illusion, his voice filled with pain and disbelief. How could this be? Who did this to you? The old man collapsed to the ground, overcome with profound regret. I wasn't there for you. Grandpa is sorry. With tears welling up, he roared in fury, realizing his old enemy. Don't tell me Ma Bin did this to you? Zhang Ping explained to Ye Changchun. After he disappeared, Ma Bin became the captain of the investigation team. Could there have been some conflict between them? Su Qingbo roared, questioning Zhang Ping, why Ma Bin, clearly a member of the Zhu clan, was allowed to become captain. The old man punched the ground, bitterly screaming that not only did Ma Bin escape justice, but he also failed to protect the most precious thing in his life. Zhang Ping pondered, finally understanding why the investigation team remained silent when the city was in chaos. It was all due to the Zhu clan pulling the strings from behind. Ye Changchun scratched his head, his face bewildered as he asked again, completely clueless about these political conspiracies. Zhang Ping stood tall, his eyes sharp and cold as he delivered extremely bad news to the two seniors. Mingzhou City is currently on the brink of destruction. Su Qingbo recounted that after being severely wounded during a mission, he had to hide in this forest to recover. Zhang Ping sneered, his hand stroking the small ant queen in his pocket, saying that if not for Ye Changchun, both master and servant would have been gone long ago. Su Qingbo mused, recounting how he constantly heard his granddaughter's voice, sometimes even feeling as if she was guiding him. Zhang Ping unexpectedly interjected, asserting to Su Qingbo, what you saw might not have been an illusion. Su Qingbo was stunned, shouting, what? At Zhang Ping's assertion. He revealed that Su Jingyao had a natural talent from a young age. Her ability was like soul projection, capable of entering others' dreams. Su Qingbo speculated that just before she was killed, the girl managed to separate her soul from her body, and the illusions he saw were caused by this ability. He continued to analyze. Since her physical body was destroyed, her soul was forced to exist in spirit form, but a wandering soul without a place to rest will soon. Zhang Ping's face paled, sweat pouring as his mind raced, realizing a terrible outcome. Su Jingyao has become a fallen one? He suddenly remembered her last moments, understanding the meaning of her words then. She didn't want to be a burden to me. Zhang Ping let out a bitter laugh, covering his face and blaming himself for being such a fool. He stood up straight, his gaze resolute, vowing never to forget her life-saving grace. When all this is over, I will definitely find you. Regaining his composure, Zhang Ping turned to ask the two seniors about their upcoming plans. Ye Changchun and Su Qingbo erupted with resolve, declaring that they had dedicated their lives to Mingzhou City, and now that it was in peril, there was no reason for them to stand by. Su Qingbo's eyes sharpened. He added that besides that, he also wanted to see his granddaughter again. Ye Changchun and Su Qingbo erupted with power, declaring they would be Zhang Ping's strength to save Mingzhou City, ready to receive orders. Meanwhile, a three-person reinforcement team, Feng Laishan, Liu Sishan, and Chen Ming, were speeding through the forest. Liu Sishan checked her equipment, announcing that Zhang Ping's signal had vanished in this area, and asked if anything had been found yet. Chen Ming and Feng Laishan confirmed this was the last known location, and all three stopped to observe. Feng Laishan grumbled, wondering where that kid Zhang Ping, covered in injuries, could have dragged himself. Liu Sishan suddenly froze, her sharp eyes spotting fresh bloodstains on the leaves. She quickly followed the trail, venturing deeper into the dense forest. Liu Sishan's expression changed drastically. She broke into a cold sweat at the sight before her. The entire reinforcement team was stunned, jaws agape at the devastated battlefield. The entire forest was ravaged, the ground covered in colossal tracks, looking as if an earth-shattering battle had just taken place. Chen Ming squinted, analyzing. These are the tracks of Black Mountain arch-backed ants. It seems Zhang Ping has encountered serious trouble. Feng Laishan urged the team to move and pursue, but Liu Sishan suddenly yelled, "Stop!" Right before them, a dark spatial rift tore open, emitting deadly purple lightning bolts. A colossal fist enveloped in dark energy shot out from the rift, aiming directly at Liu Sishan. She reacted incredibly fast, roaring, "Who's there?" and immediately conjured a dense ice shield for defense. Crash! The dark fist shattered the ice shield like glass, sending all three flying backward. Feng Leixin looked up, recognized the newcomer, who then addressed him. "Long time no see, Feng Leixin." From the shadows, a horde of grotesque zombies emerged, led by a long-haired man with blood-red eyes, followed by his hideous subordinates. Feng Leixin growled, his hands ready. "No wonder I smelled something rotten. It's you, you damn zombie old man." The zombie leader, Lin Benshi, sneered contemptuously. Tsk, still as stubborn as ever. Today, Lin Benshi stood amidst the zombie horde, roaring a challenge. "Not a single one of you will escape." The reinforcement team immediately entered battle. Chen Ming suspected a spy from the Holy Ancestor village, while Liu Xishan coldly charged in, sweeping through the minions. Feng Leixin realized he was the main target, and loudly yelled for his teammates to find a way to escape. A muscular zombie lunged forward, but Feng Leixin merely sneered. "Dream on," he roared, activating his immortal Crimson Emperor body, his entire being erupting in blazing flames, his body temperature soaring to 1,000 degrees Celsius, and his strength, stamina, and agility stats skyrocketing. In his fire god state, Feng Leixin easily blocked the zombie's punch with one hand. His eyes blazing, he growled at his old enemy. "I told you, the next time we meet, I'll kill you." A heaven-shattering fiery punch sent the zombie flying, creating a dazzling streak of light. Suddenly, another zombie was swallowed by a dark vortex and vanished on the spot. Feng Leixin was astonished, wondering if the enemy had teleported away. Immediately, another zombie appeared from a spatial rift right behind him and delivered a treacherous punch. An arm reached out from a pitch-black spatial rift, aiming directly at Feng Leixin. With the reflexes of a seasoned veteran, he spun around and neatly parried the surprise punch. Elsewhere, Liu Xishan was also fighting two opponents alone. She created a colossal ice spear, piercing through the zombies, and yelled out for Master Feng. Feng Leixin was seized by countless dark arms reaching out from spatial rifts, completely restrained. He gritted his teeth, realizing these fists were as hard as black iron, capable of distorting space. And this was not the ability of a single person. His gaze darted towards his two female teammates standing still, thinking, "Those two girls aren't moving at all. Could they be controlling the teleportation?" Feng Leixin roared, unleashing a swirling vortex of fire to blast away all the arms clinging to him. The two female members of the reinforcement team stood afar, jaws agape in astonishment at his power. Feng Leixin, still ablaze, turned to look at them and growled, "Newbies." The brown-haired female operative sneered, "I guessed right," raising her hand to create a purple energy shield, blocking the attack. She frantically yelled at Lin Benshi, "What are you doing? He's right above us." But the old man calmly replied, "Relax, look closely." Lin Benshi explained his insidious strategy. After the previous battle, he had used a zombie to remotely monitor, and it had taken several of Feng Leixin's attacks. He knew Feng Leixin's weakness well. Without sunlight, his body temperature would plummet uncontrollably, and his fire attacks would dissipate faster. A status panel appeared, showing Feng Leixin's temperature was only 600 degrees Celsius. His strength, stamina, and agility stats were all rapidly declining. He would never be able to activate his white flame state again. Lin Benshi smirked sinisterly, revealing that this was why he waited until night, after Feng Leixin had left the city, to make his move. Feng Leixin, though weakened, still glared at a zombie, which ordered him to surrender. From afar, Chen Ming gazed in astonishment at the colossal pillar of fiery vortex rising into the sky, wondering if it was Master Feng. Meanwhile, the white-haired female captain and Chen Ming were clearing out the zombies, reporting that their side was almost done. Suddenly, a zombie spewed a stream of green toxic gas. The white-haired female captain quickly covered her mouth, yelling a warning to her teammates. "It's zombie toxin again. Chen Ming, hold your breath." Feng Leixin was flanked by two zombies, who attacked him with dark energy orbs. Lin Benshi soared over, yelling, "Obediently surrender and become this old man's puppet." He unleashed a heaven-shattering punch towards Feng Leixin, but the tough old man growled, "Dream on." Feng Leixin tensed, shouting, "I won't fall for the same trap twice." Lin Benshi stood before his elite zombie subordinates, smirking. "Huh, I didn't expect it to be you." He uttered a threat, "But your friends won't be so lucky." Feng Leixin realized the enemy's intention, and quickly yelled a warning, "Behind you." A zombie suddenly appeared behind the white-haired female captain, launching a surprise attack that stunned her. The dark energy orb vanished just before hitting its target. Chen Ming anxiously called out, "Captain, are you all right?" The white-haired female captain coughed up blood but still roared, "I'm fine, watch your back." Chen Ming wielded twin swords in an X stance, creating an energy vortex to block the attack. Clang! The muscular zombie's attack was halted, and he sneered. All talk, no bite. Feng Laixian tensed his body, engulfed in blazing flames, and decided to rush in to support his teammates. The old zombie Lin Benshi sneered upon seeing Feng Laixian charge into the encirclement of the fallen ones. Still have time to worry about others? Held back by the swarm of minions, Feng Laixian roared in anger. You bastards! Amidst the chaos, a green-haired old man appeared, radiating emerald energy and declaring, It's time to clean up. He summoned a towering treant guardian, its glowing eyes looking down upon the battlefield, making even Lin Benshi look up. Boom! The treant guardian slammed a powerful punch into the ground, creating an energy explosion that swept away the surrounding area. Lin Benshi and his subordinates were thrown back, staring in shock at the giant treant guardian. What in the world is this? Zhang Ping called out loudly, reassuring the regrouping team. Is everyone all right? The white-haired female captain recognized the familiar voice and turned to look with surprise. Zhang Ping now stood tall beside the treant guardian, officially joining the battle. The white-haired girl sighed in relief, her joy evident. Thank heavens, you're still all right. Suddenly, another silver-haired old man appeared, blocking Lin Benshi's attack. The old zombie unleashed an energy strike directly at his opponent's chest, but it was completely absorbed. Lin Benshi was stunned, unable to understand why his attack had no effect. One of his subordinates screamed in terror. Watch out! He's immortal. Su Qingbo coldly retaliated with a yellow energy palm strike, leaving Lin Benshi bewildered. Looking at the mysterious new opponent, Feng Laixian had to admit, this guy is tougher than I thought. Su Qingbo and Feng Laixian stood back to back, the blazing martial artist warning. Don't let your guard down. The enemy is a fallen one. Feng Laixian went full power, his body temperature reaching 800 degrees Celsius, stats skyrocketing as he growled a challenge. Let's see what other tricks you useless old man have. Our entire team had gathered, their morale soaring. The giant treant guardian, Zhang Ping, Su Qingbo, Feng Laixian, and the two reinforcement captains roared, Charge! Lin Benshi's female zombie subordinate paled, realizing this fight was too difficult. These reinforcements are no joke. We've missed our golden opportunity to capture Feng Laixian. Sensing danger, the female zombie quickly pulled her teammates to retreat, shouting, Something's wrong. Fall back quickly. Lin Benshi was furious at losing his prey, roaring, I was just a little bit away from catching him. Suddenly, a purple orb of dark energy appeared, sucking Lin Benshi directly into it as he screamed helplessly. The entire zombie horde was pulled into a spatial portal and vanished, Lin Benshi only managing to leave a curse. Consider yourselves lucky this time. Feng Laixian, full of fighting spirit, was about to give chase, but Zhang Ping stopped him in time. Grandmaster Feng, don't act rashly. Zhang Ping calmly analyzed, advising the fiery martial artist. We don't have enough information on the enemy. Chasing them would be falling into a trap. Let's return to base and regroup with everyone. The group retreated into a strange forest, and the white-haired female captain noticed the difference. This place seems different from before. The white-haired female captain explained, while activating a secret mechanism. Of course, we've changed bases. The old one was too cramped. A giant teleportation circle appeared beneath the group's feet, and she continued. And it's closer to the training area, so deployment will be much smoother. The entire team was teleported to a high-tech underground base, and the white-haired female captain introduced. Welcome to Secret Base 08, 1,800 meters deep, with enough space for 2,000 people. Zhang Ping was overwhelmed by the grandeur, while Situ Shibai's golden phantom appeared behind him, smiling smugly. Haha, better safe than sorry. The white-haired female captain revealed. When I was in the investigation team, I knew they had a few outposts beyond the city walls. I'm not sure if they're still in use. Su Qingbo asked the female captain about his successor, and she replied, I heard Ma Bin is running the investigation team. Yes, your favorite disciple, sir. Zhang Ping interjected with a shocking piece of information. When Elder Su was still conscious, he mentioned that Ma Bin seemed to be a member of the Zhu clan. What's that about? Su Qingbo gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with indignation. That's a story from 10 years ago. Su Qingbo began recounting the story from 10 years ago, his voice filled with resentment. It feels like just yesterday. Huang Ziming suddenly summoned all of us to the city lord's mansion. He continued. Huang Ziming claimed an insider had pinpointed the main lair of the Zhu clan remnants, but he already smelled a rat. But as the captain of the investigation team, I knew nothing about this so-called insider. The deputy city lord simply brushed it off, saying it was a hidden member of the purge squad, and due to the urgent situation, Su Qingbo didn't press further. Then I led my team, following clues for a week until we located them. Su Qingbo and his team traversed treacherous terrain. Just as we were planning our attack, the Zhu clan ambushed us, the old man bitterly admitted. Back then, I wondered how they found us. Now it's clear, it was a trap from the start. Caught off guard after a long journey, Su Qingbo's team was exhausted and suffered heavy casualties under the attack of a hidden enemy. Just as Su Qingbo realized something was wrong and decided to retreat, a sharp blade pierced his back from behind. The backstabber was none other than Ma Bin, his beloved disciple, leaving Su Qingbo completely defenseless. He used a strange dagger. Su Qingbo collapsed to the ground, the dagger deeply embedded in his back, neutralizing all his abilities. He recounted in pain, "Those bastards tortured me for who knows how long. I even heard them call Ma Bin Lord." Fortunately, the dagger's effect wasn't permanent. He feigned death to deceive them, then was thrown into the river and used his flowing concealment skill to escape. Ye Changchun placed a hand on Su Qingbo's shoulder, understanding. "No wonder you were so cautious at first. Every time I asked, you wouldn't say. It turns out, that was when your heart began to fall into darkness." Situ Shibai's phantom appeared, growling. Huang Ziming again. "So they've controlled the investigation team for 10 years already. The Zhu clan's conspiracy runs deeper than we imagined." The white-haired female captain also interjected, her gaze distant. "If the captain hadn't promoted me back then, I probably wouldn't have survived leaving the investigation team." Just then, 3 female members of the Purge Squad appeared, and the blonde, braided girl spoke up. "Is everyone still here?" The blonde girl approached to greet them. "You must be the seniors Zhang Ping met. It's a pleasure to meet you." Then curiously looked at the small creature in Zhang Ping's hand. "Huh? What's that little thing?" Zhang Ping explained that it was a small beast he found in the wild, with the potential to become a king-tier monster, and very friendly, possibly a valuable ally later, making the other 2 girls' eyes light up. The blonde braided girl, acting as the commander, waved her hand. "All right, that's enough talk. Everyone settle into your quarters and focus on recovery," Situ Shibai warned. "In that case, the investigation team is now our enemy. We can no longer rely on the outposts and must guard against all their schemes." At a mysterious fortress, guards and monstrous beasts patrolled strictly, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. A commander was giving orders to his disciples, declaring a 10-mile curfew by the sect master's command. Rip! A dark purple spatial gate suddenly tore open the void right in the middle of the courtyard. A pale old man was flung out of the gate, screaming miserably, while another subordinate watched with a cold expression. As the old man scrambled to his feet, he cursed furiously. "That wretched woman!" He roared bitterly because his plan was ruined, while another pair stood by the spatial gate, seemingly the culprits. The old man snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with killing intent. "Who dares cause trouble here?" A gray-haired woman stepped out from the shadows, her tone both sarcastic and commanding. "Calm down, old friend. You're too hot-headed." All the disciples immediately knelt to the ground, shouting in unison, "Welcome, sect master." The corpse refiner old man questioned the sect master about their agreement. "I lent you my zombie army, and in return, you promised to provide me with materials for corpse refinement." Li Aosue, the sect master, stated firmly, "I, Li Aosue, always keep my promises. You won't suffer any loss." Meanwhile, an advisor was analyzing the situation, concluding that the 2 new enemies were no less formidable than Feng Laixian, especially since that martial artist could transform at any moment. Li Aosue reassured the old man, stating that capturing Feng Laixian alive was only a matter of time. Elsewhere, a blonde girl, seemingly the Saintess, confidently declared, "Now that the Saintess has returned, with her help, I will surely break through to the king rank soon." The Saintess's golden eyes shone with unwavering determination, promising a grand plan about to unfold. Li Aosue issued orders to her subordinates, coldly permitting them to use the captured high-level awakened ones as materials for cultivation. She announced that she would enter secluded cultivation for a period, leaving the corpse refiner old man utterly stunned. Before leaving, Li Aosue cast a glance and commanded all her subordinates, "All of you, behave yourselves properly. Understand?" Her aura was absolutely overwhelming. The corpse refiner old man broke out in a cold sweat, only able to tremble and obey, clearly completely outmatched. 1 week later, the training room door burst open. Zhang Ping and Wang Jiamin charged in like 2 arrows, coordinating their attacks with extreme precision. Their target was Instructor Bai De, in his white wolf beastman form, who easily raised his hand to block the girl's sky-shattering kick. Both unleashed a flurry of consecutive blows, but Bai De blocked them all, bluntly scoffing. "Too weak." Bai De launched a kick that sent Zhang Ping flying, sneering, Have you two eaten yet? Mid-air, Zhang Ping spun around, gathering a sphere of dark nethermist energy in his hand. Preparing for a grand move, he unleashed the ultimate technique, Beast King Fist, Diamond Body, creating a colossal energy vortex that swept towards the instructor. Bai De merely curled his lip, disdainfully dismissing the attack. All talk. Suddenly, Wang Jiamin closed in from behind, locking Bai De in place and shouting, "Beast King Fist!" She used the gluttonous peak lift technique, slamming Zhang Ping's energy vortex directly onto the head of the immobilized instructor. Bai De was completely engulfed by the destructive combined attack. Boom! A massive explosion shook the entire training room, sending dust flying everywhere. Amidst the rubble, Instructor Bai De sat bruised and battered, tended to by a white-haired female instructor, lamenting. Old wounds just healed, and now there are new ones. Wang Jiamin frantically apologized for overdoing it, while Zhang Ping, with a poker face, subtly reminded them that the instructor himself had called them weak earlier. Zhang Ping nonchalantly dragged the group away for lunch, ignoring the fuming instructor and his colleague trying to mediate. Instructor Bai De, now back in human form, thoughtfully admitted that both their skills had advanced remarkably, especially Wang Jiamin's potential, which he had underestimated. Just outside the training room, Zhang Ping and Wang Jiamin encountered Captain Jin Bo, who was enthusiastically lifting weights. Jin Bo grinned, saying that the hospital was too stifling, so he came out for some fresh air, while his entire team was strenuously training behind him. The entire gym was filled with an intense training atmosphere, and Jin Bo called for everyone to take a short break before the next round. At the Purge Squad's blacksmith shop, Zhang Shouzong saw Zhang Ping and Wang Jiamin enter and asked, "Huh? Did you two break the training room again?" Zhang Shouzong sighed helplessly, looking at Zhang Ping and Wang Jiamin. "I'm speechless with you two," while the pink-haired girl mumbled an apology. Wang Jiamin invited, "Where are you going? Not having lunch?" But Zhang Ping coldly replied, "You go ahead. I have something to do," then headed straight for the blacksmith shop. Zhang Ping proceeded to the meeting room, where the core members of the Purge Squad were already gathered. The entire elite squad had assembled around the meeting table, including the glowing golden spirit of Captain Situ Shibai, all turning to look at Zhang Ping. Situ Shibai spoke, "Perfect timing. I want to discuss some important matters regarding the testing zone." Zhang Ping smirked, his eyes flashing. All right. The scene shifted to a gloomy place, where desperate screams echoed from a fiercely burning furnace. At the Zhu clan headquarters, someone roared during a meeting. "The Saintess has been captured. How dare you still show your faces here?" A black-cloaked elder spoke, blaming Huang Ziming for foolishly triggering the Saintess's awakening, which led to the battle between King Yue and Situ Shibai. Huang Ziming, the traitor, fearfully kowtowed repeatedly to the floor, trembling as he thanked the Grand Elder for sparing his life. The Grand Elder propped his feet on the table and ordered, "If that Zhang Ping truly is an infinite-level awakener, he will definitely come to the testing zone." "Zhu Yanbing, what's your situation?" An arrogant figure revealed himself, none other than Ma Bin, the traitor from years past, now bearing his true name, Zhu Yanbing. He sneered. "Even if Zhang Ping is an infinite-level awakener, his level is still low, not enough to compare with us. If he dares to show up, I guarantee he'll be eliminated." The Grand Elder warned in a harsh tone, too naive and inexperienced. Underestimating an opponent is a fatal mistake. The terrifying thing about infinite-level awakeners is their potential to surpass their current level. Situ Shibai has already given us enough trouble. Do not underestimate the enemy. He continued to instruct, stating that the urgent issue now was the Holy Ancestor Village, the group that had kidnapped the Saintess, while Huang Ziming remained prostrate on the floor. Another member spoke up, reminding the elders about the clan's trump card. "Elders, have you perhaps forgotten our Zhu family's trump card?" Zhu Yuanlong. The second elder slammed the table in anger. "Don't mention that ungrateful beast. The clan poured so many resources into raising him, only for him to follow some ridiculous righteous path." The other person quickly appeased. "Second elder, please don't be angry. I mentioned him because I have a very interesting plan." He declared that this plan would force Zhu Yuanlong to return and serve the clan, helping to strengthen their side. A black-cloaked female elder wrapped her arm around the neck of a boy named Zhu Juyang, whispering, "But we will need the cooperation of little Juyang." The female elder smirked with an evil grin, revealing their trump card, the key to the Forbidden Zone. Hearing the words Forbidden Zone, even the Grand Elder was startled, stammering, "The Forbidden Zone? Are you suggesting?" After hearing the plan, the Zhu clan elders fell silent, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. The Grand Elder sighed, reluctantly concluding, Though I don't wish it, this is the only option right now. Finishing his words, he tossed a blazing red feather towards the female elder, signaling, proceed. The female elder caught the burning feather, her voice obeying in an eerie manner. As you command, sir. Immediately, flames from the feather erupted fiercely, incinerating her black cloak. Her disguise vanished, revealing a powerful pink-haired woman, who confidently declared, I, Zhu Hongfang, will not disappoint you. Deep underground, Zhu Hongfang taunted a burly man. You can't even look after a child, yet you talk about restoring the clan. Truly useless. The muscular man, Zhu Yuanlong, retorted. What do you know about little Zhu Yang's true nature? In a flashback, Zhu Yuanlong was protecting his nephew, Zhu Yang, in front of two other elders from the clan, clearly having covered for him many times. Both approached a colossal stone gate, and Zhu Hongfang declared they had reached the Zhu family's forbidden zone. Zhu Yuanlong glanced at her. First time here? Right. You've never been involved in clan matters before. Zhu Hongfang openly showed disdain, burning a white feather. Don't lump me, Zhu Yuanlong, in with the likes of you. The gate slowly opened, and she continued to sneer. You treat other people's lives like dirt. Do you truly think everything will end well? Zhu Yuanlong crossed his arms, growling. It's precisely because of people like you that the Zhu family has declined. Evil cannot triumph over good. That is an unchanging truth. But upon looking inside, even he froze, his face changing color in astonishment. Inside, the forbidden zone was the colossal skeleton of a bird-like creature. He exclaimed, Is this the divine sunbird of the first clan head? Both stood before the magnificent remains, Zhu Yuanlong muttering. Those two old men hid the divine sunbird's remains here. What in the world are they plotting? Zhu Hongfang didn't care. She called out loudly, Zhu Yang, stop hiding. Your uncle Yuanlong is here to play with you. Zhu Yuanlong suddenly noticed a small metal object lying on the ground. He recognized it as Zhu Yang's item and hastily asked, Where did that mischievous brat run off to? Zhu Yuanlong stopped pretending. He growled, Cut the act. I sensed it the moment I stepped in. Zhu Yang isn't here. He turned to face Zhu Hongfang, his sharp gaze questioning. Just tell me directly. What exactly are you plotting? Zhu Hongfang merely smiled meaningfully, offering a sarcastic compliment. Truly one of the top awakeners of the Zhu clan. As expected, she decided to show her hand. All right, no more beating around the bush. I want you to become the divine sunbird. Zhu Hongfang screamed, spreading her arms as if performing a mad ritual, the shadow of a colossal bird appearing beneath her feet. Zhu Yuanlong was stunned, thinking she had lost her mind. Become the divine sunbird? What nonsense are you spouting? This is just a skeleton. Has the Zhu clan abandoned its beast-taming tradition to play at summoning spirits now? Zhu Hongfang calmly replied, her hand caressing the skeleton. The Zhu clan's beast-taming methods may vary, but our core principles have never wavered. She revealed her twisted plan. After years of research, I've finally found a way to transfer the divine sunbird's power into a living being. Unfortunately, no one in the Zhu clan can withstand that divine power, except for you. Zhu Yuanlong began to gather his strength, a fierce red energy flashing around him, knowing full well this deal was suspicious. Sounds appealing. So, what's the price? He went straight for the critical point. For example, sacrificing myself? The question made Zhu Hongfang pause for a beat. Looks like I hit the nail on the head, Zhu Yuanlong smirked, seeing through the fleeting confusion on her face. Suddenly, 3 cloaked assassins lunged out from the shadows. Zhu Yuanlong immediately realized, these assassins are yours too, aren't they? Without another word, Zhu Yuanlong roared defiantly, red energy violently erupting around him, ready to take on everyone. Come at me. An assassin swung his scythe, but Zhu Yuanlong had already taken his stance, red lightning enveloping his fist, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the pressure. Whoosh! The assassin slashed incredibly fast, but Zhu Yuanlong easily blocked the sharp scythe with his bare hand. He growled, his hand gripping the enemy's weapon hilt tightly, his eyes filled with disdain. A thunderous punch sent the assassin flying like a tattered puppet, and he scoffed. Just a bunch of small fry. But just as he took down one, the other 2 closed in from both sides, one swinging his weapon for a direct attack. The remaining assassin unleashed a blue energy chain, wrapping tightly around Zhu Yuanlong from behind. He was bound tightly by the glowing chains, realizing this was no ordinary item. Bone-eroding chains? Bound tightly by the bone-eroding chains, Zhu Yuanlong remained unfazed as 2 other assassins charged with daggers, the red energy around him still surging. The 2 assassins swung their daggers, but the energy chains suddenly stretched taut, unable to restrain his power. Zhu Yuanlong sneered disdainfully, realizing the enemy had gone all out. A scythe, 2 bone-eroding chains, and 2 demon-sealing daggers. You guys are really going all in. He let out an earth-shattering roar, red energy exploding like a bomb, tearing the assassins to shreds. Having wiped out the small fry, Zhu Yuanlong dusted his hands, turning to look at Zhu Hongfeng with a challenging gaze. Is that all you've got? Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared from thin air, signaling a puppeteer had just entered the fray. Zhu Yuanlong suddenly froze, feeling a strange power controlling his body, a voice echoing in his head. This feeling. It's Zhu Yang's puppet art. He collapsed, clutching his chest, realizing the coin he had picked up was the medium used to control him from afar. Seeing her chance, Zhu Hongfeng immediately ordered the remaining assassins. This is our opportunity. Begin the ritual now. A colossal dragon skeleton emerged from the ground, enveloping the controlled Zhu Yuanlong, fierce red energy erupting from its center. He roared in pain and disbelief, a blade having just pierced his back. Why? Why stab me in the back? Zhu Yuanlong's entire energy violently erupted, and he screamed the traitor's name in despair. Zhu Zhuyang. In the Purge Squad's meeting room, the entire base shook violently, startling Zhang Ping and Lu Sishan, who wondered if it was an earthquake or a new monster tide. The tremors were so strong that trees outside swayed, and birds flew in disarray. The sturdy walls of the base began to crack from the aftershocks. Inside, Purge Squad members were hastily evacuating the injured, one person ordering, "The wounded go first. Everyone stay calm." Manny simultaneously created a protective barrier and reassured his teammates, asserting that a normal earthquake couldn't shake such a fortified base. Zhang Shozong had just finished clearing the remnants of the previous battle, confident that all enemies had been dealt with. Zhang Ping called Zhang Shozong over, ordered him to move, and asked about the whereabouts of the Zhao brothers, believing they still had exploitable value. Zhang Shozong glanced at Zhang Ping, and after a moment's thought, nodded in agreement with the captain's plan. Zhang Ping volunteered for the difficult task. Let me go. Captain Jin doesn't have life-saving skills, but I have the pure water body, making it less dangerous for me. He smirked confidently at Liu Sishan, a sphere of water gathering in his hand. Don't worry, I'll be careful. At worst, I'll just use my pure water body to escape. Liu Sishan snapped, pointing directly at the map. Both of them are high-level awakeners. What if they try to drag you down with them? We're 1,800 meters underground. Su Qingbo and Ye Changchun stepped forward to support the team. Easy. Well, go with you, ensuring those 2 brats can't pull any tricks. If things go south, Zhang Ping can just pull us back, and it'll be fine. Liu Sishan sighed helplessly, having no choice but to accept this high-risk, high-reward plan. The entire team immediately set off, Zhang Ping shouting back. Sishan, everyone go ahead, I'll catch up later. Along the way, Liu Sishan wondered, does Captain C2 have another motive for saving the Zhao brothers? Zhang Ping simply replied curtly, caution is paramount. In a dark room, a blonde-haired boy wearing a hooded cloak sat reading a book, smiling sinisterly. The boy turned the page, muttering enviously, no wonder Uncle Yuanlong never comes to play with me. Turns out he's having fun outside. He looked at the image of a colossal fire phoenix in the book and said meaningfully, but running away from home to play all the time isn't good behavior. The boy turned to ask the 2 faint figures behind him, don't you agree with what I said, Mom and Dad? The boy's eyes flashed with an evil red light, and he grinned widely. After all, our Zhu clan is the greatest clan there is. The boy looked down at the page, where Zhu Yuanlong was miserably collapsing, and burst into gleeful laughter. Zhu Yuanlong screamed amidst a sea of flames, his body fiercely burning in a cruel ritual. A pink-haired woman stood with the cloaked assassins, coldly declaring, stop struggling. The ritual is complete. No matter how strong you are, you're just a mortal. From the flames, a colossal divine sunbird emerged, and the pink-haired woman sneered. Now you're a part of the divine bird. What's so bad about that? A masked subordinate wondered. If we can revive the divine sunbird this way, why do we need to cooperate with the Notter Fox clan and kidnap the Saintess? The pink-haired woman cursed him directly. Foolish, she explained as the divine bird roared. We allied with the Notter Fox clan because only King Yue is powerful enough to hold Situ Shibai at bay. She continued to reveal a shocking secret. According to the elders, the Zhu clan has clashed with Situ Shibai for centuries. He has displayed over 10,000 different abilities, his power comparable to that of a true king. It turns out, Situ Shibai's fatal weakness is extremely poor psychic resistance, so they spared no expense to find the Notter Fox clan, a tribe capable of countering him. The pink-haired elderess revealed her trump card. We have allied with King Yue to incapacitate Situ Shibai. If not for this urgent situation, I would not have resorted to this method to revive the divine sunbird. She bitterly recounted the drop of blood in her hand, something she had spent 40 years of arduous training and endured all sorts of humiliation to finally refine. But bitterly, despite its overwhelming power, this drop of blood still couldn't compare to the saintess's bloodline. The divine sunbird roared, and she feared. Now that the saintess has returned to the village, Zhang Ping could also break through to king tier. If either of them succeeds first, the Zhu clan is finished. Knowing this gamble was uncertain, she had no other choice but to go all in. Whoosh! The drop of vital blood shot out, tearing through the air. Boom! The divine sunbird landed on the ground, creating an extremely powerful shockwave. The divine sunbird revealed its true form, its overwhelming aura soaring to the sky, radiating dazzling light like a second sun. At the Purge Squad's base, number 8, Feng Laixian and a blonde female member were surprised. Why is the sun so bright today? Feng Laixian squinted, realizing something was wrong. Wait, that is, a gigantic, mutated beast appeared in the sky. It was the divine sunbird, making the entire team look up. More reinforcement members gathered, and Chen Ming was astonished. Could it be the Zhu clan's divine sunbird? The pink-haired elderess stood on the rock outcrop, laughing maniacally. It's a success, I did it, she arrogantly declared before the majestic divine sunbird. With the divine sunbird revived and Situ Shibai held back by King Yue, from today the Zhu clan will rule all. Unexpectedly, the divine sunbird spun around abruptly and plunged straight down towards her and her subordinates like a blazing meteor. The pink-haired elderess turned pale, unable to believe her eyes. What? Crash! The divine sunbird landed right in front of her, its eyes filled with murderous intent, completely out of control. It flew away, leaving behind a devastated battlefield and a pool of blood. The Zhu clan's plan had failed miserably. The scene shifts to the dungeon of base number 8, where 2 prisoners lay sprawled on the floor, lamenting. Pure strength is useless now. We're stuck here. We're probably going to die here. The older man tried to reassure his younger brother. Don't be afraid. Your brother is here. We should have known this outcome the moment we were captured. Crash. The dungeon ceiling was pierced by an extremely powerful force, creating a gaping hole. The 2 prisoners lay sprawled on the floor, completely helpless in the face of the situation. Both closed their eyes, awaiting death, without a shred of hope left. A stream of deep purple energy shot down as Zhang Ping activated his nethermist physique. Zhang Ping landed coolly, assuming the Beast King fist, gluttonous-style stance, dark energy surging around his hands. He shouted loudly, urging the prisoners to run, while one hand blocked a gigantic collapsing ceiling slab. The prisoners carried each other, fleeing in disarray. Their leader shouted loudly, urging Zhang Ping to follow quickly. Zhang Ping smirked confidently. Coming right up, he swung his hand, shooting out an extremely powerful stream of nethermist energy towards the sturdy iron door. Whoosh! The door was blown away like paper, opening a path to survival. The prisoners, having just escaped, sighed in relief. But Zhang Ping immediately poured cold water on their hopes. It's not over yet. We still need to reach the teleportation room. Suddenly, the entire base shook violently, signaling a complete collapse. The ceiling began to crumble, and gigantic rocks rained down on the entire team. Horrifying memories flooded back. Zhang Ping recalled the scene of himself being buried alive under rubble in his previous life. He frantically wondered, subconsciously, am I going to die again? Zhang Ping lay sprawled amidst the rubble, seemingly unconscious, while someone was shouting his name. As the prisoners were in despair, 2 gigantic figures appeared. Stoneman Su Qingbo and Triant Ye Changchun. Heavy reinforcements had arrived. The 2 prisoners initially sat on the ground, the brown-haired one sneering. Serves you right for daring to rush in. The other snapped. Stop it. Zhang Ping slowly got up, dusted himself off, and declared firmly. The base is already this ruined. Forget about the teleportation gate. The 2 Zhao prisoners acted tough. One told Zhang Ping to just leave, while the other growled a threat that if he lingered, he would be the 3rd person to die by his hand. Zhang Ping snapped, cursing directly at the 2 prisoners. Shut up. You're hostages. You don't get to choose how you die. Triantier Changchun analyzed the situation, stating that he could dig a way out, but it would take several days, while Old Su could merge with Stone to escape but couldn't bring the 2 prisoners. Zhang Ping calculated in his mind that there was only enough air for half a day, but he still had a trump card to resolve the situation. Zhang Ping revealed his plan. He had taken blood samples from the 2 brothers and discovered that when combined, they created a unique energy wave, which could activate a new power to escape. The two prisoners suspected Zhang Ping was being controlled, but he retorted sharply. If I were controlled, you would have been dead long ago. Now choose, cooperate or die. The brown-haired prisoner was decisive, declaring that his brothers were not ungrateful, then used a knife to cut his own hand. He extended his bleeding wrist towards Zhang Ping, resolutely. Take as much as you need. Zhang Ping drank the prisoner's blood, but nothing changed, and he muttered, strange, isn't it? Or do I need more? Suddenly, Zhang Ping's body reacted violently, his eyes flashed yellow, and he coughed up dark energy. The two prisoners watched Zhang Ping writhing in panic, not understanding what the hell was happening just from drinking a little blood. The Zhao brothers rushed over to check on Zhang Ping's condition, looking genuinely worried. Energy exploded around Zhang Ping as the system announced, the glutton talent has been activated, awakening the new ability King's Gem, a powerful buff for contracted beasts. At the same time, elsewhere, a gigantic fire phoenix, the divine sunbird, appeared in a sky-high sea of flames, signaling a shocking event. Outside, Manny urged Liu Sishan to quickly retreat from the sea of flames created by the divine sunbird. Liu Sishan resolutely refused, her worried gaze fixed on the blaze. No, Zhang Ping is still not out. Manny grabbed Liu Sishan's shoulder, shouting, that's enough. Manny questioned Liu Sishan, snapping at her for losing her composure while the teleportation gate was closed, and Zhang Ping had plenty of ways to escape on his own. From a distance, an observer remarked that the divine sunbird had just incinerated the Zhu clan members and was in a berserk state, warning that if they didn't leave, they would be trapped in the sea of flames. Liu Sishan ignored Manny's advice, her gaze firm, determined not to abandon her comrade. All right, let's go. A gigantic ice wall was erected, but a team member still shouted loudly, ordering both of them to retreat immediately. The reinforcement team was in position, shouting at the top of their lungs, leave it to us, ready to directly confront the divine sunbird. The divine sunbird swooped down, and the entire reinforcement team roared with vigor, preparing for battle. The entire team charged forward simultaneously, some transforming into beasts, others launching swords, thunder rumbling, all rushing towards the boss-level monster. The divine sunbird let out a roar, spewing out a destructive fireball that swept away everything. The entire reinforcement team was blown away by the heatwave like falling leaves, unable to resist. The martial artist strained to resist. White energy erupted, but was also nearing exhaustion. He gritted his teeth. I can't hold on any longer. Suddenly, a gigantic horn emerged from the ground, radiating a green life aura. A treant as massive as a mountain rose from the earth, extending its branches and leaves to shield everyone from the sea of flames. Not just one, but two giants. Treant Ye Chang Chun and stone golem Su Qingbo appeared like two deities, blocking the firebird's attack. Zhang Ping's two apex-level contracted beasts declared, Young one, we will assist, forming a solid defensive wall against the divine sunbird. Zhang Ping finally broke free, landing safely next to Liu Sishan, casually trapping the two prisoners in a nether-mist cage. Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Zhang Ping calmly explained, it's a long story. To put it simply, I drank Zhao Yanhu's blood. He explained that the old king's bloodline talent had evolved into the King's Gem, an extremely powerful buff ability for contracted beasts for 10 minutes. Zhang Ping revealed, I used it to temporarily buff the two seniors by 5 levels, just enough for them to break through to King Tier and rescue us. He stared intently at the gem, his mind still troubled by the fleeting illusion he saw right after drinking the other person's blood. The illusion revealed a gigantic experimental facility, with countless people trapped in red energy spheres like test subjects. Looking back at the two prisoners, Zhang Ping muttered, realizing that Holy Ancestor Village hid far more disgusting secrets than he had imagined. Treant Ye Chang Chun was suppressed by the divine sunbird's flames, burning fiercely amidst the trees while Zhang Ping shouted his name. Zhang Ping's eyes flashed, seemingly having grasped the core issue of the battle. The divine sunbird frantically unleashed a rain of fiery meteors. Stone, Golem, Su Qingbo, and a reinforcement team member could only raise their hands to block the attack. Stone Golem Su Qingbo was staggered and fell to a sitting position by a barrage of fire projectiles. His endurance also had its limits. A green-haired reinforcement team member screamed, having burned their backside, realizing that the bird's flames contained solar energy, making them impossible to defend against in a normal way. Zhang Ping's two king-tier pets stood side by side. The treant was clearly at a significant disadvantage. Only the stone golem could still barely hold on. Manny suddenly had an idea when she heard the words disadvantage. A light bulb lit up above her head. Manny immediately took command, ordering the barrier team to assemble, the rest to buy time for 30 minutes. and another group to retrieve signal emitters from Zhang Shouzhong. Manny turned to call Liu Xishan, asking her to lend a hand to create a chance for victory for everyone. Inside the bracelet space, the old man's spirit smiled contentedly. The girl has truly grown up. I can rest assured now. Zhang Ping decided not to stand by any longer. He muttered, perhaps I should also have a king's gem, then swallowed it. Nethermist energy erupted. Zhang Ping summoned a gigantic scythe, and a notification panel appeared. Temporary level increased by 5, current level 24. The divine sunbird continued to vent its fury, unleashing a destructive rain of fire upon the entire area. The reinforcement team bore the full brunt of it. The entire chaotic formation struggled to defend. Zhang Ping swung his scythe, sweeping away the incoming fireballs. Zhang Shouzhong, who had just finished crafting the pile of equipment, had become emaciated, losing 60 kilograms, and sat panting amidst a pile of empty syringes. Manny pointed at the map, explaining the plan. Liu Xishan will use her ability to suppress the bird's solar power, while the barrier team will set up traps. The combat team received the signal emitters from Manny and Liu Xishan, ready to bury them at the designated locations. Sensing the threat, the divine sunbird roared, beginning to condense a gigantic solar energy sphere in the air. Just as the fireball was about to be launched, a massive surge of cold air swept in, causing it to dissipate into steam, a perfectly executed counter from Liu Xishan. The divine sunbird looked bewildered, not understanding why its fire skill had fizzled out. A reinforcement team member boasted loudly, I've temporarily sealed off the air around it. How can you ignite fire in a vacuum? With faith. Then shouted loudly for Treant Ye Changchun to seize the opportunity. Ye Changchun didn't hesitate, grabbing the gigantic firebird and roaring, Get down here! The Treant strained with all its might, its red eyes glowing with immense power. A classic slam, Ye Changchun used all his strength to smash the divine sunbird straight into the ground. As soon as the vacuum effect ended, the entire reinforcement team immediately charged in. Attack now! The Suicide Squad, consisting of a lion-transformed man, an ice element warrior, and a heavy tanker, roared, simultaneously plummeting like meteors. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the divine sunbird after the high-quality team combo attack. Chen Ming stood in a defensive stance from afar, his aura radiant. Swift as the wind, still as the forest, before you in daylight, behind you in night. He summoned his sword. A surge of azure sword energy surged forth. Dragon Abyss Sword, appear. Zhang Ping was not to be outdone. Dark purple nethermist energy erupted around him, declaring, The bloodline of the Zhao brothers has merged, helping me break straight through to level 29. Combined with the King's Gem and nethermist, the power of this punch is approaching apex tier. A gigantic nethermist energy sword was summoned by Zhang Ping. He shouted, Chen Ming, cover me! Zhang Ping and Chen Ming, the two most serious young men in the battle, simultaneously unleashed their finishing moves. Two streams of power merged into a gigantic purple-blue energy drill, spinning rapidly and aiming straight at the divine sunbird lying on the ground. Swish! The drill pierced through all defenses, embedding itself directly into the divine sunbird, causing it to let out a tragic shriek. All the energy erupted, engulfing the bird in a destructive pillar of light. As the light faded, only a single blazing feather remained, hovering in midair. The boss was officially eliminated. The ice element warrior sighed in relief, turning to Zhang Ping. That was an intense battle. We didn't even get a chance to analyze the divine bird before it was gone. I hope this is truly the end. The entire reinforcement team looked at the smoking, gigantic crater. One person couldn't hide their astonishment. Did we just defeat a king-tier creature? The feather remaining after the explosion suddenly burst into fierce flames, circling once in the air. The masked warrior coldly issued a warning. No, it's far from over. A team member explained. According to legend, the divine sunbird is an immortal spirit, guarding the tomb of the Zhu clan patriarch. And now it has returned. From the flames, the form of the divine sunbird gradually regenerated, proving that the rumors of it being an immortal spirit were true. The gigantic fire phoenix fully revived, spreading its blazing wings. Its immense pressure forced the entire reinforcement team to retreat. The ice element warrior said little, charging straight towards the bird, unleashing an extremely powerful pressure energy attack. The ice element warrior's super mimicry, vacuum compression attack exploded, but the divine sunbird merely tilted its body to dodge. Ye Changchun, in his giant treant form, also joined the fray, swinging a steel-hard wooden punch towards the bird. The treant's punch landed squarely on the divine sunbird's chest, making it stagger and shatter a chunk of its energy. But the heat from the divine sunbird's body was so terrifying that Ye Changchun's wooden arm instantly vaporized, even though the flames had subsided. The nethermist beast suddenly appeared from above, diving down like a black arrow, using its entire body to knock down the divine sunbird. The nethermist dragon used its claws and jaws to pin down the firebird, roaring a command to the team. "I've got it pinned. Attack now." Seizing the opportunity, the entire reinforcement team charged forward simultaneously, unleashing all their most powerful skills onto the pinned boss. A barrage of sword chi, energy, and steel-hard punches relentlessly hammered the divine sunbird's blazing body. An energy-infused punch struck the target directly, followed by a flurry of energy flying swords embedding themselves all over. The ice element warrior sweated profusely, feeling the terrifying heat radiating from the bird. Damn it, this heat is even more intense than my own sunfire form. The nethermist beast realized the problem. Its ability isn't just fire-breathing, it can probably control the surrounding temperature as well. The divine sunbird roared, a miniature solar energy sphere forming right before its beak, ready to unleash destruction. Boom! A destructive heat blast shot straight at the ice element warrior, while the Lion Man fighter only managed to yell, "Watch out." The Lion Man fighter roared in panic upon seeing his comrade in danger. Grandmaster Feng, to block the fatal blow, Ye Changchun used his own treant body to pierce through Feng Laixian, pinning him down like a living shield. Feng Laixian collapsed, the flames on his body gradually dying out after taking the full sacrificial blow to preserve his life. Standing on the treant's shoulder, Su Qingbo coldly informed the team, "It seems our enhancement effects have worn off." The nethermist beast carried Zhang Ping, soaring upwards, while Ye Changchun brought Su Qingbo along, leaving Feng Laixian in freefall. The Lion Man fighter and the masked man rushed to catch the unconscious Grandmaster. "Grandmaster!" Another member of the reinforcement team coughed up blood, his face pale from exhaustion. "Cough, I almost died there." The Lion Man fighter supported his comrade, the group unable to believe the boss's power. Even Grandmaster Feng was taken down in an instant. Zhang Ping looked bitterly at the notification panel. The Covenant gem he had just absorbed had gained 2 levels, but failed to activate any bonus effects. Suddenly, Liu Sishan's voice echoed in his mind. "Zhang Ping, can you hear me?" Startled, he replied. "Sishan?" Liu Sishan and her team were in position. She commanded decisively. "The trap is set. Quickly lure the divine sunbird over here." Receiving the order, the nethermist beast immediately flew around like a moth to a flame, dodging the boss bird's rocket-like fire blasts. It dodged attacks while roaring, luring the divine sunbird to chase it directly into the designated position. "Elder Ye, hurry." Ye Changchun rushed out as bait, bravely taking the divine sunbird's blazing peck directly to his chest to buy time. The moment the bird entered the formation, Liu Sishan and the entire team poured all their energy into the magic array. She shouted, "Now's the time." A colossal ice storm named Glacier Storm erupted from the ground, engulfing the divine sunbird in its astonishment. The firebird shrieked in despair as it was caught in the icy vortex, the surrounding temperature plummeting below zero. Ice began to crystallize on its blazing wings, completely neutralizing its fire elemental power. Crack! The formidable divine sunbird was completely frozen into a statue, its cries silenced. The divine sunbird was frozen solid, temporarily powered down. Manny frantically ran towards Zhang Ping, yelling that the ice trap wouldn't hold for long and they had to escape immediately. Su Qingbo helped Ye Changchun up from a pit, confirming that the old treant was tough, fortunately not pierced in a vital spot. Zhang Ping suggested the 2 elders rest inside the Covenant gem, as the escape route was still long, and both agreed, being quite exhausted. Zhang Ping activated the Covenant gem, an item capable of shrinking and storing targets within itself. The female warrior in red wondered, "We're running, but the base is gone. Where do we hide now?" The surrounding landscape was nothing but a desolate, scorched battlefield. Indeed, there was nowhere to hide. Zhang Ping boldly declared that the only remaining option was to head straight for the testing zone. The team immediately set off, Zhang Ping explaining that there was a backup base there for those unable to fight. Meanwhile, cracks began to appear in the ice block holding the divine sunbird, a sign that it was about to break free from the seal. Manny, while running, flinched, sensing the change. She reported in a panic, "It's only been half an hour, and the trap is already about to break." Everyone frantically searched for cover, but Zhang Ping confidently declared he had a solution. Zhang Ping activated the nethermist lamp. A surge of dark purple energy enveloped the entire team, and he ordered everyone to stay close to conceal their presence. The group found a mysterious cave entrance, constructed from high-tech stone blocks. Once inside, the team breathed a sigh of relief, having finally shaken off the troublesome bird, and decided to rest and regain their strength. Liu Sishan saw Zhang Ping panting and turned back to ask about his condition. Zhang Ping reassured her that he was fine, just a bit depleted of energy from overusing the nether mist lamp. A short rest would fix it. Captain Chen Ming approached, asking Zhang Ping with concern. If we delve deeper into these ruins, will it lure the divine sunbird in here? Zhang Ping nodded, admitting the possibility that the firebird would be lured in, but asserted that they couldn't let it destroy humanity's historical relics. Unexpectedly, Su Qingbo's spirit appeared, reassuring the team that this training ground possessed a mysterious energy that blocked all external probes so the bird wouldn't sense them. The elder continued to warn. The problem is that this place is also an investigation team base, and that team has been infiltrated by a strange force for a long time. The old man continued to instruct that, besides being wary of ambushes, the team also had to prepare to face another boss, the Mountain Ancestor. Martial artist Feng Laixian was startled. The Mountain Ancestor? That mutated king-level monster? I only heard old friends talk about it. I never expected it to live here. Su Qingbo explained that this boss was outside the training ground, and to get inside, the team had no choice but to climb over its back, also advising them to bring morning glory flowers, because the monster hated their scent. Zhang Ping frowned, wondering why a king-level monster would be afraid of morning glory flowers. There must be some hidden secret. Zhang Ping turned to assign a task to Feng Laixian. Grandmaster Feng, the outer perimeter security relies on you. I'll go hunt some beasts and find those flowers. Feng Laixian and instructor Bai De immediately stopped him, believing Zhang Ping had expended too much energy and should let them handle this. Zhang Ping brushed them off, bluntly declaring, "There's no moon or sun now, stop arguing. My abilities merge with the night, I am the most suitable person for this." Just then, Liu Xishan stepped forward, her eyes resolute. "I'll go with you." Zhang Ping smiled and immediately agreed, thinking it was a good idea to have Xishan accompany him, as she was more familiar with the wilderness terrain. But he didn't forget to caution her to be careful. He turned to the big guy, Zhang Shouzong, and ordered, "Fatty, give me some tools like bear traps or something." Zhang Shouzong whined to the heavens. "Not again. You keep turning me from fat to thin like this." Zhang Ping and Liu Xishan moved swiftly through the night, approaching a lake where wild beasts were gathering. A giant wild boar was drinking water when it sensed killing intent. Zhang Ping's nethermist staff hovered right behind it. The staff transformed, dark energy condensing into a powerful black panther, and the wild boar only just realized the danger. Whoosh! The nethermist panther lunged forward with terrifying speed, using its razor-sharp claws to pin the wild boar to the ground. With a clean finishing blow, the system announced plus 50 experience points for the nethermist ability. Zhang Ping stood on the wild boar's corpse, smirking and boasting that hunting monsters with nethermist was both effective and helped restore energy. Liu Xishan called Zhang Ping over. The wild boar's corpse had been corroded by nethermist energy, leaving only a stark white skeleton. She pointed at a strange flower on an ancient tree branch, signaling Zhang Ping to pay attention. Without a word, both shot up onto the branch to examine the target. Landing gracefully, Liu Xishan wondered about this world's bindweed flower, while Zhang Ping sat down to observe. Zhang Ping picked up the flower, remarking that it looked no different from the ordinary ones back home. Suddenly, the flower spurted a thick brown liquid straight into his face. Zhang Ping yelped in disgust at the repulsive smell, like microwave durian, while Liu Xishan burst into hearty laughter. Liu Xishan revealed that in Mingzhu City, there was a cruel form of torture involving locking people in a room full of these flowers, making Zhang Ping shudder at the thought of being marinated in that smell. Afterwards, both sat on the branch, gazing at the glowing firefly grass seeds floating in the night, prompting Liu Xishan to exclaim, "So beautiful." She explained that they were firefly grass seeds, which each season flew with the wind to find a new place to take root. Liu Xishan suddenly became pensive, regretting how rare happy endings were, likening the bindweed flower to sacrificing its scent for peace, while the firefly grass seeds forever wandered homeless. Zhang Ping unexpectedly held out a glass jar containing both the flower and the seeds, calling her name. He asserted that endings are not always predetermined, just as this sealed glass jar could change fate. Liu Xishan emotionally embraced the jar. Inside, the bindweed flower's foul odor was isolated, and the firefly grass seeds finally had a peaceful home. Her face flushed red, and she stammered, unable to speak. Zhang Ping then proactively suggested they return because everyone was waiting. Suddenly, a giant, blazing divine sunbird tore through the night sky, causing the wild beasts below to look up in panic. The fire phoenix let out a sky-shattering cry, and the terrifying aura of a true divine beast enveloped the entire forest. It flapped its wings, shooting out a rain of fiery meteors onto the ground, and the wild beasts fled headlong in a desperate attempt to escape. The entire team was hiding inside a secret cave with high-tech structures. Inside, a sumptuous BBQ feast was underway around a bonfire, with a giant wild boar roasted to a golden crisp, while 2 prisoners were confined within an energy cage. Zhang Shouzhong, the big guy, complained. "Zhang Ping, give me more meat, or I'll lose weight," Baida sneered, patting Zhang Shouzhong's bulging belly. "Thin? You're so thin, your fat is practically melting off." Zhang Ping held out a hot loaf of bread, declaring he would need Zhang Shouzhong's abilities, making both the big guy and Bai Dai eyes light up as they snatched it. Zhang Shouzhong hastily shoved the bread into his mouth, then yelped in pain from the heat as Bai Dai laughed in his face for his gluttony. Inside the cage, Zhao Yalong bitterly told his companions that they were merely tools, that no one cared if they lived or died, so they shouldn't expect to be treated like humans. Suddenly, a plate of hot bread was offered to Zhao Yalong, leaving him dumbfounded. A member of Zhang Ping's team coldly said, "Eat, what are you waiting for?" The 2 prisoners, Zhao Yalong and Zhao Yanhu, were stunned, then tearfully thanked them, having never expected to be treated with such kindness. Suddenly, Zhang Ping felt a powerful tremor, his expression changing. "Something's happening." Zhang Ping, Zhu Yuanlong, and Liu Xishan immediately rushed out of the cave entrance to check what the hell was going on. From the cave entrance, all 3, horrified, saw violent explosions and fires spreading in the distance. A terrifying beast tide was underway, thousands of panicked beasts trampling over each other, fleeing from the sea of flames. The culprit was none other than the divine sunbird, soaring in the sky, its entire body blazing like a living sun. Zhang Ping muttered, realizing this formidable creature was deliberately using fire and the beast tide to force them to reveal themselves. Zhu Yuanlong analyzed the wind direction and decided the entire team would remain hidden, waiting for this storm to pass. 2 days later, night fell upon the forest once more, but this silence heralded another storm. At another location, a group of mysterious assassins was waiting. One of them spoke up. "Captain, it's been almost 2 days. Who are we waiting for?" And received the reply. A guy named Zhang Ping, rumored to be an infinite-level awakener. The investigation team captain was revealed to be Ma Bin, real name Zhu Yanbing, an insider of the Zhu clan. He was listening to his subordinate report about Zhang Ping, an infinite-level awakener, with a seemingly useless Covenant Stone ability, who had wiped out Huang San's entire team with mist magic. The subordinate continued to report that Zhang Ping could also transform his body into blood and water, making him extremely unpredictable and almost untraceable. A total of 5 types of abilities had been revealed, but Ma Bin mused, that might just be the tip of the iceberg. Ma Bin warned his subordinates to be absolutely vigilant and not to underestimate the enemy, because Zhang Ping was the real deal. A small mistake would be enough to wipe them all out. Meanwhile, at their hiding spot, Zhang Ping's whispers of the wind effect had just ended. He immediately informed Liu Xishan, "Cici, as expected, the Zhu clan has set traps outside the training area." The team, consisting of Zhang Ping, Liu Xishan, Bai Dai, and Zhu Yuanlong, gathered around the bonfire. Zhang Ping confirmed that at least 2 Apex-level Awakeners were waiting. Zhu Yuanlong confidently muttered that if the weather was good, he alone could handle both of those Apex-level opponents. Not to be outdone, Zhang Ping coolly uttered a profound statement. "Perhaps I can take care of one." Bai Dai expressed doubt, but Zhang Ping explained that even though he was only mid-level, his analytical ability allowed him to grasp his opponent's weaknesses, so as long as they weren't formidable foes like Old Master Feng, it wouldn't be a problem. The team agreed to take turns on guard duty and rest, wait for the beast tide to pass, and then Zhang Ping would scout to see how many formidable enemies the opposing side had. The next morning, Zhang Ping and Liu Xishan were standing guard at the cave entrance. Zhang Shaozong rushed in frantically, his face drained of all color. "This is bad. We're in big trouble." The entire team immediately rushed out. Zhang Ping, Liu Xishan, Bai Dai, Zhu Yuanlong, and Zhang Shouzhong froze at the sight outside. The entire forest had turned into a charred wasteland, a consequence of the divine bird's rampage last night, and now they were forced to cross it to reach the trial grounds. Zhang Ping muttered, realizing this monster was smarter than he thought. It was intentionally cornering the team. Suddenly, Su Qingbo's spirit appeared, pointing the way, and warning. "Ahead is the only path to the trial grounds. There's no way around it." He estimated it would take half a day if they moved at full speed, and asked Zhang Ping if the lantern could still hold out. Zhang Ping looked at the magic lantern in his hand, radiating dark energy, and admitted it was running out of power, seemingly placing all the burden back on him. Hearing this, Bai Dai and Feng Laixian praised his saying, "With great power comes great responsibility." while Zhang Ping secretly thought, how would I know? I just stole that line from a movie in my previous life. The two prisoner brothers, Zhao Yalong and Zhao Yanhu, watched a retreating figure and pondered the saying, with great power comes great responsibility. That saying struck them like lightning, making the two former enemies rethink everything. They recalled their past, where the village elders treated them as mere tools, and compared it to Zhang Ping, who had risked his life to save them and treated them with respect. The two prisoners officially became fanboys, envisioning Zhang Ping radiating a saintly aura in their minds and shouting his slogan in unison. Feng Laixian, seeing the awkward scene, turned to Zhang Ping and asked, "What are these two doing?" Zhao Yalong and Zhao Yanhu said no more, rushing forward to prostrate themselves before Zhang Ping, yelling to be allowed to follow him as his subordinates. Both solemnly raised their hands and swore a deadly oath, vowing loyal service to Zhang Ping, declaring that if they broke their word, they would be struck down by heaven and earth. The two continued to kowtow, declaring their readiness to even swallow a contract gem to prove their sincerity. Zhang Ping stood with his arms crossed, watching, and coldly asked, "Why the sudden enthusiasm? What's the scheme?" The brothers explained that, since Zhang Ping had risked his life to save them, not following him would be a great betrayal of their big brother's kindness. Asserting that he had earned their loyalty, they resolutely declared that they would rather follow Zhang Ping to their deaths than return to the village that treated them as worthless tools. Zhang Ping gestured for them to stand, but didn't immediately accept, instead asking a critical question. "How many people have you killed so far? Were any of them innocent?" The brothers honestly confessed that they had only killed enemies of the village and two worthless members of the Zhu clan, who deserved to die. Zhang Ping smirked profoundly, muttering that in the chaotic hatred between villages, determining who was innocent was impossible. He held out 2 green contract gems, warning bluntly, "Swallow these, and there's no turning back. Are you sure?" The brothers confirmed in unison without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Ping thought to himself, "Anyway, these 2 level 9 and 10 contract gems don't grant me any abilities, so using them to recruit subordinates is a good deal." Gulp. The 2 prisoner brothers swallowed the contract gems in an instant. The system announced, "Contract with summoned beast Zhao Yinlong established. Contract with summoned beast Zhao Yingke established." As a burst of green energy enveloped them, the brothers Zhao Yalong and Zhao Yanhu bowed before Zhang Ping, swearing in unison, "From today, we brothers pledge to brave life and death for our big brother." Zhang Ping coolly replied, "No need to overdo it, just treat each other as comrades." This made the 2 new recruits nod eagerly. "Understood, big brother." Zhang Ping turned and directly asked, "You said you had a way to help us. What is it?" He told Liu Xishan, "Wait a moment. My brothers and I will be right back." While the 2 new recruits were still in a state of excitement, the brothers Zhao Yalong and Zhao Yanhu immediately dashed off, leaving the rest of the team watching. Feng Laixian crossed his arms, looking suspicious. "Are these guys reliable? It seems too simple. Can we trust them?" The muscular martial artist continued to analyze. Some savage tribes worship mutated monsters, behaving exactly like these 2. Meanwhile, the woman in the red shirt wondered, "Don't tell me they actually think Zhang Ping is some kind of god?" Zhang Shozong grabbed Zhang Ping's shirt, suspicious. "Did you use a brainwashing technique on them? They look like they're openly worshipping you." Zhang Ping was speechless and snapped back. "Are you serious? If I had a brainwashing skill, I would have used it on Cici or Sister Xue already. Who'd bother using it on these 2 guys?" Hearing her name, the woman in the red shirt blushed deeply, muttering, "Oh, Zhang Ping, you've been interested in me all this time?" Zhang Shozong rubbed his chin, a sly look on his face. "Don't say that. Even though Zhao Yinlong and Zhao Yingque are men, at least they're twin brothers." The stout man quickly waved his hands in explanation when he saw the team looking at him with disgusted eyes. "Wait, don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a giant mound of earth emerged, startling the entire team. "What is that?" A giant armored lizard burrowed up from underground, and on its back were the brothers Zhao Yalong and Zhao Yanhu, waving and calling out, "Big brother!" Zhao Yanhu pointed at the beast and explained, "This is a burrowing lizard. We can use it to travel underground through this open area." Su Qingbo's spirit appeared, telling Zhang Shozong, "Does this mean we can avoid the Zhu clan's ambush and sneak straight into the trial grounds?" He immediately denied, "Not quite. The mountain ancestor is a king-tier monster. This lizard wouldn't dare venture into its territory." Zhang Ping gave a decisive order, "Let's go. Well, deal with the divine bird after we shake it off." The entire team climbed onto the giant lizard's back, and it immediately curled up, digging deep into the ground. The lizard moved underground, safely carrying the team across the forest. When they surfaced, Su Qingbo's spirit announced, "We can only go this far." The lizard refuses to go any further. Zhang Ping ordered, "Have it make a few more trips to bring the rest of the people over." The team stopped before a deep canyon, and Su Qingbo's spirit warned, "Beyond this canyon lies the trial area, but it's also a perfect location for an ambush." Su Qingbo's spirit instructed Zhang Ping, "We're almost at the trial area. Hand out the morning glory flowers to everyone." The main character nodded instantly. Liu Xishan handed a purple flower to a teammate, preparing for the upcoming battle. The muscular old man Bai De received a flower from Liu Xishan, and then conveniently asked for 2 more for Senior Ye and Senior Su. Liu Xishan glanced at Zhang Ping, asking directly, "Are you worried that some elites from the Zhu clan are lying in ambush for us?" Zhang Ping explained to the team, "Not only that, I'm also worried the divine bird will return," causing one member to ask in confusion, thinking they had already shaken it off. Zhang Ping patted Zhang Shouzhang's shoulder, calmly analyzing, "The Zhu clan hasn't fully controlled that bird yet, but we can't rule out the possibility of them luring it back. Better safe than sorry." Feng Laishen and Bai Di nodded in agreement, concerned that Senior Ye and Senior Su were still recovering and would have difficulty handling the divine bird if it appeared. Zhang Ping sneered, his eyes flashing with confident green light. "Don't worry, I have a plan. Just because we couldn't deal with it outside doesn't mean we can't do anything about it inside this trial area." A giant messenger bird took flight, carrying the injured or combat-incapable members to safety under Zhang Ping's command. Ma Bin, the leader of the ambush team, was observing from afar, the image of a group of strangers reflected in his eyes. A purple-haired female assassin reported to Ma Bin, "Captain, Zhang Ping and his companions are resting not far ahead." Ma Bin smirked maliciously, taking a drag from his cigarette. "I didn't expect them to be lucky enough to escape the divine bird, but their luck has run out." Ma Bin stood before his army of assassins, giving a decisive order. "Everyone prepare, the slaughter is about to begin." Zhang Ping's team advanced into the outer perimeter of the trial area, a treacherous canyon, while a small scorpion creature lurked nearby. The group moved cautiously, a red-eyed rodent monster lurking on a branch directly above them. Suddenly, 2 giant bear monsters charged down from above, and Zhang Ping shouted loudly, "Watch out!" Bai De, the muscular old man, reacted in an instant, whirling around to face the monster. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai De charged directly at the attacking bear monster. Thwack! Bai De's devastating kick landed squarely on the monster's face, stunning it on the spot. A small hamster monster rushed out and self-detonated with a terrifying explosion, making the entire team jump in surprise, wondering what kind of abomination it was. Bai De flexed his muscles, analyzing that this was likely a mutated hamster with physical strength far exceeding even ordinary enhancement-type awakened ones, advising the team not to engage it in close combat. The stout Zhang Shouzhang suddenly stammered, pointing forward, and the entire team looked up, their faces tense. Before them was the mountain ancestor, a colossal stone toad monster standing tall like a mountain, making a team member exclaim, "I thought it was some terrifying monster. Turns out it's just a big toad." Zhang Ping glanced, discovering an enemy scout stealthily hiding behind a rock. Zhang Ping and Feng Laishan exchanged knowing glances, sharing the same thought. "We've seen it. Let's give it a little welcoming gift." The scout flinched, realizing he had been exposed, and quickly leaped to flee. "Damn it, I've been spotted." Zhang Ping appeared directly in front of the scout like a ghost, raising his colossal nethermist scythe, blocking his path. "Trying to report to your comrades? Not today." A brilliant purple slash descended, and the scout was instantly eliminated, while the system announced Nethermist plus 30. Zhang Ping realized that using the Nethermist weapon to attack also helped charge its own energy, and he smirked. "It seems I need to thoroughly investigate what this weapon can truly do." The system panel displayed a notification that Nethermist body had upgraded to intermediate level, with stored energy reaching 1,000 points, equivalent to a 0% power increase, making Zhang Ping marvel at its overwhelming power. In the distance, the purple-haired female assassin reported to Ma Bin that their scout, Ah Liu, had been eliminated. Ma Bin cracked his knuckles, realizing the ambush plan had been exposed and the enemy was provoking them, and he ordered, "Zhu Sanqi, don't hold back, let them taste our power." Zhu Sanqi, a silver-haired man with blood-red eyes, roared excitedly, "Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." He drew a yellow talisman, which flared with dazzling light and transformed into a brilliant energy sword. Zhu Sanqi roared, "Take this!" and swung his sword, unleashing a stream of golden energy towards Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping merely curled his lip into a sneer, showing disdain. Another bunch of small fry? He extended his hand. Nethermist energy gathered into a thorny shield, ready to meet the attack. The perfect time to test the Nethermist scythe. Boom! The Nethermist shield easily blocked and deflected the golden energy stream, demonstrating an absolute disparity in power levels. Zhang Ping casually raised his Nethermist scythe to parry the blow, letting out a contemptuous sneer. Is that all you've got? Zhu Sanqi gritted his teeth in frustration, unable to believe that an intermediate-level awakened one could block his full power attack. Admitting that this kid truly had some skill, an enemy muttered, realizing this was the legendary infinite-level awakened one, a true monster. Ma Bin ordered the group, his voice resolute. We must kill him before he grows stronger. Analyze. Su Qingbo's spirit burned with rage, wanting to charge out upon seeing Ma Bin, but Zhang Ping held him back, saying he already had a plan. Zhang Ping coldly assigned targets. 3 apex-level enemies, he would handle 1. Feng Laixian would deal with 2, and the remaining 6 would be left to Liu Xishan's team. Liu Xishan and her teammates appeared extremely confident, stating that if 7 people couldn't handle 6 enemies, then the Purge squad should just disband. Ma Bin hissed, declaring that one Situ Shabai was troublesome enough, and they couldn't allow a second infinite-level awakened one to rise. He decisively ordered his subordinates, no need to hold back, summon the Divine Sunbird immediately. Ma Bin roared that their sole objective was to eliminate Zhang Ping at all costs, and his entire army responded in unison before charging forward. The two factions officially clashed, a chaotic battle erupting in the canyon. Zhang Ping donned his Nethermist mask, gripping his scythe, charging directly at Ma Bin, initiating a peak-level solo battle. Meanwhile, Ma Bin's female subordinate began the summoning ritual, muttering incantations to invoke the spirit of fire. She continued the invocation, calling upon the blazing sun to tear open the sky and guide the divine beast's descent. The ritual was complete, the divine sunbird was officially summoned, and the entire troop cheered loudly. Clang! Zhang Ping's scythe and Ma Bin's dark blade clashed, sending sparks flying, and the traitor smirked smugly. Just one sweeping attack from Zhang Ping blew away Ma Bin and his small fry soldiers, making him frantically shout, "Everyone fall back!" Zhang Ping and Liu Xishan looked up at the firebird, wondering, isn't the divine bird supposed to be in a berserk state? How did they summon it? The colossal divine sunbird spread its wings across the sky, exuding terrifying pressure, forcing Zhang Ping's entire team into a defensive stance, ready for their most challenging battle yet. The divine sunbird roared, unleashing a rain of fire, forcing Zhang Ping and Liu Xishan to struggle to dodge. Zhang Ping grumbled, "These madmen actually summoned it." Zhang Ping glided like the wind, deftly dodging a deadly stream of fire, immediately realizing the problem. But this bird is in a berserk state. While dodging, Zhang Ping glanced at Ma Bin and his subordinates, his mind racing. Why isn't it attacking them? Zhang Ping charged straight towards Ma Bin, while the latter's soldiers were still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Ma Bin swung his dark blade, slashing forward, and roared, "Do you want to die?" But Zhang Ping was already prepared. Clang! The blade was blocked by a swirling current of water. Zhang Ping had activated his pure water body to nullify the attack. Ma Bin loudly warned his teammates to scatter as a fireball from the divine bird hurtled straight towards him. Boom! A terrifying explosion engulfed the area, and Ma Bin barely escaped in the nick of time. Ma Bin furiously launched 3 energy-throwing knives, snarling, "Do you think you're so smart?" Zhang Ping, in his water form, retaliated with a similar attack, sarcastically retorting, "That question goes right back to you. Aren't you afraid of summoning the divine bird only to die together?" The traitor Ma Bin arrogantly declared, "The divine bird is the sacred beast of the Zhu clan. If anyone has to die here, it's you." Zhang Ping didn't waste words, turning to shout at the team, "Everyone gather here, execute Plan B." Zhang Ping raised the king's gem, and a dazzling golden light enveloped him. "Seniors, just follow the plan." The light from the king's gem enveloped the 2 giant contracted beasts, Ye Changchun and Su Qingbo, who shouted, "Understood!" The system announced that the king's gem had been activated, amplifying the abilities of the contracted beasts for a short period, ready to confront the firebird. Ye Changchun and Su Qingbo, now greatly empowered, roared in challenge, "You oversized chicken, your opponents are us." Ma Bin and Liu Xishan froze in shock. The traitor stammered in horror upon recognizing the giant stone man. Su Qingbo? Didn't you die?" Su Qingbo, without a word, let out a cold snort and charged straight at the divine bird, determined to settle old scores later. Liu Xishan and Ma Bin stared blankly at the empty battlefield. A soldier frantically reported, "Captain, Zhang Ping and the others have disappeared." The divine sunbird was pinned down by two apex-level monsters. It was then that Ma Bin painfully realized he had fallen for a diversion tactic. Ma Bin furiously waved his hand, ordering his subordinates, "Pursue them! They can't have gone far." Zhang Ping's entire team was running desperately through the canyon. Zhang Ping led the way, firmly holding the night Oriole lantern, determining the direction. "This way, about 6 miles left." Liu Xishan asked anxiously while running. "All of us combined couldn't even scratch that bird. So how long can those two old men hold out?" Zhang Ping smirked, his demeanor extremely calm. "Don't worry, everything is within my calculations." He explained the plan of using a proxy to eliminate an enemy. This domain has another boss called the Mountain Ancestor, and it will automatically aggro as soon as it senses the divine bird's aura. The task of the two seniors is merely to stall for time until the Mountain Ancestor appears, and the Morning Glory trigger will be the catalyst for the battle between the two monsters. The plan is simple. Provoke a fight between the Mountain Ancestor and the divine bird. Then the entire team will quietly slip away while they are battling each other. Liu Xishan was still not at ease, wondering, what about the investigation team? If they intervene, will the plan succeed? Zhang Ping revealed that he had deliberately lured the divine bird towards the investigation team, but the bird continued to attack relentlessly, proving they couldn't control it. Zhang Ping ran while analyzing. They definitely have some way to conceal their presence from the bird's perception. That's why it didn't target them. The entire team continued to rush forward like a whirlwind. Zhang Ping urged, "They will catch up soon. We need to hurry." Meanwhile, a subordinate reported to Ma Bin, "Captain, we can't sense their presence at all." Ma Bin muttered, realizing the problem. The only way to completely hide from an apex-level awakener is the Zhu clan's Night Oriole lantern. But how can one lantern conceal so many people? He didn't bother to think further, ordering, "It doesn't matter. I know how to deal with them. Bring that thing out." The subordinates hesitated. "Captain, that thing will put an immense burden on your body. Are you sure?" Ma Bin opened a wooden box. Inside was a grotesque, purplish-black demonic eye radiating dark energy. "Since when did I need you to worry about me?" he snarled. He roared, overriding their dissuasion. "If Zhang Ping successfully escapes into the trial zone, can you bear the consequences?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Bin brought the demonic eye to his mouth and swallowed it. He immediately collapsed, clutching his chest and writhing in extreme agony as a massive surge of dark energy erupted from his body. Ma Bin gritted his teeth and endured, roaring a mad command. "Release all imprisoned souls." A series of purplish-black shadow entities shot out from Ma Bin's body. He screamed in pain as the transformation began. Ma Bin ordered his subordinates. "They can conceal their presence, but not their soul traces. Go. Follow those vengeful spirits." In the forest, Zhang Ping was leading the team's escape when he noticed a familiar aura, very similar to his own Nethermist ability. The entire team was ambushed by a swarm of purplish vengeful spirits. Zhang Ping muttered, "Vengeful spirits?" A vengeful spirit lunged forward, extending its claws and firmly grabbing Zhang Ping. Suddenly, a masked swordsman rushed out from the side, slicing the vengeful spirit in half with a swift strike. Feng Laixian angrily flexed his muscles, punching another vengeful spirit to pieces. First it was zombies, now it's vengeful spirits. How dirty can these guys play? The entire team was surrounded. Feng Laixian looked towards the two newcomers. "Let's see where you can run to escape." An enemy taunted. The red-haired martial artist and the white-haired man simultaneously unleashed their moves. One shot fireballs, the other unleashed a dazzling stream of energy. Feng Laixian swiftly charged forward like lightning, using his body to shield his teammates from an energy attack. He glanced at the white-haired man, secretly acknowledging that this guy was no ordinary opponent. The red-haired martial artist roared, "Die!" and unleashed a massive pillar of fire, incinerating the enemy. A terrifying explosion engulfed two figures in a sea of flames. Amidst the smoke, a nonchalant voice rang out. "Not bad, girl. Your fire has some heat to it." Zhang Ping and Feng Laixian emerged from the center of the explosion, without a scratch. Zhang Ping was even absorbing the flames. "Perfect. Just in time for me to offer it to my undying Crimson Emperor body." The red-haired martial artist was utterly shocked. "Is my fire useless?" The white-haired man also broke into a sweat. Just how many more tricks does this Zhang Ping guy have up his sleeve? Zhang Ping dusted his hands, ordering the two, "You two deal with the remaining small fry." Ma Bin, now completely transformed with white hair and swirling dark energy, held his dark blade and declared, "Zhang Ping will die by my hand." A giant vengeful spirit roared, signaling that the real battle was about to begin. The red-haired martial artist faced a massive wall of fire. Realizing her power was strangely suppressed, she turned to the white-haired man, admitting she was outmatched and yielded the battle. "He's all yours." The white-haired man immediately launched a dazzling golden light dart towards Feng Laishan, who was burning like a living torch. The light dart pierced directly into Feng Laishan's fiery vortex, creating a blinding energy collision. The attack penetrated the fiery defense, embedding itself directly into the martial artist's body. Feng Laishan was astonished, looking at the fragments embedded in his flesh. "These fragments, they can actually pierce my skin?" The white-haired man rushed to attack while Feng Laishan was still surprised, but the martial artist managed to react in time. The white-haired man firmly grabbed Feng Laishan's two burning arms, trying to restrain his opponent. Feng Laishan smirked, his voice full of condescension. "Not bad, kid. You have some real strength. I guess I'll play with you for a while." Meanwhile, on another front, the purple vengeful souls were sweeping through the Zhu clan's minions. The Zhu clan's henchmen struggled to resist, unleashing all sorts of sword energy and magic, but were still overwhelmed by the vengeful souls. The red-haired martial artist let out a cold snort, her sharp gaze deciding to join the battle and clear out the small fry. She roared, "Take this!" and threw a ghostly skull-shaped fireball towards two Zhu clan members. The fireball exploded violently, but Zhang Ping appeared and shouted worriedly, "Sishan." An elder Zhu clan swordsman blocked Zhang Ping's path, his voice full of sarcasm. "Do you think you have the right to worry about others?" He charged forward with a fatal sword strike, roaring, "Die!" Zhang Ping easily parried the attack, sending the elder swordsman flying into the air like a toy. Suddenly, a massive pillar of water appeared out of nowhere, striking the hovering elder swordsman directly. The elder swordsman was swept away by the current, astonished and wondering why the water element girl had suddenly gone berserk. "Cornered," he roared, his body enveloped in dark demonic armor, wondering if this was the hidden power within the armor, taking him over. The demonic eye on the Zhu clan elder swordsman's chest glowed crimson, emitting an overwhelming evil aura. Zhang Ping narrowly dodged a nethermist spear, astonished to realize this weapon had a consciousness of its own. Surrounded by dark energy on all sides, Zhang Ping muttered that escaping this time would be difficult. The surging nethermist energy rapidly drained Zhang Ping's strength, while the Zhu clan elder swordsman stood still like a statue. Inside the nethermist vortex, the Zhu clan elder swordsman was surprised to see countless red orbs shooting towards him. Zhang Ping, wearing his mask, his eyes flashing with deadly red light, growled, "Martial contract, release Sishan's water element." A freezing storm erupted from the ground, piercing through the Zhu clan elder swordsman's dark demonic armor. Zhang Ping stood tall with the red scythe in his hand, calmly watching his opponent perish easily and recovering a large amount of nethermist energy. The demonic armor shattered, revealing a bald old man with disgusting tentacles on his face. He was shocked that he hadn't even had time to resist. The old man screamed in pain as his body began to deform. It seemed the armor's curse was backfiring. A gigantic shadow entity appeared. Su Jingyao's voice echoed in Zhang Ping's mind, urgently urging, "Zhang Ping, run!" Zhang Ping realized Su Jingyao was trapped inside that dark entity, while the demonic eye on the enemy's chest was still emitting pure fear. The old man had completely transformed into a hideous tentacled monster. Zhang Ping was undaunted and immediately ordered, "Analyze." The system began replaying a memory fragment. A group of people standing around a gigantic sacrificial pit. In the flashback, a mother was trying to comfort her frightened daughter. A man among the civilians angrily shouted at the cloaked figures, cursing that the Zhu clan would not have a good end. "Shut up!" a cloaked figure roared, then delivered a kick that sent the man plummeting into the sacrificial pit amidst desperate screams. The leader of the cloaked figures, a black-haired man in a red cloak, coldly ordered, "It's time. Begin." The memory shifted. Ma Bin's team lay scattered on the ground. One person weakly called out the captain's name, while a cloaked figure stood watching. A hand glowing with red light pressed down. Beneath the sacrificial pit, a boiling pool of blood and countless shadow beasts were roaring to rise. In the sacrificial pit, dark hands emerged, grabbing the legs of the panicking victims, while the cloaked perpetrators stood above, coldly observing. Ma Bin's bloodshot eyes widened, witnessing the hellish scene unfolding. Civilians screamed for help in despair as they were dragged into the pool of blood, drowning in a sea of resentment. A mother and her small daughter cried desperately, while the man beside them frantically yelled, "What the hell are you bastards doing?" From the sky, Countless purple vengeful souls with ghostly smiles plunged into the sacrificial pit, terrifying the crowd even further. A man was seized by numerous demonic hands, screaming hysterically as he was torn apart. A gigantic, pitch-black demonic eye began to form, sucking all the resentment and souls into itself. The vengeful souls screamed as they were sucked into the demonic eye, becoming fuel for something even more terrifying. The demonic eye had fully formed, with a crimson pupil at its center, ready to unleash a nightmare. The Zhu clan elder swordsman screamed in pain as his body was taken over by tentacles and vengeful souls. The system announced, Eye of Resentment, Level 34, born from the souls of the innocent. The new monster had taken shape, a hideous, multi-limbed giant wielding a dark sword, ready to slaughter. Zhang Ping looked at his Shadow Reaper beast, deciding to break the rules. Sorry, Captain, but I have to deviate from the plan a little. I know, Zhang Ping said, then swallowed the king's gem. But this guy's sins are too great, unforgivable. The system announced, King's gem activated, contract beast enhanced. The Shadow Reaper beast growled, I will execute him right now. Fully powered up, the contract beast swung its gigantic energy scythe, charging directly at the monster. It brought down a heaven-shattering strike upon the multi-limbed monster, its speed like a purple lightning bolt. Clang! The monster raised its dark sword to block cleanly. The clash of their powers sparked. The impact force was immense. The contract beast was flung backward, sliding across the ground. Undeterred, the contract beast spun its scythe, firing a purple skull-shaped energy blast directly at its opponent's face. Clang! The monster once again used its sword to block the attack, creating an earth-shattering energy explosion. The Shadow Contract Beast played a new card, summoning a giant nethermist wave, making the monster wonder, did it get a complete buff after transforming? The system panel appeared, confirming, nethermist attack power surged by 5,000%. The Contract Beast confidently declared, that's more than enough to handle what's coming. The glowing purple scythe swung up, slashing through the monster, severing a tentacle in an instant. The Contract Beast landed lightly, muttering to itself that thanks to the King's Gem's buff, it could now control two abilities simultaneously, even combining them. The monster roared, its entire body erupting with terrifying purple-black energy. The Contract Beast calmly explained, this is the result of combining the Nethermist body and the Fire Devourer's heart. I call it. The Contract Beast's entire body erupted with purple-black nether flame, and it growled, Nether Flame. The monster below looked at the eye on its chest, realizing it was losing control. The nether flame condensed into a pitch-black energy sphere, charging straight through and piercing the monster's chest in an instant. The system announced, defeated the cursed eye, level limit surpassed. Zhang Ping leaped 20 levels, officially entering the ranks of high-level awakened. The Contract Beast realized that defeating a heavily buffed enemy had allowed it to break through directly to a high level, simultaneously unlocking the King's Gem's sub-effect limit. But in return, it could no longer absorb new abilities through it. It pondered that choosing the skill during its mid-level breakthrough was indeed the right decision, and this might be an even more dominant evolutionary path. The old Zhu clan swordsman, now back in human form with a hole in his chest, knelt, gasping. Ugh! He propped himself up with his sword, unable to believe that thing could be this powerful. A crazed smile appeared on his face. But because of that, don't even think about escaping. He announced that the cursed eye had completely spiraled out of control, and a giant purple energy vortex began to form in the sky. Zhang Ping wondered where Su Jingyao's soul was. The vortex revealed a blood-red eye at its center, emitting soul-shaped energy currents. A voice echoed, warning Zhang Ping that he could not comprehend this power, and would face the consequences. Amidst the dark vortex, Su Jingyao's soul appeared, floating purely. Zhang Ping looked up in silence. Elsewhere, Liu Xishan, Su Qingbo, and their subordinates sensed a strange energy current, completely different from previous times. Purple energy currents surged towards Zhang Ping, and he instinctively raised his hand to block. Zhang Ping was stunned to find himself completely unharmed, but a cold drop of sweat trickled down his cheek as he realized something even worse. Zhang Ping awoke in a dark space, vaguely wondering, where am I? Suddenly, a man's soul appeared from afar, his voice filled with panic. Help! Help me! The soul ran for its life, pursued by a pack of hideous energy wolves, continuously screaming for help. Zhang Ping rushed forward, intending to intervene, but the soul stumbled right in front of him. The soul wolves charged straight through Zhang Ping, making him realize in shock. Are these souls? They tore apart the poor soul amidst a tragic scream. Immediately, Zhang Ping clutched his chest, feeling a gut-wrenching pain, as if he himself had just been attacked. He knelt down, not understanding what the hell had just happened, realizing he was feeling that soul's pain. Another soul was torn apart, and the pain once again surged directly into Zhang Ping's body. He collapsed, letting out a groan of extreme pain as a spiritual wound clearly appeared on his chest. Zhang Ping realized he had been pulled here by the power of the souls, forced to experience their memories and their dying pains. He gritted his teeth, enduring as another soul was impaled, all of that sensation reverberating back to him. So, that's how it is. The victim's memories flooded back, showing the scene of Master Feng and the students being massacred by the cursed eye's purple tentacles. Zhang Ping lay motionless in the pitch-black space, blood oozing from his spiritual wounds. He floated amidst countless dissipating souls, completely helpless in the face of the tragedy. Suddenly, a giant blue energy current appeared. Zhang Ping looked up, his voice trembling. What is this now? He froze when he realized it wasn't an enemy. A giant, beast-like, demonic soul entity appeared with an overwhelming aura. It advanced directly towards Su Jingyao's sleeping soul, raising its sharp hand, roaring. Stop! The demon seized Su Jingyao's soul, intending to devour her while she was still unconscious. Blood splattered. Zhang Ping let out a crazed roar as the soul's pain permeated him, his eyes glowing crimson with rage. He gritted his teeth and yelled directly at the soul demon. You bastard! Zhang Ping charged at the demon, growling that a mere natter fox like it could be easily dealt with. But his punch merely passed through the demon's spiritual body, completely ineffective. Zhang Ping froze, realizing his physical attacks were useless in this spirit world. He collapsed to his knees, desperately wondering if reliving her pain was his karma. Suddenly, Zhang Ping looked up, stunned to see Su Jingyao's soul standing before the fallen demon. He muttered, realizing the bitter truth. Elder Su was right. She really did use her ability to separate her soul from her body before dying. Memories flooded back, showing Su Jingyao's soul helplessly watching her body being devoured. Zhang Ping reached out towards her soul, his voice filled with regret. I found your soul, but I can't save you. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep my promise. His hand touched Su Jingyao's soul's cheek, a sensation so real it was unbelievable. Zhang Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. He grasped her shoulder, his voice trembling with shock. I can touch you? Zhang Ping realized something important. Her soul didn't dissipate, but became a fallen one due to power abuse. In this spirit world, she is also a living soul, just like me. In the sky, giant vengeful eyes reappeared. Zhang Ping realized they intended to use the wandering souls to empower themselves. Not a chance, Zhang Ping growled, summoning the king's gem, which shimmered with golden light, determined to turn the tables. This time, he looked directly at Su Jingyao's soul, declaring firmly, even if I have to bet everything, I must form a contract with Jingyao in this fallen one state. Dark energy erupted. The surrounding victim souls were pulled towards Zhang Ping by an invisible force. All the souls were drawn into a giant blue contract formation forming beneath Zhang Ping and Su Jingyao's feet. Amidst the dark space, pitch-purple energy chains shot out. Zhang Ping roared. Su Jingyao, listen carefully. Zhang Ping grasped Su Jingyao's hovering soul amidst the swirling magic formation, shouting directly at her. You are not one of these lost souls. You are not dead. Wake up now. He continued to assault her mind with words like hammers. Have you forgotten your dream? You once yearned to join the city guard to protect our homeland. Zhang Ping's words seemed to take effect, and the chains binding her consciousness began to crack. He growled, reiterating the harsh truth. Every time I faced danger, weren't you always the one to stand up and protect me? Su Jingyao's soul trembled slightly, her vacant eyes beginning to regain focus as she looked directly at Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping held out the king's gem before her, his gaze both resolute and gentle. Take it, Su Jingyao. Don't lose yourself again. A memory flashed, a scene of young Zhang Ping offering a candy to little Su Jingyao, only for her to harshly refuse. Get lost. Who wants to be controlled by you? Back in reality, the soul of Su Jingyao's eyes shone with determination, no longer hazy as before. Her spirit hand reached out, touching the king's gem that Zhang Ping was offering. The system notification exploded. Summoned beast, Su Jingyao, contract established. Zhang Ping looked directly into her eyes, commanding as her master, I order you, break your chains. Su Jingyao fully awakened, bewildered in Zhang Ping's arms, her voice faltering. Zhang Ping, is that you? She looked around in shock, realizing that she and Zhang Ping were standing in the middle of a colossal magic formation, where countless other souls were imprisoned. Zhang Ping breathed a sigh of relief, smiling. Thank goodness, you're finally awake. The surrounding souls shrieked miserably as the magic formation drained their energy. And a voice echoed. explaining this was a soul-refining formation. Once devoured, there would be no escape. Zhang Ping looked at the scene, accepting their fate. I'm glad I woke you. At least now we can say goodbye without regrets. Su Jingyao unexpectedly grabbed Zhang Ping's cheek, her face annoyed. Don't give up so easily, you idiot. Zhang Ping was utterly speechless at her attitude, thinking to himself, still optimistic in this situation? But what do we do now? Su Jingyao was startled to realize Zhang Ping was hovering outside, questioning, wait, how are you outside the magic formation? Without another word, she drew back her leg and delivered an extremely powerful kick to Zhang Ping's chest. Zhang Ping shrieked miserably as he was kicked straight into the center of the soul-refining formation. Thud. He face-planted onto the ground in the most pathetic way possible, while Su Jingyao landed gracefully. Scrambling to his feet, Zhang Ping rubbed his head, grumbling, good heavens, am this injured? Couldn't you have been gentler? He suddenly realized his wounds had healed, while Su Jingyao merely crossed her arms and smiled meaningfully. An elder's soul appeared, explaining that normal awakeners would be limited in their soul abilities, but he was different, having trained since childhood and now able to affect even the souls of others. Zhang Ping confidently declared that as long as consciousness hadn't completely faded, no matter how shattered a soul was, he could pull it back. He explained that this magic formation was beyond the scope of an ordinary awakener. It absorbed the resentment of countless souls to sustain itself. The plan was laid out. Simply free the imprisoned souls, and the entire magic formation would collapse, but pulling them out one by one would take too much time. Zhang Ping revealed that he had linked their souls when healing her. Now she could borrow his nethermist power to reach other souls. Zhang Ping channeled his energy, declaring it was time to free the souls from their prison, and pitch-black nethermist chains began to appear. Countless dark chains shot straight up from Zhang Ping, piercing into the soul-refining formation above. Both returned to reality, standing in the middle of a forest, surrounded by the newly freed souls hovering before dissipating. Zhang Ping breathed a sigh of relief, completely oblivious to someone's complaints. Su Jingyao, now in the form of a water spirit, grumbled, "You've drained my soul energy. Just how strong are you now, anyway?" Zhang Ping nonchalantly scratched his head and replied, "Well, you told me to pull them all out at once." He smiled contentedly, his eyes warm. "No matter what, you're finally back, Su Jingyao. I've made you wait too long." Su Jingyao also smiled gently, full of trust. I always knew you could do it." Zhang Ping suddenly remembered, and a yellow energy bracelet appeared. Oh, right. He summoned a physical body, explaining to Su Jingyao's spirit form. "This is the body I recreated for you. Now it's time to use it." Su Jingyao's spirit form was speechless, asking why he carried this corpse everywhere, finding it a bit strange despite her gratitude. She explained that she had always been by his side as a soul, and had tried to enter this body but failed. Her soul touched the physical body and was repelled. She said, "My ability allows me to separate my soul and attack others' souls, but I cannot possess a body." She further explained that if she tried to force it, her soul would be devoured by the body's power and trapped forever with no escape. Su Jingyao believed her soul had refused because subconsciously, it still considered this someone else's body, to which Zhang Ping grinned. "If that's the case, it's simple." Without further ado, Zhang Ping imperiously commanded, "I order you. Recognize this body as your own, and return to it." Instantly, Su Jingyao's water spirit form was sucked straight into the physical body lying on the ground. With a thud, soul and body merged, and she slowly opened her eyes, bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Sitting bolt upright, Su Jingyao was still in shock. "It was that easy? Turns out, I was overthinking it." She crossed her arms, asking Zhang Ping suspiciously if he planned to order her to do strange things later, to which he could only sweat profusely and vehemently deny. At the same time, a colossal surge of dark energy dissipated, freeing the masters of the Beast King Martial Arts Academy. The entire group was flung out, landing chaotically, and the muscular martial artist Feng Laixian was annoyed at being trapped in such an uncomfortable situation. Zhang Ping and Su Jingyao appeared. He crossed his arms smugly. "Thanks to my soul energy breaking the magic formation, everyone is safe now." He continued to boast. "Trivial matters. How could these things trouble me?" Making Su Jingyao only smile. Zhang Ping wondered about the situation with Ma Bin and the others, and Su Jingyao reassured him. She explained that the enemy had used themselves as a sacrifice to force open the magic formation, trapping all of them, but they hadn't expected Zhang Ping to break it. Martial artist Feng Laixian stood next to Ma Bin's corpse, declaring, "The others have been dealt with. There's no one left to block our path now." Lu Xishan looked at Su Jingyao, asking Zhang Ping directly. This girl must be Su Jingyao, right? How did she suddenly wake up, making him only stammer an explanation? Rumble, rumble! The ground suddenly shook violently, signaling trouble. Martial artist Feng Laixian braced himself, growling. An earthquake? This tremor isn't right. It feels like something is emerging from underground. Zhang Ping suddenly realized something, his eyes changing. Could it be? Whoosh! A giant fire phoenix burst from the ground and soared into the sky. Zhang Ping muttered, confirming. Mountain ancestor? The divine sunbird charged straight into a giant rock monster that had just emerged, initiating an aerial battle. The phoenix opened fire, shooting out a volley of fireballs like heat-seeking missiles at the enemy. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs exploded on the monster's rock armor, but it seemed to only tickle it. The giant rock monster, the mountain ancestor, slowly rose to its feet, completely unharmed by the previous attack. Whoosh! The mountain ancestor swung its massive rock arm, swatting away the divine sunbird like a toy. Sent flying far away, the divine sunbird hovered in the air, its entire body erupting with a dazzling aura, preparing for an all-out strike. The phoenix gathered energy, creating a series of fireballs even larger than before, ready for a barrage of explosions. From a distance, two figures were observing the battle. The old man Su Qingbo remarked, "These morning glory flowers are quite useful, aren't they?" Yi Changchun urged. "Zhang Ping and the others must be waiting for us. Let's go, we can't delay any longer." Meanwhile, a reinforcement team led by a white-haired person had arrived at a giant chasm, he declared. "This is the entrance to the trial area." Zhang Ping's group, including Su Jingyao, the stout Zhang Shouzong, and the swordsman Chen Ming, looked down into the abyss, bewildered, asking, "Where is the entrance?" Su Qingbo appeared and explained. "What you see is merely an illusion. Only Zhang Ping can open the entrance, but we need a little more time to prepare." Zhang Ping turned to everyone, reassuring them, "All right, let's rest here for now. The mountain ancestor has already made its move anyway. Senior Ye Changchun and Senior Su Qingbo will arrive soon." Su Jingyao was startled when she heard her grandfather's name. Zhang Ping smiled, confirming, "That's right, he's your grandfather. He was the one who told me about your abilities." Zhang Ping explained to the entire team that AI would be the key to helping them break through the barrier ahead. From afar, Ye Changchun and Su Qingbo were approaching, reminding each other to stay focused, as they couldn't let their comrades' efforts go to waste. Meanwhile, Zhang Shouzong, the stout man who had just used a fat-consuming skill, was famished, complaining, "I'm starving to death. Is there anything to eat?" Zhang Ping, like a true protagonist caring for his team, was starting a fire to roast a massive slab of meat. The roasted meat sizzled over the fire, emitting an enticing aroma. While the protagonist cooked, the other veterans didn't forget to train. Feng Laixian and Bai Dai did push-ups like machines, while Zhu Yuanlong even used Chen Ming as a weight, making the swordsman only able to lament. Zhang Shouzong stealthily crept closer to where Zhang Ping was cooking. The stout man suddenly screamed, his face drained of color, upon seeing a zombie lumbering into view, frantically asking if the Holy Ancestor village had arrived. The whole team gathered. Zhang Ping glanced at the zombie, then coolly declared, "This thing is so weak, it has no energy at all. I wouldn't even want it for free." Zhang Shouzong collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, his soul scattered, comparing himself to a walking corpse. Zhang Ping offered the roasted meat, telling the stout man to eat it immediately to replenish his energy, because his pure blood body talent couldn't compensate for the amount of fat he was burning. The scene shifted to a makeshift tent set up in the resting area. Inside the tent, Manny curiously asked Su Jingyao and Liu Xishan, wondering if the two knew each other, since both were Zhang Ping's old classmates. Su Jingyao happily recounted that Zhang Ping often mentioned Cici when they were in school, while Liu Xishan explained that she had left the orphanage before Zhang Ping enrolled, so they lost contact. Manny became extremely excited, realizing that Liu Xishan had known Zhang Ping even before Su Jingyao, which made the icy girl blush in embarrassment. Su Jingyao concluded with a determined statement, declaring that from now on they would fight together, and asked her older sisters to take care of her. Manny was stunned after hearing this, screaming internally that she had always been considered the youngest. How did I become an older sister today? The blonde girl quickly regained her composure, hugged Su Jingyao tightly, and enthusiastically invited her. "My adorable little sister, join our purge squad. I'll take good care of you." Suddenly, Su Jingyao froze when she heard a familiar voice. She immediately recognized, "I finally found him. This voice is Grandpa's." Su Qingbo was startled, recognizing his granddaughter's familiar voice. The old man rushed to hug Su Jingyao tightly, unable to believe his eyes. "Jingyao? You're awake?" He was still in shock, trembling. He asked again, Is it really you, Jingyao? While Zhang Ping stood silently observing from behind, Zhang Ping quickly explained. The traitor Ma Bin, or Zhu Yanbing, used a soul refining formation to trap you, but it was that very act that gave me the chance to save you from your fallen state. Su Qingbo, with tears in his eyes, hugged his only remaining granddaughter tightly, filled with mixed emotions of joy and sorrow. Su Jingyao sobbed, delivering the grim news that her parents had not survived. The old veteran blamed himself for failing to protect his family, bitterly cursing the scoundrel who caused it all. His rage flared, Su Qingbo growled, demanding Ma Bin's whereabouts, his killing intent surging. Where is that bastard? Su Jingyao wiped away her tears, reassuring him that Zhang Ping had taken care of everything. The girl smiled proudly, declaring, "Has dead, Grandpa. I've avenged you." Upon hearing this, Su Qingbo showed a satisfied smile. My good granddaughter. But immediately after, he staggered, completely exhausted after the battle, and began to collapse. The whole group frantically rushed to support him. Zhang Ping and Ye Changchun were the quickest to react. Zhang Ping quickly examined him, concluding, he has internal injuries, but they're not fatal. It's mostly exhaustion. He offered first aid to Su Qingbo, then turned to Ye Changchun, telling both of them to enter the contract space to rest and recover. After settling the two old veterans, Zhang Ping looked at the entire makeshift camp that had been set up. Zhang Ping declared firmly to the whole team, "Everyone, rest. I'll stand guard tonight." From the shadows, two Zhu clan subordinates secretly observed. One excitedly urged, "Hey, bye. Everyone's asleep. Shouldn't we seize this opportunity?" The other one, scared stiff, immediately dismissed it. "Are you crazy? Don't. You see Zhang Ping is on guard? His skills are not to be trifled with. Have you forgotten how our captain was eliminated? We don't even have an apex-level awakener on our side. If we provoke him, we'll all be dead." In the shadows, a blue-haired subordinate reported to leader Bai. "Bai, headquarters has sent reinforcements." The new reinforcements appeared, with cold, expressionless faces, each with a crimson mark on their forehead. But the blue-haired subordinate sensed something strange. "But they've been silent since they arrived. They look really weird." Leader Bai ordered, "If they're from the main family, they must be formidable. But the smartest thing to do is let those experimental weapons go in first, and watch the show. No one is to act without orders." Meanwhile, Zhang Ping's group had arrived at the trial area. A spirit guide appeared and explained. The trial area has 8 gates, each with a different test, from dense forests, swamps, and snow islands to mountain peaks. The spirit guide continued, with an experienced tone. "You must pass the first 7 gates in the correct order for the 8th gate to open. Since Zhang Ping is only level 20, the difficulty will be moderate." Zhang Ping threw a chunk of flesh and blood onto the altar, activating the teleportation gate, while the spirit guide announced, "Time here is 30 times slower than outside, so take your time." Oh, and each person might see a different scene. A spatial gate opened, revealing a desolate land, and the rules were finalized. If you want to enter a specific scene, grab the person who sees it first, and everyone will be pulled in together. Liu Xishan spoke first. "I see a dense forest." Zhang Ping also confirmed, "I see a forest too, but am not sure if it's a dense one." Without further ado, Zhang Ping took Liu Xishan's hand, preparing to lead the entire team into the portal, causing Zhang Shouzong behind them to gape and shout, "Hey, you're already holding hands? Are you treating us like we're invisible?" Chen Ming sneered, taunting the stout man. "Looks like someone doesn't want to go. You can just stay here and stand guard then. The captain said it won't take long anyway." Provoked, Zhang Shouzong craned his neck and retorted, "Seriously? You think I'm scared? I'll go in first and show you what I've got." The moment the group made their decision, Liu Xishan's body began to glow, signaling the start of the teleportation process. The shadows of the 3 leaders rushed into the portal, while from a distance, Bai's voice echoed, ordering his subordinates, "Follow them. Don't let Zhang Ping escape." The spatial portal quickly shrank and closed right after the last group member stepped through. The entire team was successfully teleported, landing in a humid tropical dense forest. As the team ventured deeper into the forest, Zhang Ping remarked, "It truly is a dense forest. The atmosphere is completely different from outside. It feels incredibly connected to nature." A system notification panel appeared before Zhang Ping. Challenge Zone. Tropical Dense Forest. Mission Objective. Hunt down the Wailing Striga leader. While Liu Xishan pointed forward, Zhang Ping wondered, "Captain, what the hell is a Wailing Striga? I've never heard of it before. Is it a rare species like the Natter fox?" A team member explained, "I'm not sure either. The layout of the challenge zone remains the same, but the missions are different every time. Last time, My target was the azure flame snakes. They were masters of stealth, impossible to find if you didn't focus. The spirit guide suddenly appeared, delivering a chilling remark to Zhang Shouzhong, just like the ones right behind you. The entire team was startled, realizing they were surrounded from all sides by a swarm of giant, red-eyed snakes. Zhang Shouzhong and Su Jingyao, two timid youths, shrieked loudly in fear. Zhao Yalong stepped forward, putting on a cool demeanor to reassure the team. No need to panic. I lured these snakes here. He explained that his bloodline had a high affinity for snake-type monsters. They would seek him out once they caught his scent, and he figured he might as well extract some information. Zhao Yalong sat down and tried to communicate with a snake, asking it about the wailing Striga boss, but received only meaningless hissing in response. He concluded that these snakes had tiny brains and were utterly clueless, while a burly man in a brown jacket standing behind him scoffed. Their heads are as small as peanuts. What information could they possibly have? Immediately, a giant, blazing red python emerged, growling. Who just called me small? Making the burly man turn pale with fear. Just then, Su Jingyao suddenly felt dizzy, and Manny caught her, asking about her condition. The entire forest was suddenly enveloped in green poisonous gas, and Zhang Ping shouted, "Poison gas!" Zhang Shouzhong, gas masks, quickly. Zhang Shouzhong, without hesitation, activated his ability, and the fat on his body began to glow. Adipose tech, gas mask, he shouted, transforming his excess fat into a pile of gas masks and throwing them to the entire team. The entire team, from Liu Xishan to Feng Laixian, hastily put on their masks to endure the gas. Zhang Ping announced that his ability could not neutralize this type of poison, and the situation began to get tense. Jinbo immediately stepped in heroically, pulling out a vial of medicine derived from his golden blood, declaring that it could detoxify them. Zhang Ping took the antidote, then ordered Zhao Yalong, "Tell the guiding snakes to find a safe place first." Along the way, a multi-eyed spider lurked in the bushes, having already set a deadly trap. The leading snake couldn't dodge in time, plunging straight into the spiderweb and getting caught by the eight-legged monster. The entire team rode on the back of a giant python, traversing the forest, as Feng Laixian and Chen Ming noticed the fog ahead was gradually dissipating. As the team moved through the forest, the muscular Zhang Shouzhong boasted, "Haha, see? I told you training would pay off," while Zhang Ping merely gave a perfunctory reply. Zhang Ping bent down and picked up a peculiar pink feather lying on the ground. Holding the feather in his hand, Zhang Ping squinted thoughtfully, feeling that something was amiss. The team approached a giant hollow tree stump, and Zhang Ping wondered, "Is this tree hollow?" Liu Xishan and Zhang Ping looked inside, deducing that it had been hollowed out by insects a very long time ago. As the team rode on a python, Zhang Ping showed the feather to Zhao Yalong, who informed him it belonged to a bird species called Kuei. Liu Xishan immediately made the connection. "Do you think it's related to the wailing striga?" But Zhang Ping believed it was too early to conclude. Zhang Ping dismissed it, reasoning that the area was too vast for there to be only one bird species, then used his golden treasure ability to store the feather away. Just as the team left, a fierce red eye with a sharp vertical pupil opened from within the rotten tree stump, silently observing. Whoosh! A red streak of light tore through the sky, shooting straight towards the team with terrifying speed. Zhang Ping was hit by a lightning-fast attack from a red monster bird, forcing him to unfurl his nether-mist wings to block the blow, while a mysterious old martial artist controlled it from afar. Nearby, Liu Xishan discovered a flock of waterfowl gathered by the lake, exuding an unusual aura. Without a superfluous word, Liu Xishan raised her hand and coldly commanded, "Glacier Storm." The entire flock of monster birds, from the red bird to the waterfowl, scattered in panic as the lake surface began to freeze at a dizzying speed. Crack! An icy explosion swept through the entire area, freezing the small fry monsters in place. Just then, a reinforcement team appeared. The Lion Man and his comrades rushed in to cleanly dispatch the neutralized birds. The result of the battle, the monster birds became a sumptuous dinner, skewered and roasted golden brown over a campfire. The team gathered around the campfire, and Liu Xishan wondered while eating, "Isn't this mission too easy? We haven't seen any sign of the wailing striga yet." Zhang Shouzhong, while devouring grilled meat, feigned sympathy. "So many innocent birds were killed. I feel so sorry for them." Zhang Ping shot him a sideways glance. "You didn't do anything, so why are you acting so sentimental while your mouth is smacking away?" As the team was camping, a voice echoed from the bushes, claiming to have saved them all from poisoning thanks to his awesome gas masks. Zhang Ping, his expression unchanged, coldly called out to the lurker, "Show yourself. We've known you were there for a long time." Only the stout Zhang Zong was still chomping on a piece of grilled meat, bewilderedly wondering why he was the only one who hadn't sensed anything. The blonde woman in the team stepped forward, friendly calling out to the little girl hiding behind the tree, reassuring her that they meant no harm. A little girl dressed in tribal style timidly peeked out, her voice hesitant as she asked for the group's identity. The blonde woman got straight to the point. "Are you warriors who came here to eliminate the wailing Strigas?" The little girl was invited to sit by the campfire, and Captain Chen Ming began to ask about her name and background. The little girl timidly introduced herself as Juju, from Zhuyuan village. As soon as she finished speaking, Juju began to sob, her eyes welling up with tears. The little girl burst into tears, recounting that the wailing Strigas had attacked her village and everyone had perished. Zhang Ping acted like an elder brother, gently comforting the little girl and advising her to slowly recount everything so the team could formulate a battle plan. Juju sniffled, saying it was her first time seeing the true form of a wailing Striga. The flashback began. A few months ago, several burly village men carried back a beautiful white-haired girl of unknown origin. From then on, every day she would sing from the top of the tower, her enchanting voice so captivating that the villagers neglected all their work, sitting idly, waiting to listen as if under a spell. Juju recounted that luckily, yesterday she was hit on the head by a strange fruit and fell unconscious, thus escaping her fate. When she woke up, the little girl was horrified to realize that the beauty had transformed into a hideous winged monster, just as described about Strigas in legends. The legend was not wrong. Strigas lured people with their beautiful female forms, used their singing to brainwash them, and then drained their victims' mental energy. Juju tried to wake the villagers, but it was useless. All of them had become puppets, their eyes dull and completely ignoring her. The Striga immediately detected the only conscious person and bared its jagged teeth, laughing hideously. Juju recounted in panic. "I was so scared that I fled the village. But strangely, it didn't chase me. And then I met all of you." The little girl looked at the feather Zhang Ping was holding and continued. "Legends say brave warriors will come to destroy the Strigas. So I guessed your team were those people." The blonde-braided girl suggested, "I think I can help everyone see through its disguise, but I'm not sure if it has other tricks." Zhang Ping concluded, "Time is precious. Juju, lead the way. We'll deal with that Striga first. Capturing one as a specimen for analysis would be perfect." The entire team immediately advanced towards Juyuan village, a fortified settlement. As soon as they arrived, Juju scrambled to find her parents, shouting loudly, "Dad, Mom, I've brought the warriors back." Liu Xishan and the blonde-braided girl felt a premonition. The entire village was unusually quiet, with no one in sight. In Juju's flashback, the Striga had revealed its hideous true form, hovering in the air while the little girl desperately searched for the villagers. Juju rushed straight to a large tower, despite the blonde girl and Captain Chen Ming shouting warnings of danger. The little girl used all her strength to push open the heavy tower door. As soon as she looked inside, Juju froze, her face pale with horror. Inside were not villagers, but a Striga nest, an entire flock lazily perched on the rafters, their cold eyes looking down. A Striga opened its fanged mouth, letting out a piercing roar, beginning its power-up process. The monsters roared in unison, and terrifying sound waves crashed down, stunning Captain Chen Ming and the blonde-braided girl. The blonde-braided girl staggered, realizing too late. "It's over. We've walked straight into their trap." Outside, the piercing sound echoed, forcing Zhang Ping's entire team to cover their ears tightly. Zhang Shozhong grimaced. "What a dreadful noise." Immediately, the entire flock of Strigas poured out from the tower, each carrying a villager in a soulless state. Feng Laixian roared, "You won't escape," and flew up to save the people, while Chen Luowei from behind launched a dark energy attack. Chen Luowei unleashed a storm of shadow blades, wiping out a group of Strigas in the blink of an eye. Looking incredibly cool, Chen Luowei unleashed her move, and streaks of dark energy seized the Strigas holding people, looking like the Grim Reaper harvesting souls. The Strigas in the air retaliated with streams of fiery red energy projectiles. Feng Laixian braced himself and charged straight into the barrage. A Striga opened its mouth and roared directly at Feng Laixian's face, its sonic pressure exploding. The muscular martial arts master was knocked back by the sound waves, falling sprawling on the ground, and the entire reinforcement team was also heavily affected. "Get back!" Liu Xishan shouted, unleashing a rain of ice blades to block the monster's attack path, while also warning Zhang Ping not to act rashly. The entire team lay scattered. Zhang Ping calmly analyzed, "These Strigas are incredibly cunning. We walked straight into their trap, and now the whole team is injured." Zhao Yanhu, riding his giant python, slithered forward, reporting the situation. Don't worry, Zhang Ping. My snakes have followed the Strigas trail. They say those birds are Qi Yi. Zhang Ping stood next to a Strigas corpse, muttering a simple logic. Right. We humans don't go around introducing ourselves as humans, then activated his appraisal skill. The analysis panel appeared. Wailing Striga, level 28, mutated monster. Its main skill is using its singing to deplete mental energy. High intensity can cause direct psychic damage. Zhang Ping explained to Liu Sishan and Chen Xuejie, it's indeed a psychic ability. My covenant stone protected me, so I wasn't affected. The villagers might still be alive. We must go to their lair. The spirit guide appeared, advising Zhang Ping, listen to me. Everything here is fake, created only for the trial. The safest thing is to wait for the whole team to recover and then go together. Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes, clearly disregarding the advice. But, looking at the blonde girl trying to save a villager, Zhang Ping asserted, to me, they are real, innocent lives worth protecting. If there's a chance to save them, I won't stand by. Zhang Ping's eyes flashed with confidence, and dark energy began to surge. Don't worry. I can handle these Strigas. If we encounter danger, I can summon Elder Ye and Elder Su. We won't get stuck. Chen Xuejie and Liu Sishan said in unison, then I'm coming too. Liu Sishan declared firmly, I also specialize in mental energy. With preparation, I won't be affected. Chen Xuejie was not to be outdone. I can provide mental defense. Leave the support role to me. The three, Zhang Ping, Liu Sishan, and Chen Xuejie, rode on Zhao Yanhu's giant python, traversing the dense forest. Zhang Ping sneered, explaining his plan. I've already severed the wings of half the male Strigas. They won't dare return to Zhuyuan village anytime soon. The only remaining threat is snakes. But with Zhao Yalong on guard, there's nothing to worry about. Riding on the armored python, Zhang Ping thanked Zhao Yalong for dealing with the snakes blocking their path. The spirit guide suddenly appeared, warning the team, something is wrong. This nest is arranged exactly like it was 100 years ago. We're getting through this too easily. The old spirit narrowed his eyes, asserting firmly, no, they are just waiting for us to lower our guard. The giant python suddenly stopped, hissing cautiously. Zhang Ping immediately asked, what's wrong, old friend? Zhang Ping looked up ahead, his eyes revealing surprise as he recognized something familiar from his memory. That blood tree, could it be? Before the team stood a colossal ancient tree, towering in the middle of the forest, exuding an extraordinary aura. On a high branch, 2 wailing Strigas were already perched, silently observing like diligent sentinels. Zhang Ping swiftly hid behind a tree trunk, raised his lantern, and activated his skill. Analyze. The information panel appeared. Female wailing Striga, level 33, mutated monster. Zhang Ping muttered, guessing these were just 2 small fry on reconnaissance. Zhang Ping turned back and briefly informed the 2 girls. Level 33. Abilities identical to the males. Weakness in the throat. 2 quick slashes should be enough. The 2 Strigas remained completely unaware that they had been discovered and were about to be eliminated. The armored python raised its head high, ready to charge into battle on command. The python had located the 2 monsters hiding in the tree. Without a word, Zhang Ping and Liu Sishan simultaneously leaped into the air, launching a perfect pincer attack. 1 strike, just 1 strike. Liu Sishan impaled one with her ice sword, while Zhang Ping delivered a nethermist kick, sending the other to its demise. A close-up showed the Striga hit by Zhang Ping's attack, a gaping hole torn through its chest, dead before it could even gasp. The 2 guard monsters were swatted away like flies, utterly unable to resist. After clearing the area, Chen Xuejie confirmed, I've checked around, there were only 2 of them. The group approached the ancient tree trunk. Zhang Ping identified it as the entrance and ordered the oversized python to wait outside. Zhang Ping gave his combat orders. Beneath this tree is a massive space. There's no time to waste, we need to split up. He instructed Liu Sishan and Chen Xuejie to stick together and report immediately if anything happened. Venturing alone into the dark lair, Zhang Ping ignited a nethermist flame to light his way. A cold gust of wind blew past, and he briefly thought of his Whispers of the Wind innate talent. But Zhang Ping quickly realized it wasn't wind, but the breathing of some creature. He immediately crouched low, crawling towards the light to scout the situation. Hiding behind a rock, Zhang Ping carefully observed the inside of the cave. The sight before him made him freeze in place, cold sweat streaming down his back. A gigantic cave was riddled with monster eggs, inside which were newly hatched wailing Striga hatchlings. Zhang Ping determined that the steady breathing came from these very eggs. A newborn Striga wriggled in its eggshell, its face looking almost identical to a human child's. Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes, his gaze as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Receiving word from his teammates that they had found the villagers, he ordered them to begin evacuating the people immediately. Looking at the newborn monsters, Zhang Ping muttered, realizing the villagers were sacrificial offerings, the first meal for these creatures. He summoned his gigantic shadow scythe, declaring coldly, "What if they look human? They are still just predators and prey." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ping swung his scythe, unleashing a vortex of nethermist energy that swept through the entire nest of eggs, crushing everything to dust. After thoroughly cleaning up, he picked up a glowing blue spherical item and reported to his teammates, "I'm on my way." Unexpectedly, the sphere in Zhang Ping's hand began to emit desperate screams. Meanwhile, Liu Xishan, carrying Chen Suijie on her back, realized something was wrong. No wonder we found the villagers so easily. It turned out to be a trap. A gigantic flock of wailing strigas swooped down from the sky, surrounding both of them, while the villagers still lay scattered on the ground. The wailing striga horde surrounded the team, continuously spamming sound attacks against the gradually cracking defensive shield. Inside, Chen Shuiji strained with all her might, announcing that the mental shield was about to break because the space was too confined, and the sound waves kept reverberating. Suddenly, the piercing screams stopped, and Chen Shuiji was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. She turned to see a striga had seized Liu Xishan, and quickly shouted, "Xishan, wake up!" Liu Xishan's eyes became lifeless. Clearly, she was completely controlled. Under the monster's control, Liu Xishan unleashed a sharp, icy attack towards Chen Shuiji. The striga was furious because its lullaby was interrupted, not understanding what had happened to its minions. It spun around, growling, "Hey, you chicken head, where are you looking?" Zhang Ping had appeared at some point, holding his death scythe to the monster's neck, asking coldly, "Didn't your injured scout report that I was on my way to the village?" The young man swung his scythe. Nethermist energy erupted, declaring, "I never give a warning when I hunt birds." With a single clean sweep, all the flying strigas were wiped out, falling scattered to the ground like autumn leaves. The remaining striga stared in shock at its comrades being annihilated, while Zhang Ping was already ready for the next scythe swing. Seeing Zhang Ping charge forward, the monster flapped its wings, roaring, "This is my chance." It opened its mouth wide, channeling energy, deciding to unleash its ultimate move, "Become my puppets, humans." A destructive sound wave spread everywhere with terrifying power. The ground cracked open, and debris flew everywhere under the pressure of the wide-area mental attack. Liu Xishan and Chen Shuijie clutched their heads in pain, collapsing, unable to withstand an attack of this level. The striga boasted confidently, "No one, not even a king-level entity, can withstand my sound attack at this range." However, its target still stood firm, scythe on his shoulder, completely unharmed. Zhang Ping smirked, his voice full of sarcasm. "You call this weak noise a mental attack?" Zhang Ping charged forward, swinging his scythe, and the striga shrieked in panic. "Impossible! My illusions should be working perfectly." The monster's blood-red eyes widened, completely shocked by Zhang Ping's absolute immunity. "It's time for the curtain call," Zhang Ping declared coldly as his colossal shadow scythe descended, engulfing the monster. The striga let out a miserable shriek as the nethermist energy scythe tore it to shreds. "Shut up!" Zhang Ping growled, continuing to unleash purple energy slashes, tearing apart the space around the monster. A decisive slash descended from above, completely finishing off the striga, a clean one-shot. Zhang Ping landed lightly beside the corpse, emitting purple smoke, and the system panel popped up. Successfully eliminated the wailing striga leader. Challenge complete. Purple energy enveloped Zhang Ping, and the system announced the reward. Distributing challenge rewards. "You have leveled up to level 25, he muttered. No wonder killing those mutated monsters didn't give any experience. It only accumulates after completing the challenge. A brightly glowing blue teleportation gate slowly appeared in mid-air. The gate opened in an empty clearing, with Zhang Ping standing opposite it, while Liu Xishan and Juju were still hiding behind an ice block. The challenge space began to collapse, with large rocks falling scattered from above. Juju worried. "Wait, there are still villagers trapped in the nest." Zhang Ping also realized, Manny and the others are also still in Zhuyuan village. The spirit guide appeared beside Zhang Ping, explaining, "Don't worry, this gate has no time limit," then trailing off. Also, the spirit guide pointed at Zhang Ping, explaining to the two girls, "This kid, to completely block the sound attack, he ordered himself to become deaf. We need him to undo that command first." The team returned to Zhuyuan village, and a villager happily welcomed them. "We are truly grateful to everyone." The villagers gathered in full to see the team off, and one person asked, "Do you all have to leave already?" Zhang Ping replied to the village elder. Yes, we have more urgent matters to resolve. The old village elder nodded. If so, we will not hold you back any longer. The village elder and villagers placed their hands on their chests, solemnly saying, Before you depart, the elder humbly wishes to convey this prophecy to the brave warriors, from a heart filled with reverence. Your encounter here was not by chance, but the silent turning of the wheel of destiny. The prophecy continued as the team listened, and the enemies you seek to destroy with the power gained here are merely pawns on a larger chessboard. Continue your journey, Zhang Ping. A notification panel appeared. Hidden quest complete. Save Zhuyuan village. Receive bonus rewards. Zhang Ping froze, turning to ask with a suspicious expression. Elder, how do you know my name? The whole team was overjoyed because the hidden quest reward helped them level up. But Feng Laixian grumbled. I grinded more, so why did I only gain 2 levels? Zhang Ping smirked, secretly thinking this hidden quest reward was too generous, and bringing the whole team up in level was a pleasant surprise. He began to rethink the village elder's words, realizing something was amiss. Suddenly, Situ Shibai's voice echoed in Zhang Ping's mind, asking directly, Did you hear a secret meant only for you? Situ Shibai explained that infinite-level awakeners can shape the world, and challenges will reveal hidden truths that could change the fate of an entire city. Zhang Ping clenched his fist, his gaze firm, ready for the next challenge. The team was teleported to a swamp area. The scenery looked strangely peaceful. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force sent the entire team flying into the sky amidst desperate screams. Crash! The whole group was thrown straight into the freezing cold water of the swamp. Manny struggled in the water, yelling at Zhang Shouzong, calling him fat and demanding a lifebuoy. Zhang Shouzong, leisurely floating on a buoy, snapped back. Who's fat? This is called strategic buoyancy reserves. Zhang Ping stood firm in the water, quickly asking about everyone's condition. Liu Xishan and Chen Shuijie confirmed they were fine. Xu Jie, the sensory girl, suddenly warned with a tense expression. There's something in the water. Beneath the water's surface, Chen Shuijie disgustedly discovered a swarm of blood-sucking leeches clinging to her legs. The whole team realized they had fallen into an ambush, with hundreds of leeches rushing towards them from all directions. Liu Xishan narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp and cold, clearly having run out of patience with these small fries. Without further ado, she unleashed a move that froze the entire lake surface, turning the leeches into ice chunks in an instant. Zhang Ping held out a green gem, calling Zhao Yanhu, It's your turn, big guy. A colossal python emerged from the water, and Zhang Ping ordered everyone to climb onto its back to escape from here. The whole team rode on the back of the giant serpent across the swamp, and Manny began to complain about potentially getting stuck here until nightfall. Liu Xishan wondered how Zhang Ping managed to bring the giant serpent from the previous trial here, and he casually explained, A blood pact is just like Wi-Fi, transmitting data across space. Zhang Ping recounted that he had experimented by having Zhao Yalong order the giant serpent to accept the pact gem, and it was a complete success. Zhang Shouzong hugged the giant serpent tightly, sobbing with joy at seeing it again, making Manny speechless. Brother, please stop embarrassing me. Suddenly, Zhang Ping felt something was wrong, as his bracelet emitted a warning signal. The whole team glided across the water when they suddenly realized that they hadn't seen any mission notification for this trial yet. Liu Xishan and Xu Jie also confirmed this, perhaps because they were too busy fighting the leeches to notice. Suddenly, Xu Jie screamed. The team's radar had detected a soul at 3 o'clock. The whole team turned to look simultaneously at a lone figure rowing a boat in the vast swamp. An old woman rowing a boat approached and greeted them. Finally, the brave warriors have arrived. The old woman invited the team to follow her, while Manny puffed out his cheeks in thought, openly displaying his suspicion. Manny began to indulge in delusions of grandeur, proclaiming himself a hero, about to embark on a quest to rescue a princess in a castle. Zhang Ping kept a cool head and turned to warn the team. This could be a trap. Everyone, stay vigilant. The team decided to follow and see, while Chen Luowei sarcastically remarked that the fat guy, Zhang Shouzong, was the real challenge of this stage. The guiding boat led the team to an ancient village, built entirely on the water, with a sign clearly stating, Poisonous Swamp, Reed Village. As soon as they stepped ashore, Zhang Shouzong immediately boasted about his judgment, only to be glared at by Feng Laixian for his excessive chatter. A silver-haired elder stepped out from the village and greeted the team with a smile. Welcome, brave warriors. The elder enthusiastically declared, Our Reed Village has finally been illuminated by the light of hope. Inside a wooden house, he introduced himself as Wei Zongbo, the village elder, and apologized for the somewhat humble reception. Zhang Ping didn't beat around the bush. directly asking about his relationship with someone named Wei Sihong. At the same time, the bracelet spirit unexpectedly spoke, astonishing the elder. Elder Wei Zongbo got straight to the point, quoting an ancient teaching that when the village faces disaster, heroes will appear bearing hope. He spoke of the village's guardian beast, a giant black tortoise named Moon Chaser, which was originally a gentle and friendly creature. But recently, the black tortoise suddenly went mad and attacked the villagers, so he implored the team to investigate, and if all else failed, at least stop it. Zhang Ping stood up and immediately accepted the task. "Don't worry, Elder, we will do our best." Elder Wei Zongbo was overjoyed, clasping Zhang Ping's hand and thanking him profusely. Afterward, he invited the team to eat a pot of extremely bizarre-looking soup to stave off their hunger. Advising the team to rest and regain their strength, the elder slowly departed, leaving behind the steaming pot of soup. Zhang Ping immediately used his appraisal skill, and the result displayed a warning message: suspicious dish. Zhang Shozong would rather starve than touch that disgusting thing, while Chen Luowei teased that he should eat a double portion, and Zhang Ping reassured them that the soup was safe and the villagers held no ill will. Liu Xishan remained skeptical, but Zhang Ping asserted that he hadn't sensed any killing intent since arriving. The spirit guide appeared as Zhang Ping explained that over 100 years ago, he had once undertaken a mission here and helped the previous elder raise a black tortoise egg that was only the size of a wash basin. Xu Jie, the team's radar, detected something unusual. The souls of the villagers here were like a frozen lake, alive but without any emotional fluctuations. Chen Shuijie was bewildered, asking if these villagers were like the zombies in Holy Ancestor Village, but Zhang Ping dismissed it, telling her to listen carefully. Zhang Ping analyzed that the elder's request was likely directly related to the team's mission, so there was no need to waste time searching further. The team decided to rest for the night and set out tomorrow to resolve the issue. As night fell, Wei Zongbo and the fairy woman revealed their true faces, whispering a chilling sentence to each other. "I hope these sacrifices are fresh enough." The next morning, the team rode the giant serpent gliding across the swamp, and Chen Luowei complained that her backside was going numb from all the searching. Liu Xishan, the water element expert, suddenly sensed a difference. "The water here is much deeper than anywhere we've been." Her eyes widened, and sweat poured down as she screamed a warning. "Something's in the water, everyone!" Boom! A gigantic black tail lashed out from beneath the water with terrifying speed, sending the entire team and the giant serpent flying into the air. Zhang Ping grew wings and flew in the air, asking about the situation, while Chen Ming rode his flying sword beside him, muttering to himself that it was a good thing he had prepared beforehand. Below the water's surface, Liu Xishan used ice magic to create large ice floes, saving the team. She reported that everyone was fine and would create more footholds. Zhang Ping shouted for his giant serpent, but it was being crushed by something even larger beneath the water. The giant serpent let out a tragic roar as it was battered by a colossal armored turtle tail. Seeing his pet being tormented, Zhang Ping gnashed his teeth, his eyes blazing with fire, and immediately activated his analysis skill. The giant serpent suddenly vanished in a whirlpool, leaving the entire team stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Zhang Ping reassured them that the giant serpent was still nearby, and at this distance, he could command it. He held out the pack gem and growled a command. "Hey, you big lug, return to the storage space immediately." The lake surface was unusually quiet, with no reaction whatsoever to Zhang Ping's summoning command. Zhang Ping frowned, muttering that normally, when a contracted beast is recalled, it should transform into a stream of light. It couldn't possibly be this silent. Suddenly, a stream of green energy shot up from beneath the water, signaling an extremely dangerous presence. Whoosh! The water surface exploded into a colossal column of water, making Zhang Ping and Chen Ming in the air look back in surprise. Chen Ming exclaimed in astonishment. "So this is its true form." Zhang Ping coldly replied, "It seems we've found our target." The colossal moon chaser black tortoise emerged from the water, its serpentine head letting out an earth-shattering roar, its terrifying aura enveloping the entire area. Without hesitation, Jin Boss team, including the Lion Man, leaped from one ice floe to another, charging directly towards the monster's head. Zhang Ping unleashed purple energy chains, binding the black tortoise's serpentine head tightly. He tightened the chains, straining to control the monster and shouting, "Analyze!" A notification panel immediately appeared. The information panel displayed, "Mutated Moonchaser Black Tortoise, Apex Tier, Level 35, 7-star potential." Zhang Ping's face paled when he read the skill line. "It has a King Tier ability, and it's a Space Element one too. Damn it." Realizing the deadly danger, Zhang Ping turned and shouted a warning. "Captain Jinbo, get out of there now." But Jinbo was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Boom! The giant black tortoise dived straight down, creating a fierce wave. A massive whirlpool formed, dragging Shenping's energy chains into the depths. Shenping spread his wings and soared upwards, cursing under his breath as he realized the entire team had been dragged into the water. Su Qingbo appeared with a confident expression. "This environment is advantageous for me. Let me handle this." Shenping threw him a blue energy orb, saying decisively, "Then we'll rely on you, Senior Su." Underwater, Jinbo's team was toyed with by the monster like small fry, completely helpless against its power. Jinbo looked at the black tortoise circling before him, sweat pouring down, thinking to himself, "Now what?" Suddenly, a massive pillar of water shot straight up from below, roaring, reverse current. Jinbo's entire team, along with the black tortoise, were flung into the air like toys. Liu Xishan and the others stood on the ice floe, gazing in astonishment at the overwhelming scene before them. Su Qingbo stood on the pillar of water, commanding with authority, "Miss Liu, continue creating ice platforms. I'll take care of this area." Jinbo's entire team landed on the ice floes, each one coughing violently, looking utterly miserable. The black tortoise roared furiously. "Greedy invaders, not only do you torment the villagers, plunder the village, but now you want my life too." Shenping froze, realizing there was a hidden complication. Invaders? What secret is the old village elder hiding? He flew closer to the monster, trying to explain, "Don't misunderstand. We have no intention of being your enemy." Shenping ignored his teammates' warnings and continued to approach the black tortoise. A member of Jinbo's team cut his own hand, blood flowing freely, shouting loudly, "I swear on my life, can we talk?" The giant black tortoise fell silent, its eyes no longer fierce as before, seemingly contemplating. Shenping suddenly noticed many other figures standing on ice floes in the distance. The black tortoise ignored him, looking up at the sky. "Just keep your life. That thing up there is the real problem." The black tortoise issued a challenge, the water's surface rippling. "Defeat it, then well talk." Shenping looked up at the sky, his face changing color as he saw the new enemy, and hastily used appraisal. "Are you kidding me?" Appraisal successful. Mutated frigate bird monster. Red rank. Level 40. A formidable foe capable of spewing ice storms and summoning whirlwinds. Shenping hovered over the swamp, cursing inwardly. Are all the monsters here ridiculously high-leveled? The giant frigate bird craned its neck and let out a sky-shattering cry. The pouch under its throat swelled, accumulating icy energy. It spewed out a destructive blast of cold air. Jinbo's entire team could only scream in despair. Maintain formation, don't get scattered. Even a legend like Su Qingbo was enveloped by the cold air, his entire body beginning to freeze. Both Jinbo's team and Liu Xishan were frozen solid, the ice user exclaimed in horror. "This bird's breath is even worse than a blizzard." Liu Xishan was utterly stunned by the monster's power. It froze this entire damned swamp with just one attack. Its ice manipulation is on a completely different level. In the middle of the ice field, Feng Laixian, the Beast King Dojo's martial arts master, stood with his arms crossed, watching. He taunted, "Playing with ice in broad daylight? Let me show you the power of the sun." The martial arts master channeled his energy. Flames erupted fiercely around him, roaring. Ready to be roasted? Feng Laixian, enveloped in flames, charged straight at the frigate bird. He shouted, "What good is a big mouth?" With a whoosh, he delivered a sky-shattering punch to the ice pouch under the bird's throat. "Shut your beak." The bird was sent flying by the punch, but from beneath the ground, countless giant tree roots emerged, coiling tightly around it. Yi Changchun, in his dendrification form, roared, "Don't hog all the spotlight, kid." The dendrification form swung an entire giant tree, smashing it directly into the tightly bound bird, giving it no time to react. Ye Changchun commanded, "The frozen water is perfect now, stay still." The dendrification form delivered a powerful punch to the bird's ice pouch, causing it to crack and shatter. A frozen punching bag? Not bad. Su Qingbo broke out of the ice, looking completely unharmed, surprising even Ye Changchun's dendrification form. "Oh, Su? I thought you were frozen solid?" The old man calmly explained while smashing the bird's ice pouch. "My ability allows me to merge with inorganic matter, like water or ice, moving freely." Su Qingbo threw a thunderous punch, smashing it directly into the ice pouch under the mutated frigate bird's throat, making it shriek in pain. Battlelust surging, Feng Laixian, the Lion Man fighter, and Jinbo charged forward together, their momentum soaring, ready to tear the boss apart. Jinbo, channeling his golden energy, challenged the seniors. Hey old-timers. Wanna bet who plucks this oversized chicken's wings first? All three charged straight towards the bird. Jinbo made the wager. The loser does 100,000 push-ups. Bai Dai also didn't stay idle. He channeled his Beast King fist, gluttonous style, creating a destructive white energy vortex. Feng Laixian and Jinbo soared into the sky, dodging the bird's attacks while preparing their counterattack. Both shouted loudly, "Roasted chicken wings, here we come!" Then plunged straight down like two meteors. Jinbo channeled his energy to its limit, gritting his teeth. "Come on, one more shot." He fired a massive golden energy blast directly at the bird. The earth-shattering explosion made Manny, who was watching, gape in astonishment. Are they always this high-strung? Shen Ping calmly explained that because they've recently been facing king-level enemies and psychic attacks, they're feeling pent up and need to blow off some steam. The level 40 bird lay flattened, while Feng Laixian, Jinbo, and Su Qingbo stood dusting off their hands, lamenting, "This isn't good. I haven't even warmed up yet." Another flock of waterfowl monsters was flying in from the distance. It seemed the battle wasn't over yet. The giant black tortoise suddenly appeared right behind the entire team, startling Zhang Shouzhong, who jumped up and shrieked, "Good heavens! When did you get up here?" Liu Xishan paused, her eyes sharpening as she realized something. "A scent? Don't tell me." Quick as lightning, she shot into the air, landing directly on the corpse of the mutated frigate bird. With a swift slash, Liu Xishan used her ice sword to cut open the pouch under the bird's throat, revealing a series of purple pills. Shen Ping pointed at the corpse, turning to question the black tortoise. "The scent is coming from this thing." "Tortoise, are the invaders you spoke of members of the Zhu clan?" The black tortoise denied. "I know nothing about the Zhu clan." It narrowed its eyes, asserting firmly, "But it's clear you are not on their side." The black tortoise began to recount that its species needed frigate bird eggs to adapt to lunar energy, and the villagers usually helped them collect them. But then, a group of cloaked figures appeared, using strange pills to control the birds and steal all the eggs. The black tortoise continued its story, thinking everything was over. But unexpectedly, those figures returned, using the very birds they controlled to massacre the villagers. As the guardian deity, it rushed into battle, but was severely wounded by their combined attack. They even intended to use control drugs on it. Zhang Ping held the pill, his face thoughtful. Unbelievable. Why did the villagers keep this a secret? He tossed the pill to Liu Xishan. "Cici, freeze it. I need to return to the village to get to the bottom of this." The black tortoise was still agonizing. "I failed to protect the village, betraying my oath to him." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in its mind. It was Situ Shibai. "This is not your fault, old friend. Now we share a common enemy." The black tortoise was startled, recognizing the voice. "This voice? Lord Situ? Is it truly you?" Situ Shibai confirmed telepathically. "It is I, though I cannot appear in flesh and blood at the moment." The black tortoise was overjoyed. "I never expected to meet you again, Situ. If that is the case." It immediately invited the entire team. "Everyone, get on my back. I will take you back to the village." Crash. The colossal black tortoise landed directly in the village with an earth-shattering leap. Zhang Ping was the first to step into the now utterly silent village. The team stood amidst the empty houses. Zhang Ping wondered, where has everyone gone? Could they all be taking a nap at this hour? Liu Xishan scanned the area and stated firmly, "No, there are no signs of life anywhere nearby." The reinforcement team was extremely bewildered, and one person spoke up. "The entire village vanished without a trace? Don't tell me we've encountered ghosts?" Zhang Shouzhong turned to the black tortoise. "Are you sure you saw the villagers? They were very friendly." The black tortoise was equally confused, recalling the horrifying scene. "But I personally witnessed the invaders massacre them. How could anyone have survived?" As they were all racking their brains, Su Jingyao suddenly appeared with a bewildered expression, her blue spirit hovering beside her. Before Zhang Ping could collect himself, Su Jingyao rushed off like the wind, and he hastily called after her. "Su Jingyao, where are you going?" Bang! She kicked open the door of a house and decisively entered inside. Su Jingyao's blue eyes gleamed with recognition, and she whispered, "It's this." Inside the house, a blue soul flame flared up amidst a circle of straw puppets. Zhang Ping followed, noticing the flame was still burning and assuming the villagers had just left. But Su Jingyao denied. "No, they were never here." She picked up a puppet, exposing the deception. The tortoise was right, the villagers died long ago. This is a soul-binding art. It turned out that the villagers they saw were merely lingering souls stuffed into straw puppets, a sophisticated deception. Su Jingyao explained that the enemy knew her abilities well, so a simple illusion would not deceive her, proving they had detailed information about the entire team. The reinforcement team immediately dispersed, spreading out to search the entire village for clues. Zhang Shozong wondered why the Zhu clan didn't just poison them quickly, to which the blonde woman scornfully replied, "Do you think they're as idiotic as you? Zhang Ping is highly vigilant. Using poison would immediately expose them." Zhang Ping continued, analyzing that the enemy's plan was to lure the entire team into the Black Tortoise's territory to use it as a weapon, but unexpectedly, the plan failed, so they vanished without a trace, he muttered, suspecting who had leaked information about Su Jingyao's abilities to the enemy, as the only one who knew clearly, Ma Bin, was already dead. Suddenly, Chen Luowei called out loudly from a distance, "I found something! Come quickly!" The team gathered around a well, where a vortex of dark energy was swirling up, looking like a gate to hell. Zhang Ping realized they hadn't received a mission complete notification because it had already been completed, and now the enemy had slipped away to the next area. Zhang Ping contacted Situ Shibai, who confirmed that if they passed the stage in the wrong order, the entire team would be teleported out, proving the enemy had taken the correct path. That meant they were waiting in the next area, the blazing Scorpion Desert. Zhang Ping turned to the Black Tortoise submerged in the water. "We are about to leave. Do you have any plans?" The Black Tortoise sadly replied that it had nothing left to protect and didn't know where its future lay. Zhang Ping extended his hand. The Covenant Stone shone brightly, offering a weighty invitation. "The past cannot be changed, but we can face the future together. Black Tortoise, we need your strength." The Black Tortoise looked at Zhang Ping, admitting he was more interesting than the bookish Situ, and believing this might be destiny. The Covenant Stone flew towards the Black Tortoise, officially confirming the pact. The system announced, "Covenant successful," and the colossal Black Tortoise bowed its head. Moon Chaser Black Tortoise, ready to receive orders. A blue teleportation gate suddenly opened in the barren desert. Zhang Ping was pulled through the teleportation gate, falling straight into the new land. He landed professionally, grumbling that he was starting to get used to falling from the sky. Zhang Ping looked around, realizing he was all alone in the desert, and wondered, "Where are the others? Didn't we enter at the same time?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, and Zhang Ping turned around and called, "Captain? Captain!" A cloaked figure stood on a sand dune, his voice full of sarcasm. "Indeed, the skill of an infinite-level awakener," the cloaked leader continued. "I didn't expect you to defeat 2 Apex-level monsters so quickly, but it doesn't matter. Our barrier has already been set up." He spread his arms in welcome. "Welcome to the nullification barrier. Today is your end." Then, a whole group of black-cloaked subordinates appeared, weapons at the ready. 2 elite Zhu clan subordinates with glowing red eyes charged forward, growling. "Let's start with a few Apex-level awakeners." Zhang Ping raised his hand to counterattack, but realized his familiar Nethermist energy was locked down. Nethermist is unusable. Immediately, he took a devastating kick to the stomach from 2 sides. Zhang Ping was sent flying, skidding a long trail in the sand. He propped himself up, muttering an analysis of the situation. A Curse Master, Apex-level Awakeners, and a Zhu clan barrier. They really went all out. 2 enemy shadows appeared, mocking, "Zhang Ping, your useless pets are no longer usable. Don't worry, we'll finish you off quickly." A Zhu clan female warrior rushed forward, delivering a sweeping kick, but Zhang Ping dodged it. She sneered, "Is that all you've got? Wang Jiamin can punch harder than that?" A blue-haired figure with a forehead symbol suddenly appeared, landing a direct punch to Zhang Ping's face. The powerful punch sent Zhang Ping flying a great distance, creating a small explosion on the sand. Under a barrage of punches, Zhang Ping remained unfazed, countering with Beast King Fist, Eagle Strike, and twisting the blue-haired man's arm. Not giving his opponent a chance to breathe, he spun around and unleashed a spectacular comeback combo, ending with the Serpent Fang technique piercing straight into his chest. The blue-haired man retaliated by plunging his dark sword into the ground, creating a spreading energy shockwave. Zhang Ping pinned his opponent to the ground, holding a knife to his heart, but realized something was wrong as the man still grinned. He sprang up, warily watching the 2 enemies stand up as if nothing had happened, muttering, "I clearly stabbed him through the heart, didn't I?" Zhang Ping checked his blade, realizing a harsh truth. Not a single drop of blood. Could they be? He immediately connected the dots, realizing these 2 were also fakes, just like the puppets in Reed Village. Meanwhile, the real Zhu clan members watched the show from afar, casually making a bet. "Hey, want to bet how long that kid can last?" The Zhu clan female warrior attacked with her spear, but Zhang Ping gracefully dodged the attack with nimble movements. Realizing these small fries were just bait, Zhang Ping decided to make a surprise move, charging directly towards the bosses who were watching. The cloaked Zhu clan members saw their prey charging and immediately formed a battle array, preparing to block his path. Zhang Ping was like a whirlwind, weaving through a forest of incoming swords without a single scratch. He closed in on a cloaked soldier, his eyes sharp, swinging his knife to send him on his way. A clean cut, but Zhang Ping froze as his blade passed through the enemy like air. The moment he attacked, the nethermist energy suddenly returned, and the blue-haired man had already appeared in the air. The dark sword slashed down, creating a destructive streak of light, but Zhang Ping had anticipated it, muttering, "So, the core of the barrier is those two." The Zhu clan leader from afar had to admit, "This kid is sharp, indeed." Then he gestured with his chin and ordered, "Hurry, finish him off." All the cloaked soldiers charged forward simultaneously. Zhang Ping calmly analyzed, "I need to find an opening." The Zhu clan female warrior stood afar, channeling all her energy into her spear, preparing to unleash a killing blow. The spear transformed into a gigantic, blazing red energy arrow, tearing through the air and shooting straight towards Zhang Ping. The blazing red energy spear flew forward, aiming directly for Zhang Ping's back. Quick as lightning, he flipped in midair, gracefully dodging the deadly projectile. Whoosh! The spear grazed past him by a hair's breadth, flying straight up into the sky. "Think you've escaped?" The spear suddenly made an impossible turn, looping back to attack, which stunned Zhang Ping as well. Can the spear's trajectory curve? Unable to react in time, Zhang Ping was impaled directly in the shoulder by the spear, losing his balance and falling face first to the ground. Immediately, the cloaked Zhu clan soldiers swarmed him like a pack of hungry vultures. They pinned Zhang Ping to the ground, holding a sword to his throat, and the leader sneered, "I heard you're an infinite ability prodigy?" Another soldier scoffed disdainfully. "Huh, you're just trash, that dirties my shoes." Grabbed by the hair, Zhang Ping remained unfazed, growling, "How did you separate me into this space? Where are my teammates?" The Zhu clan leader sneered, replying arrogantly, "It doesn't matter, you're about to die anyway. Take your questions to hell." Zhang Ping smirked defiantly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Hell, huh? How about I pave the way for you first?" Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently, causing the entire Zhu clan group to panic. "This tremor, what did you do?" A soul-commanding pill from Zhang Ping's storage pouch had been activated and sank deep into the ground. A gigantic sandstorm rose from the desert, obscuring everything and startling the Zhu clan soldiers. "What's happening? I can't see him anymore," the leader roared. "You bet on how long it'd last against a fire scorpion, didn't you? I'll return it to you twofold." From within the sandstorm, a gigantic mechanical scorpion emerged, ready for battle. The Zhu clan soldiers paled when they realized they were surrounded by an army of scorpions as numerous as ants. "Damn it, he's hidden inside one of them." The Zhu clan female warrior swung her spear, frantically smashing each scorpion to find her target. The leader looked at the endless sea of scorpions, yelling in frustration, "Damn it, there are too many. Where is he hiding?" He roared his command. "All level 30 puppets, heed my command. Find Zhang Ping, even if you have to dig 3 feet deep, drag him out." Zhang Ping's soul entered a mechanical scorpion, temporarily escaping the encirclement and thinking to himself, "I'm safe for now." Suddenly, an illusion flashed in his mind, a black-cloaked swordsman being surrounded and killed by a swarm of red-eyed scorpions. It's that again. Why am I seeing this scene? Inside his consciousness space, Zhang Ping smirked, using the scorpion as a center to unleash an energy wave to locate the small fries. He opened his eyes wide, having locked onto the target. Found them, northwest direction. Half an hour later, Zhang Ping's soul was exhausted, staggering beside the last scorpion puppet in the desert. The souls of Su Qingbo and Ye Changchun appeared, asking anxiously, "Zhang Ping, who did this to you? We were stuck in the storage pouch for 30 minutes. What exactly happened?" Zhang Ping's soul weakly replied, "I was ambushed." Zhang Ping's real body appeared, staggering as the system announced that his pure blood body had been nullified. "They sealed my abilities." He coughed up a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth with determination. "I must regroup with everyone right now." Exhausted and drained of strength, Zhang Ping collapsed onto the desert, while Su Qingbo's soul yelled encouragement from behind. Just as Zhang Ping was about to lose consciousness, dark tentacles emerged from the ground, enveloping him as the system activated the secret chamber. At the same time, at the original location, the soul-commanding pills had taken effect, completely taking control of the mechanical scorpion swarm. The Zhu clan soldiers rushed to the scene, facing the swarm of scorpions lying in wait. The leader stood amidst the scorpions, frowning. "The last time I sensed him was here." Then his aura completely vanished. He sneered contemptuously, taunting, Infinite rank? Nothing but a cowardly rabbit running away. The blue-haired subordinate appeared hesitant, suggesting, "Hey, Bai, maybe we should return to the master." Bai snapped angrily. "Return? My ass! Now we don't even know where to find him. This is our only chance." Bai ordered his subordinates, "Stay here and keep watch. I'll have the Black Scorpion search again. Alive, I want to see him. Dead, I want to see his corpse." Inside Manny's secret chamber, Zhang Ping lay motionless, his entire body wrapped in bandages, in an extremely critical condition with a punctured lung and 3 broken ribs. The entire purge squad gathered around Zhang Ping. Liu Xishan wondered when the Zhu clan had acquired such formidable sealing abilities, and they all decided to wait for him to wake up to hear the full story. In the secret chamber, a blonde-braided girl and a gray-haired elder heard a noise. The girl wondered, "It sounds like someone's outside." 2 other muscular men in the squad were already hot-blooded. The armored man growled, "If someone's knocking, well, answer. Manny, let us out to teach them a lesson." A green-haired young man wearing glasses was more cautious, quickly interjecting, "Calm down. We still don't know their true strength." Suddenly, Xu Jie cheered happily upon seeing Zhang Ping stir. "Zhang Ping is awake." Zhang Ping awoke with a start, his mind still hazy. "Where is this? Aren't we in the trial zone?" Manny explained that since they couldn't contact him, the team had guessed he was in danger and brought him back to the secret chamber to conserve his energy. As soon as he heard, Zhang Ping sprang up, frantically recalling the enemy, but Xu Jie quickly held him back. "Calm down." Zhang Ping recounted that the attackers were remnants of the investigation team and Zhu clan assassins, especially 2 extremely tough ones who felt no pain and didn't bleed. He recalled the 2 cloaked leaders. They were the ones who had sealed his abilities, but when he attacked, his powers momentarily recovered. The comeback plan was reenacted. Zhang Ping used scorpion-luring medicine to cause chaos, then exploited the sandstorm to blind the enemies, regain his abilities, and escape. Zhang Ping delivered a firm conclusion. Their abilities only work when they can see their target. A white-haired elder in the team listened silently. He continued his analysis, suggesting that the Zhu clan had only recently acquired this ability and couldn't alter the structure of the trial zone. Elder Weiss' words echoed in Zhang Ping's mind, reminding him of a mastermind pulling all the strings from behind. Zhang Ping cast aside complex thoughts, his gaze sharpening. But right now, the most urgent issue is dealing with the Zhu clan. He turned to the team, asserting, "The fact that the Zhu clan is still lingering here proves they can't disable Manny's secret chamber, just as I thought." The blonde-braided girl confirmed, meaning they had an absolutely safe base to retreat to and recover at any time. Zhang Ping smirked, his eyes filled with killing intent. "We can use this advantage to pick them off one by one." The next day, on the desolate desert, the Zhu clan soldiers were still searching in vain. Suddenly, a spatial gate opened, and 2 muscular men from the Purge squad stepped out, loudly provoking, "We heard you have some hotshot Apex-tier powerhouses? Come out and prove it." The shirtless man and the armored man erupted with energy, one side ice and one side fire, roaring, "Let this old man see what you've got." The Zhu clan leader growled, contemptuously addressing the newcomers. "Where did you lot crawl out from?" He and his subordinates erupted with energy, their killing intent surging. "Do you want to die?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, startling them all. "Yo, looking for me?" Zhang Ping slowly walked forward, purple nether mist swirling around his hands, causing the leader to gasp in shock. "Zhang Ping." Zhang Ping clenched his fists, feeling the energy flow being disrupted by the enemy's barrier. He smirked, everything going according to plan. Just as expected, they're interfering with my power. But Zhang Ping had anticipated this. He knew the barrier had a blind spot, where Jin Bo and Martial Master Feng were freely wiping out the small fry. Another group of subordinates with symbols on their foreheads were ordered to charge. "What are you waiting for? Deal with him." Zhang Ping merely sneered, his eyes cold. "It seems you're quite interested in my power, aren't you?" Suddenly, a beast-transformed warrior from the Purge squad charged out and punched an enemy flying, while Zhang Ping commented, "But don't judge a book by its cover." The beast-transformed warrior grew a pair of giant wings, shattering the enemy formation, while Zhang Ping commanded, "Manny, activate the secret chamber." Whoosh! All the enemies, including Instructor Bai Day, were sucked into another dimension, their abilities nullified, making the old man furious. "You scoundrel." Inside the secret chamber, Instructor Bai D landed, facing 2 minor Zhu clan soldiers, and growled, "Do you think you alone can stop us?" But he was gravely mistaken. The entire lineup of elite Purge Squad warriors was already waiting, a cold voice echoing, "Don't forget about us." Su Qingbo led the team out, a mocking smirk on his face. You brats are quite arrogant, aren't you? The two Zhu clan leaders' faces drained of color, stammering as they recognized the supposedly dead legend, Captain Su. Then trembling, they blamed Ma Bin. Su Qingbo, now wearing a black mask with glowing red eyes, roared, "Shut up! I couldn't finish him myself. So today I'll take out my anger on you." Crack! Su Qingbo crushed the leader's arm, letting him shriek in agony while Liu Xishan commented from a distance, "I've never seen him so enraged." Outside, Liu Xishan told Shujie that the situation was stable and she would go out to assist Zhang Ping, and Shujie also decided to follow. Alone in the desert, Zhang Ping muttered, "Those two are gone. Finally, I can use my full power." He summoned a gold ingot, activating the Covenant Stone, Treasure Pact. Zhang Ping stood in the middle of the desert, summoning his enhanced Grim Reaper's scythe, muttering, "Perfect time to try out a new technique." He activated the Heart of the Fire Devourer and Nethermist body, declaring he would combine both fire and shadow attributes into the scythe. A dual-colored slash, purple, black, and yellow orange, swept across, directly confronting the attack of a cloaked assassin. Boom! Zhang Ping's scythe swing swept away a group of assassins, tossing them aside like dry leaves. Just then, reinforcements appeared. Liu Xishan and Chen Ming rushed forward, causing an assassin to exclaim in surprise. More reinforcements? Liu Xishan said nothing, darting past and impaling an enemy with her ice sword. Shujie ran over. Zhang Ping asked what she was doing here, and she replied that Manny had already trapped those with disabling abilities, so now they just needed to clean up the small fry outside. Zhang Ping looked towards Jinbo and Feng Laixian, who were fighting, activated the Covenant Stone, and called out, "Elder Ye, all these experience points are yours." Jinbo charged to attack the blue-haired enemy, delivering a powerful punch to his giant sword. The blue-haired enemy swung his sword in retaliation, but Jinbo swiftly dodged the blow by a hair's breadth. Jinbo's eyes flashed golden as he found an opening in his opponent. "This is my chance," he roared, golden blood, unleashing a heaven-shattering golden punch. The blue-haired enemy still stood firm, stunning Jinbo. Was my attack useless? The enemy immediately counterattacked with a blazing golden energy slash, forcing Jinbo to retreat and defend. Jinbo and Feng Laixian stood side by side, realizing the problem. These two are invincible, even tougher than zombies. Ye Changchun appeared, tree roots emerging from the ground to tightly bind the two enemies. He commanded, "Jin, Feng, hold them for me." Jinbo and Feng Laixian immediately charged, each grappling an enemy already tightly bound by vines. Yi Changchun placed his hand on the blue-haired man's head, declaring a truth. Alive or dead, all things operate on energy, and all energy has its limits. The two enemies shrieked in agony as Ye Changchun drained their energy. Zhang Ping watched from afar, full of admiration. Amazing. Elder Ye is squeezing them dry. The two enemies collapsed onto the sand, completely motionless after being drained of their life force. The battle was over. Jinbo squatted down, discovering that the red clown-faced coins were the energy source of the two defeated enemies. These Joker coins are their source of power. The two Zhu clan prisoners, their faces swollen, were bound tightly, begging for their lives and stammering promises to reveal everything. Su Qingbo held a Tai Chi-shaped item in his hand, realizing it shared the same origin as the dagger the traitor Ma Bin had used to ambush him. The gray-haired prisoner tremblingly confessed that both of them needed to concentrate to activate the item, and during that time, they couldn't use other abilities. Zhang Ping confirmed from behind, "I have probed their souls. They are telling the truth." Su Qingbo's face darkened, realizing this item was specially crafted to counter Zhang Ping, and Zhang Ping's phantom with glowing red eyes appeared behind him, confirming the suspicion. Su Qingbo turned to the two prisoners, his voice as cold as ice. "It's time to settle accounts. Speak, who ordered you and the Zhu clan to do this?" Invisible pressure weighed heavily on the two prisoners as Su Qingbo growled. "With Jing Yao supervising, whoever lies will have their fingers chopped off." "So, whose finger goes first?" The brown-purple-haired prisoner began recounting the story from 15 years ago, when he and his comrades were tasked by Ma Bin to continuously transport goods to the testing area. In the flashback, he was tapping on the iron cage to scare a beast trapped inside, grumbling, "Staying awake for 3 nights straight just to serve you beasts. Shut up." His gray-haired comrade Fubo asked worriedly, "Qingbai, are we really okay cooperating with the Zhu clan?" Qingbai turned his back, exhaling a puff of smoke, and said with a seasoned air, "Fubo, you're always so hesitant. In this world, you're either a player or a pawn." He continued his philosophy. "Those like us can't even touch the chessboard. let alone play the game. Fubo remained uneasy, his eyes filled with worry. But, suddenly, Qingbai saw a figure ahead and asked, Isn't that our contact? A stranger wearing a white hooded cloak and a mask appeared, and Qingbai spoke the password. When does the convoy depart? The masked figure replied haughtily, without even looking directly. Leave the goods and disappear. Qingbai flew into a rage, pointing directly at the figure's face and yelling, What the hell? We risked our lives transporting this here, like delivering pizza? One word from you, and we're supposed to just scram? He stepped forward, placed a hand on the masked figure's shoulder, and growled, I'm talking to you. Boom! The masked figure unleashed a massive surge of dark energy, a voice filled with contempt echoing, Do insects have the right to touch a god? Qingbai was sent flying, lying motionless on the ground, while Fubo frantically screamed his name. The masked figure unleashed a swirling dark aura, growling an order to the two insignificant nobodies. Get out. Back in the safe room, Su Qingbo turned his back and asked Zhang Ping, who had just entered, You're back. Have you dealt with the scum outside? Su Qingbo turned around, his sharp eyes directly asking, So, did you extract any useful information? Su Qingbo had explained the entire situation, and Zhang Ping wondered why the Zhu clan wanted the phantom soul-devouring fox, and who the mysterious individual using nethermist was. The two prisoners were utterly terrified by a shadow entity, stammering their defense. We just followed orders. We swear we don't know anything. Situ Shibai's holographic image appeared, declaring that these two were just pawns and naturally knew nothing, while also realizing that the phantom fox's abilities were almost identical to those of the Natter fox. Situ Shibai coldly questioned, Where is the one who took the phantom soul-devouring foxes? The prisoner recounted in a flashback the mysterious white-masked figure, admitting they didn't know who he was and that his power far surpassed anything they had ever seen. The group listened, Zhang Ping, frowning as he remarked, A monster that can freely enter and exit the trial zone. That guy might be another infinite-tier awakener. Qingbai, having revealed everything, became resolute. That's all we know. Do what you have to do. In stark contrast, Fubo's face was drained of color, his voice trembling as he pleaded. Fubo prostrated himself, wailing desperately. Please, give us a way to live. Qingbai was stunned, but Fubo yelled back, Qingbai, you yourself taught me to bend with the wind. Insignificant nobodies like us can't change the world. The two prisoners hugged each other, weeping bitterly, making Zhang Ping feel a little awkward just watching them. Zhang Ping secretly calculated that even though these two were low-level, they were veteran members who knew the situation outside and could be useful for identifying the mysterious individual later. Zhang Ping's eyes flashed red. He held out a green covenant stone and laid down his condition. I can give you a chance, but from now on, you must obey my orders. Zhang Ping thrust the stone in front of the two prisoners, his voice icy. If you want to live, prove your worth. Fubo's face paled as he realized this was worse than even the Zhu clan's binding oath. Qingbai growled, You mean if we swallow this, we'll become your slaves for life? Qingbai gritted his teeth, fighting a fierce internal battle, but finally decided, if it means we get to live. With that, Qingbai opened his mouth and swallowed the covenant stone, accepting his fate. Then, so be it. The scene shifted to a vast expanse of white snow, with a howling wind, beginning Act 4, the pack of wolves on the snowfield. Zhang Ping's entire team shivered uncontrollably the moment they arrived. The chubby blonde man's face frozen, stiff as he yelled, It's deadly cold. Did you investigation team guys use your connections to pick this hellish weather? Inside the Covenant Stone space, Qingbai and Fubo were bickering loudly. Zhang Ping coldly replied to the chubby man, Aside from the first two trial zones, we haven't gone anywhere else. A new trial mission unexpectedly appeared. A horde of giant mutated monsters would attack White Iron Town in 18 hours. The mission was to defend and protect the villagers. Zhang Ping secretly thought that the mysterious figure seemed to have given up, no longer playing tricks on them. The team advanced. A towering, colossal fortress stood amidst the white snow, revealing itself to be White Iron Town. A White Iron Town guard came to greet them and led the group inside. The team walked along the clean cobblestone path between sturdy wooden buildings, as snow continued to fall incessantly. Shujie exclaimed, Wow, it's been so long since I've seen such decent structures. Why didn't the previous villages learn from this? The guard coldly quoted the price, 10,000 pearl coins per night, plus heating fees. The chubby blonde man was utterly shocked. Why are prices here even more expensive than the black market in Bright Pearl City? We're heroes here to save you. Give us a discount. The guard shot them a disdainful look. Oh, more self-proclaimed saviors, are we? Stay or leave, it's up to you. The chubby blonde man helplessly turned to Zhang Ping. It seems the locals here aren't very hospitable. Finally, the team entered the White Iron Tavern. A sumptuous feast was laid out, and everyone began to feast heartily. The chubby blonde man, gobbling down food, praised enthusiastically. Worth every penny. Even if we die, we must die on a full stomach. I didn't expect Bright Pearl City's currency to work here too. Now, nothing can stop us. As Zhang Ping ate, he listened to Liu Xishan remark. When I came here for a trial, this place was just a small tribe. I never expected it to develop like this. Suddenly, a drunkard slung an arm around his shoulder. Hey guys, are you from out of town? Zhang Ping confirmed. The drunkard then said, I heard there's going to be a monster attack wave tomorrow. A team member was surprised, and the drunkard explained that they were the Doom Wolves. The drunkard continued to boast. Legend says that whenever the wolves attack, heroes from somewhere will come to save us. But that's an old story now. The drunkard pointed towards the city wall, his voice full of pride. You must have seen that colossal thing on the city wall, right? That guy can fire 5 giant arrows at once. No matter how many Doom Wolves there are, they won't stand a chance. Zhang Ping listened in silence, his eyes full of doubt, wondering, is everything really that simple? In the middle of their meal, Zhang Ping suddenly paused, his thoughtful gaze drawing the attention of everyone at the table. Xu Jie noticed his unusual behavior and asked, what's wrong? Zhang Ping replied that it had been a long time since he returned to Mingzhou City. Xu Jie looked out the window, where snow was still falling, and murmured, I wonder how things are there these days. The scene shifts to Mingzhou City, a modern and bustling metropolis. At a construction site, Vice City Lord Huang Zeming was yelling at the construction workers, if it's not finished in 3 days, I'll plaster all of you into the wall. I want to smell fresh bread tonight. 2 civilians nearby whispered, one sarcastically remarking, the Vice City Lord certainly knows how to make an impression. I heard he climbed to this position by sucking up to the city guards. Inside the City Lord's mansion, 2 beast-human subordinates knelt, reporting to Luo Shiyu, Your Highness, the repairs within the city are almost complete. The populace believes it was a natural disaster and that the city guards have handled it. Luo Shiyu sat with her legs crossed on the throne, her cold eyes asking, what about the pigs in the city? Are they still eating well and sleeping soundly? The subordinate quickly flattered her. Everyone is praising Your Highness's wisdom. He then hesitantly continued, Your Highness, what are your thoughts on the Zhu clan? Luo Shiyu stood up, her voice full of authority. I know what worries you. The female leader leaped down from the throne, exuding pressure that made the subordinate flinch in fear. With King Yue busy dealing with Situ Shibai, are you afraid the Zhu clan will make a move? Do you not trust me? Luo Shiyu confidently declared, it's only a matter of time before King Yue eliminates Situ Shibai. As for that dog of the Zhu clan, a dog should bark like a dog. She smirked dangerously. As long as the leash is in my hand, there's nothing to worry about. The subordinate was still worried, but Huang Zeming Luo Shiyu cut him off. No, it should be Zhu Zeming. He lied to us. Luo Shiyu explained her plan. I know. That's why the Zhu clan sent him back, hoping he could atone. And we certainly need his position as Vice City Lord. She continued with a cruel tone. And he will never lie to us again. At the same time, Huang Zeming and his cronies were surrounded by eerie shadow demons. The image of Huang Zeming's execution was reflected through the large window. Luo Shiyu looked at the reflection, smiling with satisfaction. It seems things are going well for you, don't they? Suddenly, a cloaked shadow figure appeared right behind the subordinate. Startled by the killing intent, he roared, Who's there? Luo Shiyu was also stunned, her eyes wide, and she quickly yelled, Wait! The werefox demon took a fatal blow, exploding in a pool of black blood, screaming in hatred. Remember this, you are all just pawns on my chessboard. The hooded intruder coldly threw a warning back at Luo Shiyu. Don't forget your place, little fox. The female highness froze, stammering to ask who he was. The hooded figure held out a blood-red orb named Pure Blood Body, calmly explaining, Surely your kind knows well that you cannot reproduce. He pressed the dark energy orb against the subordinate's chest, and a strange black and red aura enveloped both of them. The subordinate knelt before the hooded figure, who then told Luo Shiyu, Your numbers are dwindling, so I've decided to share the secret to maintaining your bloodline. Suddenly, the hooded figure unfurled a pair of monstrous, gigantic wings, and a burst of dark aura erupted, threatening, Unless you wish to return to that desolate, frozen wasteland. The scene shifts to a majestic white snow fortress named Snow Wolf Tribe Fortress. Zhang Ping and a completely new team were patrolling the snow-covered city walls. A notification appeared. Monster attack wave, 5-minute countdown. Zhang Ping gazed into the distance, muttering, "It's almost time." The new teammates hastily prepared their defensive weapons, and a bald man urged, "Hurry up, kid. Don't be too nervous." The chubby blonde man on the team raised his binoculars to observe, shouting, "They're here!" A horde of gigantic doomwolves, each one bulging with muscles, was frantically charging towards the city wall like a flood. The order to fire was given, and numerous gigantic spears were launched from the catapults on the city walls. The spears exploded into purple energy bursts, sweeping away the obstructing doomwolves, tearing them to shreds. A series of purple energy explosions engulfed the monster horde. None seemed to have survived. 2 warriors stood on the city wall observing, one remarking, "That's some fierce firepower. Looks like we won't need to intervene." The other, a white-haired man, frowned. "But why do I smell fox mixed in with these doomwolves?" Amidst the smoke, a wolf that had been hit but not killed staggered to its feet. Zhang Ping was stunned, realizing something unusual about the sole surviving monster. He cried out in astonishment as he realized its true nature. "It's an otter fox." The doomwolves were shredded like weeds by the fortress's defensive firepower in the first wave of attack. A bald guard sneered, mocking that these monsters weren't even enough for a warm-up. Wolf corpses piled up before the city gate, impaled by numerous giant spears after the effortlessly easy defense. Whoosh! Another spear was loaded into the ballista, ready for the next cleanup. "Hold on!" The ballista suddenly jammed, and the bald man cursed angrily. "This pile of scrap metal breaks down at just the right time, doesn't it?" Not just one. All the ballistas on the city wall simultaneously ceased functioning, leaving the guards utterly bewildered. Just then, a new pack of doomwolves swarmed to the foot of the wall, and the bald man's face turned pale as he cursed. Boom! A brilliant golden pillar of fire suddenly erupted from the ground, incinerating all the charging wolves in an instant. Zhang Ping's elite squad appeared, and the shirtless muscular man remarked coolly, "I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Should I let my fists teach these dogs a lesson?" The bald man frantically yelled for the chief engineers to come and repair the weapons immediately. The new squad immediately got to work, fighting the doomwolves bare-handed like an action movie. Fire, ice, and martial arts strikes were unleashed, sweeping away the monsters cleanly and efficiently. The armored chubby man wielded a frying pan and flattened a wolf's head, shouting, "Taste my all-powerful swing." The shirtless muscular man reminded the chubby man not to get too carried away, while the other was still engrossed in smashing weaker enemies. Zhang Ping wondered why the mission completion notification hadn't appeared yet, and asked Chen Ming if they had missed any. Looking at the piled-up corpses, Zhang Ping muttered about the origin of these fox demons, suspecting infiltrators. As Zhang Ping arrived at the gate, a soldier called out loudly, as if he had been waiting for a long time, "Engineer Huang, you've finally arrived." The bald soldier rushed over to the 2 construction workers, pleading for them to examine the suddenly broken ballistas. The 2 engineers looked lazy and grumbled about being woken from their sleep for a minor malfunction. Zhang Ping said little, activating Nethermist Nightwalker. Dark spikes erupted from the ground, aiming directly at the 2 suspects. Zhang Ping, in his Nethermist Nightwalker form, swung his shadow scythe directly at the fake engineer. Whoosh! A clean slash tore through the air, and the engineer only had time to let out a scream. Terrible acting, Zhang Ping judged coldly, looking down from above at the 2 imposters who frantically asked who he was. Exposed, the 2 engineers revealed their true forms as hideous Notcher foxes, growling at Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping's teammates, a white-haired girl and a muscular man, were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The fortress's low-ranking soldiers quickly intervened, while the female Notcher fox shrieked, "Be careful, they are fox demons, they eat people." "Enough!" The bald soldier, seemingly the commander, roared, silencing everyone. The bald commander defended the 2 monsters. Engineer Huang and Wang designed the ballistas. Everyone saw their contributions, yet you just arrived and attacked them without knowing right from wrong. He pointed directly at Zhang Ping's group, his voice full of resentment. He continued to speculate as if it were fact. "I bet you wanted to steal their credit, so you secretly sabotaged the ballistas." Finishing his words, he ordered, "Take the 2 chief engineers for treatment, and as for these outsiders, throw them all into the dungeon." Zhang Ping's entire squad was escorted into the dungeon of White Iron Town, the heavy iron gate clanging shut. The muscular brown-haired man angrily asked why they didn't resist, while the spirit guide hovered beside Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping calmly explained, "Killing these small fry is easy. Finding their nest is the hard part. I deliberately provoked them to be brought here. This is the perfect cover for the next step." The chubby man in the squad nodded. "That makes sense. If we had killed them, we might have been kicked out of town. The mission isn't over, and I don't want to sleep out in the snow. The chubby man continued to mutter with satisfaction. Besides, the food here isn't bad. There's meat every meal. Chen Ming wondered, why don't we secretly deal with those 2 foxes and then show their corpses to the villagers? What's the rush? It's not even dinner time yet. Zhang Ping sneered, activating his Whispers of the Wind talent, startling Chen Ming. Meanwhile, the 2 Natter foxes were running frantically through the streets in a panic. Those lunatics must be at least level 30. If we don't run fast, we'll be skinned alive. They still couldn't believe it. Where did those bastards come from? Not only did they ruin our plan, but they also saw through our disguise. The 2 disguised Natter foxes hurried through the snowy night, discussing that they must inform their comrades immediately to avoid being mistakenly attacked tomorrow. One of them suddenly became alert, sensing someone was following them, and shouted, "Who's there?" The other dismissed it, thinking his comrade was having hunger-induced hallucinations again. Smelling illusions again? If you're hungry, go back to the den and gnaw on some frozen meat. From the shadows, a hovering nethermist entity appeared, making the recently alert one break out in a sweat. "Hungry my ass, I want to live." Zhang Ping stood from afar, holding a lamp, coldly activating his appraisal skill on the newly exposed monster. The information panel appeared. Mutated monster, Fox Demon Tribe, level 27, Snow Tribe faction. Meanwhile, in the prison, a guard was calling out the names of the prisoners. 1, 2, 3. The guard was annoyed because someone was missing every time he counted, while the entire reinforcement squad sat comfortably behind the bars. The chubby blonde man taunted the guard, telling him he had counted 3 times already, or maybe he should try using his fingers to count, and claiming to be a civilian, unlike Zhang Ping. The short white-haired girl standing next to him immediately elbowed the chubby man into silence for speaking before thinking. The guard looked closely again, his face changing color as he realized Zhang Ping had vanished, and immediately screamed, "Alarm! An escapee!" Suddenly, a blazing teleportation gate opened right in the middle of the cell, leaving all the prisoners bewildered. The guard pointed his spear at them, growling, "What trick are you pulling now?" The short white-haired girl shouted orders to everyone. "It's too crowded here, everyone spread out quickly." Crash! The ground cracked open, and shards of rock flew everywhere. A giant black tortoise emerged from the teleportation gate, sending all the prisoners sprawling onto the floor. The chubby blonde man rubbed his head and grumbled at the flattened guard. "Next time, could you give us a heads up?" The chubby man clutched his head in panic, realizing there was no denying it this time, and the prospect of sleeping out in the snow was drawing near. The moon chaser black tortoise spoke majestically. "Everyone, come aboard. Zhang Ping sent me to pick you up. He has new information about the mission. Once we're done, we won't need to stay here anymore." At the same time, the 2 Natter foxes ran back to a secret cave, gradually transforming back into their hideous werfox forms. Inside, an entire council of Natter foxes was already waiting around a large table, and a leader asked, "Is everyone present?" The red-haired fox demon leader growled, "Is this all that's left of our 300 brethren?" He turned to snap at the 2 survivors who had just returned. "Why didn't you 2 just die out there?" The female fox demon quickly explained, pointing at her comrade's wounds. "It's not our fault. An outsider interfered." Another leader spoke up to mediate. "There's no need to despair. As long as we have the equipment, rebuilding our clan is just a matter of time." Boom! Before he could finish speaking, the cave wall exploded into 100 pieces. The entire reinforcement team strode in proudly through the dust and smoke, one person remarking sarcastically, "No wonder it smells like foxes here. Turns out it's a den." The Natter foxes were utterly panicked, realizing that the 2 had led the enemy right to their doorstep. Zhang Ping's Shadow Reaper beast emerged from the darkness, its voice full of mockery. "Surprised? Your ancestors told me in a dream that it's time to clean up the trash." The red-haired leader broke out in a cold sweat, stammering before the overwhelming aura. "Leader? No, wait. Who are you?" The Shadow Reaper beast didn't bother to reply, directly unleashing a volley of dark energy spikes. The reinforcement team immediately got to work, unleashing torrents of golden energy that swept through the demons. The masked brown-haired martial artist charged forward, his fists ablaze. "Don't forget about us." A fiery punch descended from the heavens, striking the red-haired leader's face and sending him flying like a ball. The woman in red also unleashed a dazzling combo of consecutive kicks, finishing off a demon. This move is called the Death Chain Kicks. Remember it in hell. Whoosh! 3 sharp blue energy flying swords appeared in mid-air. The moss-green-haired scholar pointed, and the 3 swords immediately pierced through several Natter foxes like skewers. The woman in red slapped the green-haired man's back extremely hard, making him cough up blood, grinning. That's a solid combo. After the battlefield was cleared, Zhang Ping approached the two survivors, questioning them. Speak up. Where is Princess Yue's command hidden? The female fox demon disguised as a worker clutched her head, her voice trembling as she vehemently denied. I don't know who you're talking about. We were just born here. Her male accomplice couldn't stand her foolishness, grabbing her and snapping. Idiot, shut your mouth. The white-haired female warrior pressed her ice sword against the neck of the demon disguised as a worker, her voice chilling. Still want to resist? The demon strained his neck, putting on a show of false heroism. The fox tribe will never be slaves to you humans. He turned to his female accomplice, deciding to fight to the death. We're going to die anyway. Let's take them with us. Both then transformed into their demon forms and charged. Zhang Ping appeared from the shadows, his eyes flashing with deadly light, a surge of dark aura swirling around him. Whoosh! A blazing red sweep from Zhang Ping's staff cut across the battlefield, wiping out the small fry demons in an instant. The two demons who had just intended to cause trouble lay slumped on the ground, smoke rising from them. A notification appeared. Mission complete. The white-haired female warrior stretched with relief. Finally, a normal mission is done. Zhang Ping was more sober. After all that's happened, I guess I can forget about hidden achievements. As the team rested, a strange sound suddenly echoed from deep within the cave. Zhang Ping immediately became alert, spinning around, wondering, what was that sound? His eyes gleamed with astonishment as he discovered a secret door had just opened. Inside was a high-tech laboratory bathed in blue light, with numerous incubators filled with fox-like creatures. The entire team gasped. What in the world is this? A fox-like creature was being cultivated in an incubator, its entire body blue, looking both familiar and strange. The entire team stood stunned by the surreal sight, one person muttering, I've only seen things like this in movies. Zhang Ping approached an incubator, immediately realizing, Mingzhu City definitely doesn't have technology of this caliber. He narrowed his eyes, a strangely familiar feeling washing over him. It was as if he had seen this in his previous life. The chubby blonde man exclaimed, These devices are even more precise than anything I could create. Truly eye-opening. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping couldn't sense any souls from them. The blonde braided girl found a notebook, announcing, No, there's an experiment log here. It looks like it was created by humans. She flipped to an important page, reading the project title aloud. Project, Creation of a New Species. The white-haired female warrior was stunned by the truth. So the fox tribe was artificially bred? No wonder there were no records of them before, Zhang Ping recalled, realizing that the young foxes he had captured earlier were merely test subjects, and the enemy had exploited the slow passage of time here to cultivate an entire race. The blonde braided girl continued reading the log. Wait, the data also mentions other experiments. Title: Saintis Potential Development Project. Experiment location: Lost Forest. But the most crucial details in the notebook had been burned, deliberately erasing all traces. Zhang Ping realized that the Lost Forest was the name of the next challenge, and the team decided they had to sweep through it completely to uncover the truth. With sharp eyes, Zhang Ping commanded, But to ensure no more natter foxes are created, clear this place out before moving on to the next stage. The scene shifts to a seemingly peaceful place, Holy Ancestor Village. Inside a room, the gray-haired cult leader questioned an old corpse refiner standing nearby, while a blonde girl was bound within an energy formation on the floor. The old corpse refiner calmly replied, Of course, I'm here to check on your progress. You promised to bring me C2 Shibai's corpse after breaking through to king level. The cult leader, enveloped in golden energy, declared, To reach king level, I must fully absorb the Saintess's power. I've poured everything into researching this formation. It's definitely 70% likely to succeed. With that, the cult leader began the ritual, using golden flames to lift the Saintess girl into the air and roaring, Today, I shall become a king-level entity. A dazzling golden pillar of light shot straight up from the building into the sky, shaking the entire area. The old corpse refiner exclaimed in astonishment, Is this the power of a king? The Saintess girl was enveloped in flames and purple lightning, her energy being brutally drained. Suddenly, the cult leader's expression changed, sweat pouring down as she realized something was wrong with the ritual. Boom! The backlash energy exploded, blowing away both the cult leader and the Saintess girl, shattering the magic formation. The cult leader was flung back, spitting blood from the backlash. Her plan to reach king level had failed miserably. Amidst the dust and smoke, a stranger in a white cloak and mask appeared, his voice full of sarcasm. Quite noisy, isn't it? The cult leader recognized the intruder with horror. while he gently caught the unconscious saintess girl. The masked figure coldly explained about another person. Chen Junting's power can continuously evolve. She is a unique case, even on a global scale. He looked at the small fry before him, contemptuously speaking of the saintess. If guided properly, she could become the strongest in this world. Yet you intended to absorb her power before it matured. What a colossal waste of talent. Li Aoxue questioned the intruder. This village has been completely sealed off. How did you get in? The white-robed man scornfully looked at the pile of fallen soldiers. Do you think those mere insects can stop me? He casually brushed his hand. It's a pity that the trials prepared for Chen Junting are now useless, but I have a new research subject, so I'll spare you this time. Li Aoxue frowned as he exposed her scheme. Trials? Your hobbies are truly perverse. Wanting Chen Junting to personally kill her father, to awaken her potential. The masked man sneered and made a deadly offer. Don't be tense. I'm here to help you break through to king level. All I need are 100 awakener hearts as a catalyst. Li Aoxue accepted the agreement, turned, and ordered her subordinate. All right, I've lost today. Zuo Xiangming, go make a pot of tea. In the darkness, the image of King Yue, a dark fox monster with terrifying power, appeared. The masked man listed the top factions. The Notcher Fox clan has King Yue. The Zhu clan has the Divine Sunbird. And the Holy Ancestor village has you, Li Aoxue. A cult commander trembled as the shadows of king-level powers enveloped him, realizing the chessboard had changed. Now, all major factions are about to wield king-level power. The masked man flashed a sinister smile, thinking to himself about his prey. All the pieces are in place. Jiang Ping, don't make this little game of mine too boring. In another forest, Jiang Ping's team was lost amidst a thick fog, realizing they had passed the same tree for the third time. The brown-haired fighter grumbled, "The fog here is too thick. I can't see anything ahead." The chubby blonde man helplessly watched his compass spin wildly. The compass is useless too. The mission requires eliminating an outsider. Don't tell me we have to eliminate each other. Jiang Ping analyzed the situation calmly. Theoretically, one can enter the trial zone alone, meaning it won't assign impossible tasks. A female spirit appeared from thin air right in front of the team and asked, "Judging by your attire, you must be outsiders, correct?" The entire team was startled and on guard. The brown-haired fighter shouted, "Who's there?" The gray-haired girl with pigtails, after scanning her abilities, immediately reassured her teammates. "I've scanned her. There's no malice." The spirit girl led the team to a massive architectural structure and introduced, "We've arrived. This is Black Robe Town." The aged spirit guide, appearing knowledgeable, told Jiang Ping that he remembered Black Robe Village used to be just a corner specializing in selling shrouds, and couldn't believe it had developed to this extent. The old spirit turned to question the female guide. "Besides, now that you're a wandering spirit, you must have gone through an enormous ordeal, correct?" The spirit girl only smiled mysteriously, evading the question. "It's a long story, but first." The spirit girl spread her arms to welcome the team. Behind her, countless other spirits floated. "Welcome everyone to Black Robe Town." The entire team was invited into a large house, sitting around a lavish banquet table hosted by the spirits of Black Robe Town. The chubby blonde man ate while whispering to the gray-haired girl with pigtails, his voice full of suspicion. "Can anyone truly live in this eerie place? These guys don't even have heartbeats." The gray-haired girl with pigtails casually enjoyed a piece of meat as she replied, "Not all wandering spirits are dangerous. I trust them." A gray-haired male spirit smiled, showing understanding. "I can't blame you. Back in the day, we'd be scared stiff if we saw wandering spirits too." Jiang Ping got straight to the point, asking the spirit, "You were once human, correct? How did you end up like this?" The spirit pondered and began to recount a horrifying story. "Have any of you ever seen a titan as tall as a 10-story building?" Jiang Ping frowned. The image of a tiny warrior confronting a colossal monster appeared in his mind. The spirit continued with a pained expression, his memories fading with time. "After becoming wandering spirits, our consciousness grew increasingly hazy. We don't even know how many years have passed." The flashback began. 4 colossal titans with bloodshot eyes and jagged teeth like mountains of raw flesh descended from the sky. The titans furiously ravaged the forest, crushing everything in their path. Faced with monsters of this caliber, the villagers were utterly helpless, only able to flee in despair as they were slaughtered. The spirit recounted. Black Robe Village was razed to the ground. Not a single villager survived the disaster that day. An unknown time later, a miracle occurred. All the villagers were revived, but upon awakening they realized they had become wandering spirits. Afterwards, Fog once again enveloped the forest. The Titans seemed to lose interest and stood motionless. Just then, an outsider appeared. Under this person's guidance, the spirits not only rebuilt the village but also transformed it into the town it is today. Zhang Ping's mind worked incredibly fast, immediately connecting this outsider to the Natur Fox clan, and slammed the table, asking directly, "Where is that great sage now?" The spirit led the team to a large mansion, the residence of the mysterious great sage. Inside, the spirit reported to a figure sitting behind a curtain, "Great sage, there are outsiders who wish to meet you." The curtain was drawn back, revealing a frail old man in a wheelchair, his body wrapped in bandages, and he spoke in a weak voice. "Why are you so late?" The old man looked at Zhang Ping and shook his head, appearing confused. "It's not you. I must be senile from old age." The entire team was deeply shocked when the platinum blonde woman recognized the old man as Chen Haowen, who had vanished from the world over a decade ago. Chen Haowen heard the name. His eyes immediately sharpened, realizing they were talking about Chen Junting's father. The old man became extremely agitated, lunging forward in his wheelchair, grabbing the spirit, and frantically demanding to know about his daughter's situation. Chen Haowen gestured for the spirit to retreat, indicating he wanted to speak privately with Zhang Ping's group. After hearing the platinum blonde woman recount his daughter's situation, Chen Haowen tilted his head back, bitterly accepting the truth. So, in the end, she still couldn't escape her fate. The old man was furious, slamming his hand against the armrest of his wheelchair, and growled about a broken promise. "My life, for her safety." That bastard dared to go back on his word. The agitation caused Chen Haowen to cough up a mouthful of blood, his condition looking extremely dire. Zhang Ping activated his pure blood body, his blood flowing out to heal the old man, and stated firmly, "The man you speak of is our common enemy." Zhang Ping looked directly into Chen Haowen's eyes, demanding to know the whole truth. What exactly did he do? Chen Haowen began to recall the past, when he was a young traveler and met his beautiful blonde-haired wife in Pearl City. But their happiness was short-lived. He discovered his wife was the runaway saintess of Holy Ancestor Village, and Li Aoxue's henchmen had sniffed them out. Since Li Aoxue was a heavily wanted criminal in Pearl City, and his wife held the identity of a saintess, they couldn't ask anyone for help, and had to begin a life of constant evasion. During one pursuit, when the entire family was exhausted, his wife sacrificed herself to protect her husband and the child in her womb. At that critical moment, a mysterious white-robed figure appeared, sweeping away the pursuers in an instant, and made a pact with Chen Haowen. He would protect his daughter in exchange for Chen Haowen remaining here with the wandering spirits for the rest of his life. Chen Haowen bitterly admitted that this entire trial zone was merely some bastard's playground, and everyone was just his toy. The old man revealed he had been imprisoned for countless years, kept alive by the enemy's medicine, and had thought he would finally be freed this time. But unexpectedly, the one who came was Zhang Ping. Outside the building, the ground began to shake violently, signaling an enormous threat approaching. Chen Haowen desperately said he was about to die, and once he passed away, the Titans would return with their full power. But Zhang Ping growled, declaring he wouldn't let the old man die. The old man coughed up a mouthful of blood, asserting that all efforts were futile, but Zhang Ping pointed out the crucial detail. The Titans would only grow stronger if he died. Zhang Ping suggested dealing with the Titans quickly, before the old man perished, but Chen Haowen had completely given up, believing that killing them wouldn't change anything. Looking at an old photo of his happy family, Chen Haowen bitterly stated that his wife and child were both gone, and revenge held no meaning for him now. Zhang Ping silently listened to the old man's lament, his eyes darkening as he called Chen Haowen's name. Chen Haowen was utterly broken, begging to die to end everything. Zhang Ping couldn't take it anymore, exploding with a shout, "Chen Haowen, do you think this world is unfair only to you?" The old man was stunned as Zhang Ping yelled directly at him, "Wake up, of course it's unfair. That's how this damned world works." Zhang Ping grabbed the old man's collar, listing a string of rotten things in the world and concluding, "This world is already messed up. Do you think we don't know that?" Zhang Ping's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, as he declared loudly that he would fight until his last breath and never let that bastard get his way. Zhang Ping pulled out a dagger, handed it to Chen Haowen, and challenged, "If you truly want to give up, then end your own life." Before the entire team, Zhang Ping threw the dagger towards the old man and issued an ultimatum. Choose. Be a pathetic wretch waiting to die, or a bloodthirsty demon of vengeance. At the same time, in the dark forest, the shadows of giant titans began to stir. The titans have arrived. The crowd of spirits in the town screamed in panic, fleeing headlong to save their lives. The desperate spirits realized they had nowhere to hide. Some collapsed, believing this was the end. The blonde-haired girl in Zhang Ping's team stepped forward to calm the chaotic crowd, asserting that their teammates were finding a way to deal with the Titans. A spirit shrieked, its face drained of color. Monsters. The panicked spirits scattered as a giant Titan appeared, muttering, "Monsters? Are you talking about me? Who else could it be?" Zhang Ping activated his pure blood physique to stabilize Chen Haowen's condition, declaring, "The old man is stable, the rest is up to everyone." The forces were divided into 4 elite teams. Team A consisted of Jin Bo, Liu Xishan, Chen Ming. Team B consisted of Feng Laixian, Bai Dai, and 2 new warriors. Team C consisted of Ye Changchun and Su Qingbo. Team D consisted of Chen Shuijie, Zhao Yalong, Zhao Yanhu, and a giant python. With blazing eyes, Zhang Ping outlined the plan. "The Titans haven't fully recovered yet. Splitting our forces to strike them simultaneously is the most effective." All 4 teams immediately advanced into the gloomy Lost Forest, where thick fog obscured their vision. Jin Bo, Liu Xishan, and Chen Ming's Team A moved forward as the fog dissipated, Jin Bo marveling, "That mysterious guy can clear the fog instantly. That's impressive." Their target loomed amidst the trees, a colossal Titan, its grotesque form resembling a patched-up undead corpse. Jin Bo gave the order, and Chen Ming immediately shot forward like an arrow, summoning energy, flying swords ready to fire. Chen Ming's flying sword tore through the air, hurtling straight towards the Titan's face with terrifying speed. Chen Ming commanded a storm of flying swords to swirl like a tempest, embedding themselves directly into the giant monster's head. A massive energy explosion occurred at the point of impact, its destructive power enough to blow away a corner of the forest. Useless. The wound on the Titan's neck automatically healed in an instant. Not a single drop of blood spilled. Chen Ming was stunned by its insane regeneration ability, muttering that this thing was as tough as the puppets from last time. The Titan roared, then retaliated with a destructive energy blast from its mouth, forcing Chen Ming to hastily dodge. Just then, Jin Bo descended from the sky with a thunderous kick to the monster's head, shouting, "Focus!" Chen Ming explained that these Titans definitely had control cores like the puppets, but due to their enormous size, finding their weak point would be extremely difficult. Jin Bo asked Chen Ming to lend him the power of golden blood. Chen Ming was surprised, as he could only maintain it for 30 seconds, but Jin Bo confidently replied, "Eve trained and im stronger now." Chen Ming smirked, knowing full well that his captain had a plan to deal with this tough monster. Jin Bo tossed Chen Ming a vial of golden blood booster, instructing, "Drink it, but don't overuse it." Chen Ming gulped down the buff vial, explaining that while this enhanced blood greatly boosted skills, it also severely eroded the body, so it couldn't be used for long. After being buffed, Chen Ming's flying sword transformed into an invisible energy blade, radiating brilliant golden light. Chen Ming declared that now, his slashes could reach the speed of light. A barrage of dazzling golden sword rays shot out like lasers, striking the Titan's face and disorienting it. Jin Bo channeled his energy, shouting that the Titan's regeneration couldn't keep up with the damage, and this was their chance to deliver the finishing blow. Chen Ming realized the sword ray's area of effect was too narrow. They needed to expand the attack range to be effective. Jin Bo loudly called Liu Xishan, reminding her of her mirror creation ability, and asking her to erect a few around the Titan, asserting confidently, "Just trust me." Liu Xishan didn't ask further questions, immediately getting to work as icy energy erupted beneath her feet. The white-haired girl summoned a series of colossal ice mirrors, forming a matrix that completely surrounded the Titan. Chen Ming gestured, praising their seamless coordination. "Well done." The light sword rays struck the ice mirrors, reflecting continuously to form a deadly cage of light, tearing apart the Titan's body from every angle. One of the reflected light rays pierced a blazing red energy core deep within the monster's chest. Jin Bo roared upon seeing the exposed weakness. "Found it. It must be that core," then shot off like an arrow. All the golden blood energy was concentrated into a single strike, forming a colossal drill of light. The golden drill pierced through the Titan's chest, completely shattering its energy core. The giant Titan crashed to the ground, officially eliminated by the team's combined power. Jin Bo patted Chen Ming's shoulder, praising the battle plan and nominating him as the next captain, but Chen Ming flatly refused, finding it too troublesome, and passed the responsibility to Liu Xishan. Liu Xishan held the newly acquired energy core, confirming that the Titan's weak point was identical to the puppets from before, a core located in their chest. Just as Zhang Ping confirmed the Titan's weak point, the old man Chen Haowen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling him. Zhang Ping was stunned, not understanding why the old man had suddenly sustained such severe internal injuries. At the same time, the energy core in his hand suddenly vibrated, Zhang Ping had a bad premonition and quickly shouted, "Be careful!" On the battlefield, as Team A fought, the recently defeated Titan suddenly lumbered back to its feet, completely healed as if nothing had happened. Liu Sishan ran and shouted loudly, updating the situation. Latest intelligence: the Titan's core is definitely in its chest. But the entire team froze in shock when they saw the gaping hole in the monster's chest had healed itself. The Titan had revived. Zhang Ping immediately used appraisal, realizing that Chen Haowen was afflicted by a curse, linking his life to the Titan. The curse had two effects. One was to suppress the Titan's power, and the other was to use Chen Haowen's life to restore it if its core was destroyed. The old man Chen Haowen spat out a mouthful of blood, bitterly realizing that the mysterious individual had played a cruel trick on him. Zhang Ping immediately informed the entire team of the truth. The mysterious individual had placed two curses on the old man, one to suppress the Titan, and one to use his life to revive it. He concluded with a statement that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Destroying its core now would only accelerate Chen Haowen's death. The Titan let out a roar, unleashing all its suppressed power, its eyes glowing crimson with murderous intent. An invisible gravity field descended, crushing Chen Ming and the entire team to the ground, unable to lift their heads. Neither Jin Bo nor Lu Xishan could escape, terrifying pressure pinning them to the ground, powerlessly watching the monster. Not only Team A, but also Team D, with its colossal serpent, was affected, the gravity field covering an extremely wide range. Team B, filled with powerhouses like Feng Laixian, was also crushed flat, powerlessly cursing as they couldn't use their abilities. Team C, led by Ye Chengchun and Su Qingbo, fared no better. The colossal treant was pinned down by gravity, unable to move. Sweat beaded on Zhang Ping's brow. They were in a dilemma, unable to fight, yet not fighting wasn't an option either. But the old man Chen Haowen suddenly spoke up, his eyes gleaming with a final spark of hope. "No, I still have a trump card." Chen Haowen, seated in his wheelchair, revealed his final plan to Zhang Ping's spirit. "Create an opportunity to destroy their cores simultaneously, and leave the rest to me. I'll ensure it cannot revive." Zhang Ping appeared skeptical, but the old man Chen Haowen merely sneered, asserting he had a trump card after all his years of imprisonment here. But there was only one chance, and he entrusted it to Zhang Ping. Freed from the pressure, Jinbo let out a roar, golden energy erupting violently around him as he activated his maximum power. Liu Xishan agreed with the synchronized attack plan, while Jinbo smiled confidently, declaring it was time to show the monsters the true power of the combat team. Two black-robed mages simultaneously raised two halves of a Taiji diagram, one yin and one yang, preparing to activate the artifact to break the deadlock. A purple energy circle spread from the two mages. The Titan's gravity field immediately vanished, making the entire team cheer in relief. It worked. The brown-haired mage shouted a warning to the team that the two of them had now lost all defensive capabilities and needed absolute protection. Feng Laixian didn't say much. Blue flames erupted from the tattoo on his back as he growled. "Apologies. It took a bit long to light the fire tonight." Martial Master Feng turned to reassure the lion man beside him, confidently declaring that this battle would end quickly. Ye Chengchun's colossal treant turned the tables, crushing the Titan flat to the ground with one hand and roaring, "Serves you right. It's your turn to be flattened now." Countless sharp roots pierced out from the treant, binding the Titan tightly, and Ye Chengchun declared he would drain its nutrients dry. In a dark, slimy space, Zhang Ping and two teammates stood on the tongue of a colossal serpent, preparing for the craziest plan. The female warrior in red seemed uncertain, softly asking, "Are you sure this method will actually work?" Zhang Ping recalled the disgusting sensation of being swallowed by the Titan and sliding down its esophagus, swearing he never wanted to experience it again. Inside the Titan's belly, Zhang Ping confirmed the gravity field was nullified, and he confidently told the serpent, "We're safe now. We just need to find its core." Elsewhere, a mysterious white-masked individual gazed into the void, muttering that even after sacrificing Zhu Yuanlong, the divine sunbird had not fully recovered its power. The masked individual's gaze turned towards a colossal stone monster in deep slumber. He sighed. "Alas, the Zhu clan has truly fallen into decline." The masked individual stood before a colossal seal containing fire phoenix souls. He decided, "Let me lend a hand." He sat down, looking at the cracking seal, and said in a condescending tone, "You have worked hard guarding this training ground for too long." The masked individual ordered the colossal stone monster, "Mountain Ancestor. From now on, you must obey the Zhu family." He explained to the Zhu clan members that their divine sunbird was merely a soulless corpse, recreated from Zhu Yuanlong's hatred. He declared he would insert the level 39 mountain ancestor's soul into the phoenix corpse to create a true one. The divine sunbird revived, letting out an earth-shattering roar, its power even more tyrannical than in its golden age. The Zhu clan members and young Juju Yang thanked the masked individual profusely for saving their entire clan from disaster. The masked individual coldly reminded them that with king-level power in their hands, they should know how to renegotiate with those foxes. He bluntly scoffed, saying he truly expected nothing from this lot, believing the Zhu clan's history of domestication should have ended long ago. However, the masked individual showed interest in young Juju Yang's game, believing the boy would overcome everything and forge a new path for the clan. He warned the Zhu clan members to cooperate properly with the Nader foxes, not to pull any tricks while King Yue wasn't paying attention. After settling the three major powers, the masked individual declared it was time to meet Zhang Ping. Meanwhile, a green-skinned titan was licking its lips, preparing for a bloody battle. Liu Xishan began accumulating energy. Sharp ice spears formed in mid-air. Blizzard. A barrage of ice spears shot straight at the titan's face with terrifying speed. The ice spears pierced the giant's body, creating successive icy explosions. Liu Xishan gritted her teeth, admitting this attack wasn't strong enough to destroy the core, but at least it was enough to buy time and attract its attention. Success. The colossal titan was provoked. It roared and charged towards Liu Xishan. Boom! Another barrage of ice projectiles struck the titan, making it stagger. From above, Chen Ming rode his flying sword down, shouting loudly, "I'm not dead yet." Jinbo appeared, praising Chen Ming and Liu Xishan's efforts, signaling that the time for a counterattack had come. Jinbo had escaped the gravity field, noting that its range of effect was smaller than expected. He channeled his golden energy, growling. To destroy the core from a distance, only this move can be used. Jinbo leaped up, reporting that Team A was ready and could destroy the core at any moment while the Titan was still being held back. Inside the Titan, Zhao Yalong and Zhao Yanhu were performing a ritual, dripping their sacred blood onto a glowing red energy orb. The red-haired female warrior reported that Team B was also in position, and Team C was just awaiting orders. She turned to ask Team D and received confirmation that they were ready. Zhao Yanhu explained they had used sacred blood to weaken the core. Now they just needed to combine their strength to shatter it in one blow. Another female warrior let out a cold breath, her eyes sharp. The Team D female warrior stood proudly with her colossal shadow serpent, declaring loudly, "Team D, ready." The bandaged commander ordered a full-scale assault, beginning the countdown. 5. Jinbo, Feng Laixian, the red-haired fighter, and the wooden giant simultaneously unleashed their power, ready to unleash their ultimate moves as the countdown. 4, 3, 2, echoed. Bang! A massive explosion shook the entire forest. Team A opens fire. Jinbo unleashed a colossal stream of golden energy, declaring this shot would pierce even the stars. The dazzling beam of light struck the Titan's chest, creating a terrifying explosion. Team B enters the fray. Feng Laixian unleashed a furious attack named 5 Profound Truths. Wind Strike. Team C takes action. The wooden giant crushed another Titan, its roots digging deep into the creature to absorb nutrients. Grumbling. Plenty of nutrients, but the taste is utterly bland. Team D charges. The entire team unleashed a barrage of purple energy attacks with the Shadow Flash Heavenly Strike, tearing apart the Titan's core. The bandaged commander was enveloped by a surge of dark blood energy, declaring, "That move can only be activated by me alone. You should leave my body now. Don't miss the opportunity." A terrifying shadow entity separated from him, and the commander asked with uncertainty, "Are you truly all right?" Chen Haowen smiled serenely, admitting, "Zhang Ping, you are the one who rekindled my hope." He cried out, "Thank you," as a searing red energy pierced his chest, ending his own life. Zhang Ping was stunned, while Chen Haowen weakly warned, "Zhang Ping, don't come here." The old man's heart flared with red cursed symbols, and he thanked everyone for giving his life meaning again. Chen Haowen collapsed to the floor, a pool of black liquid spreading from his deceased body. In his final moments, Chen Haowen's soul smiled at the illusion of his daughter, Chen Junting. "This time, I have succeeded." Zhang Ping stood watching, receiving a report that the energy cores had stabilized, and wondered how on earth he had managed it. Su Jingyao cheerfully walked in, asking, "Zhang Ping, I heard the operation was a success, right?" She immediately froze upon seeing Chen Haowen's body, stammering to ask what was happening. Wasting no time, Zhang Ping turned and ordered, "Su Jingyao, your ability can touch souls. Can you retain Chen Haowen's soul?" Su Jingyao immediately knelt, touching Chen Haowen's forehead with her finger to activate her ability. She shook her head helplessly, reporting that his soul was too weak. If extracted, it would vanish instantly. Zhang Ping looked at his bracelet, muttering that his treasure could freeze time but couldn't contain living beings. He gritted his teeth and decided, at the very least, he must meet Chen Junting one last time. The scene shifted to a peaceful spirit realm, where trees flourished under the sunlight. A group of black-clad spirits stood solemnly around a pitch-black coffin, carved with white lily patterns. Back in town, Zhang Ping explained to Liu Xishan that because Chen Haowen was not a native, his soul could not remain here. Suddenly, Zhang Ping sensed a strange spatial fluctuation right beside him. Space began to ripple, and eerie black and red energy currents appeared, putting Zhang Ping on high alert. Zhang Ping, Liu Xishan, and a shirtless muscular man stood before a blazing red energy gate, the protagonist asking, "Is this the teleportation gate to the final stage?" An unknown figure's eyes flashed with deadly red light, and he muttered with satisfaction that he had gathered enough experimental data from the four giants. The white-cloaked figure hovered amidst a current of dark energy, disdainfully remarking to the small fry, "I didn't expect them to defeat my proud creations." Swish! Zhang Ping gripped his weapon's hilt, and dark purple-black shadow energy erupted, forming a colossal scythe. Zhang Ping took a defensive stance. The muscular man and another white-haired warrior also unleashed their fighting aura, but the boss merely smirked. A 2-second reaction time, up to standard. However, the boss sneered, his eyes filled with a sense of superiority. He coldly declared, "Reckless actions within the master's domain are unwise," and immediately, shadow tentacles bound them all tightly. Zhang Ping was horrified to find he couldn't move, his entire body locked in place. The boss stated that it couldn't be used here, and suggested changing locations, acting like a god setting up a chessboard. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and the surrounding space began to shatter. The group was teleported to a desolate forest, and Zhang Ping immediately shouted, "Appraise!" The skill failed. The system reported an error because the opponent possessed administrator privileges, and the boss smirked, asking, "Those others are your comrades too, aren't they?" In the distance, another reinforcement team was fleeing for their lives, pursued by a colossal python, and the boss commented, "Their method of destroying the giant's cores is quite interesting." He looked down at the reinforcement team, desperately running through the tree shadows, uttering a pitying remark. What a shame. Then he coldly stomped his foot on the ground, declaring with chilling indifference, "I don't like it." Powerless to watch his comrades in danger, Zhang Ping was enraged, grinding his teeth so hard they bled. Mustering all his strength, Zhang Ping's body erupted with energy, shattering the bindings. He roared, "Stop!" and swung his scythe, charging directly towards the cloaked boss. A colossal purple-black energy slash descended, and the boss could only exclaim in surprise. "Oh?" Zhang Ping broke free from the control, and a gigantic dark python appeared behind him, making the cloaked boss wonder, has the training ground already acknowledged this kid? The cloaked boss smirked with keen interest at his prey's unexpected resistance. A girl made of purple energy appeared, and Zhang Ping desperately shouted, reaching out to her, "Xiao Jie, take my hand." The energy girl smiled serenely, pushed Zhang Ping's hand away, and bid farewell. "This time, let me go first. Remember to feed the ants for me." The girl vanished, and the cloaked boss taunted, "It's useless. Look, the nether flame is severing the contract. How does it feel to be abandoned by the whole world?" The boss continued to rub salt into Zhang Ping's wounds, his eyes icy. "Blame yourself for being too weak." Driven to madness, Zhang Ping roared, his eyes blazing with dark energy, activating the full power of the contract stone. A series of buff notifications appeared. Weapon enhancement, 100%. Speed increased, 300%. Nether flame damage increased 10,000%. All attributes doubled. Zhang Ping roared, "I'll tear you apart." A storm of purple energy spikes erupted from the ground, surging directly towards the cloaked boss who stood motionless. The entire forest was ravaged by Zhang Ping's countless frenzied energy blades, all aimed at a single target. The cloaked boss was completely engulfed in the destructive barrage of attacks. Zhang Ping delivered the finishing blow with a slash from his colossal scythe, creating an immense energy explosion. As the smoke and dust cleared, the cloaked boss still stood tall, without a single scratch, effortlessly pinching Zhang Ping's scythe with 2 fingers. Clang! The scythe shattered, and the boss coldly declared, "Currently, you are not qualified to be my opponent." Zhang Ping was sent flying far away, helplessly watching the enemy still standing there. The difference in their power was like heaven and earth. Suddenly, a massive torrent of azure water surged from the void, blocking the boss's attack. Zhang Ping was stunned to see the water enveloping him. while the boss immediately recognized it. Pure water body? The cloaked boss was surrounded by a surge of red and black energy, showing extreme interest. Your despair is the best experimental data. The common enemy of 3 factions. I'm very curious who will tear you apart first. The scene shifted to a dense forest, with a sign clearly reading Lost Forest. Zhang Ping stood amidst the memory space. A green leaf fell into his palm, signaling the start of a flashback. The scene returned to a peaceful forest. Zhang Ping stood there with his arms crossed, silently. The flashback began. The chubby blonde guy in the team was venting his anger on a tree, shouting that he was always the most useless. Memories flooded back of the female warrior in red, using her shield to protect the entire team from a fatal attack. The chubby blonde guy covered his face, sobbing, questioning why it had to be her who died. The blonde pigtail girl also collapsed to the ground, sobbing, and calling her fallen teammate a liar for breaking her promise. The teal-haired swordsman gripped his sword hilt tightly, his hands trembling with helplessness, blaming himself. If only I were stronger. As the entire team was sinking into despair, the spirit of Captain Situ Shibai appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Situ Shibai, in his ethereal spirit form, announced that his true self was like a flickering lamp in the wind and could no longer accompany them. The brown-haired subordinate anxiously asked the captain what to do now, while Situ Shibai began to convey his final plan. But no matter what enemy you face, never give up hope, Situ Shibai said, recalling a scene where he fought a terrifying dark force. He revealed that he had found a weakness in King Yu's illusion after months of fighting, but breaking it required the Saintess' power. The final mission was assigned. Before returning to Mingzhu City, you must rescue the Saintess from Li Aoxue's grasp. Situ Shibai's spirit began to fade, leaving a final message for King Yue. His throne is impaled in my back. Situ Shibai's last fragments of spirit dissolved into the air, leaving the entire team standing in stunned silence. The brown-haired subordinate turned to Zhang Ping, his voice filled with determination. Captain, we must save Captain Situ. Zhang Ping, eyes blazing, growled in response. And deal with that damned mysterious guy. The scene shifted elsewhere. A strange young man stood before a colossal spatial gate, radiating azure energy. Before the path leading to Heavenflow Peak, he declared firmly, "Today is the day I break through to king level." Situ Shibai's team stood before the stairway to ascension, whispering that this was the final trial only those of the infinite rank dared to climb. Liu Xishan and Su Jingyao anxiously warned Zhang Ping to be careful, promising to wait for his return. Zhang Ping merely smirked confidently, replying curtly, "Yeah, I'll be right back." Boom! He took his first step onto the path of trials, without a hint of hesitation. Before him were 999 steps leading straight to the sky. Zhang Ping resolved to carry everyone's will to the very end. After climbing a section, shadow demons emerged from the void, beginning to spout garbage to waver his resolve. Zhang Ping glanced disdainfully, growling, "Shut up." Climbing even higher, lightning tore across the sky, and illusions of old teammates, like the blacksmith shop owner, appeared, trying to hold him back. "Sorry, everyone," Zhang Ping growled, as a green aura enveloped him. "They wouldn't want me to stop here." His gaze was as sharp as a blade, ready to crush anything that stood in his way. With only 247 steps left, 2 formidable bosses awaited. Luo Shiyu in her fox demon form, and the blazing divine sunbird. Zhang Ping erupted with nethermist energy, combining it with his fire swallower's heart to create nether flame. Roaring, "All of you, come at me at once." Luo Shiyu wasted no words, unleashing tails as sharp as blades in a preemptive strike. The tails wrapped tightly around Zhang Ping, forming an impenetrable cocoon of shadows. He activated his pure water body, creating a sea of nethermist that shattered the cocoon from within with an explosion of energy spikes. "This strike is for Captain Situ," Zhang Ping roared, combining his covenant stone and nethermist to create a colossal nether blade that slashed straight towards Luo Shiyu. The divine sunbird swooped down from above, spewing destructive fireballs, but Zhang Ping deftly dodged them. Activating his Nightwalker talent, Zhang Ping transformed into a colossal nethermist dragon, confronting the fire phoenix head-on. The nethermist dragon lunged to tear at the divine sunbird, Zhang Ping's voice echoing, "This bite is for Mingzhu City." In midair, colossal mechanical hands radiating crimson energy snatched at Zhang Ping's nethermist dragon. The nethermist dragon was captured, roaring helplessly against the overwhelming power of the invisible enemy. Zhang Ping remained unfazed. He used his pure water body to create a series of clones, surrounding the Wailing Striga boss with blazing red axes. "This strike is for Chen Haowen and Chen Junting," the Wailing Striga roared, unleashing crimson energy blades in retaliation. After sweeping aside the bosses, Zhang Ping walked alone on the final steps, surrounded by swirling water spirits as if they were cheering him on. At the peak of the stairway to ascension, a glittering golden crown appeared, the ultimate reward for the victor. With only 2 steps left, Zhang Ping calmly approached the crown, exuding the aura of a conqueror. He picked up the crown, his voice icy. Trial zone, report to your master. Crack! Zhang Ping crushed the crown with his bare hands, rejecting the path of advancement set by the system. This time, I'll crush his crown. Zhang Ping's eyes flashed with destructive light. The system announced, rank up, king level. Level increased to 40. Dark energy erupted around Zhang Ping. The notification continued. All abilities enhanced. Acquired additional skill. Sovereign's descent. He declared, next time, what gets crushed will be his throat. At the same time, elsewhere, Sect Master Li Aoxue remarked, Situ Shibai probably won't last much longer. The cloaked boss, with the strange mask, smiled. His people have also suffered heavy losses. Now is the best time for you to clear the obstacles. The mysterious white-cloaked figure appeared before the corpse refiner elder, revealing, you've been in Holy Ancestor Village all this time. The elder was stunned. How do you know this information? Who knows? The white-cloaked figure shrugged, appearing full of challenge and arrogance. The white-cloaked figure wished the corpse refiner elder good luck, then vanished into a stream of azure energy, leaving the elder and his subordinates in astonishment. The scene shifts to a gloomy valley, where the corpse refining elder is preparing his plan. The corpse refining elder sat on the shoulder of a giant golem, looking down at his ant-like zombie army. That madman has been deceiving me with water clones all this time, but it will be different if I can refine a high-level puppet. The elder raised his staff. A sphere of lightning formed in the sky, and he roared, ordering his zombie army. Are they here yet? Form ranks. A white-haired warrior erupted in a sunfire state, charging straight at Zuo Xiangming and roaring, I was just about to find you, and you brought yourself to me. Today, we settle the score. An extremely powerful blue energy explosion swept across the battlefield as the 2 sides clashed. Zuo Xiangming effortlessly blocked the white-haired warrior's punch, who was astonished to realize his strongest attack couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. Zuo Xiangming sneered, swinging his dark staff directly into his opponent's chest. You think those weak punches are enough to settle the score with me? Knocked back, the white-haired warrior staggered, unable to believe how Zuo Xiangming had become so powerful. Zuo Xiangming unleashed a dark green incantation, growling his command. Obediently become my undead. Suddenly, Zhang Ping appeared, placing his hand on Feng Laixian's chest, a surge of golden energy radiating out. Director Feng, please rest for a moment. Feng Laixian was stunned as the poison, which even his sunfire state couldn't dispel, was instantly cured by Zhang Ping. Realizing the power disparity, Feng Laixian intended to order a retreat, but Zhang Ping coldly interrupted. It's fine. Zhang Ping stepped forward, a golden aura erupting around him, his eyes flashing with lightning. Leave this to me. Observing from a distance, Liu Xishan and Su Jingyao sensed Zhang Ping's energy and remarked, the energy in his body is truly limitless. Zhang Ping raised a finger to the sky, a domineering aura enveloping the entire forest, declaring, dominate the world. A colossal pillar of light descended, obliterating all the zombies on the battlefield in an instant, leaving not a single trace. Liu Xishan, Su Jingyao, and another teammate stood within a golden barrier, exclaiming in astonishment, Zhang Ping actually merged all his abilities together. Liu Xishan broke out in a cold sweat, completely overwhelmed by the unimaginable scale of Zhang Ping's power. A colossal golden energy entity of Zhang Ping stood towering amidst the ravaged battlefield, exuding absolute dominance. Zuo Xiangming stood atop a newly summoned horde of zombies, scoffing. You're already complacent after clearing out a few defective goods? He raised his staff high, and hundreds, thousands of corpses rose from the ground, forming a terrifying sea of undead. A colossal bone-armored monster emerged from the ground, and Zuo Xiangming sneered. You think being big is enough to scare me? The bone-armored giant roared. Scare you? Swinging its claws toward Zhang Ping's golden hand. The golden hand easily crushed the attack, seizing the monster. It screamed in terror. It's you! Zhang Ping's golden entity captured the monster, preparing to crush it and yelling, Die! Zuo Xiangming smirked confidently, muttering, Who dies is still unknown. Crack! The golden entity brutally tore off both arms of the bone-armored monster with immense force. Master Feng Laixian observed from afar, shouting a warning. Damn it, that guy wants to inject corpse poison directly into him. Zuo Xiangming gave a sinister grin, as the golden hand touched the head of his monster. Just realizing it now? Too late. Let's see how useful an infinite-level undead will be. Zhang Ping's golden entity let out a roar, creating a colossal energy vortex. Zhuo Xiangming was swept away, scoffing. Had enough noise? Zhuo Xiangming was battered by the golden vortex, screaming miserably. He tried to inject corpse poison into the golden entity, yelling frantically. Injecting this much poison will surely refine him instantly. Zhang Ping's golden entity stood firm, the poisonous barbs embedded in it proving useless. He coldly declared, "Naive. You plan to use this to defeat a king?" Zhuo Xiangming froze stiff upon hearing the word king, while the golden entity began to transform, erupting in fiercer flames. Zhuo Xiangming realized he had been tricked, screaming in despair as he was completely engulfed by the golden energy. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, Master Feng Laixian looked towards a colossal golden statue, muttering, "Finally, my senior brother has been avenged." Elsewhere, Su Jingyao suddenly shivered, wondering why the weather had turned cold so abruptly, while Liu Xishan stood beside her, looking doubtful. Liu Xishan immediately sensed danger, cold energy emanating from her hand, ready to fight. A colossal ice throne suddenly rose from the ground. Liu Xishan looked up, muttering, "Useless lot. It seems I'll have to take action myself." Liu Xishan's gaze sharpened. She recognized the newly appeared enemy. Sect Master Li Aoxue, perched on the ice throne, looking down with disdain. "Situ Shibai's lackeys. Your lives are mine." Sect Master Li Aoxue exhaled a terrifying cold energy, declaring, "You pathetic ants, repent in your icy prison." From that breath, she summoned gigantic ice dragons surging with lightning, a massive scale attack. The ice dragons roared as they descended, making Liu Xishan and Su Jingyao's group on the ground look up in horror. Facing the icy cold, Zhang Ping, in his golden form, grew 8 arms and activated a new power. 8 Extremes Nether Flame. The golden flame collided with the cold energy, transforming the deadly ice into brilliant orange butterflies, a perfect elemental counter. Zhang Ping smirked defiantly, a fire butterfly landing near his eye. "So, your ice fears fire?" Standing on the ground, the entire team could only gape in admiration at the terrifying clash of powers. Both sides are too strong. Suddenly, Liu Xishan clutched her head and screamed in pain, making Su Jingyao quickly support her. In her mind, Liu Xishan's pupils flashed with blue light, and her long-sealed memories shattered. "I remember everything now." She looked up at the ice dragon with eyes full of resentment and pain, uttering 2 words. "My father." Liu Xishan questioned Li Aoxue, who was sitting on the throne. "Is this the truth you wanted to tell me before I die?" The flashback began. 20 years ago, a younger Li Aoxue was single-handedly wiping out the vest-clad bodyguards. Liu Xishan's father stood shielding his young daughter, questioning in a low, harsh voice. "Li Aoxue, my Liu family has no enmity with you. Why have you come here to cause trouble?" Li Aoxue's heels stepped onto the icy surface, each step radiating deadly cold energy. She stood before the Liu family mansion, repeating sarcastically, "No enmity. But there's something I want." Finishing her words, Li Aoxue unleashed countless sharp ice spears towards Liu Xishan's father. Liu Xishan's father gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down before the vicious attack. "Dream on," he roared, summoning an ice dragon of his own, the cold dragon soul, to meet the attack. Li Aoxue merely glanced at the ice dragon with a bored expression, uttering a comment, "Not bad, but still too weak." She stomped her foot, the ground cracked open, and gigantic ice pillars erupted, shattering the opponent's dragon to pieces. In the past, Li Aoxue grabbed Liu Xishan's father by the neck, directly draining his extreme cold ice soul and declaring, "This ill take." Even while being choked, Liu Xishan's father still only thought of protecting his tiny daughter, who was watching everything in horror. Without further ado, a blazing red dark energy attack from Li Aoxue pierced straight through him, cruelly ending the father's life. Young Liu Xishan could only wail in despair as she witnessed her father fall right before her eyes. The painful memory ended. Returning to the current battle, where Zhang Ping's golden energy and Li Aoxue's red energy violently collided. Li Aoxue unleashed the Ice Seal Heavenly Blades, creating a gigantic, murderous red ice zone, engulfing the entire battlefield. Memories flooded back, making Liu Xishan realize her father had used the Cold Dragon charm to freeze Li Aoxue and her own memories, all just so she could live. Now, facing Zhang Ping in his 6-armed golden form, she roared, determined to use that very power to freeze Li Aoxue's sins. A flock of ice birds rushed to attack Zhang Ping, but he merely stood still, ordering them to stop. The ice birds immediately changed direction, plunged into the ground, and shattered into fragments to Li Aozue's astonishment. Zhang Ping easily used his golden body to block all of her icy attacks. He narrowed his eyes, activating his highest-level appraisal skill, Regal True Sight. Zhang Ping began scanning Li Aozue's information, sarcastically. A throne seized by force, now for the appraisal. The information panel appeared, revealing all of Li Aozue's abilities: plunder, invisible sword, corpse control art, extreme cold ice soul, and even the residual power of a king-level shadow walker. Li Aozue puffed out her chest and sneered. Being plundered is merely the fate of the weak. She began summoning her final trump card. The ground cracked open, and blazing red dark energy erupted violently. From beneath the ground, a gigantic skeletal hand emerged, carrying an overwhelming aura of death. A terrifying death entity was summoned, a gigantic skeleton clad in a black cloak, with blazing red eyes, wielding a scythe, ready to destroy everything. Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes, seemingly recognizing this familiar skeleton from a battle in the past. The skeletal death god raised its scythe high, its authoritative voice echoing, "Now it's your turn to become the foundation for the new king." Li Aoxue, level 41, stood beside her, level 41 summoned monster, confidently declaring this was a true nightmare. The skeletal death god swung its scythe, firing a stream of purple shadow bullets towards Zhang Ping, who realized this energy was very similar to nether mist. Zhang Ping was pushed back by the extremely powerful energy, admitting it was even more terrifying than Situ Shibai's ultimate skill. The dark energy condensed into two gigantic skeletal hands, ready to snatch the target. The two energy hands tightly gripped Zhang Ping. He realized the monster's true hands were hidden within this shell. Zhang Ping did not flinch. His golden eyes flashed with deadly light, and he growled. 8 Extremes Nether Flame, activate. Li Aoxue sneered, her hand gathering a blue energy sphere, mocking. It's useless. Give up. She boasted that her subordinate, Luo Hai, had been purified by purgatorial flames, so burning it was impossible. At the same time, a gigantic ice block encased Zhang Ping. Crack. The ice block cracked open and shattered under the terrifying heat of the nether flame. Luo Hai was astonished to see his ice block vanish without a trace, while Li Aoxue also had to admit Zhang Ping's capability was undeniable. The notification panel appeared, pure water body plus new king-level bloodline, a king's formless. Zhang Ping stood firm, declaring he was not alone. Behind his blazing golden back, Su Jingyao and Liu Xishan appeared, ready to provide support. I still have my teammates supporting me. A stream of golden light erupted, spreading all around. The king's blessing light enveloped all members of the Purge Squad, buffing their strength from the king's gem, as Zhang Ping called for everyone to join forces. The entire team was filled with fighting spirit, the shirtless warrior and his teammates shouting, "Finally! It's our turn to enter the fray." The teal-haired swordsman gestured, shouting loudly, "Zhang Ping, use this." A gigantic sky divine sword was summoned, divine light enveloping the entire battlefield. Zhang Ping roared, merging the nether flame, contract gem, and divine sword into one, creating the blazing 8 Extremes Blazing Emperor Divine Sword. Luo Hai still showed disdain, declaring that under its and Li Aoxue's power, any weapon was just scrap metal. The death god summoned a gigantic ice axe, roaring Luo Hai's great profound ice axe, and preparing for an earth-shattering collision with Zhang Ping's divine sword. Luo Hai swung his colossal ice axe, roaring, "In front of us you are nothing but an ant." Boom! Zhang Ping, with his 6 arms, braced to fully block the heaven-shattering blow with his blazing divine sword. The earth-shattering collision caused ice and fire energy to erupt violently, shaking the entire battlefield. Clang! The divine sword shattered into pieces, and Luo Hai sneered. Worthless scrap metal. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. Luo Hai suddenly froze when he saw the fragments still blazing, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Burning fragments? No, it's a trick. The blazing fragments shot straight towards Li Aoxue, but she merely curled her lip in disdain. A petty trick. Boom! The fragments exploded right on Luo Hai, while the Purge Squad realized the true target was Li Aoxue. Li Aoxue unleashed a defensive move, Ice Energy Gathering, Extreme Ice Lotus. A colossal ice lotus bloomed, enveloping Li Aoxue and forming an impenetrable fortress. She looked at the ice lotus, her voice full of sarcasm. Zhang Ping, your king-level blessing isn't anything special. On the ground, the blonde braided girl deployed a support spell, enveloping the entire team. Healing Barrier. Open. The brown-clad warrior roared, as he was fully buffed with energy, his muscles bulging, ready for an all-out strike. He charged forward, unleashing a star-shattering fist straight into the ice lotus, shouting, "Do you think you can trap us?" Crack. A heaven-shattering punch pierced the sturdy defense, and the ice lotus split open. Li Aoxue was stunned as her ice shield shattered, Zhang Ping having glided through like a phantom amidst the fragments. She waved her hand, and energy tentacles tightly bound the shirtless warrior and the white-haired elder, making them scream in pain. Li Aoxue flashed a wicked smile, savoring her opponent's despair. Interesting. Let's see how long you ants can shine in your final moments. Li Aoxue hovered in the air, commanding her trump card, Luo Hai. Luo Hai unleashed a colossal wave of purple shadow energy, and Zhang Ping only had time to shout Li Aoxue's name. The entire battlefield was engulfed in the destructive attack, king-level power once again demonstrating its absolute dominance. Amidst the storm of purple energy, Luo Hai swung his colossal ice axe, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The death god's crimson eyes gleamed with destruction, and it roared, finishing blow. A sphere of dark energy exploded, sweeping away everything in its path. The ground cracked open, the battlefield devastated by the overwhelming power of the king-level attack. As the smoke and dust cleared, Zhang Ping, in his six-armed golden form, still stood tall, facing Luo Hai. Li Aoxue was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening as she saw her opponent still perfectly alive. Zhang Ping confidently declared, "No matter how strong, you are still just a pile of bones." Yi Changchun used vines to bind the death god's legs, while the green-haired strategist shouted, "Zhang Ping! Well, hold it back. You go deal with Li Aoxue." Zhang Ping, in his human form, sword in hand, nodded decisively. "Understood." Li Aoxue curled her lip in a sneer, gathering an ice energy sphere in her hand. Naive. Liu Xishan appeared, coldly unleashing her extreme ice soul, blizzard to block the attack. Liu Xishan's icy snowflakes collided with and completely neutralized Li Aoxue's attack. Li Aoxue's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe her skill was so easily nullified. She looked down, seeing Liu Xishan and Su Jingyao standing there, wondering who was responsible. Li Aoxue immediately realized, "That's the ice magic of the Liu clan." Zhang Ping charged forward, his blazing sword roaring. "This attack carries the hopes of fallen comrades and the future you stole." Li Aoxue snarled her command, "Luo Hai, return here immediately." The death god let out an enraged roar, shattering the vines that bound it. Zhang Ping's blazing sword shot straight towards Luo Hai, who was attempting to retreat and defend. A blinding explosion occurred as Zhang Ping's attack struck the colossal death god. A blazing slash tore through the sky, creating a colossal rift in the ground. Its power was truly no joke. Li Aoxue coldly remarked, "So, Luo Hai took that fatal blow for you." Zhang Ping appeared, his aura surging, warning in a low voice, "Next time, you won't be so lucky." Li Aoxue was furious, roaring, "You useless insects." Her entire body erupted with terrifying cold energy. "How dare you defy me?" she shrieked, unleashing a colossal icy vortex that swept everything away. Liu Xishan immediately recognized it. This was the legendary high-level ice magic, soul-freezing purgatory. It was rumored that this technique could even freeze time, a skill only king-level awakeners were capable of wielding. Liu Xishan frantically shouted, warning everyone, "Everyone, be careful!" But it was too late. The Purge Squad members were swept by the cold energy, frozen solid in place. Li Aoxue hovered in the air, the temperature dropping to negative 273.15 degrees Celsius, precisely absolute zero. She arrogantly declared, "No one escapes a king's domain. Here, you will tremble for eternity." At that very moment, a fierce golden flame erupted from within the ice, defying the deadly cold. Boom! A pillar of golden light shattered the colossal ice, tearing apart Li Aoxue's domain. Zhang Ping, alone, burst through the ice, his entire body ablaze, completely unharmed. He stood there, his overwhelming aura forcing Li Aoxue to admit, "To be unaffected by my soul-freezing purgatory, I concede you possess some skill." But she revealed her trump card, summoning a colossal ice hourglass. "However, the lives of your trash comrades are entirely in my hands." She sneered. "In 5 minutes, their power will be completely absorbed, and their lives will end. Go ahead and slowly enjoy this death feast." Suddenly, Li Aoxue froze, her eyes revealing clear astonishment at an unforeseen development. From afar, Liu Xishan glided forward on ice, radiating an equally intense cold aura. Zhang Ping raised a hand to stop her, his gaze firm. "Cici, stand back. This crazy woman is mine." Li Aoxue sneered contemptuously at Liu Sishan's challenge. A mangy dog dares to bark? She attacked with an illusion, leaving Liu Sishan stunned as she saw herself surrounded by her deceased relatives. Liu Sishan broke out in a cold sweat, aghast as she realized the ghosts of her past were reappearing. She desperately watched the illusions of her massacred parents, uncles, and aunts slowly approaching. The illusion of her father unleashed the familiar cold dragon soul technique, making Liu Sishan agonizingly wonder. Why? Suddenly, a surge of golden energy shattered the illusion, and Zhang Ping appeared before her. The past cannot be changed, but the future can still be fought for. Zhang Ping decisively tore apart the illusionary space, shouting, "Cici, don't let these ghosts of the past hold you back." He turned, ordering Liu Sishan to find safety, while he confronted Li Aoxue, who was hovering above. But Liu Sishan refused, her eyes burning with determination. "No, not this time, I won't run away anymore." She looked directly at Zhang Ping, growling. "Instead of drowning in regret, I must protect those who are here. Zhang Ping, buy me some time." Liu Sishan's entire body erupted with extreme cold energy, her eyes turning stark white as she roared, "I can shatter her domain." In a flashback, Liu Sishan's master was dying, instructing her to always remember Li Aoxue's cruelty. The old master handed her an ice shuriken, revealing the forbidden heart-immolating ice melt technique, a move that burns the user's own life force. Back in reality, Liu Sishan clenched her fist, determined to fight to the death. "With my own bloodline, I will crush your icy hell." Her heart flared with blue light, energy violently erupting, preparing for a self-destructive attack. Li Aoxue sneered, waving her hand to summon countless sharp ice spears. "If you wish to die, I shall grant it." Immediately, a colossal six-armed golden entity appeared behind Zhang Ping, effortlessly smashing the ice spears like toys. Zhang Ping coldly declared, "Your opponent is me," then summoned a multitude of shadow clones wielding golden swords to charge forward. Zhang Ping's clones simultaneously rushed forward, surrounding Li Aoxue from all sides. Li Aoxue merely curled her lip, showing disdain. "Useless. In my domain, you cannot kill me." Li Aoxue let out a roar filled with hatred, scarlet energy enveloping her. She condensed an energy orb, her eyes crazed. "This technique is for revenge for the 73 souls of the Liu family." A colossal ice magic circle appeared, ready to freeze the entire world. An invisible punch seemed to shatter space, activating the destructive ultimate technique. Boom, boom, boom. Frigid waves swept through everything, the ground cracking and freezing in an instant. Li Aoxue sneered, confident that her attack would crush everything, including Zhang Ping's small fry. Suddenly, space shattered like glass, sunlight shining through, signaling the illusion's destruction. All members of the Purge Squad stood bewildered in the open field, having narrowly escaped being frozen. One of them confused. What just happened? Liu Sishan sighed in relief, smiling. Amazing. Zhang Ping had timely carried her out of the danger zone, coldly declaring, "Just in time." Several men in the Purge Squad recognized Li Aoxue's voice, resentful at being deceived by her. Li Aoxue scornfully said, "Filthy ants. Do you think that's enough to defeat me?" And realized Luo Hai wasn't the only shadow walker. Her face darkened, summoning her most loyal disciples from the shadows. "Oh, my loyal servants," she commanded, "wipe out these wretches before me, leave no one alive." A horde of red-eyed shadow monsters roared, charging straight at Zhang Ping like a black flood. Zhang Ping held Liu Sishan tightly, activating his Fire Devourer's heart talent. A golden fire explosion swept through, incinerating the entire horde of shadow monsters in an instant. Li Aoxue's minions were wiped out before they could even gasp, leaving only Zhang Ping standing calmly amidst the smoke. Su Jingyao suddenly pointed into the distance, calling out in alarm, "Zhang Ping, look!" Zhang Ping activated Regal True Sight, his eye flashing with a green light, detecting something unusual. With his appraisal eye, Zhang Ping saw through the essence. Li Aoxue was using energy chains to bind Chen Junting's soul. Su Jingyao explained the situation. Li Aoxue has weakened, no longer strong enough to seal Chen Junting's soul. If we just sever the link, she'll suffer a king-level power backlash. Zhang Ping growled, "Leave it to me," then erupted with golden firepower, charging straight ahead like an arrow. Li Aoxue shrieked in panic, "Stop him," and summoned another horde of shadow monsters to act as cannon fodder. But how could these small fry stop the real deal? Zhang Ping swept them away like trash without slowing down. He pointed to the sky, growling as he called out to a waiting soul, "I'm counting on you." Responding to the call, Chen Haowen's soul unleashed a verdant energy slash that tore through space, opening a path for the reunion. Chen Haowen's soul appeared before his chained daughter, his voice trembling as he called, "Junting?" he asked in pain. "It's your father, Junting. Don't you recognize me?" He sadly explained that he had changed too much, so it was understandable that his daughter didn't recognize him. Memories flooded back, images of her young father from years ago holding his daughter and a teddy bear, promising a bright future. He asserted, "Don't be afraid, Junting, as long as we can return to Pearl City." Finally, Chen Junting's nascent soul recognized her father, tears streaming down her face as she called, "Father?" The little girl burst into happiness. "Is it really you, Father?" Chen Haowen comforted his daughter, vowing not to let anyone exploit her again. "You are my daughter, not some saintess or awakener." The bond of fatherly love caused the soul chains to begin cracking, the link visibly weakening. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ping roared, "Now's the time." He charged straight at Li Aoxue, ignoring her desperate struggles as the backlash energy ravaged her. A terrifying energy explosion engulfed everything, Li Aoxue taking the full brunt of the backlash from the power she had stolen. She shrieked tragically as the chains of power shattered. Her plan utterly collapsed. Li Aoxue's icy power shattered into pieces, her plan officially collapsing. The old woman shrieked in madness, her face contorted. "I am the one." Amidst the desolate land, Li Aoxue desperately clung to her remaining power, a small ice crown flickering in her hand. "True king!" she shrieked one last time, as dark and icy energy engulfed her body. Zhang Ping appeared coldly, holding the shattered energy chain in his hand, thinking, "Is this the item the leader mentioned to deal with King Yue?" A voice called his name, and Zhang Ping turned to look. The souls of Chen Haowen and his daughter appeared, thanking Zhang Ping for saving them, and now they could rest in peace. Chen Junting explained that this was Luo Hai's power, and the other Shadow Walkers were also grateful for having their souls freed. "Farewell, Zhang Ping." The souls of the father and daughter vanished, leaving him a skull-shaped dark energy orb. Zhang Ping's teammates approached, the shirtless muscular man sighing in relief. "Finally, it's over." But Zhang Ping, with his glowing purple eyes, immediately denied. "Not yet." The entire team regrouped. Zhang Ping declared loudly, "It's time to reclaim Mingzhu City." Elsewhere in the city, a female leader and an old man sensed the powerful aura that had just vanished. Realizing Li Aoxue had been defeated, the bald leader immediately ordered, "Li Aoxue is dead. Holy Ancestor Village will surely fall. Gather our forces, attack Zhang Ping and his allies now." Another hooded figure stepped out to stop him, their tone full of challenge. "This is not your place to give orders." The bald leader turned back furiously, but the hooded figure remained calm. "You should understand that fighting to the death right now is meaningless." An old man with a white goatee appeared, his voice full of authority. "Before we wipe out the other factions, I propose we coexist in peace." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant fire phoenix erupted from behind him, its terrifying power engulfing the entire building. The female leader stood amidst the sea of flames, her face changing as she retorted, "Is this what you call peaceful coexistence?" The divine sunbird let out an earth-shattering roar, and smaller fire phoenixes flew out, asserting its absolute dominance. A hand reached out and called Little Five, and a small phoenix landed with an air of majesty. The white goatee old man, the brown-haired female leader, and the bald man stood stunned, unable to believe that a mere boy like Zhu Zhuyang could subdue a king-level creature. Suddenly, a voice full of killing intent echoed from the shadows, growling, "You Zhu clan members are a bunch of traitors, yet you dare to speak of cooperation?" The white goatee old man's face drained of color, terrified as he recognized the deadly familiar voice. King Yue, a giant dark monster, materialized in a surge of black and red energy, declaring bluntly, "I told you, killing Situ Shibai is a trivial matter." All three Zhu clan leaders immediately knelt prostrate, respectfully proclaiming in unison, "Welcome back, King Yue." The goatee old man hastily denied responsibility, shifting all blame onto the deceased Zhu Zeming. "King Yue, everything before was orchestrated by him alone." King Yue snarled, exposing their blatant lie. "A bunch of liars. If you hadn't gained king-level power, you would have devoured my wolf long ago." The small phoenix in Zhu Zhuyang's hand roared, erupting in a dazzling blaze of firelight. King Yue seemed surprised to see the Zhu clan's divine sunbird accept a mere boy as its master. Scoffing, calling it a chick would be more accurate. The white goatee old man sprang up, shouting back, "Show some respect." He continued his persuasive speech, reminding King Yue of Zhang Ping's terrifying power, the one who had single-handedly wiped out both Holy Ancestor Village and Li Aoxue. The old man concluded, Only by joining forces do we stand a chance of defeating Zhang Ping and his allies. King Yue fell silent, a calculating glint flashing in his glowing red eyes at the proposal. He recalled the battle from years ago, admitting that if Situ Shibai had broken through to king level, he might have been the loser. King Yue conceded, now that Zhang Ping can defeat king level Li Aoxue, he is indeed a major nuisance. With that, King Yue made his final decision. Don't even think about using a single one of my soldiers. I will lead the entire Natrafox clan myself. The goatee old man and another elder stood frozen, their plan of using others as proxies having failed. The brown-haired female leader reported the troop count. Our Natrafox clan has about 100,000 combat-ready soldiers. King Yue nodded in satisfaction. Very good. King Yue's blood-red eyes gleamed with killing intent. He was determined. Zhang Ping, no matter what tricks you pull this time. Facing each other directly, two king-level powers snarled, the Dark King Yue and the blazing Divine Sunbird. Under King Yu's command, an entire legion of blood-red-eyed Natrafoxes roared, vowing to turn Mingzhu City into the enemy's burial ground. Meanwhile, at Secret Base Number 10, the atmosphere was completely different. Zhang Ping returned, carrying the unconscious Liu Xishan, and his female teammates rushed out to greet him and inquire about another person's condition. Zhang Ping, with a poker face, delivered the grim news. She and the Zhao siblings have sacrificed themselves. This stunned the blonde girl. Zhang Ping's gaze was sharp, and he declared bluntly, I intend to reclaim Mingzhu City. Who will follow me? The shirtless fighter and his teammates erupted with surging morale. Is that even a question? The Natrafoxes and Zhu clan have killed too many of our comrades. This debt must be paid in blood. Yi Changchun and the contracted beasts who were once fallen ones also stepped forward. Don't forget us. I never thought I'd fight for Mingzhu City again. Zhang Ping explained Liu Xishan's situation to the red-haired woman. She used a forbidden life-burning technique to fight Li Aoxue to the death. She's exhausted now. Just leave her at the base. He turned to order Zhang Shouzong and Manny to stay behind as well, but both immediately protested, not wanting to be left behind. Zhang Ping explained clearly. Your abilities are best utilized at this base, and we need someone to protect the rear and the civilians. Manny and Zhang Shouzong reluctantly accepted, but still requested to provide remote support and shouted, You must win. A three-dimensional map appeared, marking the main target, the City Lord's mansion. Zhang Ping analyzed the situation. I can sense the Divine Bird's power. The Zhu clan has allied with the Foxes again. Their side has two king-level entities. A direct confrontation would be suicide. He began to clearly assign tasks to each team. Diversion, reconnaissance, and main assault force. All of whom obediently followed orders. Zhang Ping turned to Su Jingyao, giving her a crucial mission. Your ability is the key. Focus your mind and pinpoint the locations of three targets for me. King Yue, Luo Shiyu, and the Divine Bird, he emphasized. And most importantly, Captain Situ's personal dimension. Su Jingyao solemnly accepted the order. Su Jingyao wondered, but how can we see through the Natrafox's illusions? Are you planning to use the pure blood body? Zhang Ping replied concisely. It's not that complicated. Golden energy surged in Zhang Ping's hand as he revealed his trump card. I've improved the king's blessing. Now I can bestow blessings upon others, helping them see through all the fox's illusions. Zhang Ping's eyes flashed with a deadly glint as he finalized the timing. Midnight, the operation begins. In the dead of night at Mingzhou City, a squad of fox demons patrolled lazily, appearing quite negligent. Whoosh! A flying sword suddenly shot forth like lightning, kicking off the raid. Slash! The sword sliced cleanly through a fox demon, blood splattering everywhere and startling the entire group. A teal-haired swordsman stood in the courtyard, coldly watching the guards on the city wall shout, "Enemy attack!" The swordsman immediately turned and fled into the forest, and the fox demons roared, "Follow him! Don't let that brat escape!" As soon as they reached the forest edge, the fox demons were ambushed by a group of black-cloaked assassins leaping down from the trees. It's an ambush. The fox demons, with bloodshot eyes, growled, "Do you think numbers alone can win? Ridiculous." A black-cloaked assassin suddenly swelled up, accumulating a giant fireball inside. Boom! The assassin exploded like a living bomb, wiping out the fox demons in a terrifying blast. The system panel displayed, Straw Man, self-destructing version. From the shadows, Zhang Shouzong and the brown-haired man stepped out, proudly boasting, "This bomb is a custom-made creation by Zhang Ping and me. Much more effective than a straw man." Standing on the balcony, Luo Shiyu sensed the explosion, her eyes filled with doubt. Has Zhang Ping arrived? A black-armored rabbit knight, surrounded by a purple aura, suddenly appeared, stopping Luo Xiu. Everyone, don't rush. The rabbit knight pointed into the distance, analyzing. Making such a commotion is clearly a diversion to lure us out. Zhang Ping is truly over there. In the city center, Zhang Ping stood, golden energy beginning to erupt around him, his eyes sharp and cold. He unleashed his full power, and a colossal six-armed golden energy entity appeared, directly confronting the blazing divine sunbird. The golden entity launched a sky-shattering punch directly at the fire phoenix. A shocking explosion occurred as the powers of two king-level beings collided with earth-shattering force. Suddenly, a colossal skeletal reaper in a black cloak appeared, radiating dark purple energy, and firmly seized the golden entity. The system announced, Luo Hai's shadow fallen power. The reaper mocked. So your so-called son only possesses this paltry heat? He looked down at the restrained golden entity, his voice full of disdain. Arrogant brat. A dark entity clad in black armor, with a white and purple mane and a red crescent moon symbol on its chest, appeared with an overwhelming presence. From the demon's perspective, Feng Laixian and the brown-haired warrior were bracing themselves, ready to fight to the death. Both unleashed their combined ultimate technique, the Beast King Star-Shattering Fist, a destructive golden energy blast shooting straight towards the enemy. The crescent moon demon stood still, taking the blow, and calmly remarked, I understand. The power is impressive, I admit. He pointed towards the battle between the golden entity and the divine sunbird, his voice full of sarcasm. But do you think you can defeat two king-level beings at once? He raised his hand to the sky, summoned a blazing red crescent moon and roared, Blood Moon! The sky was dyed red by the eerie blood moon, signaling a terrifying technique about to be unleashed. Countless colossal white ice spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, assaulting Zhang Ping's golden entity and his allies relentlessly. Inside the entity, Zhang Ping activated his appraisal skill, his golden eyes scanning the entire domain. The system analyzed the Moon King's domain, physical damage immunity, teleportation of body parts, and continuously rising temperature until everything is incinerated. The Moon King transformed into his werewolf form, scornfully looking at the small fries. Do you think overwhelming numbers can erase the power gap? He unleashed black energy slashes ripping through the air, sending the two warriors flying like rags, and growled, Ants will always be just ants. Suddenly, verdant vines tightly bound the Moon King. Ye Changchun had intervened to assist. Let me hold him back. Seizing the opportunity, the brown-haired warrior shouted, Now's the time. Both once again launched a full-power attack. The Beast King's star-shattering fist was unleashed once more, the colossal energy orb engulfing the Moon King. The attack hit its mark. The Moon King's head was engulfed in flames, giving the two warriors a glimmer of hope. Did we succeed? The Moon King sneered. Humph. Look around. Countless clones of him appeared from energy mirrors, connected by deadly red threads. Ultimate string art. The red threads tightened, cutting deep into the flesh of Feng Laixian, Ye Changchun, and the brown-haired warrior, making them scream in agony. Seeing his allies in danger, Zhang Ping's golden entity momentarily faltered, and the divine sunbird immediately seized the opportunity. Where are you looking? The colossal fire phoenix charged straight at the golden entity. Zhang Ping could only grit his teeth bitterly. In the city, I can't unleash my full power. The divine sunbird mocked, tightening its scorching talons around Zhang Ping's golden arm. Facing this level of firepower, do you still dare to be as arrogant as before? The fire phoenix roared, unleashing a destructive firestorm aimed directly at Zhang Ping. Surrounded by divine beast-level flames, Zhang Ping's golden entity began to crack. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, the heat is terrifying, it's about to collapse. Under the terrifying heat, Zhang Ping's golden entity disintegrated in a sea of flames. Elsewhere, an armored demon complained about feeling cold and demanded to devour humans to warm itself, while a blue-haired spirit girl stood silently beside it. Su Qingbo's spirit appeared beside the girl, confirming, although the aura is very weak, it's definitely this place. The spirit girl wondered how to use something, but Su Qingbo pointed out that they had to find the entrance to the space first. A brown-haired female fox demon suddenly appeared, blocking Su Qingbo's path and declaring she had caught the rat the king had warned about. The female fox demon stood with a pack of wolf demons, confidently asking about Zhang Ping's plan. Su Qingbo scornfully retorted, stating that Zhang Ping's plan was not something small fry like her could comprehend. Su Qingbo charged forward, intending to take them all on alone, but was immediately knocked down by a colossal red tail. With just one blow, Su Qingbo coughed up blood, unable to believe the opponent's strength. The female fox demon sprouted countless red tails with eyes, revealing she already knew Su Qingbo's abilities inside out and never intended to confront him directly. Su Qingbo sneered, turning the tables. The moment you saw me, you had already fallen into an illusion, you fool. The illusion shattered. The female fox demon was the one falling freely and under attack, screaming "Die!" in despair. A barrage of blue energy blades shot forth, piercing directly into the female fox demon. Suddenly ambushed, she startled and screamed, "Who's there?" A colossal ice dragon erupted from the ground, freezing the female fox demon instantly with a sarcastic greeting. "Long time no see. Little fox." A silver-haired old man appeared from the cold mist, coldly declaring, "Our debt." The silver-haired old man stood in the ice arena, finishing his sentence with overwhelming authority. He is far from settled. Elite fox demons charged to attack a more muscular wolf demon, but they were all just prey. Su Qingbo stood in the middle of the battle, copying the golden blood ability and transforming energy into golden sword chi. The old man growled, challenging, "I will push the sword kiss speed to the speed of light. Let's see how you escape." Countless golden sword slashes rained down, and the elite fox demons could only raise their claws to parry in vain. The large wolf demon was torn into 100 pieces by the sword light, unable to react in time. After being blown away, the wolf demon hadn't even recovered its senses when Su Qingbo had already moved on to a new technique. A gigantic earthen hand emerged from the ground, seizing the wolf demon. It was yet another copied ability. The hand clenched tightly, crushing the demon into fragments, cleanly ending the battle. After dealing with the small fry, Su Qingbo coughed up a mouthful of blood, seemingly having overused his power, making his granddaughter Su Jingyao worriedly call out "Grandpa." The white-haired old man supported Su Qingbo, while Su Qingbo brushed him off, pressing for information about the whereabouts of the leading fox demon. The white-haired old man pointed towards the rubble, announcing that the female demon had escaped but was severely wounded, no longer a threat. "Leave the cleanup of the foxes in the city to me," the white-haired old man said, then turned to Su Jingyao. "Go find Zhang Ping." Su Jingyao clenched her hands, her eyes filled with determination. "Zhang Ping, you must hold on." Scene change. Zhang Ping handed Su Jingyao an energy chain, instructing, "When the time comes, connect one end to yourself and the other end to Commander Situ's soul." Su Jingyao was skeptical, directly asking why they didn't just use this to quickly break the Moon King's illusion. Zhang Ping explained in detail, "This chain is a form of power theft from Li Aoxue, created to break rules, because his infinite copy ability cannot copy itself." He asserted this wasn't Li Aoxue's item, then concluded, "Connect the chain, share power, awaken the commander's soul, and restore his body." Su Jingyao looked at the chain, worriedly asking, "But what if the commander's soul has no fragments left?" Zhang Ping sneered, revealing the entire gambit. "This chain cannot break the illusion. The commander intentionally let us defeat Li Aoxue first to obtain it." Recalling Situ Shibai's dying words, Zhang Ping affirmed that the commander had absolute trust in him, knowing that he would decipher the plan and save him. In the land of endings, the divine Sunbird and the Moon King stood in confrontation, the oppressive aura of the two king-level entities setting the entire space ablaze. Zhang Ping's entire team was huddled within a fragile energy shield, trying to hold on amidst the sea of flames. Feng Laixian growled, his undying Crimson Emperor body also about to succumb to this terrifying heat, while the brown-haired man shouted, "Zhang Ping, are you done yet?" The Moon King, from above, sneered, "Cowards clinging to life," then unleashed a black and red energy attack that tore through space. Crack! The team's defensive shield shattered like crystal. The brown-haired man was struck by a surge of blue energy, while the Moon King continued to taunt, "How long do you plan to defend?" In this critical moment, Situ Shibai unexpectedly appeared, his calm voice ringing out, "Don't worry about us." The entire team turned around, completely shocked to see their deceased commander, while he gently said, "Sorry for making everyone wait." The Moon King couldn't believe his eyes either. Stunned, he exclaimed, "Situ Shibai, haven't you completely perished?" Standing next to Zhang Ping, Situ Shibai growled in response, "What would an arrogant tyrant like you understand? Don't underestimate the power of humanity." The commander threw the chain to Zhang Ping, ordering, "Zhang Ping, grasp this chain. Use our hope to shatter this hell." Zhang Ping confirmed that thanks to the linked chain, he had been buffed to king level, just like the commander, and his purification skill was now powerful enough to affect the Moon King. Both soared upwards, their goal clear, to shatter the Moon King's domain, stripping him of his invincibility. The Moon King roared, declaring that the counterattack in the name of the two kings had officially begun. Inside the divine sunbird, Zhu Yang, the beast's controller, disdainfully called Zheng Pingside's power hope and found it truly disgusting. The divine sunbird let out a deafening roar, spewing forth a destructive sea of flames, roaring, turned to ashes under this glorious light. Situ Shibai coldly stepped forward, activating the reflective prism skill. A gigantic golden prism shield appeared, capable of bending space and reflecting all attacks of level 40 and below. The divine sunbird's entire sea of flames crashed into the shield and was reflected in all directions, completely harmless. The Moon King flew into a rage, growling, "Don't be arrogant." The Moon King and the divine sunbird simultaneously launched their attacks, and the space around Zhangping and Situ Shibai shattered like glass. The Moon King unleashed razor-sharp shadow claws, tearing apart everything in their path. Zhangping didn't say much, immediately summoning a formidable entity, the Shadow Reaper King, a gigantic skeleton wielding a scythe, charging directly between the two bosses. The Shadow Reaper King was immediately riddled with the Moon King's dark spikes. Before it could even breathe, the Shadow Reaper King was again bound tightly by golden energy chains from the divine sunbird, completely immobilized. Situ Shibai waved his hand, opening a teleportation gate, ordering the reinforcement team. "This battle is beyond your scope. Go assist Chen Ming." Inside the divine sunbird, Zhu Yang sneered, "Stubborn insects," then controlled the bird to spew out a gigantic fireball, determined to incinerate the Shadow Reaper King. The Shadow Reaper King braced itself, taking the full impact of the fireball, sinking into the terrifying sea of flames. Zhu Yang screamed maniacally, his face filled with glee. "Struggle in despair. Die." Situ Shibai merely smirked. "In the end, you're just a brat." He raised his hand, and a dark energy orb began to form. The signature infinite-level skill was activated. Causality Reversal. An upgraded version of the copy skill, capable of absorbing, copying, and reflecting the opponent's own skills. Situ Shibai's dark orb acted like a black hole, sucking in the divine sunbird's entire sea of flames. The bird's entire destructive attack was swallowed without a single spark remaining, leaving the divine sunbird isolated in midair. Zhu Yang frantically screamed, "Xiao Wu, fly away quickly." The firebird hastily turned and fled. Situ Shibai coldly held the blazing energy orb, his voice full of sarcasm. Trying to run? Too late. The energy orb, now having absorbed the divine sunbird's full power, exploded with a blinding flash of light. Situ Shibai fired back all the firepower. A pillar of flame even larger than the original roared towards the two bosses, making the Moon King curse. Zhu Yang's face turned ashen, while the Moon King froze in disbelief at the incredible counterattack. Boom! The gigantic pillar of flame engulfed both targets, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The divine sunbird let out a tragic shriek, then exploded in a sea of flames of its own making. King Yue slowly struggled up from the rubble, roaring resentfully. "How dare you wound me so severely?" He glared at Zhangping and Situ Shibai, screaming, "Mingzhou City is our home. You outsiders have no right to decide its fate." King Yue continued to rant madly, claiming that all he wanted was a place to belong, to stop wandering. Could that also be wrong? He questioned. He smirked eerily, his voice full of menace. Furthermore, the main act has only just begun. Ha 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 ha. Dark energy erupted from King Yue, enveloping the space amidst his savage laughter. Zhangping frowned, realizing something was wrong. What's going on? Why hasn't the domain disappeared yet? A giant fireball, a remnant of the divine sunbird's power, suddenly appeared in the sky and plunged straight towards the two of them. Situ Shibai gritted his teeth and cursed. Clearly, the situation was turning out worse than expected. From within the sea of flames, the divine sunbird was gloriously reborn, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Situ Shibai bitterly admitted, "That last attack only held it back for a few minutes. It seems we'll have to try another method." Meanwhile, a teal-haired swordsman was single-handedly cutting through enemies, slicing away a wolf demon in the city alley. The swordsman was immediately surrounded by a pack of wolf demons, which snarled, "It's here! Don't let it escape!" On another street corner, a brown-haired martial artist and a white-haired warrior with a blue aura were also rushing into combat with the demons. The two warriors unleashed devastating attacks, sweeping away the wolf demons in the blink of an eye, giving them no chance to resist. In a dark room, a civilian man was woken from his sleep by the noise outside. He irritably pressed his ear to the window, grumbling, "What the hell is all that noise?" As soon as he looked outside, he froze, his eyes wide with horror. What is this?" The scene outside was a battlefield. The corpses of wolf demons lay scattered on the street. One even stuck in the house wall. The warriors had gathered amidst the pile of corpses, one reporting, "We've almost cleared out all the fox demons in our area." A group of warriors looked up at the giant pillar of fire rising in the distance, the teal-haired swordsman wondering, "How's the situation over there? Is this pillar of fire from Zhang Ping and Captain C2? Meanwhile, a squad of black-cloaked assassins stood atop a mountain of fox demon corpses, their commander reporting, "This side is also cleared. Where did all these fox demons come from? There's no end to them." The teal-haired swordsman wearing sunglasses analyzed the situation, deeming the number of enemies too abnormal, and ordered, "Never mind that. Find the Moon Queen first. If we capture the leader, the soldiers will disperse on their own. Assemble at the City Lord's mansion." The City Lord's mansion emerged at dawn, a seemingly peaceful place that was, in fact, the eye of the storm. Inside the mansion, a figure was unleashing fierce energy attacks, indicating that a battle had already erupted. Luo Shiyu, despite being covered in wounds, still smirked defiantly. "So you've arrived." She sat perched on the throne, looking both weary and arrogant, as if awaiting a good show. The elite squad entered the main hall, the teal-haired swordsman pointing directly at Luo Shiyu. "I knew you'd be here. You're on the verge of death, yet you still refuse to give up the city lord's seat? You fox demons are truly greedy and arrogant," he growled, drawing his sword and pointing it straight at her. "You've killed too many innocent people, and our comrades too. Blood debt must be paid with blood," he yelled, and charged forward, his sword flashing with a deadly gleam. Whoosh! The sharp sword tip plunged straight into Luo Shiyu's chest, seemingly finishing her off. But the swordsman froze in shock. Luo Shiyu had effortlessly blocked his sword blade with 2 fingers. She swung her hand, knocking the sword away, and sneered, "You fools!" Luo Shiyu stood up, explaining the prearranged plan. "My father has been preparing for a long time." She revealed a shocking secret. The immortal heart of the moon, his core power, can move through space. If he is in danger, all his power will be transferred to me. Luo Shiyu spread her arms, red energy erupting, declaring, "Therefore, I am now the true Moon Queen." A notification appeared. Moon Queen Luo Shiyu, level 40 King level. Around her, a multitude of armored elite subordinates appeared from thin air, ready for battle. The new monsters let out a roar, then simultaneously charged towards the warriors with overwhelming momentum. Ye Changchun remained unfazed, charging forward and unleashing the defensive skill Myriad Serpent Defense, as countless green vines shot out, blocking the enemy's path. Feng Laixian also leaped into the air, channeling all his power into a devastating attack. Beast King's secret technique, Ultimate Annihilation. Chen Ming, wreathed in flames, reported urgently, "The target has evolved, confirming King Yue's presence at the palace. Its true form is here." Another burly warrior roared, Star-Shattering Fist, charging straight at Moon Queen Luo Shiyu, who was calmly seated on the throne. The Moon Queen merely glanced disdainfully, her crimson eyes exuding contempt. She gently raised a finger, and the warrior's full power attack was blocked by an invisible wall. Immediately after, Chen Ming took a full punch to the face from behind. The culprit was none other than Captain Jin Bo. Chen Ming was utterly shocked, not understanding why his comrade had appeared right behind him. A stream of golden energy shot past, and the burly warrior yelled a warning. "Watch out!" Chen Ming dodged the dangerous blow, replying, "I'm fine." While their 3-person formation was being pushed into a difficult situation, the whole group realized the difficult problem. She controls space at will. Ordinary attacks are completely useless. Amidst the sea of flames, Zhang Ping, in his 6-armed golden energy form, roared defiantly, "Surrender? You'll never win." He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. "Never," Zhang Ping declared loudly amidst the life-or-death battle. "Today, either you die or I die." Situ Shibai suddenly appeared, warning, "No, if this battle drags on, my power will be depleted. Zhang Ping, find a way to lock its movements." Zhang Ping turned back, his eyes sharp. "Captain? I've found a loophole." Situ Shibai explained the plan. The Zhu clan boy has merged with the divine sunbird, granting it divine immortality but also creating a fatal weakness. We can't kill the bird, but we can influence the boy's thoughts and indirectly control it. "This old man needs direct contact," he said, then ordered Zhang Ping. "This move requires touching the target. Create an opening for me." Zhang Ping understood, his 2 hands beginning to gather a massive stream of purple energy, yelling loudly, "Understood." The purple energy swirled into the shape of a monstrous hand, Zhang Ping pouring all his strength. "For me." He let out a final roar, swinging his hand to bring the giant energy hand down. Fall. The devastating attack plunged straight into the divine sunbird, creating an earth-shattering collision. Boom! Zhangping's purple energy hand collided directly with the divine sunbird, and the entire sky erupted in a sea of flames. Amidst the explosion, Zhangping remained clear-headed, activating his appraisal skill, scanning the entire firebird to find its weak points. Analyze. A confident smile curled on Zhangping's lips. He had found what he needed. Found it. Whoosh! A purple energy chain shot out from Zhangping's hand, piercing through the divine sunbird's dense defensive flames. The chain tightly bound the boy, Zhu Yang, who was hiding inside. Zhangping shouted loudly, reporting, "Captain, I've caught the Zhu clan's boy." Immediately, Situ Shibai appeared like a ghost, grabbing Zhu Yang, who was tightly bound. The boy asked in a panic, "What do you want to do?" Situ Shibai placed his hand on the boy's face, his eyes as cold as ice, declaring, "Rewrite your will." Zhu Yang's eyes widened, and he screamed in pain as his consciousness was invaded by a terrifying power. The divine sunbird also let out an earth-shattering roar, struggling violently as its connection with its master was interfered with. Situ Shibai frowned, realizing the boy's will barrier was too strong, unable to completely lull him to sleep. The old man sighed in relief. After all, a major problem had been resolved, and the firebird was considered neutralized. Elsewhere, the Moon Queen stood watching from afar, musingly asking, "Has the divine sunbird been suppressed?" She glanced at the warriors lying scattered at her feet, coldly saying, "It's fine, just as expected." Rage flared in the Moon Queen's eyes, and she snarled, "They killed my father, the Moon King. Zhangping, today I will make you taste the bitterness of losing everything." Meanwhile, Su Qingbo, Feng Laixian, and Ye Changchun had just arrived at the scene, shocked by the devastation and their fallen comrades. Su Qingbo immediately used his mimicry ability, creating a stream of green healing energy to treat the brown-haired warrior. The heavily wounded warrior gasped, "We fell into a trap." Su Qingbo immediately realized, the Moon Queen's target is the base. The old man ordered decisively, "I will treat everyone first. Zhangping, return to the base for immediate support." Zhangping gritted his teeth, shooting off like a golden flash of lightning, with only one thought in his mind. "Comrades, please hold on." At the base, the Moon Queen stood before her werewolf subordinates, giving a cruel order, "Devour them all, leave no one." The defense system blared a level 1 alarm. The base's defense system roared, activating the first bulletproof layer and slamming shut the 2-meter-thick blast door. The 5-meter-thick steel gate finally closed, all entrances sealed, and the air began to be evacuated to create a vacuum environment. But the Moon Queen was already inside. The Moon Queen smirked, realizing she was trapped within a barrier, surrounded only by metal walls. She snapped her fingers, and red energy shot out, making the thick wall explode like confetti. She sarcastically said, "Trying to teach a fish to swim?" In the control room, the entire team, including the burly man, Manny, the blue-haired woman, and the man with glasses, were stunned when they saw the Moon Queen appear on the main screen, questioning how she got in. Manny panicked, her voice trembling. "Why can't we contact the captain? Everyone else is outside, we're isolated." The Moon Queen suddenly appeared right behind them, her voice as cold as ice. "All your signals have been blocked, because I've erected a stronger barrier around here." She cackled gleefully, declaring that no one in this building could escape. In her hand, she held a team communication device. Manny realized in horror that it was their team's device, stammering, "She's using it to pinpoint." In the midst of despair, Liu Xishan and Su Jingyao rushed out. Liu Xishan snarled, "There's still a chance, don't be afraid." Blue ice energy erupted around her. Liu Xishan unleashed an extremely powerful ice attack, opening a teleportation space to attack the Moon Queen from afar. The Moon Queen merely sneered, opening a dark portal right in front of her. "It's useless, I can redirect all damage to the rear." Her werewolf subordinates standing behind her immediately bore the full brunt of the ice shower, freezing solid on the spot amidst their desperate screams. Suddenly, Su Qingbo burst out from within the ice screen, holding a blazing red nether flame orb, astonishing the Moon Queen. "Su Qingbo? You turned into ice and hid within Liu Xishan's attack?" The old man roared. "Die, you wretched fox." He threw the nether flame orb, transforming it into a massive purple energy explosion. But the Moon Queen was a step faster, activating space distortion, snatching Su Qingbo in midair and making him scream in pain. Su Jingyao screamed in horror, "Grandpa!" while the Moon Queen easily crushed the nether flame orb, mocking, "Useless. I've already analyzed all your techniques." Crash! The outer barrier suddenly cracked open. The Moon Queen frowned. "My barrier is being destroyed. Has Zhangping arrived?" What incredible speed! Realizing time was running out, the Moon Queen decided to go all in, unleashing her full power as demonic arms sprouted from her back. Zhang Ping shattered the barrier, rushing in like an enraged deity, roaring amidst a destructive purple energy surge. Zhang Ping summoned a colossal golden entity, roaring break, and smashing the enemy's red barrier. Having successfully breached the defenses, Zhang Ping charged straight in, snarling a challenge. Moon Queen, your opponent is me. Zhang Ping's eyes were bloodshot, killing intent surging as he saw the devastation before him. The Moon Queen hovered in the air. Below her lay Liu Sishan, Su Jingyao, Su Qingbo, and Ye Changchun, scattered and incapacitated. She smirked. You've arrived just in time, my comrade Zhang Ping. A cunning glint flashed in the Moon Queen's eyes as she began to act. Now then, using her spatial teleportation ability, she directly threw Liu Sishan into a lava dimension and pushed Su Jingyao into a deep sea dimension, uttering a challenge. Who will you save first? Liu Sishan was trapped in the scorching lava dimension, looking extremely distressed. Su Jingyao, meanwhile, was submerged in the deep sea dimension, completely helpless. Zhang Ping said nothing more, condensing dark energy into a colossal battle axe, ready to fight the Moon Queen to the death. He swung down a sky-rending slash, making the Moon Queen flinch slightly. Lost your mind so quickly? The Moon Queen immediately realized something was wrong. Behind that attack, another invisible strike was hidden. Zhang Ping's slash grazed past the Moon Queen, shattering the wall behind her. He affirmed, just as I suspected, your spatial abilities are only effective against tangible attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ping lunged towards the spatial rift the Moon Queen had created. This is my chance. His hand pierced straight through the spatial portal, attempting to reach the two imprisoned individuals. But the Moon Queen merely sneered. A decent feint, but useless. I've severed the path between the two dimensions. You can't save them. Her eyes turned blood red, fangs bared savagely as she snarled. Watch them die in agony while you are helpless. Zhang Ping's entire body erupted with dark energy, his eyes glowing brightly in the darkness. He declared, I will surely make you taste despair even greater than death. He activated his King's Shadow skill, creating multiple clones, each radiating intense killing intent. The clones simultaneously launched boomerang-shaped energy blades flying towards the Moon Queen, but she merely scoffed, just a petty trick, and used Space Rend to neutralize them. The clones' attacks were all swallowed by distorted space, but one clone successfully closed in thanks to the new invisible king-level skill, piercing through all defenses. The Moon Queen realized Zhang Ping's trick, but it was too late to react. She screamed that he couldn't kill her, as her illusions shattered into pieces. Zhang Ping erupted with nether flame, declaring he would burn everything to ashes so her true form would have nowhere to hide. A colossal dark vortex swallowed the entire space, leaving no gaps. The Moon Queen scoffed that he abandoned his teammates, but one of her illusions was struck by the flames and vanished. A clone of Zhang Ping suddenly closed in, making her wary. So you finally decided to show your true face? She dodged the attacks with ease, while other clones continuously charged in from all directions. The Moon Queen began to feel annoyed, wondering if he had merged with the nether flame to hide. Suddenly, the real Zhang Ping appeared right behind her, startling her as she wondered what in the world he was planning. He smirked mockingly, scoffing that her skill was still weak despite reaching king level. The Moon Queen was stunned to realize that the two Purge Squad members she had captured had vanished without a trace. She was horrified to realize this was the illusionary light sky veil skill, a wide-area spatial technique. She bitterly admitted to being deceived by Zhang Ping's King's shadows, hastily performing a spatial transfer to escape. The moment she stepped into her personal space, the Moon Queen felt something was amiss. Zhang Ping appeared directly above her, a chain clutched in his hand. Eve marked you, there's no escaping now. He flung the soul-binding chain towards her, and the Moon Queen, startled, raised her hand to block the attack, asking what kind of weapon it was. The chain wrapped tightly around the Moon Queen, nullifying her every movement. What are you planning to do? Zhang Ping coldly explained his plan, temporarily borrowing her teleportation ability, then using it to open a gate right within this space. From the gate, the two Purge Squad members, one ablaze with fire and the other surging with water, were successfully freed. The Fire Mage and Water Mage gasped, finally escaping the Moon Queen's clutches. Outmaneuvered, the Moon Queen furiously roared, "Damn it!" unleashing her full dark power towards the two rescued mages. Zhang Ping lunged forward to block the attack, shouting to his two teammates, "You two go first." Behind him, the Shadow Reaper beast manifested with overwhelming power. The two mages worriedly warned Zhang Ping to be careful, but he simply replied coldly, "Leave it to me." For a moment, Zhang Ping recalled his week past, when he still trembled before a natter fox and only deceived himself into believing it was an illusion. But now it was different. Zhang Ping clenched his fist, growling, "Luo Shiyu, the battle between you and me truly begins now." The Moon Queen said no more, unleashing a colossal surge of energy towards Zhang Ping, screaming his name. Zhang Ping easily parried the attack, making the Moon Queen even more enraged. Why? She furiously unleashed her skills, questioning why Zhang Ping kept obstructing her time and again. Zhang Ping was not to be outdone. He roared back, "That's my question for you. Why are you colluding with those natter foxes?" Finishing his words, Zhang Ping swung the Shadow Reaper beast's colossal energy scythe, slashing directly towards Luo Shiyu. The Moon Queen flashed a sinister smile, her eyes glowing red. He, so you finally recognized me?" She threw her head back and screamed, admitting that she had willingly embraced the darkness, allowing the Moon King to devour her. Her eyes gleamed with a deadly light. "Because only this way can I gain enough power to tear everything apart." Zhang Ping stood silently, waiting to hear the lament of the boss about to be defeated. The Moon Queen reminisced about her harsh past. "Look, this is what Pearl City bestowed upon me. Rotten leftovers, cold fists, and endless humiliation." Memories flooded back of her huddling before two white-shrouded corpses in the morgue, screaming in silent agony. "It stole my only warmth, stole my last glimmer of hope." Even after losing everything, she only received indifferent gazes, devoid of any pity. The Moon Queen gritted her teeth, realizing a harsh truth. Kindness is a burden, tears are weakness. She decided she had to become more ruthless and stronger to avoid being trampled. And then a colossal armored demon appeared amidst the pile of student corpses. The demon stood before the panicked Luo Shiyu, and she felt it had seen through the flame of hatred burning within her soul. The Moon Queen laughed maniacally, declaring, "From then on, it and I became one." Ending her flashback, she roared at Zhang Ping. "You ask why? Because I will return to this city the pain it inflicted upon me, 1,000-fold." The Moon Queen unleashed a skill, and countless mirror fragments reflecting her image appeared, firing deadly red energy beams. The Moon Shadow Demonic Army, Ultimate Annihilation Array skill was activated, and a storm of red lasers rained down on Zhang Ping's position. Zhang Ping took the hit, his entire body pierced by energy spears, yet he remained standing firm. Unyielding, he channeled his energy, creating a purple vortex with the Blazing Hell Corridor skill to sweep away the trashy lasers. Shattering the vortex, Zhang Ping transformed into a colossal six-armed golden energy entity, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Golden Titan seized the Moon Queen in an instant, despite her resistance with flashy energy chains. Wham! A heaven-shattering punch from the Titan slammed directly into the Moon Queen's stomach, the impact force enough to distort space. The Moon Queen coughed up blood, having taken a fatal blow, her face pale with agony. The entire battlefield trembled from Zhang Ping's terrifying power. The clash of golden and purple energy created an earth-shattering explosion. Zhang Ping, his body enveloped in nether flame, stood on the Titan's hand and declared firmly, "Stop resisting. I've seen through your tricks. Once your true form is identified, you stand no chance." The Moon Queen retorted through gritted teeth, "You think so? Look at yourself. You're heavily wounded too." Zhang Ping brushed aside her words, charging forward with terrifying speed, shouting, "It's over." He seized the Moon Queen by the neck, and she screamed frantically, "Even if I die, today I will make you taste my pain." Zhang Ping swung his golden energy sword, unleashing the ultimate technique, Eternal Night Chaos, as surging white and blue energy currents swept towards the Moon Queen. She summoned a colossal Shadow Reaper to block the attack, confidently declaring, "It's useless. This space is mine. You cannot escape." Zhang Ping's attack not only shattered her defenses but also struck directly into her mind, revealing images of Luo Shiyu's weak past. Zhang Ping observed silently, his gaze sharp, seemingly calculating for the final finishing blow. Amidst the chaotic space, Zhang Ping ignited a small flame on his fingertip, his eyes cold. Crack! The Moon Queen's domain shattered into pieces like glass under Zhang Ping's power. Zhang Ping growled, declaring, "Luo Shiyu, I accept your hatred, but now, it's time for it to end." He charged straight forward, piercing through the fragments of her memories, delivering a finishing blow to the terrified Moon Queen's manifestation. At the same time, elsewhere, Su Qingbo, Ye Changchun, and Zhao Yalong were sensing the situation, and the old man muttered about Zhang Ping's strange request. Su Qingbo suddenly felt something was wrong. He wondered, even here there are. What in the world are these creatures? A chaotic scene unfolded. The Natter fox monsters were mercilessly slaughtering civilians, and a man screamed, calling for reinforcements. A rabbit night demon charged forward, swinging its sharp blade, intending to decapitate a dazed civilian. Whoosh! Su Qingbo activated mimicry, teleportation, rushing in with incredible speed. Slash! The old man acted swiftly, slicing off the monster's head to the astonishment of the survivors. Su Qingbo turned back, calmly telling the panicked civilians, "Calm down. They are not human. They are mutated monsters." He ordered one person, "Listen. Hide well. Don't come out until further notice. Elder, you be careful too." Su Qingbo's gaze sharpened. He thought to himself that he would clean up these small fries. As for the Moon Queen boss, he'd leave her to Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping woke up, finding himself lying in the middle of a familiar street. He muttered, "This is Mingzhou City?" As soon as he stood up, he saw an army of nature fox monsters lining up before him, led by an unfamiliar woman. The silver-haired woman, exuding a regal aura, spoke with disdain. "Just as I thought, I still hate this place. But now, it's all over." She closed her eyes, savoring the moment, a satisfied smile appearing on her lips. So this is what freedom feels like. Zhang Ping stood still, silently observing the new enemy in a completely different form, icy energy swirling around her. Su Qingbo suddenly appeared beside him, pressing him with questions. "Zhang Ping? Why are you here? Where is the Moon Queen?" Amidst the ruined city, Zhang Ping coldly delivered a brief message to Su Qingbo. "She's dead." Su Qingbo reported back that while cleaning up the remnants, he had discovered several nature fox cultivation chambers in the city lord's mansion and had dealt with them thoroughly. Zhang Ping suddenly realized something, muttering, "Could it be? That person has already arrived here?" Su Qingbo reassured him that the city had been cleared, then both decided to return to base to care for the injured. The scene shifted to a desolate forest, where the wind rustled. A group of cloaked Zhu clan remnants were frantically fleeing, cursing Zhang Ping and the Purge Squad incessantly for ruining their plan to awaken the divine sunbird. The goatee-bearded leader roared, encouraging his comrades that as long as they were alive, the Zhu clan would one day reclaim everything. Suddenly, the entire group froze upon seeing a cloaked figure waiting for them. They respectfully called out, "Lord?" One of them hastily begged the mysterious figure to grant them power so they could destroy Zhang Ping and reclaim Mingzhou City. The hooded figure with glowing red eyes coldly retorted, "Who said I would help you? You have already lost." As soon as he finished speaking, a destructive flame erupted from beneath his feet, incinerating one of the subordinates in an instant. The mysterious figure calmly watched the subordinates being burned to ashes, and even mocked the last survivor, calling him mere entertainment. He held a white mask with a peach blossom design in his hand, declaring that it was time to merge the timelines. Crack! The mask shattered, revealing a white-haired man with an arrogant smile. He called out with a meaningful tone, "My other self." Back in reality, Zhang Ping, with his purple eyes flashing, crushed the last fragment of the mask, as if he had just completed a power fusion. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Zhang Shouzhong was using his adipose tech ability to create giant stone dragons, beginning the reconstruction effort. Zhang Shouzhong, level 30, while working, complained that heavy tasks like these always fell to him. The scene shifted again to a large cemetery. Wang Jiemin, level 21, along with two friends, was approaching a grave. Wang Jiemin knelt down, tears welling up as she placed flowers on the grave, and informed her deceased parents that Mingzhou City had finally returned to its former state. At the Iron Soul blacksmith shop, the old man Liu Tifeng puffed on his pipe, demanding food, while Cho Chiang was busy swinging her hammer, sparks flying. Cho Chiang snapped, telling the old man he had just eaten, wondering if he was pretending to be foolish or genuinely foolish, which only made the old man chuckle awkwardly. A young girl hastily ran into the shop, asking Cho Chiang where Wang Jiemin was. Su Jingyao, deputy captain of the New Guards, level 34, panicked because the inauguration ceremony was about to begin, and the main character was nowhere to be seen. At the city guard headquarters, a group of new recruits was solemnly listening to instructions from their superiors. Feng Laixian, commander of the New Guards, level 39, was delivering an impassioned speech, calling on everyone to protect the city together. The new recruits, filled with soaring morale, unanimously shouted their determination to never fail. Elsewhere, Su Qingbo, captain of the new investigation team, level 39, was leading his team on a mission. He informed the entire team that although Li Aoxue was dead, the Holy Ancestor Village still had remnants, requiring everyone to be cautious. Su Qingbo suddenly became pensive, saying that he was old and the future of the investigation team lay in the hands of the younger generation, appearing to want to pass on his legacy. Upon hearing this, the entire team was moved, calling their leader's name with deep gratitude. Su Qingbo snapped, telling them not to act as if he was about to die. He just wanted to retire early to play with his granddaughter. In the Purge Squad office, Manny, level 31, slumped her face onto a pile of paperwork, complaining why there was still so much work even after clearing out the Natter Fox monsters. Xujie and Chen Luowei, level 29 and 28, brought another stack of files, telling Manny to rest, and they would handle this. Manny rejoiced as if she had found gold, hugging her two good sisters tightly. Just then, Liu Sishan, level 36, Chen Ming, level 35, and another muscular team member walked past, making the three girls wonder where the whole team was going. At the same time, Jin Bo, level 39, along with his team, was also setting out, declaring that they must eradicate the cunning Zhu clan remnants recently discovered in the north. Zhang Ping stood before the Mingzhou Awakener Academy, thinking to himself that he had unexpectedly gone through so much since that day. Situ Shibai suddenly appeared, asking Zhang Ping if he was reminiscing about his school days, but the main character simply replied that he was just taking a break. Situ Shibai praised Zhang Ping, affirming that the main character had met all conditions to soon reach king level, and bowed in thanks on behalf of the entire city. The old man even suggested organizing a commendation ceremony, but Zhang Ping flatly refused, saying he wasn't used to such flashy displays. Zhang Ping warned about a mysterious individual who could create a new moon queen, emphasizing that everyone must always be ready for combat. Situ Shibai's face was grim, confirming that the threat was real. The old man patted Shen Yuan's shoulder, entrusting him with his future strength, while Shen Yuan merely smirked confidently. Suddenly, two of Situ Shibai's subordinates rushed over, calling out their boss who was slacking off, startling the old man. Situ Shibai yelled for a break, having worked for 2 days without sleep, but his two subordinates still dragged him away to deal with a mountain of paperwork, making Shen Yuan sigh in relief for having avoided the deputy city lord position. The scene shifted to Holy Ancestor Village, where an investigation team had just landed in a square littered with corpses, an aura of death pervading the air. Crows were savagely pecking at the corpses right before the investigation team's eyes. The entire team stormed into what appeared to be the largest house in the village, supposedly belonging to a character named Li Aoshue, but inside, there was only a pile of ashes. The captain knelt to inspect, discovering that the pile of black ash was actually charcoal, and began to suspect the cause of the entire village's demise. The old captain firmly asserted that someone in the village was still alive, as only they could calmly live amidst this graveyard. A team member rushed over, panting, to report, "Captain, we found it," holding up a bottle of medicine from Bright Pearl City. The old captain took the bottle of medicine, realizing it was new, and the scent of the medicine was still strong, proving that someone from the city had recently been there. The old captain snapped, ordering them to immediately report to the city lord that the village remnants had made contact with someone from the city, while the rest were to stay and search for more clues. In Bright Pearl City, inside a ruined pharmacy, a woman was weeping uncontrollably in front of two investigators. The wife sobbed, recounting that her husband was a kind person with no enemies, while a female investigator tried to reassure her and asked for her cooperation. A male investigator leaned in and whispered to the female deputy commander that preliminary autopsy results suggested the victim might not have died from the fire, shocking her greatly. The investigator, expressionless, held a stack of evidence files, ready to expose the culprit. The female deputy commander ordered her subordinate, "You stay here and comfort the victim's wife." The investigator obediently followed orders, while the wife continued to weep uncontrollably. The female deputy commander and another teammate headed straight to the autopsy room, the atmosphere tense. As soon as she arrived, she sensed that something was amiss. Shen Yuan unexpectedly appeared with Su Jingyao, explaining that he had received news from her grandfather about the medicine bottle found in Holy Ancestor Village, suspecting it was related to this case. The female deputy commander analyzed that the corpse's bones were crushed, but if it had been burned afterward, it should have turned to ash and not remained in this shape. Clearly, the culprit intentionally burned the body to destroy evidence. An investigator reported that the fire erupted very quickly, and they extinguished it immediately. But when the corpse was found, there was no trace of a soul, proving the victim had died beforehand. Shen Yuan activated the upgraded version of his Whispers of the Wind skill, attempting to reconstruct the lingering memories on the corpse. Shen Yuan reported the results. "I heard a few sounds, but based solely on this corpse, I cannot recover images. Take me to the pharmacy." At the ruined scene, the female deputy commander analyzed that the safe was still intact, proving the motive was not robbery. And if the victim's wife was telling the truth, the likelihood of revenge was also low. Shen Yuan snapped his fingers, using his ability to sense what lingered in the air. Shen Yuan's eyes flashed golden, and he sensed something unusual. A surge of dark purple spatial energy suddenly appeared. Shen Yuan recognized it immediately but asserted it wasn't the Moon Queen's, but something else familiar. Activating royal vision, Shen Yuan declared he could see the origin of this energy surge and immediately followed its trail. In a dark room, a blue-haired girl was giving medicine to a wounded female warrior lying on a bed. The wounded female warrior drank the medicine, bitterly stating that the poison in her hand wouldn't disappear anytime soon, and resented that her enemies still wouldn't let them go. She suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, but still tried to reassure her teammate that as long as they were alive, it was enough. Bang! The room door was violently forced open by an immense power, making the blue-haired girl jump and turn around. Shen Yuan and Su Jingyao appeared, radiating immense pressure amidst the dust, and coldly ordered, "Is it you two? Speak the truth." Shen Yuan got straight to the point, questioning the two girls. "The death of Zhou Dahao and the pharmacy fire, was it your doing?" Shen Yuan's golden eyes flashed. He was piecing together the conspiracy of the Holy Ancestor Village faction. Under Shen Yuan's terrifying pressure, the female warrior and the blue-haired girl could only sweat profusely, their faces drained of color. The blue-haired girl cried out, asserting they had nothing to do with those incidents. All they wanted was to live. Shen Yuan immediately retorted, "Then why are you two secretly hiding here?" He pointed out undeniable evidence, a bottle of medicine in the girl's hand. "What's more, you're holding medicine from Zhou Dahao's pharmacy." The wounded female warrior immediately signaled her teammate to be silent, her voice firm. "Xiao Yu, let me speak." She began to recount a horrifying past. Li Ao Shui and an old corpse refiner turned the entire village into materials. "We had to flee for our lives, but in the end, I still got poisoned." The female warrior explained that they had used spatial teleportation to steal this medicine, the only thing that could slow down the decomposition of her body. She asserted her innocence, stating that they had only learned about the pharmacy incident today, so how could they be the culprits? Shen Yuan turned to his scanner, asking directly, "Jingyao, is she telling the truth?" Su Jingyao used her psychic ability to scan the two individuals and firmly confirmed. Her soul shows no fluctuations. She is not lying. Shen Yuan still didn't let up, pressing further. "How do you know this medicine slows decomposition? Are those empty bottles in Holy Ancestor Village yours?" The female warrior explained that initially, she only thought this medicine was similar to Zuo Xiangming's, but after trying it, she realized their effects were identical. Regarding the empty bottles, she vehemently denied it, saying they had left the village long ago and never returned. Su Jingyao reported the investigation results. This medicine was actually used to aid training, not to slow decomposition, proving that Zhou Dahao had issues. The female warrior affirmed that she had revealed everything she knew. She showed a willingness to die. "If you want to take my life, feel free." The female warrior pleaded with Shen Yuan to spare the blue-haired girl, but the young girl frantically called out, "Auntie, don't say such things." Shen Yuan silently calculated, his mind working faster than a computer. He ordered Su Jingyao, "Take these two to the hospital, isolate them, and guard them closely. If they behave, I'll find a way to cure them later." The female warrior broke into a sweat, unable to believe her ears. You're not going to kill us?" Shen Yuan coldly replied, "Li Aoxue is dead. Killing you won't change anything. There are more important matters now." Just as Shen Yuan was about to turn, the female warrior quickly called out, "Wait." She played her trump card. "I know Zuo Xiangming has a secret chamber in the village. There might be clues inside." The scene shifted to a flashback, where an investigation team was entering Zuo Xiangming's secret chamber. The seasoned captain touched a secret mechanism on the stone wall. Boom! A secret passage opened up right beneath the floor, and the entire team looked down into the pitch-black abyss. A team member threw a torch down to illuminate the way, preparing for the infiltration. The captain ordered, "Two of you stay here, the rest follow me down." Below was a disgusting sight. Gigantic containers submerging grotesque body parts. The team advanced deeper into the laboratory, where there were sickbeds and equipment that looked like torture devices. A young investigator looked at the containers and scoffed. These holy ancestor villagers certainly have peculiar tastes. Suddenly, two hooded specters with glowing red eyes appeared right behind him, exuding intense killing intent. One assassin lunged like lightning, and the investigator yelled, "Enemy attack!" The investigator reacted incredibly fast, dodging the deadly blow by a hair's breadth. Not to be outdone, he unleashed a whip of energy, lashing back at the assassin, and confidently declared, "I've seen these petty tricks countless times." The investigator threw a punch imbued with dark energy, but the assassin easily blocked it, leaving him stunned. "What?" The second assassin materialized from a dark vortex, with a blood-red mask, ghastly white eyes, and overflowing killing intent. Numerous pitch-black teleportation gates opened, and the shadow assassins sprouted like mushrooms, roaring the command, "Annihilate the intruders." The investigation team was surrounded from all sides, and a member immediately realized, "Damn it, it's a trap." The brown-haired investigator, unfazed, charged into combat, exchanging blows with a shadow assassin. A member yelled a report to the captain. "Commander, physical attacks are only a temporary solution. They'll disperse and reform instantly." The seasoned captain ordered, "You two, use that thing quickly. The rest, provide cover." The entire team obediently followed orders, taking positions ready to cover the two mages as they unleashed their trump card. The captain's energy avatar appeared, let out a roar, then blew away the assassins with an extremely powerful blast of air. The assassins were only pushed back, unharmed, and an investigator wondered, "Do these guys not need to breathe?" The two mages joined hands, activating a magic artifact shaped like a Tai Chi diagram, emitting a dazzling light. As the light from the Tai Chi diagram swept over them, the shadow assassins were immediately suppressed, their bodies convulsing and twisting. The true summoner, a man in a suit, collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in pain as his summoned troops were neutralized. The captain sighed in relief, realizing the assassins were merely the power of a single individual, and fortunately, they had the Tai Chi stone to counter it. Without further ado, the captain rushed forward and grabbed the summoner by the collar, growling, "Speak. Who are you? What are you doing here? And who sent you?" The summoner revealed his true bald face, his head engulfed in flames, but still managed to chant the slogan, "For the supreme cult." The flames erupted fiercely, and the summoner self-immolated in an instant, determined not to reveal any more information. The brown-haired investigator examined the charred corpse, concluding that this man had been a soulless corpse for a long time, while the captain muttered about the supreme cult. As the corpse burned to ashes, mysterious blood-red ancient symbols began to appear on the stone wall behind it. The entire team froze, staring at the eerie characters that had just materialized from thin air, unable to comprehend what was happening. The old captain shouted loudly, realizing it was a self-destruct trap, and ordered the entire team to retreat immediately. The entire investigation team leapt to dodge the terrifying explosion that was tearing the secret chamber apart. The captain reported the situation to his superiors, summarizing the encounter with the enemy possessing grotesque abilities and the self-destruct trap that had erased all traces. Zhang Ping received orders via radio, requesting to bring the corpse back to extract more clues. Zhang Ping directly questioned the victim's wife, who confirmed that her husband handled all the medicine sales. The wife complained about customers complaining the medicine had a foul smell and was hard to swallow, but she didn't care as it wasn't her business. She recalled a strange customer, his face heavily bandaged, who always loitered to buy medicine during her evening shift, his actions extremely mysterious. The wife suddenly remembered the city regulation that required real names to be recorded when purchasing special medicine. She rummaged through the cabinet and pulled out a stack of ledgers recording customer information, but the recent day's information had been burned away. Zhang Ping took the stack of old ledgers because the wife insisted she had seen the strange man several months ago, so his records would surely still be there. In a dark alley, a brown-haired man with a scar on his face stealthily approached a large gate. He cautiously looked around, preparing to act. Suddenly, Zhang Ping was already waiting on the city wall, coldly calling his name. "Liu Qiang! I knew you would come." Liu Qiang, without a word, let out a roar, then unleashed a gigantic fire dragon aimed directly at Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping simply stood watching the fire dragon charge towards him, his expression unchanged, wondering, "Fire ability?" Suddenly, purple energy chains shot down from above, binding Liu Qiang's arms tightly. Liu Qiang's flames were extinguished instantly, and Zhang Ping coldly declared, "It seems you're connected to the pharmacy incident." Zhang Ping landed, a smirk playing on his lips. "I didn't expect to catch such a big fish." Liu Qiang, bound tightly, growled furiously while Zhang Ping realized, "Are you a remnant from Jai Ming's experiment?" Choked by nethermist chains, Liu Qiang roared, fire erupting around his wound. He strained with all his might, using fire to melt and violently tear off the chains binding him. Zhang Ping stood watching with an expressionless face, realizing this man had escaped his nethermist chains. Liu Qiang charged like a mad beast, his body erupting with fierce flames, completely out of control. Zhang Ping calmly observed, wondering if this man had lost his mind transforming into this state. Boom! A giant golden energy fist slammed down hard right in front of Liu Qiang, halting his charge. Zhang Ping's radiant golden energy entity appeared, towering behind its master, completely overwhelming the enemy's aura. Liu Qiang let out a frenzied roar, the flames on his body flaring even more fiercely. His body began to transform. Layers of pitch-black rock encased his form, turning him into an armored fire monster. The monster roared, begging for ultimate power to gain a new life, while gathering a massive fireball. Zhang Ping raised his hand and coldly declared, "Surrender. You have no escape." The monster roared, throwing the destructive fireball towards Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping merely furrowed his brow slightly, with no intention of dodging. A giant spherical energy shield appeared, easily blocking the monster's fireball. The fireball was trapped within the shield, unable to penetrate even an inch. All the destructive energy was compressed and detonated within the confined space. The explosion was fierce but completely harmless to Zhang Ping, merely like a colorful firework. As the smoke cleared, Lu Qiang had returned to his human form, collapsing to the ground, exhausted. Zhang Ping remarked, "Rather self-destruct than be captured, huh?" Zhang Ping approached, placed his hand on Liu Qiang's back, and sensed a hidden secret within him. In Liu Qiang's flashback, a man in a brown jacket handed another man a pill and ordered, "This is the power the organization chose for you. 3 days later, come to the lab." The man who received the pill was overjoyed as if he'd found gold, laughing gleefully. "This is it. I'm finally going to become an awakened." The man in the brown jacket turned away, leaving Liu Qiang to watch with disdain, thinking to himself that even a child wouldn't fall for such a trick. Despite Liu Qiang's shouts of warning, the other man swallowed the awakening pill without hesitation. The man began to unleash his power, sharp streams of energy flying wildly around him as he laughed maniacally. "See? I have power now." His joy was short-lived. His nose suddenly gushed blood, and his face contorted in pain. The power backfired. He screamed in agony as his body was torn apart by his own energy streams. He collapsed to the floor, convulsing in a pool of blood, a miserable end. Liu Qiang broke out in a cold sweat, cursing the man in the brown jacket as a madman for daring to do this in such an easily discoverable place. To cover his tracks, Liu Qiang decided to burn the body, a flame erupting in his hand. The city guards cannot find any evidence. The flames flared fiercely, incinerating everything. The flashback ended. Zhang Ping stood tall before Liu Qiang's flames, muttering, "The artificial, awakened of the supreme power cult. They actually succeeded." Liu Qiang, now a defeated man, still strained his neck to preach. "What's so great about awakened ones? In the future, everyone will be awakened." Zhang Ping recognized that statement. He knew this man belonged to the cult. He activated his search skill, deciding to hack into Liu Qiang's mind for more information. Penetrating Liu Qiang's memories, Zhang Ping saw a scene of a black-cloaked leader recruiting followers with promises of power. In a deeper memory, the cloaked leader was presenting a plan to a powerful figure, seemingly the city lord. "My lord, city lord, what do you think of my proposal?" Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed within the mental space. "Who is it? Who dares to spy here?" A pair of giant crimson eyes opened in the darkness, staring intently at Zhang Ping, warning, "This is not a place you can enter." Zhang Ping was forcefully pushed out of the memory stream by an invisible power, his face showing clear astonishment. Zhang Ping stood over Liu Qiang's body, his mind racing about the king-level entity that had just interfered. Who was that monster? How could it affect my king-level power? Suddenly, a communication badge in his pocket flashed. An urgent voice startled Zhang Ping. "Zhang Ping, something's happened at the hospital." Bad news arrived. Guan Hongying had been kidnapped, the scene only leaving behind dead guards and shattered windows. Flashback scene. Zhang Ping stood in a church-like hall, golden energy blazing in his hands, ready for combat. "These petty tricks can't harm me," Zhang Ping coolly declared to Zuo Xiangming, who was tightly bound by dark chains. Zuo Xiangming bared his demonic fangs, sneering as dark energy erupted around him. "It has evolved to this extent?" He strained against the chains, roaring a challenge. "Don't play games. I used this power to kill you in my previous life. Don't you know that?" Zuo Xiangming muttered, realizing this opponent was completely different from the Zhang Ping he had dealt with. "Did the one I killed in the past die like this?" Zhang Ping's face was cold as ice, questioning. "Your past self?" Zuo Xiangming boasted about his abilities. "I can control zombies, create zombies. What's so hard about creating a few more of myself?" He explained that his current consciousness was merely a backup before the final battle, with images of his two demonic elder masters appearing. Zuo Xiangming looked at Zhang Ping with covetous eyes. "Not bad, not bad. Now you're even more worth studying," Zhang Ping snapped, losing his patience. "What do you mean? What in the world are you plotting?" Zuo Xiangming vanished into the shadows, leaving behind an arrogant declaration, "Soon you will see. I will lead the power cult to reshape this world." The flashback ended. Zhang Ping returned to reality, clenching his blazing hand, gritting his teeth as he repeated the name, Power Cult. Returning to base, a voice called from the doorway, "Captain, you're back." Zhang Ping carried the unconscious Guan Hongying in his arms, ordering Xu Jie and Liu Xishan take her to safety. Jin Bo and his team gathered. He asked, arms crossed, "Why are you back? Any leads on the Zhu clan?" Zhang Ping replied to Jin Bo, stating directly that the Zhu clan had erased all traces, leaving behind only a burnt wasteland. Jin Bo reported that the northern forest had been burned to ashes, leaving no clues, then directly asked if his team was needed to lend a hand in the city. Zhang Ping waved it off, saying the situation was more serious than imagined, an urgent meeting was needed, and also announced that Captain Su had just returned. Just then, Situ Shibai called, reporting that he had found the information he needed. The earliest records of the power cult, dating back 30 years. The records exposed the conspiracy of City Lord Yu Chenghai, who had proposed a twisted artificial awakening plan. An aide reported finding experimental notes on implanting zombie abilities into living people, and Situ Shibai affirmed that only Zuo Xiangming could have conceived of such a scheme. Situ Shibai erupted, realizing that Yu Chenghai had been Li Aoxue's pawn all along, yet he had blindly trusted him. The old man announced that he had found the laboratory's location and the list of cult members, entrusting everything to Zhang Ping for handling, while he remained to manage affairs within the city. Situ Shibai ordered his subordinates to contact Feng Laixian, coordinate with the patrol squad to tighten security, and lock down the entire city. Despite arranging everything, Situ Shibai still had a bad feeling, a premonition of death lingering in the air. The old man's premonition was not wrong. Elsewhere, a dark ritual was underway as cloaked cultists were sacrificed, their blood and energy completely drained. The one presiding was none other than Zuo Xiangming. He plunged his skull staff into the ground, activating the morbid ritual. A blazing red magic circle erupted from beneath their feet, draining the life force of the cultists amidst their desperate screams. All the dark energy converged, swirling wildly. The energy condensed into a deadly red-black orb, hovering in midair. Zuo Xiangming seized the energy orb, absorbing it into his body with a look of utter satisfaction. He declared that this was still not enough. More living sacrifices were needed to complete the ritual. He told a mysterious shadow that this bit of nourishment was enough for her to open her eyes. Zuo Xiangming chuckled sinisterly, boasting that he had expended great effort to create this body, one capable of containing her power. From the shadows, Zuo Xiangming whispered the name of a familiar phantom, Li Aoxue. Li Aoxue's phantom coldly placed a blazing red gem into her mouth, swallowing the mysterious power. Scene change. An earth-shattering battle was raging, icy blue energy exploding everywhere. A white-haired old man cackled with delight. He was the one unleashing these terrifying ice magic attacks. The domineering old man rode atop a colossal ice dragon, roaring before Li Aoxue. This is true power. In a warehouse, a group in green cloaks was secretly transporting a large crate, their leader cautioning, "Easy now, be careful not to break it." The scarred face of the leader showed clear tension. He muttered that the pharmacies had vanished, and they had to find another way to smuggle the drugs out of the city. Bang! The warehouse door was kicked open, and a group member flew straight inside like a broken puppet. A regular army squad appeared, their gray-haired commander raising his leg to block the door, shouting, "Freeze!" The scarred leader frantically yelled, "Protect me!" And two bald, muscular henchmen immediately lunged forward to shield him. The henchmen were truly tough. They used their bare hands to block the soldiers' attacks, sparks flying. But the government forces were no pushovers either. A soldier roared and transformed into a colossal stone man, easily deflecting all attacks. The stone man picked up a poisoned needle from the ground, immediately recognizing the vile weapon. Corpse poison? The chaotic battle erupted, and the leader shouted, warning his comrades about the henchman's deadly poison. Another soldier unleashed ice magic, freezing a henchman, and immediately another comrade rushed forward, smashing the ice block to pieces. The commander unleashed a stream of silver liquid energy, capturing the fleeing leader and mockingly asking, "Still trying to run?" Without another word, the commander grabbed the leader by his collar, effortlessly lifting him into the air. The entire gang was swiftly dealt with. The commander held a red pill in his hand, reporting that a large quantity of drugs had been seized and the entire guard faction suppressed. At the command center, an officer looked at the tactical map and received the report, advising the commander to be careful, as Zuo Xiangming might be up to something again. Liu Xishan reported coldly. Laboratory B has confirmed the existence of cultists and artificial monsters. She announced that the entire area had been cleared, with no abnormal signs remaining. Behind her lay a colossal ice dragon, and the corpses of the henchmen. At the command center, the officer frowned, finding everything suspiciously smooth after the enemy had pulled out all their tricks. He looked at the tactical map, wondering what Zhuo Xiangming was truly plotting. On the streets, Feng Laixian led a patrol squad, ordering a thorough investigation of suspicious individuals entering and leaving the city. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, making Feng Laixian and his comrades turn to look. Sensing trouble, a crowd of civilians screamed in panic, fleeing desperately from a horde of zombies in hot pursuit. A zombie lunged forward but was stopped by Feng Laixian's fiery punch. Feng Laixian's arm burst into flames. He roared, ordering his subordinates to prioritize civilian evacuation. He unleashed a fiery punch directly at the zombie's face, wondering why these undead had suddenly appeared in the city. Meanwhile, urgent reports flooded the command center. Zombies were appearing in all southern, eastern, and northern sectors. The officer decided not to sit idly by. "I will go to the scene to reinforce. You all stay and help clear the zombies in the city." A zombie raised its sharp claws, preparing to finish off a civilian lying collapsed on the ground. Slash! A lightning-fast sword strike cleaved the zombie in half, saving the civilian in the nick of time. Liu Xishan and her team had arrived in the northern sector. She reported their arrival and began the cleanup operation. On a rooftop, Zhuo Xiangming laughed savagely, declaring that he would stir up a real commotion. Feng Laixian, in his fire god state, charged to attack, roaring the enemy's name, Zhuo Xiangming. Zhuo Xiangming smirked, while a soldier recognized his opponent as Commander Feng. Zhuo Xiangming easily blocked Feng Laixian's fiery attack with one hand, sneering, "Always so hot-headed, aren't you?" Zhuo Xiangming gripped Feng Laixian's fiery arm tightly, smirking. "However, I don't have time to play with you today." The summoner stepped back, pointing and declaring, "Let her deal with you." Immediately, a colossal ice dragon head emerged from the ground, snarling as it clashed with Feng Laixian's firepower. Boom! The ice-fire energy explosion sent Feng Laixian flying, and the ice dragon shattered into pieces. Zhuo Xiangming looked at his opponent's familiar move, muttering, "No wonder it seemed familiar." Li Aoxue, a gray-haired woman radiating killing intent, hovered in midair, surging frost swirling around her. Feng Laixian looked at the new matchup, thinking to himself, "This is going to be tough." At the same time, elsewhere, civilians were fleeing in chaotic panic, unaware of how many enemies were pouring in. Whoosh! A streak of golden light shot across the battlefield with terrifying speed. Situ Shibai, the city lord, personally appeared, exuding the oppressive aura of a superior being. The soldiers rejoiced upon seeing their commander, City Lord. The silver-haired elder ordered after confirming the surrounding zombies had been cleared. Manny and two other female teammates took their positions, reporting in unison, "We are ready." Manny's eyes flashed as she activated her skill. Illusory Light Sky Barrier. Activate. A dazzling explosion of light enveloped the entire area, purifying everything. Situ Shibai ordered his subordinates, "There are still many civilians outside, bring them all in here." Returning to the main battle, Feng Laixian was soaring and dodging sharp ice spears erupting from the ground. The Beast King martial artist's face shone with determination. No matter who his opponent was, he would not falter. Li Aoxue coldly raised her hand, commanding, "Ice Lotus." Giant, deadly ice lotuses immediately bloomed. The sect master clenched her fist, compressing her frost energy to its extreme. Another technique was unleashed, Rooted Snail Barrage, firing a swirling hail of ice projectiles towards Feng Laixian. Feng Laixian tensed his body, unleashing his full-body fire energy to withstand the approaching icy storm. Feng Laixian erupted with fire energy, charging straight into the hail of ice projectiles like a fiery arrow. Whoosh! A sharp stream of ice energy grazed past, tearing open the ground right in front of the martial artist. Upon landing, Feng Laixian realized the problem. These ice spikes contain corpse poison. "It's that bastard Zhuo Xiangming." He gnashed his teeth, his eyes burning with indignation at the enemy's vile tactics. With a roar, Feng Laixian channeled his power, and fierce fire energy blazed across his body to burn away the invading toxins. He realized this was an improved corpse poison. Even with his rigorous training in the Scarlet Emperor indestructible body, he could only temporarily suppress it. A voice echoed across the battlefield. "Captain Feng has had a tough time." Jinbo stepped forward, confidently declaring, "Leave the rest to me." Without another word, Jinbo shot towards Li Aoxue, who was hovering in the air. Roar! He transformed into a golden giant, unleashing a sky-shattering punch that halted the sect master's attack. Boom! The earth-shattering collision shattered Li Aoxue's colossal ice mass before absolute power. The golden giant swung its arm, creating blades of energy that tore through everything in their path, forcing Li Aoxue to retreat. Jinbo disdainfully looked at the ice shards, taunting, "Is that all? You're far inferior to the real Li Aoxue," he continued sarcastically, as purple energy chains began to wrap around his body. "Besides, this is only a fraction of Luo Hai's power." A giant purple skull spirit appeared behind Jinbo, and the warrior roared, "How dare you challenge my title of weapon?" Zuo Xiangming stood afar, his own chest pierced by eerie chains attacking Jinbo. The old necromancer frantically unleashed all his dark energy, and a purple explosion enveloped him. Zuo Xiangming laughed arrogantly, provoking, "As expected. But this level is still not enough, is it?" Zuo Xiangming growled, an eerie purple magic array appearing in his hand. "I didn't want to waste this, but you forced my hand." At the same time, similar magic arrays simultaneously activated on buildings throughout the city. A colossal sacrificial formation enveloped the entire area, and purple energy erupted fiercely. Streams of soul energy from all directions were sucked into the center of the formation, like a torrent. The old necromancer gleefully declared that thanks to a powerful force, he had erected this sacrificial formation. The lives of 100,000 civilians would be enough for his master to recover to their peak. Jinbo was tightly bound by purple energy chains, while Zuo Xiangming roared, "Let the feast begin." Li Aoxue tilted her head back, receiving the immense power being transmitted to her, and her aura surged. Fully empowered, Li Aoxue immediately counterattacked, unleashing a sharp stream of frost towards the golden giant. She unleashed a wide-area attack, thousands of ice spears raining down from the sky like a deadly shower, completely engulfing Jinbo. An earth-shattering ice explosion swallowed an entire street corner. King-level power had returned. Suddenly, City Lord Yu Chenghai appeared in midair, smirking as he remarked, "It truly allowed Li Aoxue to regain her king-level power." Yu Chenghai hovered beside Jinbo, confidently declaring to Li Aoxue, "However, you stand no chance against both of us." Zuo Xiangming looked at Yu Chenghai, muttering, "You've also reached king level?" It seems he gained quite a bit of faith after becoming city lord. The old necromancer sneered, indicating everything was still under control. "This gives us another key. Don't jump to conclusions." Fierce green dark energy erupted from Zuo Xiangming's body, and he declared, "The real show has only just begun." The city lay desolate after the formation was activated, not a soul in sight. Zuo Xiangming turned in another direction, as if speaking to a secret audience, startling both Yu Chenghai and Zhang Ping. "Heh. Surprised?" He began to explain the rules of the game. Humans need 3 conditions to break through to king level: limitless power, reaching level 39, and a certain number of followers, meaning capturing the hearts and minds of the populace. Zuo Xiangming continued his monologue, pointing directly at Jinbo and saying, "Actually, someone has already broken the rules to reach king level before me, haven't they?" Jinbo froze, the image of Zhang Ping appearing in his mind as the old necromancer called out his name. "Zhang Ping, just like me?" From another location, Zhang Ping frowned, realizing the issue. "In other words, the one behind you is that guy." Zuo Xiangming chuckled sinisterly, tempting Jinbo. "Join us. Who knows? That powerful force might have a way to revive your fallen comrades." Jinbo roared, cutting off the trashy temptation. "Shut up," then unleashed a sky-shattering punch at the old necromancer. Zuo Xiangming merely laughed with delight at his opponent's rage, easily blocking the punch with a shield of ice. The old necromancer continued to taunt as dark tentacles reached out, binding the golden giant. "The greater your power, the more valuable the data collected." With a roar, Jinbo exerted his strength, tearing apart the dark tentacles clinging to his body. Suddenly, a mysterious silver-haired elder appeared, charging straight towards Zuo Xiangming with terrifying speed. The silver-haired elder unleashed a move, creating razor-sharp streaks of light that slashed through Zuo Xiangming. Without stopping, the silver-haired elder spewed a colossal stream of green liquid towards the enemy. A stream of liquid transformed into a maw-gaping monster and charged forward. But the white-haired elder nimbly dodged and remarked, "Very fast." Zuo Xiangming stood amidst a dark whirlwind, confidently declaring, "Unfortunately, this kind of attack is useless against me." The white-haired elder retorted with equal coolness, his aura no less imposing. "As do I." The white-haired elder's gaze turned sharp. It was clear he was preparing to unleash an even more terrifying blow. A destructive beam of light descended from the sky, and the blonde pigtail girl urgently shouted a command. "The sacrificial formation is still active. Those nearby, quickly go destroy it. Feng Laixian, clutching an energy core in his hand, roared in confirmation. This is Feng Laixian. I will destroy the formation in the south right now. Meanwhile, another squad was besieged by a horde of zombies, their commander shouting in desperation, "Are you done yet? I can't hold out much longer." The teal-haired swordsman from Situ Shibai's squad casually nodded. All right. Without a word of warning, he pressed the detonator button in his hand. Boom! A massive purple dark energy explosion erupted from the ground, blowing away everything nearby. Deadly purple smoke spread throughout the buildings, clearing the battlefield in an instant. Caught in the blast, the brown-haired teammate shouted, "Why didn't you give a warning?" The teal-haired swordsman casually replied, "Because you kept nagging and giving me a headache." The brown-haired teammate was speechless, not knowing what to say to this reckless guy. When the smoke cleared, both stood amidst the ruins, and the brown-haired guy asked in bewilderment, "Where did all the zombies go?" A charismatic gray-haired woman suddenly appeared, ice shattering around her. She floated in midair, radiating a blue aura. It was clear a powerful figure had just cleared the battlefield. From another direction, a black-haired swordsman charged forward, the golden sword in his hand slashing out a brilliant arc of light. The black-haired swordsman unleashed the four symbols smoke technique, a cross-shaped attack aimed directly at the gray-haired woman. At the same time, Zhuo Xiangming in his winged demon form also joined the battle, creating an extremely tense three-way aerial melee. The attack landed, and the gray-haired woman's body shattered like an ice sculpture. Situ Shibai and Zhang Ping descended from above, looking at Zhuo Xiangming's fallen body on the ground, and coldly declared, "The farce is over." Zhuo Xiangming laughed maniacally as his body disintegrated. "Over? Zhang Ping, you have gravely underestimated his schemes. All the keys have been collected." He continued to ramble as he turned to dust. "The ultimate victor will surely be that lord." Situ Shibai explained that Zhuo Xiangming wasn't truly dead, but was no longer a threat. The main problem was the mysterious mastermind pulling his strings. Zhang Ping clenched his fist, dark energy flared, and his eyes filled with determination. "Sooner or later, I will find him."